Sunday action, too much action's never enough here on the European Cricket Network. What a huge week it's been. I can tell you what, here in the Valletta Cup, it's hotting up because all 5 teams will be in play today, but the top 3 have the chance to raise the trophy. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Valletta Cup Finals Day live from Malta on ECN, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 5, it's finals day here in Malta, the 4th ever Valletta Cup. Oh, the defending champions Romania, they are without a win so far, so we won't see them in the frame. It means we'll have a different champion to last year. Of course, we've got Malta here. They won it 2 years ago. They're up first, actually. But yeah, like I said, we'll see all 5 teams here on finals day. We've got the 4th place playoff as the middle game, but still 3 T20 internationals ahead. Over in Hungary, of course, final 4 matches of that ECI. So you've got international T10 and T20 cricket here on ECN in what's been a huge week, probably the busiest week of the year so far. So we are starting with the qualifier. Now, these are the teams that finished 2nd and 3rd respectively. In fact, only net run rate separated these 2 teams during the round robin stage. So it's going to be France versus Malta. Let's see what happens. Over there, we're going to have the coin toss.
Good morning, viewers. Welcome to the final day of the Valletta Cup T20 2023. Today the match is between France and Malta. France is going to be the home team and Malta is going to be the away team. So this is the tails and the heads, tails and the heads. And France, you're going to toss and Malta is going to call.
Heads.
Tails it is. So Malta,
we're going to bat first.
France, yeah. So France has won the toss and they're going to bat first.
So France win the toss. Noman Amjad elects to bat first. No surprises there. I think he's like to do that. Even though we sometimes have seen teams wanting to chase in the morning because of the dew factor, I think that's a pretty good toss to win. And France have just found a way with their batting, haven't they? And they've done well, even without someone like Gustav McKeon, who scored a lot of runs. He was the player of the series in the Medina Cup earlier in the week. And without him, they've seen players step up. I like Zain Ahmed at the top of the order, provide a little bit of balance to them, gives them 3 genuine spinners in their lineup as well. Having said that, France, even though they've kind of got the wood on Malta this week, they kind of looked a bit tired last night, I've got to be honest, against Luxembourg, who pulled off an unlikely victory. It saw Luxembourg go so close to actually making this game, but Luxembourg just missing out on net run rate, with the teams in 2nd, 3rd and 4th all tied on points. Watch out though for Action Jackson behind the stumps and with the bat. I think he's recovered. He'll take his place in the side. Dawood Ahmedzai, bit of a mystery spinner. He's always dangerous, but I mean, first up, we'll have to see, can France get the runs on the board against a Maltese side who, you know, they've been a bit hit and miss this week. They've had a couple of disappointing performances sprinkled in, but they're very capable. We know that they're previous winners of this trophy. Zishan Khan, he's been the key with the batting all week for them. Can he maybe make a big score in this one? We will get to see him a little bit later in the day. Well, conditions here, no surprises. It's boiling again. It's been this way all week. Have had a little bit more of a breeze in the last couple of days, but once again, we're expecting a maximum temperature right up in the 30s, 34 degrees expected max at about 28 for the first ball. So the news from the toss here in match 11, it's the qualifier. The winner will face Switzerland in the final later on. So in this Malta versus France match, it is France. They've won the toss and they've elected to bat. Let's get ready for some action here on finals day in Valletta. Good morning from the central commentary position, and once again a cracking day here on the island nation of Malta, and we're getting ready for the first of 3 matches today. It's been a big program. I mean, some of these teams are going to play, some of them will play their 9th game today. In fact, either Malta or France, who are going to make the final, they're actually going to play 10 games in the week. So it's kind of insane when you think about it. the volume of cricket these guys have played, but still, I think it's going to be a real great opportunity to see some high-quality cricket. And how about some of the surprises we've seen so far? But how about Luxembourg last night? Went so close to making this game, but unfortunately, they weren't quite able to get their on-net run rate, but still put off a memorable victory against France last night. So yeah, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. And yeah, right now, we're getting ready for the qualifier. So these are the two teams that finished second and third respectively, and they both had a 2-2 record. I mean, so did Luxembourg, but due to their inferior net run rate, they ended up finishing in fourth place, and it's top three kind of finals format here. There is a fourth versus fifth playoff later in the day. Now, just having a look at that, looks to me like no Wanakula Soria in the French lineup. He's been left out. And he's played every game this week, so maybe just hasn't come up. He did look a little bit sore to me, but Pira Bakaran is a pretty useful replacement. I think we'll probably see Zayn Ahmed at the top of the order. That's what they did yesterday, and they threw him up there and did a great job. So expect to see him at the top. I think everyone else more or less in order. Galami at 3, Kanasane at 4, Usman Khan at 5. And what that does, it gives them 3 genuine spinners. In fact, the bottom 3 for France, you see it listed there, they're all very, very clever spin bowlers. Malta, though, Zishan Khan had a century earlier in the week, had a 98 not out. In addition to that, they've included the tank at number 3, Gopal Thakur's back in the lineup for them. He's looked good in his first international series without really making a big score. One of the players of the week for me, though, has been Makar Afridi Ahmed. I think he has been outstanding. And I'm sure that he wants to have a big finals day. Again, he's probably looking a bit tired as well, to be fair, but I would say that this should be a very, very entertaining game. It's actually the 4th time they've played this week, and so yeah, France have kind of had the wood on Malta so far. Again, that can all change very quickly, and France, I mean, even yesterday, they played all their pace bowlers, they bowled them a lot. I've got to say, I perhaps would have had a slightly different macro strategy going into that game, because they were kind of locked up in second place no matter what. They weren't going to miss out on this qualifier. But anyway, that's just something maybe that they'll look back and maybe would have managed differently if they had the time again. And so yeah, almost ready for a start. You saw there news from the toss that France win the toss and bat. I think that both teams would have batted. I mean, I didn't ask Varun Prasad from Malta, but even though teams early in the morning sometimes are more likely to field first, I think in the final, get the runs on the board, try and put some pressure on the team batting second. But like I said, we've seen some biggish chases, haven't we, as well? So who's to know what to expect? Expect the unexpected here on finals day. Just setting up and trying to get into the chat at the moment. I want to say a big hello to everyone in there in advance. But yeah, what do you think about this game here? Who's your pick? France probably have to go in favourites, but like I said, felt like they were running out of steam a bit last night against the Luxembourg side that pulled off a victory for the ages for Luxembourg cricket. Yeah, so quick hello to Rob Thompson. Great to have you with us, and hello to Dave as well. And we're off on finals day. And the first ball will be a single. Magal gets us underway. Action Jackson just suffering a little bit last night. Didn't see him behind the stumps. And here's Zayn Ahmed, who gets off the mark straight away. And he's been the answer to their top of the order quandary after Gus McKeon had to go back to the UK for club cricket commitments. Hello to Keanu as well. Everyone excited for finals day. And yeah, boiling hot again. 28 for the first ball, and it's 8:30 in the morning. So it's just going to keep rocketing up, I think. McGall moves the ball away from the right-hander. And he's got a wicket. And Jackson goes first ball. Oh, couldn't have picked him out any better. Aurora takes the catch. And France lose an early one. So Action Jackson kind of went with the movement there, didn't he? It was going away from him, just cracked it on the up, didn't try and keep it down. Didn't get it over, didn't get it down. Instead, he hit it shoulder high to Bikram Aurora, and he wasn't going to miss out on this one. Easy as you like. Yeah, I think the camera goes where Jackson would have liked it to go. You have a look at Aurora in the background here. Just there, shoulder high. And disappointment for Action Jackson. He's got a golden derrick for company. No worse feeling opening the batting, really. And that is the first wicket, and it's 1 for 1. So early drama. Yeah, Malta from France. Like I said, it's actually the 4th time they've played this week. Don't forget, they played twice on Monday, and they had 2 unbelievably close matches, unbelievably dramatic matches. The beast, Mukhtar Kalami, comes out at number 3. Watch the first one go past. Yeah, first match, France were bowled out for 115. And Malta were bowled out for 106, leaving about 3 overs on the table. And that was a pretty dramatic opening match to the T20 international action this week. And then the very next match, they played each other again. This time, France, they were the ones to kind of bottle it in the chase, chasing 126 for victory. They were bowled out for 121 off the second last ball. So they split their matches in the Medina Cup. Kalami punches. Gets one out to Zishan. He's going to be an important player, isn't he, today? And then when they met in the Valletta Cup, of course, that's their third meeting for the week. France just a bit too good, 153 for 7. And then bowling out Malta for 123. Comes in to Ahmed, who deals with it well. Good technique, Zayn Ahmed, for a guy that you don't really see batting up the order too much. Gus McKeon was the top scorer for France, though, in that 153. They had a few guys that made runs. But, of course, yeah, with him out of the side, the results would suggest this could be a close one. Pretty good over from Magal, who gets it more or less where he wants it. And at the end of that over, the score is 3 for 1. So yeah, once again, very good morning to all of our viewers. If you want to know what today looks like, well, that's what it looks like. France and Malta, one of the teams will be out of the tournament after this match, but one of them, the winner, will go through to play Switzerland later on today in the final. There is a match in between, the 4th place playoff. And look, yes, 4th isn't really anything to really tell the grandkids about, but it is a fully fledged T20 international. And there are ranking points, and Luxembourg ranked below Romania. They'll sense an opportunity to kind of twist the knife. Romania, last year's champions, without a win in 4 matches this week. Romania, they'll really want to turn the tables because they've had a horrendous week, really. But at least a win there. They feel like they take something out of it. If not, we've got a bit of soul searching to do. It's going to be Wakar Afridi Ahmed to bowl over number 2. Hasn't he been a revelation in a red shirt? Just qualified for Malta, fulfilling the residency requirements. And so now he's going to bowl the second over. Oh, pretty good one first up. Bites back towards Zayn Ahmed. I say Zayn's a guy, he's a left-arm spinner, and that's probably what we've seen him more as. That has been his role in this French side since we've seen him on ECN. But yeah, he's kind of been rocketed up the order. So he's gone from like a number 7 or number 8 to open the batting. But as you can see, he's pretty well put together. Oh, until now, when this one comes back, he tries to cut one. That is just too close for comfort. And guess who? It's Wakar Afridi that comes up with a wicket. And France, they've lost both openers within 8 deliveries. 3 for 2. And Wakar, he finds something here on finals day. Good movement. Just wrong shot selection from Zayn Ahmed, really, who made some runs yesterday. But This time, just watch it come back at him. Looking to cut, but the swing takes it onto the inside edge and then deflects back onto the stumps. Good bowling. Zain Ahmed, he's got time, I suppose. Just keep that one out. It's good delivery. And now he is the second man to go with only 3 on the board. So France, to their credit though, they've batted themselves out of some tight spots before. We had an incredible 174-run partnership between, I think it's Warren Kanisani and Usman Khan after 3 early wickets. But this is a bit of a surprise. They're going for Dawood Ahmedzai at number 4. Maybe this is to do with the fact they're still on the power play, but this is an incredible counter-attacking move. Dawood Ahmedzai, Mr. Universe, who's in mostly for his spin bowling. And yeah, look, he can hit it. But I'm very surprised they haven't gone for Kanisani in this situation. Maybe they just think it's too early for him. Maybe they just want to try and gamble a bit in this first 6 overs. But yeah, that is a surprise. I saw Ahmedzai batting in the top 6 on Monday, but not since. Oh, and he gets a good one first up. Past the outside edge. Malta team news, Sudasanan back in the lineup. He's behind the stumps, missed a game with an injured hand. Afi Khan relegated to 12th man, then Bishnoi not in the lineup either. Oh, what a good ball that was to get first up. Ahmedzai is a ball of energy no matter what he's doing. Goes after this, called a wide. Straight over the tram line with that movement. But he's getting good swing, isn't he? Tempts Ahmedzai into the shot. This is going to be a good one today. I can just tell. What about the tussles these two have had? Kind of fitting that these two meet in this qualifier. If you cast your mind back to Monday, they had 2 real nail biters. Oh, this time goes with the movement, gets some of it. What a shot. Ahmedzai is going to swing it while he's out there. And that one races to the backward point boundary. First 4 of the day. 4 carreras. He's had a look at Waka and says, yeah, I know these are outswingers. I'm not going to be too careful. I'm going to attack. So that's a pretty gutsy move, I've got to say, from the French. With the 2 wickets, most teams will be thinking consolidate. They're thinking, okay, how can we manufacture a bit more attack out of this situation? Oh, edged away, but safely. Just a single. Keanu said he's just been watching from some 10-over cricket from Japan. Is that right? I've read a few articles on cricket in China. I haven't seen too much about cricket in Japan. I've been to Japan before. And yeah, he says taking off all over the world. It's a pretty fast-paced format. I mean, 20 overs. It's the international standard now, I think, globally. If you look outside just the kind of top-tier countries. Yeah, exciting. Edged and out, and Galami gets one that moves away slightly, and it's a double strike for Afridi in the first over. Sudasanan finishes it off, and France go from bad to worse. 3 wickets gone in 2 overs, 9 for 3, and just genuine outswing bowling from Waka Afridi. Kept it in that outside channel. Galami has been hitting the ball pretty well. Coming out early in this one, not dealing with the movement. Healthy edge. And Chanjal Sudasanan back in the side after a brief absence. He takes that well. Going to his right. Just had to accommodate for the big deflection. And so France lose 3 wickets in the first 12 balls, 9 for 3. And how about Afridi? What an over that is. He's just been such a great pickup. I mean, losing Bilal out of the side, it gives you something similar, doesn't he? And that over had 6 runs, but it had 2 wickets in it. And the opener's swinging this new ball. I mean, some balls swing, some don't. And this one seems to be going for both Magal at that city end and Waka at the bottom end. Well, Liam thinking maybe they didn't want to get Kanisane or Usman Khan out there too early. Well, too bad now because Kanisane's out there in the 5 spot. Dunwood Ahmedzai's still there. Maybe he can turn this into something more. Someone has to stand up for France here. We'll say, though, if you want to go back just a few days, 6 days to be exact, you know, scores of 105 to 125 were the norm between these two. So if France can kind of eke out a 120 or something like that, especially with their attack, although their attack did look a bit tired without Munakul Surya in this game as well, and maybe they could do a number on the Maltese batting. Magal to Dunwood Ahmedzai. Facing him for the first time, just negotiating the movement there. Yeah, the start has tongues wagging in the chat, as I'd expect as well. This one swings a bit too much. Yeah, good movement though. Ahmedzai, he's going to have a crack. That's what he's there to do. He's compartmentalising, meaning he's not really concerned with what's happened already on the 3 wickets. He's going to play his game and he's going to be aggressive. Except for this one, he's happy to let it go through to the keeper. Ahmedzai, it's gamble to throw him up there, but I don't mind it. Already cracked a 4 off Waka, the only boundary of the day so far. Fairly straight, takes on the run, almost runs into Kanisane here. Dunwood Ahmedzai, normally you'd run the side the bowler bowls from, but he goes to the right and then take a slight detour. Luckily, didn't get to Prasad that quickly. Kanisane, we saw him with the gloves yesterday. Ashton Jackson just not feeling very well. I think maybe a bit of heat exhaustion affecting him in match 10 last night against Luxembourg. Oh, Kanisane was very close to edging this one. France won the toss and batted, but Malta right now with the upper hand. Hello to everyone watching from Europe and across the globe as well. Finals day here. Another edge, this time flies over the slip. They put Patanka in there. It's always a bit of Russian roulette where you put the slip because in this short form, players do go harder than normal. The edges fly a bit further. And they had a man there just for this. But Patanka, it kind of went to that kind of T10 style slip that we see on the circle, didn't it? It got straight to a man there. Another close call for France. That could have been 4 down. Wow, this is go. I couldn't pick it up. Couldn't pick it up twice. Would have been an opportunity for Sudasanan. He kind of blocked it with his pad. It got away. Kanisane is a good runner. He's quick to go, but I've got to say, if this gets picked up cleanly, because there was a slight hesitation, I think that Sudasanan had a chance to run out Kanisane. But anyway, they'll get through, and Ahmedzai will retain the strike. It's 13 for 3 after 3. Yeah, thanks very much, Keanu. Asked for a bit more information on the Japanese 10 over tournament. How about that? Hey, gozaimasu to all our Japanese viewers. I do speak a little bit. Hey, let's have a look at the standings. And it's a very quick look, but you saw there that second, third, and fourth, they were all tied on 4 points. There's only net run rate that separated them. Luxembourg pulled one out of the hat last night, didn't they? Anoop Orsu from number 8 with a half century. They stole that chase. They had to chase the runs down in 17 overs, and they took 18.5, so that's why they just missed out. But still, memorable victory nonetheless. Here's Waka with his tail up. Oh, Amatai gets a long way across, but does get bat on it and gets a single. And if Luxembourg had chased that 2 overs quicker than Malta, they'd actually be out of the tournament, essentially. They would have played the 4 versus 5 against Romania. And that would have been a turn up for the books because Malta, Romania played in the final last year. And they would have played here in the bottom 2 playoff. Oh, what a ball from Waka Afridi. He's bowled away, away, away. This one tucks back in to Kanazane, and that's 4 wickets down, and Waka has 3 of them. What a start this is for Malta. On their home ground. Waka Afridi. Is he saving his best for last here? Kanazane can't deal with it, goes straight through the gate. He just gets done over by a very good piece of fast bowling. Just a single that he contributes, and the score is 14 for 4. And so now, we'll probably see Usman Khan, but I mean, Kanazane, he's been hitting the ball really well. Sometimes you just got to tip your hat to the bowler. I mean, Waka, like I said, he's been going away, away, away. Brings that one back. Really brilliant piece of bowling. Usman finds himself in early, but he's been the Mr. Fix-It, hasn't he, for France during this tournament. See if he can mount a bit of a rescue job here. And the thing with Afridi here, I mean, he's only bowled 1.2 overs. So if he just kind of stays the course, then who knows how many he can get. I'd honestly consider bowling him out because he's just on fire at the moment. Even if it costs you a couple of overs at the end, I think just while he's on here. He could completely wreck this batting lineup. The way he's going, you might not even have a later to worry about. Usman having a brilliant series. 2 draw cards go head to head, and Waka gets one past the outside edge first up. I think it's a confidence game no matter what you're doing. Right now, Waka is a player high on confidence. Takes on the drive. Doesn't beat the ring, no run. But yeah, France, they can't just sit on their hands here either. They do need to still play a few shots. You probably don't want to play too many outrageous ones, but still got to look to score. I mean, the power play is creeping away. Waka, he's been brilliant. And that'll be Another dot ball. Okay, what a fifth one here. And we've probably got Amjad still to bat. And they kind of bat all the way down, to be honest. But typically been the concern we've had with France. Does their batting level match their bowling level? Usman pushes, turns down the run, end of the over. Afridi, incredible stuff. Just one off that over, and the big wicket of Kanasane. And after 4 overs, France 14 for 4. A big hello to everyone in the chat once again. And yeah, Liam saying after Luxembourg's efforts yesterday that they deserve to be there. Malta have been consistent and now have France under pressure for an exciting last day. Yeah, spot on, Liam. I'll have to get you in here for special comments with such astute observations like that. Now, see what we go. Well, we've got... Oh, who's that going off? That's not Waka going off, is it? Something going off and maybe just needing a quick running repair. If you go off for less than 8 minutes, you don't have to serve any penalty time. I think that was is a long way away from me. I'll see if I can work out what happened there. Yeah, okay, so hopefully he's all right. He's bowled 2 overs. Certainly want him to keep going the way he's going at the moment. Magal, though, he's done a pretty good job himself. 1 for 6 off his 2 overs. Gets ready for over number 5. And Ahmadzai has kind of been thrown in the deep end here, hasn't he? Yeah, so Bishnoi comes on for Waka. All I can think is he's going to be off for an over because he maybe needs something strapped or just needs... maybe something minor attended to. This is a wide. So yeah, the rules with going off the field are it needs to be normally due to an injury or some other unavoidable circumstance, and you normally can't bowl again until you've come back for as long as you've been off. But that's only if you're off for 8 minutes or more. You shouldn't be off for 8 minutes if it's 1 over. Yes, it's a really long over from Magal. We probably need just a Waka cam at the moment. See what he's got happening in the tent. Oh, extravagant leave. Yeah, how about this? Channeling the old Manus Labuschagne or Steve Smith. Extravagant leave. Even his leaves are fancy. And now goes after a ball that will be a wide, but he almost gets a scratch on it. Tell you what, I'm expecting to see Waka come back on the field and bowl the next over, but if he doesn't, that's going to be a big concern, considering how well he's going at the moment. Gets a little bit of inside edge on this. Ahmadzai gets a run. Usman yet to score. Usman would be a huge wicket. A couple of half centuries this week. Lets this one go past safely. The conditions, like I said, perfect for cricket. I mean, it is a summer sport. But it's also a bit crazy when you think about the heat we've had. Been in the 30s all week and feeling like high 30s, really. The fact that one of these teams will play 10 matches in a 7-day period. Usman hits the ball really well in that area. This time he picks out Zishan, and it's the end of the first 5 overs. Malta well on top in the first quarter, and the score is 18-4. Now, noting, Laka Afridi has not come back on. So, Wazim Abbas looks like he's going to bowl this over. Again, he seemed to be bowling without too much discomfort, as far as we were concerned. And then just went off at the end of the fourth over. I mean, he's still there. He's just trying to... Yeah, he's got like a knee. It looks like ice on the knee. That's concerning, isn't it? Maybe they think, okay, he's been carrying a bit of an injury. They think he's done enough damage to say, look, we're going to put this guy on ice and hopefully we can bring him back later. But even if he had his leg chopped off, I would have thought he would have still wanted a third over the way he was going. So he stays off, so it seems like he will have to serve some penalty time. That makes it tough for him to come back. Wide, first ball from Abbas down the leg side. So the umpires would have made a note of when he went off. I didn't get the exact time, but it would have been around about 5 minutes ago. So now, you know, if he's been off 5 minutes and he's off this over, it means he'll have to serve penalty time. Can't come back straight away. So now you resigned him bowling later on. Oh, this one was a little bit of a dodgy too, but Zishan couldn't pick it up. It's such a break for France as well. I mean, they'll be so thrilled that they don't have to deal with Waka, who was on fire with 3 wickets in his 2 overs. Goes after this, and no outfielder back there. Going, and gone all the way. Maximo! The change as good as a holiday for the French, who get a look at Wazim Abbas. Again, gets a bit of movement here, but Usman, once again, has been good in that area. And what's more, I think he knew there was no one back, and so as long as he got it over the infield, he was going to be all right. In fact, he carried the rope. You can feel the resurgence building for France, the French resistance. This one doesn't really swing away. This one looks into the leg side. So, you know, credit to France. Every time they've had their backs against the wall, they've fought back. Usman has not really been central to that. This time he's got Ahmedzai there with him, who came out, I think, as a kind of counter-attacking proposition. But, you know, since then, he's seen a couple of wickets go down. And so a little bit more careful. That's a good ball from Abbas. That's more where he wants to be. Ahmedzai came in at 4. And since then he saw Galami depart for 1. He saw Kanasane departing for the same score. Gets across, push and run. And France just creeping back into the contest. Still that run rate 5 and over. That's actually after a little bit of an improvement as well. Last ball, the 6th out. Oh no, hesitation. Ahmedzai gets back just in time. Throw misses anyway into the power play. But it's Malta, the home nation, bringing the power so far. France 29 for 4 after 6. Big hello to Three Collar as well. Nice to see you in the chat saying, yeah, Luxembourg's win was historic. Yeah, it was a special win, wasn't it? I don't think anyone really saw it coming, to be honest. That's the story so far in the power play. 4 early wickets, cheap wickets. Into the power play. So now it looks like we're going to see some spin. Got to say, it had a different feel with obviously Waka going off. It changes the condition of the ball. Now they're going to go to spin. And you can see these teams are looking a bit banged up, to be honest, after the week they've had. This is their 9th match, these two teams. Yeah, French can't be a little bit subdued so far, but again, they'll know. They won matches earlier in the week with some low scores on the board. They defended 115 in match 1 of the Medina Cup on Monday morning. So Aurora with some spin here in over number 7. And so, yeah, the way things are going, will we see Waka again in this innings? Little edge. Zimbabwe jumps on it. Because yeah, the longer he's off, the longer before he'd have to bowl. So you kind of hit a critical point in the middle of the innings where he's probably not going to be able to bowl. So there's no point in him coming back on. So if he went off after 4 overs, there's 16 overs left to go. And it goes on time, not overs. But to give you an idea, if we get to the 12 over mark and we haven't seen him since, then I think we won't see him. Bit of a dodgy one. Siddhasanan jumps on it pretty quickly. Loves to throw. It's a good throw that time. And he can get a single. Yes, 3. Still excited about the Luxembourg win. Well, the good news is you'll get to see your team again. And Romania, I mean, they could really use something. Last year's champions, 4 games, 4 losses. Chopped away over the top. We're going to take on the 2. Well run that time. Hamid pretty quick to turn and come back. Still, you have Luxembourg as the lower ranked opponent in the 4th place playoff a little bit later in the day. So yeah, another opportunity for them. I think the latest rankings, that were 21 places below France. It's been a good over from Aurora, who just seems to have had the Gundy ball virus occasionally amongst his tight offerings with his left armers, but that time he doesn't succumb to it. 4 come off the over, and it's 33 for 4 after 7. Yeah, so much cricket coming up, including the ECS in Czechia, which starts tomorrow. Danny Hudacek standing by. I will be there, but after the schedule this week, I'm just going to have a little bit of time off. Probably see me there on Thursday. But I'll be lurking in the background, and I love spending time there in Prague. It's a beautiful place, and it will finish with an ECI night series starting on Tuesday night as well in Portugal. So we've got that to look forward to. Being back in Switzerland for the first time in 3 years, and then more T20 international cricket with the Continental Cup in early August, and the Dutch ladies will be back in the middle of August as well. We'll spend the second half of August in Germany in the ECS. We'll be in Dresden for that series. I think Krefeld's next after that, and then Rome, and then before you know it, it's ECC time. So yeah, lots of great cricket coming up, and keep up to date with what's happening on our website, europeancricket.com, as those series are released. Abbas continues. Can't set them on the back foot at the moment. Power play, obviously, you're normally trying to score as many boundaries as you can. There's just a single 4 and a single 6 in that power play, and there were 4 wickets. And like I said, if we get to about the 12 over mark and we don't see Wakar, then we're probably not going to see him. Push and run, they'll get 1. Well, good news, because I did spot that Waka is back on the field. So yeah, maybe just sensing the game's getting away, it gets out there. Yeah, there he is, Waka back on the field. So I make it that he was off for 12 minutes, which means he can't bowl for 12 minutes. And my information is he came on a couple of minutes ago in between overs. So I suppose that the issue is the ball's not really in the same condition as when he left it. Ahmedzai pushes. Ring a 3 in the circle on the offside, preventing the run. So yeah, I mean, it must have been serious for him to go off. Like I said, I would have thought the way he was going with those 3 early wickets and the way he was getting the ball to dance, there's no way he would have wanted to go off. Oh, Ahmedzai wears it upstairs. Ahmedzai, he's as tough as nails, but, you know, everyone's a bit concerned for him here. It's a genuine bounce. Oh, yeah. That's exactly why, you know, they're tightening up rules around helmet use, because that would have been really nasty. It would have clocked him in the temple. Look at that. Abbas slips the bouncer through. It's the one for the over. It goes full, good confident shot. Well, that's the difference between going to hospital when the next ball's bowled and playing a nice looking off drive for a single. Wear your helmets, guys. Even if it takes a bit of getting used to, wear your helmets. It could save your life, could literally save your life. Usman's just unflappable, isn't he? Get a couple of runs here. That'll take us to the end of the over. Abbas strikes a blow, but it's not a wicket. And the score is 37 for 4. Come on, boys! Come on! 3 for 7 off 2. Akram Afridi then immediately left the field at the end of the 4th over. Come on, Jesse! And now he is back. But yeah, I still make it about 8 minutes before he could bowl again. So probably 2 to 3 overs before he could bowl again. If he wants the same end, that would be after 3 more overs. So we'll see what they do. Come on. And like I say, I mean, he spent 12 minutes off the field. If he'd been able to come on maybe 5 minutes quicker, and he could have just come and bowled straight away. It's a bit of a curious rule, to be honest. This is where we saw Dhoni exploiting that rule, the fact that it's minutes. I'll tell you what, you know what would be a better idea in limited overs cricket would be how many balls or how many overs you're off the field for. That would make so much more sense. And you couldn't manipulate it that way. So if you're off for 2 overs, then you can't bowl for 2 overs. Or if you're off for 2.2 overs, when you come back on, you can't bowl for 2.2 overs. Makes a lot more sense than time, I think. Anyway, Aurora bowled a tight one first up with his left arm tweakers. Just 4 came off that, and he's going to bowl to Dawood Ahmedzai here in over number 9. Ahmedzai pushes down the ground and gets 1. Yeah, big day of cricket here on ECN because we've got the ECI wrapping up in Hungary as well. Does seem like a bit of a 2-horse race there between Portugal and Sweden. And that one. Usman gets 1, and The field here is an interesting one. All four infielders in the offside region. From a short third man, then point, another point, a cover. They're just trying to cut off the one there in that kind of bottom right quarter. To the right of screen, they're just out of shot. Everyone else is on the boundary. Aurora gets a defensive shot out of Ahmedzai, who I still think he came out as a kind of a counter-attacker. But he came out and watched two partners go, and now he finds himself as a consolidator. Wide-ish delivery, drills it straight to cover. Aurora's doing a great job here. Hasn't let himself down with the loose one that's kind of plagued him on occasion earlier in the week. Now, once again, just a single. Malta really feel the enthusiasm. They've had their ups and downs this week. I mean, I suppose both these teams have, and they've played so much cricket. Both played over 300 overs of cricket this week already. More to come. At the moment, the bilateral figures between these two. France 2 wins, Malta 1. Usman pushes to the side of Prasath, but it's his correct side. Pick it up though. That'll be the end of the over. So, yep, Aurora doing a job, isn't he? Once again, just 4 off his over. Only singles, and France, they're 41 for 4 after 9.
Come on, Endo!
Kind of voiced this a couple of days ago with France, but with the nature of their attack being, I'd say, pace heavy. They do have 3 genuine spinners in today, but they have 4 genuine pacers in Noman Amjad, Warnakul Surya, and the Mungal brothers. They've also got Pira Bakaran, who's come in, but he hasn't played too much this week. But yeah, my concern is that they were kind of bowling them sometimes when they probably didn't have to. Last night was one of those examples, and just noting a bit of fatigue creeping in. But these guys, they don't really want to rest. They want to be out there, and if they're out there, they want to be bowling. So let's see if they can find something on finals day. So far, it's not going to plan with the bat for France, but we know that they've got a potent attack on paper anyway. But yeah, in these kind of tournaments where they're high intensity, often the bowling on day one and the bowling on finals day is not quite the same zip.
Come on, Endo! The one, come on! Just one more, come on!
Now here's Eldos Matthew, who's grown into the role of the 5th bowling option this week, hasn't he? And the stumps first up. Just turned away for a single. So yeah, I still make it as 3 minutes before Waka can bowl. And I think that he should be straight out there with a 3rd. And then potentially a 4th, depending on how that one goes. So yeah, we'll probably see one more over at the top from Aurora, and then honestly, I think they should get him back. Oh, Ahmedzai kind of wraps the bat around this one, doesn't go too far. He'll end up getting a single. Yeah, kind of. Actually, I think he actually hits that twice on the contact. Not really a clean strike. Usman, this is a very Usman shot. Kind of stays leg side of the ball, skips away a little bit, but then throws the hands through it. It's very strong on the offside. They've got 2 fielders protecting the offside boundary square of the wicket. That went to one that's more like a 3rd man. Pitched up, and Ahmedzai takes the bait, misses out. I suppose the counterpoint is, if Matthew's going well, even though you can bring Waka back, Do you hold him back and just say, look, Matthew's getting through his overs and doing a good job. Let's just get him 2, 3, even 4 in the middle, and you can always bring Waka back for 2 at the end. Because I mean, the ball's not going to be swinging the way it was for him earlier now. Anyway, I kind of spent that new ball. Ahmadzai takes it on. This is called a wide. Certainly touch and go here. Umpires have been umpiring if it touches the line at all. It's a wide. I'd say that one was probably a little bit too harsh, I think. But Matthew, not a bad area to concentrate on. Can they get a little nick out of Ahmadzai? Oh, this is off the gloves, I think. Beats him for pace. And once again, Ahmadzai gets a bit lucky. Ballooned off the glove. Just got over Sudasanan. He will get 2 runs.
Come on, boys, come on, come on.
Last ball of the first half of this crucial qualifier. Ahmadzai keen for a run. It's not there. And so it's the end of the 10th over, and France 47 for 4. So yeah, the 5 over splits, 18 off the first 5. I do get 29 off the second 5, so that's better, but it's still below what we think's par. We think kind of 40 through a 5 over period is about average. And so far, Malta doing a really good job. So now, according to me, it's 9:19 local. So Waka's been on as long as he's been off. So he's available to bowl if they want him to. But I suppose with Matthew not going for a boundary, maybe just keep him on. Get him through another one. His over went for 6, including a pretty harsh wide call. Oh, he's gone. That's the breakthrough. Aurora gets it. He spears it in. The question here, is it hitting the stumps or is it going down the leg side? I mean, it's very hard for us to tell because we don't really see the impact point. This one probably tells a bit of a false story because, yeah, actually, that looks pretty close to me. Because it hits him actually on the back leg, you see. And, yeah, to be honest, that seems pretty close, and yeah, when you put those 2 angles together, I think the umpire certainly quite justified in putting his finger up. So Aurora with his spin gets the breakthrough, and it is the 5th wicket that breaks the mini comeback from France, 47 for 5. I suppose the thing there, from behind, which is the angle that we all saw first up, you thought, well, if he hits him on the front pad, it's probably going down the leg side. But as we could see from the reverse angle, it hits him on the back pad, so it hits him a lot closer to the stumps. Maybe just a little bit of turn from Aurora, taking it past the bat. Yeah, so see what actually hits him here. It's not the front pad, it's actually the back, well, not pad, it's the back leg. And so, to be honest, and that angle always makes it look like it's more leg side than it actually is. Don't think it's high. I think Usman got a fair decision, if I'm honest, just based on what we can see. Umpire, of course, had an even better view than we did. That's a big moment in the game. Amjad comes out. He's a very capable batter, though. This is out, Aurora. Saved his best for finals day so far with the ball. Yeah, so not going for like a Yash Singh or some other spin option. Amir not in the frame at the moment. Cut away, no run this time. So yeah, Aurora gets responsibility, and he's come to the party, hasn't he? In fact, he's on a maiden at the moment here in the 11th over. driven, actually. Pretty awkward bounce for Prasad. He's happy just to block it. Just to single, the only run of the over so far. Side. Technically, looks pretty good in defence there, but behind the 8 ball, France, after 11 overs, 48 for 5.
Lovely, our Vic. Lovely.
Looking at this, it looks pretty high up. The main reason is the scale there is 5. So 4.36. To give you an idea, that's, I think, 87 pace. Can't see 87 winning them the game, even with their attack. Well, what can they get to here realistically? Let's say they go, let's say 8 and over from here. 9.872, get to 120. Probably take 120 at the moment. They defended something very similar to that earlier in the week. In fact, it was even less. Match 1, they defended 115 France. All 20 wickets fell in that game. Match 1 of the Medina Cup. Matthew does get a second over here. Tight one. Ahmedzai just gets home, I think. Run without a boundary. Still 1-4-1-6. Ahmedzai gets a good dive. Siddhasan has a bit of a bad habit of actually hitting the stumps with his glove before the ball comes in. Something he seems to do it more than anyone else I've ever seen, actually. Just going to try and obviously try and avoid breaking them until you've got the ball. Oh, this could be gone. Very confident appeal. Umpire hasn't heard it. And Ahmedzai's not going anywhere. Yeah, well, got to say, it was a spontaneous appeal from Malta. Don't think he could have hit the ground here. The bat's a long way from the ground. Eldos Matthew was certain. Darwood's head shoots around straight away, which is normally a bit of a giveaway, but the umpire doesn't believe it's a nick. He doesn't believe it's a nick. To be honest, Ahmedzai at the moment 18 off 32. He's not really hurting you anyway. You take the wicket, so they're 6 down. But Matthew, he certainly had him. Now another one that goes past the outside edge. So I guess we'll see if it comes back to cost Malta. But the umpire, benefit of the doubt there to the batter. So we don't hear very well from this far away. Microphone's not that close to the centre in this tournament. But if there was a noise, it was hard to see what it would have been if it wasn't bat. He's been really disciplined here, Matthew. He's doing a job, isn't he? So I'm just thinking, I wonder, with Michael Afridi, was that planned maybe if he's nursing an injury to bowl 2 overs, then maybe just quickly ice it up, come back ready to bowl towards the end. But even if that was the plan, he's got 3 for in his first 2 overs, 3 for 7. Don't see how he can't get a third. This one does a bit too much from Matthew, called a wide, but like I said, not a bad spot to miss. Malta have been good when they've been disciplined with the ball. You can see, especially Ahmedzai, who's trying that drive plenty of times, not really getting a lot of value for it, not hitting that many balls at the moment out there. Matthew doing well to keep just feeding him outside the off stump. Now he brings one back and bowls him round his legs. Well, surprise tactic from Matthew. After going away, he throws in an in-swinger as a bit of a surprise tactic. And, well, good sportsmanship as Ahmedzai did stick around a long time there, trying to get things back on track for France. Bats time, but can't do a lot with the stick. Look at this one, though. Comes back, It's the variation. Ahmedzai, you can kind of understand him getting across. Everything's been across. So he gets across too far, loses it behind his front pad, gets bowled around his legs. Well, that is a surprise dismissal. But yeah, I think for sure, Matthew said, look, I've gone away. I'm going to at least push one straighter and see if I can do something that way. He does. Knocks over the castle, and that's 6 wickets down now. France have brought up the 50, but they've lost to 6 wickets. 50 for 6. Just putting myself in Dawood Ahmedzai's shoes there, I can totally understand him getting so far across because there were so many balls he was reaching for, reaching. He wasn't getting there. The natural thing is, you know, I'm going to get across. I'm going to get across and try and get a bit closer, get my head closer, get my hands closer to the ball. But then the risk is you get too far across and a ball that just misses your front pad that would probably normally go down the leg side.
Think about it, come on.
This one crashes into the stumps. So, Piona Bakaran, well, he's into the side for Shaham Wanakula-Saria, who's out with probably a mixture of fatigue and injury, I imagine. Wanakula-Saria is also a sensational fielder. He was the man that actually took the catch to win the game for France in the first game of the week here in Malta. Now Pira gets a bat and misses out in the first one. So Matthew's done a great job through the middle overs here. France in a jam. They're 50 for 6 after 12. Looking at the table. Bit crowded in the middle, isn't it? 2 and 2. France, Malta and Luxembourg. It was net run rate that sorted that out. That's why France and Malta still with a chance to win the trophy, while Luxembourg aren't. And you know who's loving this? Switzerland. Top of the table. They're probably just having brunch right now. One of the great establishments near the hotel. And they'll play later on, still about 5.5 hours. 6.5 hours even, until the final starts. Aurora to finish. Gets one past the French skipper first up. Yeah, Aurora's overs have been important as well. They're just building the pressure. So 4 wickets down. France had a bit of resistance, but couldn't really do too much on the scoreboard. That was the problem. Judd will get a single. And the question is, how aggressive can these two batters be? Got to gamble to an extent, don't you? Got, let's say, 7 overs after this one. 7 8's 56. Great, and over, 6 down. Still could get perhaps over the 100. I mean, nudging 110. Called wide. Oh, he does not too pleased. But get another opportunity to take another wicket, I suppose. Maybe a bit of a harsh one. Umpires have been harsh. I normally like them being harsh. Now, this one is a full toss, and really it's first bad ball from Aurora. Piona Bakaran coming out at 8. We saw a number 8 last night changing the face of a match. That was Anu Borisu for Luxembourg. Piona Bakaran plays a really nice cover drive. Good shot technically there. Hits it hard, gets the boundary. Maybe that's the start of something more for France. The umpires on the wides, as long as they're consistent, I mean, that's all anyone ever asks for. They have kind of umpired a bit more like ECS in this series, where anything that even touches the line a little bit has been called. Sometimes in T20 international cricket, or franchise cricket, umpires will kind of give the line to the bowler, or they'll say, you know, if it touches the line, that's okay. If it's more in than out, we'll say it's okay. I'll say I never like encouraging defensive bowling. I think, yeah, if it touches the line, calling it a wide, I think is probably a good way to go. It's also a pretty simple way to do it. The fans going on over there. I haven't actually seen my fan yet. We're into day 7. There's been a lot of talk about it. And so anyway, let's see if that materializes by the end of the day. To be honest, it's not quite as bad as it was earlier in the week. Either that or I'm just getting used to it, to be honest. I'm trying to find that ball which jumped the fence. And it's taking a bit of time. The archery in the background. Actually saw a few archers yesterday as well for the first time. Made it pretty dangerous to go and retrieve balls in that area. I think they might have to go find a replacement ball. It's the old 2-minute rule. What is it in golf? If you can't find it in 5 minutes, you have to play a new ball. Well, there's Zishan. Well, he's taking his opportunity to just sit down in the shade for a minute. That's pretty sensible. Temperature's already climbed to 30. It's just 9:30 in the morning local. Very beautiful time to be here in Malta, but it is very warm. 30 feels warmer than 30 here. So Bakaran after the 4. Next one to short third man. No run there. So to get that kind of 8 and over, or 9 or 10 and over that they'd want, it's hard to do that without a boundary. You get something similar that he put away last time. This time it's going to be another 4, I think. Yeah, 4 runs. I think went over the line. Man, couldn't really get off his feet here. Had time to get around the boundary, but just have a look when the ball bounces now. Yeah, does knock it back in, but bounces over the rope first. That's why it'll be 4, and they'll take it. It's just piled down there. Batted really well yesterday. Going down the leg side. It'll be the end of the over. Aurora finishes with very tiny figures. 1 for 19 of his allocation. And after 13 overs, it's 60 for 6. Well, let us know if you're watching in the chat. Do you think France can find their way out of this mess? The 2 Mungals and Jabakel still to bat. And if they can, then how? What can they defend? We saw them defend 115 on Monday. But I mean, pretty nice batting conditions. Field drying out. We know it gets watered pretty heavily overnight. Let us know your thoughts. Keanu had an interesting observation about the ICC deprioritising one-day internationals a little bit. To be honest, I just think that there's an evolution, there's a kind of survival of the fittest in cricket formats and styles. And you can see the 50 over, the popularity's been waning. It was such a big thing. Take it back to World Series cricket, the late 70s and the glory days of the 80s, particularly in Australia where the format really took off, the coloured clothing, etc. Big crowds. Yeah, really, it's kind of the life cycle of technology, if you like. I mean, that's why Test cricket's been very enduring, but even the way Test cricket's been played, the conditions and these kind of things, it's changed a lot over time. But I put it this way, you know, one-day international in summer in Australia back in, let's say when I started watching cricket in the late 80s, you know, they'd get 80, 90,000 there, or at least 60,000 at the MCG, let's say. Next ball knocked away, they decide to take on the 1. No throw from Matthew. Continues to do a good job here from the golf course end. Yeah, so if they used to get 60,000, now they're lucky to get 6,000, I think, when they last had a one-day international there, you know, outside of a World Cup or something like that. So, I mean, I suppose alternatives as well. People are probably less likely to want to spend a whole day at the cricket compared to how they used to, I suppose, as well. That's why T20 is a bit more attractive. That's going to be a no ball, I think. Yeah. Matthew, he really loses the battle with the wide line this time. And watch this, bounces off the pitch. Yeah, just after the crease, but it's before the stumps. So free hit coming up, and Amjad's probably the man you want on strike for that. See if he gets funky. There's no fine leg. But he might have to race outside off if he's going to do that, because I think that's where the ball's going to be. So it can't be out this ball. Except for a run out or a couple of very rare modes of dismissal.
Lovely bowling, Elder, lovely.
Anyway, Matthew, what does he do here? He just tries to stay normal. Amjad, well, he hits it, and he hits it a very long way. Maximo! Well, that's absolutely tattooed down the ground. Just got a little bit too close to Amjad, and he hit that sweet as a nut. What a shot. He ended up cracking it into the tower, I think. That's a really long hit. So the no ball ends up costing 7 effectively as the free hit sails out of the Master International Cricket Ground. Oh, this one he can be out though, and I think he will be out. It's a fairly simple catch. Jaspal Singh drops it but catches it. Oh, so I suppose it's a good trade-off. First, the first ball off the pitch, and then the next one into the car park. The next one, missed time pull. And Amjad straight away, he knew that his goose was cooked. He was frustrated. That's a fairly simple catch taken there in the infield. Jaspal Singh takes the catch, and Amjad with a big 6, but that's all really. He goes for 10 off 11, and he's the 7th wicket to fall, 69 for 7. So Sugyana, going back to that discussion about 40 or 50 over cricket, he's asking me, what would my advice be to some countries wanting to play ODI though? Do they just give up their longer form tournaments for say T10? Honestly, that is my advice, give up. And I also think the reason I say that is because I think you're also more likely to be competitive against the countries above you in a slightly shorter format. Because typically countries above you will have more depth, which is more useful in a longer form game. Whereas in a T10 or a T20, you know, you can have one guy have a heater and you can win cricket matches. So yeah, I honestly would say in Europe, for example, you're wasting your time. Except for, you know, some people like it, maybe at the social level, to play games that are a bit longer. I just think that's the evolution. I know some people might not like to hear that, but I think that's just the reality. And the ICC kind of reflecting what people are wanting to play and people are wanting to watch as well. So those two things. It's a lot easier to give up, say, 4 hours of your day, you know, when you're balancing family commitments, work commitments, personal commitments, than to play 50 over cricket. It takes literally the whole day. Last ball for Matthew here in the 14th. Driven, it's Jabakel coming out at 9, so just the Mungals to come. Tell you what, don't get out France though. We're looking for one last push from their 4-prong pace battery. And there are 3 spinners in here as well. So 14 overs down, 69 for 7. So if they can grab a few early wickets, France will feel that they can pull this off. 6 overs to go. 7 wickets down. I mean, what's realistic? So run a ball here with 7 wickets down. Gets you to 105. Well, Malta only made 106 when these two teams met on Monday in a close one. Dave Beach has come and looked at the score and said, well, what's happened to France? Well, a whole bunch of wickets has happened. This has always been the concern with France. Are prone to the odd batting collapse, and it's kind of what's happened here. Now here's Wakar, who went off the field after he bowled 2 overs, but he did take 3 early wickets, including 2 in his first over. He's got 3 for 7. Hello to Tim Kluger. Good to have you with us. He said, yeah, looking forward to finals day. Looks like the hosts are doing quite well. Yeah, you could say that, Tim. Nice to have you with us once again, and everyone else, of course, that's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and watching on Fancode in the subcontinent. Here we go. Wakar's back. And he gets a dot first up. Yeah, so I mean, he looked pretty fit then. Yeah, the real concern is his fitness, obviously. Malta, if they win this, they'll go through to the final. And obviously, he'll probably have to back up then. Straight over the stumps. But there's a bit of a tradition already in the, I suppose, the fairly short history of the Valletta Cup of upsets on finals day. You know, teams bucking the trend. And I know these two, they finished level on points, but for sure, France had to be favourites coming into this. Last time they met, France won by 30 runs. Also the higher ranked team by some distance. Third time lucky for Pedro Picaran. Walker's just that yard quicker, isn't he? But obviously some concerns about his fitness. I said he was looking a bit tired. Obviously a bit banged up as well. We saw him icing that knee when he went off the field. And it was straight away after his fourth over. He went straight off. He was off for 12 minutes. Which isn't too long, I suppose. Good Yorker here. Don't think they'll get two here. Bowler and fielder converge. So you've lost basically your top 7 bats now. You're right down to 8, 9, 10 and 11 to try and get you out of a hole against the Maltese spearhead, who's still got 8 deliveries to bowl. So it's kind of worked out well in a way because the guys in the middle that have picked up the slack from Malta have bowled really well. Goes upstairs. Current can't deal with it. Yeah, it's about head height. Won't be called a wide, but it will be the one for the over. Last ball, the 15th. Freedy searching for a 4th wicket. And he won't get it just yet, at least. As that's stroked away. Zishan, I'm sure we'll see opening the batting in the second half of this game. He does the fielding, and at the end of 15 overs, France 72 for 7. So yeah, talking in quarters, so 5 over quarters. 18 off the first 5. They lost 4 wickets in there. They didn't lose a wicket in the second 5. They got 29. And that third 5, they get 25. So, not really happening. Not even 5 and over total at the moment. Yeah, Keanu, I think talking about formats of cricket and the amount of time it plays that gets taken to play these matches. Yeah, T10, as far as playing, T10 actually for me, if I was to play, that's all I'd want to play. Maybe T20 at a pinch, but I think I haven't played T10 fairly recently. I played a tournament in Prague a couple of weeks ago. I loved it. Even if you play multiple matches in the day, at least you've got the option. So some people might be able, say you were playing 3 T10 matches in a row, then that's fine. You can kind of mix and match your team. Pretty good shot. But straight at the fielder. Yeah, so it means that, say, guys that can only play half the day, they can still get a game. Some guys might only want to play the morning. Whereas, you know, when you play a 50 over game or something like that, once you're in, you're kind of obligated for the whole day, aren't you? You can't kind of just say, oh yeah, I can turn up at 2 o'clock. Yeah, I really enjoyed playing T10. Also gives you a bit of downtime. So the format we had in Prague, often we'd have a game in the morning and then we'd have a game in the afternoon, and in between you can be a bit more social. You know, you can go watch some other games, you can have something to eat, something to drink, socialise a little bit. This one's a little bit straight, but field's well placed. Zishan cleans up. Yeah, so I think it's just the way the world's going. In general, it seems like people have a bit of a shorter attention span these days. They expect instant gratification. Abbas is back. And now they're going to take on a 2. Good throw, has him in trouble, and I think he's going to be gone. He is, he's run out. And it's a very good throw out there. Zishan Khan picks it up. It was always a questionable second, wasn't it? And really, given the game situation, I don't think it was completely necessary. But France trying to take something on. And they've lost another batter. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, I mean, it's gone by a fair bit here. Puts in the big dive, but to no avail. Jabakel. He gets to his end safely, but Bakaran. Pardon me. Yeah, Jabakel is the man that goes, but 75 for 8. And now it's just the Mongols to come. What a performance from Malta. Elders Matthew, 3 overs, 2 for 17. I was a little bit surprised actually that they didn't continue with him, but I suppose now in this stage you're kind of managing your bowlers. They've still got options like Rafidi Ahmed. Imagine the way he's going, he'll probably continue. I think you're going for the kill now. You're trying to bowl him out. Push and run, but fumble from Jassi. Yes, I think now with 8 down, you bowl your bowlers that you think are more likely to take wickets, and then you don't have to worry about who's going to bowl later. Aurora, the only bowler to have bowled out. We've literally got 1 over left for each of the other 4 bowlers. Tabakel, nice looking shot. Tell you what though, if there's one team that I think can defend 80, I think they're batting right now, France. They fire up and take those early wickets. Keep the game alive. That Malta might have a few nervous moments ahead. Anyway, 16 overs in, and France are 77 for 8. Yeah, they are going to bring back Lockhart to bowl out. That's exactly what I'd do. He looked dangerous. He's going to zero in at the stumps. This is one time that you can probably kind of deviate from your regular T20 tactics of trying to hang the ball outside the off stump. You can kind of go at the stumps a bit more. Try and clean these guys up. You're 2 balls away from ending it. Afridi. Some good pace. Slips. Hopefully he's all right there. We know that he struggled with his knee. It looked like his left knee that he was icing when he went off the field after bowling his first 2 overs. Slip on the right foot though that time, just evening things out. Dave is watching from France. I wonder what he thinks of it at the moment. I think they were just making doubly sure they had enough infielders, and they do. The top scorer in this innings was jointly held by Dawud Ahmadzai and Usman Khan with 18. And now another wicket. It's a 4th for Afridi as Mungal nicks off, and France down to their last man. 78 for 9. Afridi brought back. Maybe does a little bit, just in that corridor of uncertainty. Little edge through to Sudasan, and he takes another catch. Really a disappointment for France. And Rahmatullah, just a single for him. He's in company though. And Hossain Ahmed for 2. Jackson for 0. Kalami for 1. Kanasani for 1. Rahmatullah Mungal for 1. And it's Rohula at number 11. And there's still 22 balls to bat. Now you're just going in fairly defensive mode. Run a ball if you can get it. Run a ball, squeeze 100. Oh, what a catch. And it's all over. Well, this innings at least. Unbelievable catch. And guess what? Wakar Afridi takes 5 wickets. And that's Gopothakur in there. He knocks it up. It was just full-on reaction catch. It was a pretty good shot, to be honest, from Rahul Mangal. Absolutely smacked it, but the short cover, it's in there more to save the single than anything. Look at how fast this goes off the bat. And incredible fielding. Knocked up and had the presence of mind to take it on the rebound. And Gopi takes a screamer. Waka Afridi with 5 wickets. And that's the end of the innings. France have been bowled out here in the qualifier for 78. Unbelievable. It's the lowest score of the week by some distance as well. But like I said, if there's one team I think that can defend 78, a bit of a miracle match. But France have the bowling to do it, but they're banged up. It's their 9th game of the week. I think Malta, as long as they make any kind of semi-reasonable start, they can cruise to victory. But what a performance. And Waka Afridi will take a bow. He finishes with figures of 3.3 overs, 5 for 11. It's the first 5-wicket haul this week in Malta. And well, sit back, relax, especially if you're watching from the island of Malta. You'll enjoy what you see here. Miguel forced Action Jackson to drive one. Shoulder high to cover. Aurora took the catch. And although Zayn Ahmed looked solid enough early, he's been okay at the top of the order. But then he chopped on. First of Afridi's wickets, he would end up taking 4 more. And poor France, they just cannot get it going with the bat. They sent out Dawood Ahmedzai as, I think, a bit of a counter-attacking option, but he kind of had to change roles, didn't he? Because he lost Gulami, caught behind, chasing a wideish one. Another wicket to Afridi. And there are a few close moments as well with the running between the wickets. Yeah, but Kanasane, he's been in good form, but then he got castled and things went from bad to worse. Ahmedzai kind of went into his shell a little bit as he was joined by Usman Khan. And Usman came out, and we know that he's a very good striker of the ball, but the boundaries kind of dried up for the most part, although that was a rare exception. Cut going all the way. But yeah, Malta, the power of continuing to take wickets and not letting partnership develop. Ahmedzai got a nasty one in the helmet. Usman went after a sweep off a ball that looked fairly adjacent, and he had to go, hit him on the back leg. And yeah, Aurora, he liked it. The umpire agreed. That was a key wicket because Usman has been the man to get them out of jail most of the week. And then Ahmedzai was pushed across by Matthew, who once again did a very tidy job in the middle of the innings. He's been a bit of a find with the ball for Malta, hasn't he? Seen him bowling a fair bit for the Knights, but he's reproducing it at international level. Pirabakaran got the only bad ball from Aurora, really. I suppose this one would count as well. Went to the boundary. Amjad whacked a big 6 off a free hit, but then he was out in the very next ball. So France, they just couldn't take a trick, could they? And then self-inflicted here, going for a second that wasn't really on. And that was an unnecessary run out. And the Mangals, when you're down to them with balls to play, you know, it's probably not the way you thought it was going. To be honest, this last wicket, quite incredible. That's gone like a laser beam. First ball, number 11, who's normally the worst batter in the team, smacks it, but then somehow gets knocked up and taken on the rebound by Gopothakur. It was just almost the perfect innings from Malta. They bowled, they fielded pretty well, and they had that little bit of luck as well. And that last wicket's a good example of they had that little bit of luck. Plus, you know, France shot themselves on the foot a little bit as well. 18's the top score for Ahmedzai, who was thrown in at number 4, and Usman Khan in the middle order. Apart from that, Pirabakaran makes double figures. He makes 13. Amjad makes 10, but everybody else struggling to get started. And even with 10 extras in there, they're only able to manage 78. Well, head and shoulders above the rest. Waka Afridi Ahmed, 5 for 11 off his 3.5 overs. Went off after his second over. There were some concerns. Would he come back? Would he be fit? He came on and cleaned up the tail towards the end. 2 wickets also to Matthew. I think he did a very good job. 2 for 17 off his 3. Wickets also for Miguel early. And Aurora was able to pick up Usman Khan, LBW. And even Abbas didn't take a wicket, but didn't go for too many at all. So we'll take a break, and when we return, Malta for a place in the final And if they get there, it'll be a rematch of the 2021 final 2 years ago. So we'll be back in about 15 minutes. 79 will be the victory target for the hosts. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Hope you're enjoying the morning. Plenty of cricket happening around Europe once again. We'll see you after the break here in Malta for more Valletta Cup.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to Malta time for the second half of this crucial match. It's a qualifier to start finals day. Two teams show, one team stays, one has to go, one goes through to the final against Switzerland later on in the decider. It's been a big program for these two teams. This is their 9th match this week. And it's going to be a bit of a surprise here because they're going to open up with Dawood Ahmadzai, the wrist spinner. So, I mean, they've got a 4-prong pace attack, but I think they're deciding, let's do something a bit different. Let's try and burgle some early wickets. And I think it's the last thing that the openers would have been expecting. So we've got Zishan Khan out there with Fanyan Magal from Malta. And certainly, I don't mind it. If you're going to defend 78, and that is the score after France were bowled out in 16.5 overs, and you're going to have to take some calculated gambles. And this is one here first up. It's Ahmadzai to get us underway. Zishan can't get it away. Zishan having a very good week with about 115, the first century of the week. And then 98 not out. Following up with another big innings, but he just kind of looked the goods this week, hasn't he? But this is something he hasn't really had to deal with. Spin with the new ball. Ahmadzai's one guy. His heart is bigger than his arm muscles, and that's pretty big. He's always trying 110% for France. He's the guy they turn to for inspiration. Steps across, plays it on length. This is a big chase down there. Running away, and that's going to be 4. There's Zishan. No pace or spin. He doesn't really care. He's going to go for his shots early. Probably a fraction short from Ahmadzai. Just a fraction. I think his best chance of getting Zishan is to draw him forward and draw him into an error. And Malta get off to a good start. Turns it a bit both ways depending on what he's trying to do here. Ahmadzai is better and handled by Kanasana at point. I just think if you draw him forward, then you can kind of put that little bit of doubt in his mind as to which way it's turning. Yeah, good to see supporters in here as well. It's going to be a huge day of cricket. Finding some shade, probably one of the most important things if you're going to come watch the cricket here today. A little bit short again. Zishan gets to the bottom edge. Past Action Jackson, who's back behind the stumps for France after missing the 20-over fielding innings last night against Luxembourg with what I think was a bit of heat exhaustion. Anyway, he's back and he'll want to pull off a bit of brilliance with the gloves. Magal, let's see how he deals with Ahmadzai. Probably by slogging leg side. Slogs him leg side. Doesn't get past the fielder. Galami does the fielding. Want to say a quick hello to Woody. John Woodward in the chat saying, good morning, everyone. Just watched Sweden smash 160 plus against Portugal. Reckons they have that in the bag, so he jumped over to see if Malta can carry on to get this run chase. Well, it could be a tense one. Another over spinner from Ahmadzai, and that's the end of the over. So another worst over, but Malta, they do what they need to do. They negotiate it. 6 without loss after 1. So now we'll see a pace option, I'm pretty sure, from the City end. I think we'll see, I guess would have been Amjad, maybe Rahmatullah Mangal. There's no Warnakula Saria in the lineup for France. So they miss his seam bowling. 71 days until the ECC. It's the Euros of cricket. 31 nations will descend on Malaga in Spain. 3rd edition of that tournament. So tomorrow it will be 10 weeks exactly until we're there. And guess what? Both these teams, they'll be there. France, actually, we'll see them on opening day. They're in Group A. Malta are actually grouped with Switzerland and Romania, who are all here this week in Group E. So we'll see them at the start of week 3. But yeah, join us. And for more information, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com. There you go. There's the groups. So look, down the bottom of Group E, you've got Malta there, plus Romania, plus Switzerland. Cyprus, I mean, I think they're around the same kind of level. England 11 would be favourites in that group, given their previous performances. But we know that think the bridge between the quote-unquote established cricket-playing countries and the continental countries has definitely been bridged to an extent. And we think we saw that in the ECL as well. I mean, we saw the Bulgarian side, Indo-Bulgarians, beating defending champions, or previous champions, I should say, VOC Rotterdam. And at Magal, I think this is a shoe issue. And anyway, it's just going to take a little bit of a moment. So while he sorts himself out, why don't we have a little bit of a look at where we're at on finals day. So basically the top three had a chance to win the trophy. The bottom two, Luxembourg and Romania, unfortunately they don't. We'll see them in the fourth place playoff. And that game is due to kick off in about 2 hours. But yeah, France and Malta, only one of them can face Switzerland. Yeah, Switzerland really, they've been a class act so far. But if Malta do what you'd expect them to do here and win this, we'll have a rematch of 2021. And that was when Switzerland kind of got through to the final undefeated and Malta beat them. That was the only time that Malta have won the Valletta Cup. Second edition back in 2021. Anyway, it looks like Magal is ready to go. And they're going for Pirabakaran. So they've got kind of the more medium pace of their 4 seam up options. Here he is over number 2. I think that Pirabakaran does swing the ball. It'll be a wide first up, but he'll take the ball away from the right-hander. Yeah, so back in that series, was in October 2021. Switzerland, they won their 3 round-robin matches. It was a 4-team tournament back then, but then Malta, they beat Switzerland in the final, batting first, making 176 and holding Switzerland to 170. Got to say, I'm a little bit surprised that they're going for Pirabakaran. I mean, has had the knack of taking wickets early, but we haven't seen him much this week, so it'll be fresh. But I think there's a definite tactic here to take a little bit of the pace off the ball to these guys that kind of want the pace. But then again, that's France's go-to. They've got really quick bowlers. And so, yes, it's a risk. They might go for runs, but they can also wreck the top order. So yeah, Action Jackson coming up to the stumps. They're trying to put the squeeze on Magal. He's just a bit of a wild card at the top. He's there to swing away. A little bit careful this time. Hit straight to no man Amjad. He took a sensational catch last night and just ran into the boundary. It was a bit inconclusive on the replay about whether he got it off in time. I think they gave it 6, thought his foot hit the boundary, but I mean, took that catch on the boundary after running all the way from the circle. Another wide. Good stuff by Action Jackson, who makes the stop. Pirabakaran getting that movement, but he hasn't got the direction right so far. This is a great bit of work up to the stumps. Look how far he had to go. Excellent wicket keeping. Oh, another very quick bit of work. So it creates another mode of dismissal, brings the stumping into play. Have a look at that. Takes it really quickly. It takes it down to the stumps, but Magal keeps that foot planted. Pirabakaran a bit more on target that time. Well, this is driven in the air, driven nicely, running away. Doesn't quite get there. And some indecision about a second. In the end, they settle for 1. It's well handled. They've got the fielder out there at long on. And he's a little bit less straight than normal, and that's, I think, because of the outswing that Pirabakaran's getting. So you're not expecting the ball to be driven straight. Probably more towards cover. That's where that one went. So a long single for Magal. Zishan has a look at Pirabakaran. And he wants to go aerially. He does. He goes over the infield. He goes over the outfield as well. Maximo! So really, Pirabakaran in the cold light of day hasn't really worked. And not that many to play with. I think we'll probably see some changes pretty shortly. Some things don't change. Zishan whacking boundaries early on. It's been a consistent feature this week. Malta, after having a real up and down week, and who can forget when they lost to Luxembourg on the last ball earlier in the week. It's a long time ago now. Oh, now he's knocked over. It was a little fake step from Zishan. Stepped away, stepped back, and gets yorked. Not for the first time in the series either. So Pira Bakaran, he was a little bit all over the shot, but he does have the big wicket of Zishan Khan. I suppose all's well that ends well as far as this over goes anyway. Malta do have 16, but they lose their playmaker. Zishan Khan, he's going to have to go for 11 off just 6 balls, and Malta 16 for 1. See their little kind of fake step. I don't think it does that much. I think sometimes it kind of puts off the batter more than the bowler. The design of that is trying to get the bowler to follow you. But I think it was pretty obvious. Zishan wasn't going anywhere. Now he has to. It's all about the length there. Pira Bakaran, he's a swing bowler, and by pitching it up, he gets that movement. That was a good ball. So Zishan, I mean, look, he'll take 11 off him. Obviously wants more, but you're only chasing 79. And Gopal Thakur comes in at number 3. I thought they might have gone for Jaspal Singh after his half century scored yesterday, but Gopi, he's playing his first week of international cricket, and he's been pretty good so far. He's looked good, hasn't really made a big score though. So he'll want to do something about that. And Pira Bakaran gets the wicket. Does that mean he gets another over or not? Or do you maybe go to your established openers? Kua knocks into the leg side. And this will be the end of the second over. So a successful one for France. Malta lose Zishan. And it's 17-1 after 2. Yeah, so what do you do now? Do you go back to your spearheads? Have a look at the table. France and Malta only net run rates separated them. And Luxembourg, they got so close to the 3, didn't they? Needed to win in 17 overs last night. They won in 18.5. So that was how close Malta got to getting knocked out of the tournament. But they did survive, and now they've got 1 foot in the final. Ahmadzai is going to continue. Yeah, if I was an opening batter, I'd find it pretty difficult to take on Ahmadzai, so I don't mind this. Oh, yeah, well bowled. That almost comes back. Comes back a little bit, I think. There's a lot of overspin on this because he's so whippy. It's not easy to pick. It's not a huge side spinner of the ball. And now, well, this is unbelievable. You know what? This is going to be 5. You wouldn't read about it. Hits the edge of the pitch. And, oh, France. They won't believe this. This is really bad luck. I mean, it's a run-out chance. You've got to throw the ball. And he does. It hits the edge of the pit. And believe it or not, Magal's going to get 5 here. Have a look at this. And it actually deflects so far off the edge of that pitch that it's gone to the boundary and didn't really take a lot of pace off the ball either. So hold on. So that's 5. So he should be facing, I don't think. So what's going on there? They've put him back to the striker's end, but it's got to be 5 because he definitely thrown it. They definitely crossed when he'd thrown it. I can't work out what's happened there because they put him back on strike. And I actually think that's an error. We'll have to see how it's scored. Yeah, they've got that wrong. Gopal just wanders back to the non-striker's end. Oh, close one. Umpire says no. Let's have a look on the replay. Oh, you know what? That bat had a little bit of a jump before it came in. I think it was maybe just down again in time. You see, it had a little jump. Pretty close. You can't really see because of the foot of Jackson. All right, this is up in the air. It's going to get over the infield. And this is going to run away for 4 as well. So, yeah, France is being teased. And I do apologise. It was Takua that pushed and ran earlier in the over. But, yeah, nothing going right for France. Their tournament's kind of unravelled a little bit here. And that's also the end of the over. And so end of 3, the score is 27 for 1. And I mean, ball hitting the edge of the pitch, it doesn't really get more unlucky than that, to be honest. And France now, they're not just defending 79, they're defending 52. And there's still 17 overs to go, so only hope for France is a big collapse. And yeah, we still haven't seen Amjad. We still haven't seen Ramatullah Mangal. Pierre Buchanan did take a wicket though, so he earns the second over. Mangal pushes, gets 1. So John Woody, as I like to call him in the chat, saying he might get over to Khartoum for the ECC Group A. Hit pretty well. And this is going to go to the boundary as well. So really, right now, France searching for answers. Takua's come out, and he was the man actually hit that 5 that bounced off the edge of the pitch on the throw. And now he's cracked that away to the boundary, and like I said, he's looked good without going on with it so far. Oh, this one I think is going to be buys. Probably just the 1 buy in the end. Jackson gets a piece of it. Oh, actually, no, yep, it's been signalled buys. I think for some reason I thought it was Funyan that was in danger of getting run out. That's why I thought that he'd hit it, but actually that confirmed, and went back and had a look. It was Takua who hit it, and he would have been run out except for the throw deflecting away. This is upish. Amjad can't get down to it in time. I mean, also we're focusing on the tournament ramifications, but it's also a fully fledged T20 international. So Malta, the lower ranked of the 2 teams here, and there'll be extra points given the system for beating an opponent above them, assuming they do this. Not a bad looking drive this time either. As Takua gets 1. Yeah, so Woody, it would be great if you were there. He's got to complete the league fixtures first, of course. Plays his cricket in Madrid CC. Woody, hopefully you're well. Hopefully see you soon. Oh, well, that's trouble. This one doesn't really swing. It's too short. It's helped round the corner. Magal gets 4. And, well, the invaders are in. And right now, Malta, they're halfway there already after 4 overs. It's 39 for 1. Hello to Celeste, who's watching from South Africa. Good to have you with us. And yeah, Keanu just putting a comment in the chat as well, saying now ECN has had its first non-European team. Who will be the first non-European T10 side? Yeah, because we saw Thailand in the T20IWs during the week. I think it's inevitable ECN will spread around the world. I mean, if Australia can be in Eurovision, then I think ECN can really branch out as well. Well, having a look at that, that kind of shows you the magnitude of the task for France. Malta just need to stay above that red line, and right now they're taking off. And having said that, still in single digits, 9.75 and over. So Ahmedzai can't get the breakthrough. They're going to go to Rahula Mangal here. So Rahula Mangal, typically he's been bowling at the death, or at least second half, but they're going to bring him on early. Ramatullah of the two Mangal brothers, and they're young. They're only 20 and 19 respectively. There you see them at the bottom of the screen, 37 and 35. But they're going to bowl Rahula. And they're just hoping they can get this breakthrough. So 39 for 1 after 4. If you do want to drop us a message, I always enjoy it. ECN European Cricket Network. Next game is the 4 versus 5. And a big game for both sides. I mean, they both had a bit of a tough week. Luxembourg had a great day yesterday. They were kind of beaten up before the start of play, thinking, oh, it's going to be a pretty rough couple of days. But then they pulled a couple of wins out, including a memorable chase against France last night. And then, as for Romania, well, they lost to Luxembourg yesterday, and they are without a win. And they're last year's champions. And so, yeah, Romania last year, they beat Malta in the final. That was after Malta went undefeated in that series. But, I mean, things are shaping up. That will have a rematch of 2021 when Malta beat Switzerland. Funnily enough, Switzerland hasn't lost a game up until the final. Going back to 2019, it was the only time Malta went in the final, Czech Republic, beating a Hungarian 11 back then. Great tournament. Obviously, we had the Valletta Cup, which has been a 5-team tournament in the second half this week. Medina Cup was great as well, but it does mean that these two teams you're seeing out there, they're certainly playing a lot of cricket. So Malta in the final, that'll be their 10th match in 7 days. And they're playing a Swiss team that are just kind of looking like millionaires, really, because they've only played 4 games, have cruised through. Finished at about 10 p.m. the other night when they beat France off the last ball. So not even the heat of the day. So they'll just be kicking back right now, enjoying watching these teams slog it out. Anyway, here's Rahula. Oh no, loses the first one with a lot of movement, and that's probably going to run away. And it does run away for 5 wides. Well, this one bends a lot. And it goes down the leg side and just keeps on swinging. And, oh well, after that delay, just have a look at how much this swings, and it keeps swinging away from Jackson, who he could have been about 9'6", and he still wasn't going to stop that. And France just cannot get anything going here. And it's sad, because it looks like this will be the last we'll see of the French team this week. They're a team that have won a lot of fans. They play their cricket passionately. Obviously a team we saw in the ECC last year. Maybe it's a bit of revenge for Malta. Remember, last year, France never won a game in their Group C of the ECC, the Euros of Cricket, but then France beat Malta twice and essentially knocked Malta out of that competition. Sneaks inside, Rahula with a rubber neck, looks around, a little bit concerned it might be called, but I think it's just inside for me. Good call by the umpire. Yeah, so that was a crazy group, actually. Malta were actually watching in the Sunset Beach Club, and if France beat Belgium, who at that stage were top of the table, or lost them narrowly, then France could actually sneak ahead on net run rate. In the end, it was a golden ball, and Malta had to go, and it was raining cats and dogs at the end. Anyway, this is a little bit short, turned away, and again Rahula, he looks a bit tired and banged up, and that's going to go all the way. Maximal! Not the Kua already. He's flying, isn't he? Yeah, Gopi plays his cricket for the Southern Crusaders here in Malta. When his previous highest score was 17. He's already gone past that. He's only played twice. He scored 9 and 17 so far. It's only his 3rd T20 international, but he looks at home, doesn't he? Short again, goes on the uppercut. There's 2 fielders back to protect this, but neither one can get it. It's perfectly placed. The 50s come up, and they're still motoring here. And the Kua is seeing Malta home. Just hasn't happened for France. They gambled with pace off early. Well, they did get the wicket of Zishan, but have also been leaky, and they've also had the universe kind of conspiring against them. The 4 overthrows off the side of the pitch, for example. Takua's a guy we've seen a fair bit of, though, playing for the Crusaders here. And we should be back in November for another European Cricket Series. We actually kicked off the ECS season here. He's a guy who scored a couple of 50s in the ECS, and Crusaders, pretty consistent side. That's been called a no ball as well. So going from bad to worse, it must have been for overstepping there. Going round the wicket then, free hit. Doesn't really get it, but he will get one. Throw sails in, but really stings out of this already. You got to feel for France. Equally, I guess you got to be excited for Malta, who had a bit of a scare Luxembourg last night. Literally, if Luxembourg had done it 11 balls quicker, Malta wouldn't even be in this position. And here they are with one foot in the final. This is upish, but again, Lux on Malta's side. Although this is going to be run out. Wow, what a piece of work. And yeah, there's just some indecision there. And poor Gopi, I mean, look, probably won't matter too much because I think they're going to do this pretty easily. But Magal knocked it up. Gopal was pretty keen for a run. I think there was a run there. He was turned around. And France hit the target. He's gone by some distance here. So he's going to have to go run out there on striker's end. Excellent piece of fielding. He knocked up there. Have a look. Picks it up, throws. It was to his wrong side, Zayn Ahmed. But that's excellent fielding, and you can see there, didn't even get the chance to get close. And yeah, very easy call for the umpire. But how about that? Zayn Ahmed, little bit of magic, but they need plenty more of that. They need a miracle really from here, but Malta lose their number 3, and they're 56 for 2. It's a bit unlucky for Gopal, but look, get the bad luck out of the way in a game that looks like you're going to win pretty comfortably now. Just 23 required for victory. Still ages to go. I mean, they need 1.5 and over. So the only way they could possibly lose is if there's an epic collapse and they lose all 8 remaining wickets for 22 or less. Great fielding though. Could have used that one instead of hitting the edge of the pitch and giving away a 5 earlier. Gopal got the 5 on that occasion. This is short and it's dispatched. So Rahul Mangal can bang it in. Magal just sweats on it. Goes large. Maximo. And Malta cruising at the moment. Fanyan. Very strong on the leg side, we know that. It's got a very open stance. He can kind of carve it 3-point as well, but his technique means he's just better than most at fetching balls from outside the off stump and taking them leg side. Last ball of the over. Yeah, this time he does go through point as advertised. I think that's going to run for 4. It doesn't. That's actually a really good bit of fielding on the point boundary. Because that one I thought was running away. So France, credit to them. It's a bit of a hopeless situation, but they're still fighting for every run. A lot of pride in this team. Have a look at that. Zayn Ahmed pulled out that run out earlier in the over. This time puts his body on the line. Taps it back, but can't stop the 2. End of the 5th over, and the score 64 for 2. So it's also a really productive 5 over quarter, isn't it? I mean, if you look at the pace they're going at kind of 256 pace. It's very good scoring rate. And how about that? Magical over from Mungo. Remember, it started with 5 wides. And then from there, it didn't get much better. A further 20 runs would come off the over. And don't forget, there was a wicket in that over. That run out of Takua. So now we're going to see Jabakel get a bowl with his off spin. So yeah, Jabakel didn't get a bowl yesterday. I thought it was a bit curious against Luxembourg, as Vidge, the left-hander, was was managing to put the bowling away, and they had this off spinner up their sleeve. They never used him. Bikram Arora replaces Thakur, face for the first time. So, just 15 required for victory. Really, we're getting to the stage where every over could be the last. Jamakel still finding his way in the team. Aurora, his first ball. Well, this one just sneaks in, I think. And Jamakel, he's only young, he's 20 years of age. Just gets that one to sneak inside. Aurora pushes, runs, gets the single. Yeah, so we still haven't seen Noman Amjad, the captain. He ordinarily would open the bowling. We still haven't seen Rahmatullah Mangal. No Warner Kulasaria in the side. And this is when it comes down to managing your squad through a 9 or 10 game week. I think Malta have had the luxury, I suppose, of being able to call on a few more local replacements, something that France haven't been able to do. I'm trying to think of how many players we've probably seen play for Malta this week. My guess would be maybe about 17, whereas France have kind of been limited to 13, 14. McKeon actually, big loss for them. Having to leave after Thursday's matches. Not bad from Jamakel. Might be able to hear the fireworks in the background. I've mentioned that it's the Feast of San Sebastian this weekend, but they don't really care what time of day it is here in Malta. They will just let them fly. I've bowled again from Jamakel. And then when there's not fireworks, there's cannons. And when there's not cannons, there's church bells playing all kinds of tunes around here. It's very melodious. Funyan's had about enough of it, but just get the one here. Oh, have a look at that arm. Even though Action Jackson gives some pretty quick feedback about what he thought of that throw, bouncing just in front of him. That'll be the end of the over, end of 6. And Malta, 66 for 2. So it's pretty clear. Who will we see in the final now? Switzerland got to qualify in top place, so they qualify automatically for the final. It's 2 p.m. GMT, which is 4 o'clock in Central Europe, and 7:30 p.m. in India later on. Looks like Malta will be filling that spot. Next up, we'll have Luxembourg, Romania. And for the first time, we're going to have a very early finish. It's quite incredible that in 6 days and a bit, this is our first early finish, but that will start on time. That's in around about an hour and 25 minutes. So stay tuned. And that's going to be a pretty hard-fought match. Romania, this is their final, basically. The final chance to get a win. Luxembourg, let's see if they can ride the high of yesterday where they won both matches, beating the Romanians first up and then squeezing out an unlikely win against France at dusk. Winning with 7 balls to spare, chasing down a big score. So yeah, now we're going to get Rahmatullah Mangal. I thought we might see him. Let's see if he can grab a consolation wicket. Oh, a little edge, but third man in place. Yeah, that game last night, that was a proper classic, wasn't it? Luxembourg conceded 187 to France. Yeah, they kind of had it on the ropes early, but France batted really well to get to 187. They needed 188 in 17 overs if they were to qualify in the top 3. They kind of just went for it. And I said at the time, it wasn't about strategy because, okay, let's say you just miss out in the 17 over chase. You still might be in the frame to win the game. And they somehow did it in the 19th. Action Jackson backs back and can't deal with this. Ball that was chopped into the ground from Aurora. Yeah, so that was quite an incredible run chase with Halbavi getting them off to a good start. Again, just narrowly missing out on his first ever T20 International 50. And Veach continues his good week with the bat and the ball. But Anup Orisu, what a wild card at number 8. Cracking. A 2-runner ball 50. Coming in at 110 for 6. And those two ended up seeing them all the way. This one's a good call, I think. Just sneaks inside the tram line. See the feet not really going anywhere. Just reaching out. Malta. Well, in a way, they will get a bit more of a rest than they would have thought. Though they did have to field for 16.5 overs this morning. I suppose that's before it gets too hot. Another ball gets chopped behind. Now France, I'm excited to see them again soon. If we don't see them in ECI cricket again soon, we'll see them in 10 weeks at the ECC. And I think they'll be a lot better for the run as well. I mean, last year was the first time we saw them in the ECC, and they just need to find some runs. And I think they've kind of worked out their batting in short form a bit more than when we saw them last year. It'd be great if they had McKee on, but even if they don't, I mean, you saw Zayn Ahmed at the top doing a good job, and Action Jackson, he's slightly short of boundaries, obviously, in the ECC as well. Galami steps across, keeps this to 1. But they certainly have an attack that'll put shivers down the spines of most batters in the ECC. It's just unfortunate, yeah, that the longer the week's gone, you can kind of see the week take their toll on the French bowlers. And like I say, it'll spur them to come back even stronger. Oh, edged and gone. And so Aurora won't be able to do too much. And once again, Zayn Ahmed doing a good job. This is to his preferred side. So Ramatullah Mungal does come up with the consolation wicket. It's all academic at the moment, but still. France, they're fighting out every ball. Malta lose Aurora for just 2. And it's also at the end of the over, 69 for 3. Well bowled. I mean, just gets him prodding, again, kind of playing for the crease. And Zayn Ahmed, he's tried his hardest. But yeah, the volume of runs that they've conceded early on just means that they just don't really have enough runs to play with. Enough runs to turn this around, even with the most dramatic of collapses. Hello to Rob Thompson, watching from New Zealand. And look, don't worry, there will be a bit of a break of, I think, over an hour before we get back on the park here. But you can spend that time productively, and by productively I mean turn over to Rico and Charlie in Hungary, because right now the ECI is on. Final 4 matches there today. And it does seem like a bit of a 2-horse race there. And Sweden making 162 and just spotting what's going on there. There's a bit of a game on. Yeah, so look forward to maybe catching the end of that. Let's see if Malta can just get us out of this one. Yeah, so Portugal needing 31 of 14. They could chase down 163, the highest ever ECI chase. And it'll only be the 3rd ever successful 160s chase on ECN. And don't forget their 10 over matches over there in Hungary, ECI T10. Anyway, Jamakel gets another over. McCall gets him to jump over one. Jaspal Singh, the new batter, he scored his 2nd ever T20 International half-century yesterday. Batted really well. Really no pressure. Everyone biding their time in this match. Yeah, so a lot of people thinking that game was dead, including Woody, who popped over here because he said, looks like Portugal are going to go down. But I mean, at the halfway point, they were well ahead of the rate. Next ball from Jamakel. Picks Jaspal. So yeah, I'll definitely have my eye on that in the break. Oh, pretty close. Umpire says no. Yeah, I suppose the issue here maybe hits him outside the line. Let's have a look at it from behind. Doesn't turn too much. Oof. Tell you what, missing by much. That angle makes it look like it's going down leg side. That angle from mid off. But umpire had some doubt. Maybe a bit of bat in it as well that we didn't pick up. Valletta just taking their time, get these last few. And we get one here. Jamakel, to his credit, he's been really good. That's why I found it quite surprising he didn't get a go yesterday, especially with the left-hander doing some damage in Vikram Vij. Another good ball. Playing for a turn that's not there. So Jaspal has 5 goes and comes up with donuts. But it's the end of the 8th over. Malta 20. 70, I should say. 70 for 3 after 8. I was going to say 25 required off the last 10, becomes 19 off 9. And I'll excuse you if you do want to head over there for the ending, because yeah, just don't see chases that high very often. You can see they tried a couple of different options early, but yeah, it didn't really work, although they did get the early wicket of Zishan. Ramatullah gets another over after picking up the wicket of Aurora. He has to face Magal. Plays him nicely. Magal's been good here. I think Magal is one of those guys, sometimes I think he likes a bit more pace on the ball. Sometimes at the ECS level he's just got too much time. Kind of gets him in trouble a little bit. Starts trying to horn everything over mid-wicket, but here you can see that was a nice shot. On top of the bounce, back and across. Nine to win. All right, it's hit pretty well. It's going to get over the fielder, and that's going to go for 4. Gets them closer. It's good contact. Probably less than a metre over the outstretched arm of Gulami at mid-on. Again, this is a ball a fair bit outside of stump, but that's what he likes to do. Kind of shuffles across and gets good contact. I've got to say, I'm happy to have a few guests in the commentary box. There's JJ Nowdy in the background. But Andy as well. Big supporters of Maltese cricket. I know JJ, he's been here a few times now. I know he's been loving his opportunity to maybe sneak onto the camera. That was his chance. Anyway, 5 to win. They won't run here. They will stay at 5. Tell you what, Junaid Khan is doing the damage, and maybe some of the Maltese viewers will remember Junaid from the Portuguese side that took part in the T20 internationals in Gibraltar early in the year when Malta, Portugal and Gibraltar played in the tri-series. We covered that as well. Angled away. It's been good. Fumbles it just as I say that, but run out and the catch in this innings. I think that him opening the batting is something we might see in the ECC from them, if they don't have McKeon, that is. Also, it allows them to play 3 genuine spinners and just gives them another dimension to their attack. Normally they have to choose between the off-spinner, Jabakel, and Zain Ahmed, the left-arm orthodox. But if you use him as an opening batter, you get his spin as a bonus. So I just think it gives them a lot of balance. They've got 4 genuine pacers and then 3 genuine spinners that are all a bit different. A bolt from Ramatullah. He's tried his heart out all week. Now Malta can win with the boundary. Yeah, so if Portugal were to chase this down, it would be the 2nd best chase ever on ECN. Pack Riders in Austria earlier this year broke the record of 162 that was chased down by Badalona Shaheen. And right now, it looks like Portugal are going to do it. And that's the game that could ultimately decide who wins the trophy over there as well. This one just bounces before Action Jackson, who does make the stop though. So Portugal at the moment needing 2 off 4. So really, to be honest, they might be done before us, the way things are going. And Malta, they're 75 for 3 after 9. Tell you what, that might be on golden ball watch over there. It's 2 off 3 now. We might get to the point where I'm commentating more than one game at a time. It's pretty rare, but if there's another ball before this in Portugal, I'll commentate that one because it's Khalid Zahid over there. He's bonded Junaid Khan, who's 36 off 15. There's 2 off 3 required. And Junaid hits one. I think they'll just take the single. So scores tied in Portugal with 2 balls to go. Chabakel here, probably not facing such a friendly equation with 4 runs required off 66. Got to bring the field in then, Portugal. This will be a dot, gives me a chance to take you back to Hungary. They've got Hulk Hogan umpiring. He's one of my favourites as well in Hungary. He's cut his hair though. It's not quite as dramatic, but wicket changes everything over there. Pushed away, no run again. Okay, another dot. So let's go back to Portugal. Scores tied. It's Sean Gomes, UK-based player playing for Portugal. Can win the game with any score. He misses. Oh boy. Scores tied with the ball to go. We're on high alert for golden ball in Portugal. Yeah, thank you. Block another one. So Gomes missed a ball from Zahid outside the off stump. So now, if you're still watching this, to be honest, you're a bit crazy. You should be turning over right now because this game's dead. Yeah, it's fine. No run. All right, so scores tied. Gomes will hit and run, surely. Zahid is none for 20 with the ball to go. Could this be the end of the golden ball drought? It's like 260 games or something. It's gotten out of hand. Tell you what, Miguel's doing me a favour here by blocking a few out. This is tense. Tell you how many games it's been since the golden ball. It's been plenty. All right. So here we go, last ball. Oh, he hits it. And Portugal are going to win. Oh, they get a boundary off the last ball. Got it up and through the field. And somehow, Portugal have chased down 163 before Malta have chased down 79 here. But credit to Chabakel, who's only conceded 4 off 3. Miguel getting a bit of free camera time. He'll retain the strike. Just that single off the over. 76 for 3. Wow. How about that? Portugal pulling off a 163 chase. Red Green Shields pretty excited in the other chat as well. And yeah, I'll take that off the bucket list. Commentating 2 games at the same time. Got to say that it's probably slightly different pace of the game over there compared to here at the moment. And now Rahmatullah Mangal's going to get clotheslined by the umpire, and it's because the helmet is a little bit to the not behind the middle stump or something. Is that what it was for? Let's just get out of the sun, you know. It's good to get your vitamin D in, but Rahmatullah Mangal almost gets clotheslined. In fact, they haven't even moved the helmet anyway. 3 to win. Yeah, that'll do it. Game, set, Maximo. And Fanya Miguel sends it out of the ground. 33 not out for him. And unfortunately, it'll be the end of the road for France. Credit to them, though. They had a really, really busy week. They had a fair bit of success along the way, but just kind of ran out of steam, losing their last 2 games, losing to Luxembourg last night. Losing their last 3, in fact, if you include that 1-run loss to Switzerland as well on Friday night. So congratulations to Malta. They're in the final. It means that we'll have a rematch of the 2021 final when Malta defeated Switzerland. But right now, I think Switzerland, they're sitting pretty. But as we saw back in that tournament, the underdog can get the victory. We saw it last year as well when Romania were able to knock off the previously undefeated Malta in the final. But yeah, France, I've got to say, credit to them in the way they've played their cricket. They've been such entertainers. But confirming now that Malta go from the 3 spot to qualify for the final against Switzerland. The next game will be Luxembourg versus Romania, the 4th place playoff, and that is starting in an hour and 10 minutes. You can expect toss news about half an hour before that one. Stay tuned to our website, EuropeanCricketNetwork.com or EuropeanCricket.com, and also in our European Cricket Network YouTube chat if you want to know who wins the toss, and stay tuned for those lineups as well. Okay, so they went a bit different, didn't they? First couple of overs. They went Ahmedzai and Pirabakaran. Zishan, he liked that one. He pointed it up and away. Although, Pirabakaran, even though he went for that big shot, he also was able to get the big wicket of Zishan early, getting yorked. And that would be the only real excitement point early on. Zishan gets yorked for the 2nd time in the series, but we will see him again in the final. Then this was just a freak occurrence. It would have been a run out. Thakur, I saw McGull running that in, but that was actually on the 2nd run. That's what confused me, but regardless, it was 5 runs. And really, another boundary in the over. Even though they got that early wicket, they conceded way too many, didn't they? And so that's why France not really in the hunt. It's a nice stroke play. I think Thakur, he looks like a guy that needs to play a bit more international cricket, even though he doesn't really put together a big score in this one. But they were just so far ahead, they couldn't possibly lose. This one was going to set a world swing record, I think. It just kept going and going and going and going all the way to the rope. 5 runs. It was a bit of a horror over for Rahula. Ended up conceding 25 when he was brought on. So when they did go to the paces, and it was just a little bit tough because of the game situation. We didn't even see Amjad in the end with the ball. McGull, he was a bit hit and miss, but there was nothing missing about this throw from Zain Ahmed, who ran up Thakur after some fairly protracted discussions about whether there was a single there or not. Left-hander hitting from point. McGull, though, it's been a good move to get him to the top, I think. If he works, he works. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But if he works, he can really score quickly through the power play. France weren't giving up, though, and I've got to commend them on the way that they played their cricket this week. Played it hard but fair. Zain Ahmed with a nice catch. Aurora going cheaply. But yeah, ultimately, McGull would see it through to the end. It was a nice on drive. Got it over the top of the infield. And this one went over the outfield too. So Malta, with plenty of time to spare, get across the line. In fact, 59 balls to spare. So that's a mauling, really. And it's on the back of a very strong bowling and fielding performance from Malta, routing France for 78 and then chasing it down in 10 overs. So yeah, you've got to feel for France. That's the last we'll see of them for now, at least on the European Cricket Network. We know we'll see them later in the season though. McGull, season through, 33 not out of 34. Apart from that, Thakur with 26. 11 for Zishan Khan early before he was bowled by Pirabakaran. And then Jaspal. He wasn't able to do too much while he was there, but he watched the winning runs get hit. 10.1 overs. All that was required to see Malta through to the final and a rematch, like we said, of 2021. As far as the bowlers went, well, they tried something, didn't they? They tried Ahmedzai in the first over. Pirabakaran was hoping he could swing the ball. Maybe the fact he was a bit slower, they thought was a bit of an advantage against guys that like pace coming onto the ball. Rahula had a bit of a shocker. Jabakel, credit to him, didn't give anything away really. 4 runs off his 3 overs, but couldn't break through, and Ramatullah with a consolation wicket late in the piece. Yeah, so the next time you'll see me, it'll be in around about an hour's time when we get ready for the 4-5 playoff and Luxembourg take on Malta. Can Luxembourg continue their dream run? They've won 2 in a row. They want to make it 3. Romania, well, they just want a win. Otherwise, last year's champions will go home empty-handed without a win in 5 games. So I'll see you then. Until then, you can always catch up on the ECI action in Hungary. But for now, from Malta, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. We'll see you in about an hour's time for the next match in this Valletta Cup.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. Finals day action right here in the Valletta Cup. Already we saw France dramatically knocked out of the tournament. They collapsed dismally to be all out for 78. Malta chasing it down. We know that we'll have a Switzerland versus Malta final later on, a rematch of 2021, where Malta got up in a little bit of an upset because Switzerland to that point they hadn't lost a game. But right here, right now, it's time for the fourth place playoff. So these two teams missed out on being contenders today because they didn't make the top three, but they still have a fully fledged T20 international here. So it'll be Luxembourg taking on Romania. Let's see what happens at the coin toss over there. The officials have the two captains for the coin toss here in the fourth place playoff.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the game 2 of the final day here in Masa International Cricket Ground. The match between Luxembourg and Romania, where Luxembourg will be the home team and Romania will be the away team who is playing for the 4th and the 5th position today. So we are going for the toss now. This is the tails, this is the heads, this is the tails, this is the heads. Home team, please spin the coin. Away team, please call.
Heads.
Heads it is. Romania has won the toss and
We're going to bowl first.
so from the middle, Romania has won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
Romania win the toss and they elect to bowl first. So a bit of an interesting one for me. I think Romania, they've often struggled on the chase, but then again, they've been chasing a lot when they have had to do it. And Romania, they won the tournament here last year. And so I suppose a bit of a surprise that they haven't been able to pick up a single win so far in 4 attempts. I think it all hinges on their batting in a way. I think that their openers have looked good at times, but then when they've gotten out in the first half, I've seen some big collapses from them and struggling to see them kind of bat out the 20 overs on occasion. I don't think we'll see Nadigotla behind the subs. Romania took a nasty blow to the face yesterday off a ball that reared up dangerously. So I expect to see Shakur behind the stumps for them. But Luxembourg batting first. I think perhaps Romania send in Luxembourg because they will have seen what happened last night. Luxembourg pulled off a crazy chase against France and well, it wasn't quite enough to get them into the top 3, but did get them some valuable T20 international ranking points. So Luxembourg, they won't get to chase today. They'll be batting first. Let's get ready for the first ball. And yeah, the news from the toss, Romania winning the toss and bowling in the 4th place playoff.
To the middle for the second last game of this tournament. Yeah, I've got to say, well done to the officials out there. Really overseeing the toss with immaculate professionalism. It's one thing I have really enjoyed this week. We've got a big team of officials as well. Been a big week for them as well. I spare a thought being out there in the black uniforms. And yeah, once again, we've got a proper scorcher here. 32 degrees. It could even go up a couple more. And yeah, not too much of a breeze. I think we're kind of used to it. Now, I thought we'd see Shakur behind the stumps because I got the whisper that Nadigotla wasn't playing. But in fact, they've decided to bring Siva back in, Siva Kumar Periawa, and he's going to have the gloves. Also, seeing that Laurencio Gerasim's there. He's the older brother of Marian Gerasim, who was the youngest ever T20 international cricketer. But Laurencio is a guy that we saw playing in the ECS fairly recently. So it's great to see him in there. In fact, the bottom 3 you see there on the Romanian side, they're all born and bred Romanians and have picked up the game in Romania. Luxembourg, though, I mean, how about last night? Wasn't that something? I think we'll probably see Cope at the top of the order for them. And yeah, he's been a bit of a revelation. And Just Mays, he'll be watching on. He won't be playing, obviously. Vikram Vij, he leads the side. And how about Orsu last night from number 8? That was crazy. As Luxembourg, yeah, they needed 188 in 17 overs to qualify in the top 3. Well, they didn't get there in 17 overs, but they did get there with 7 balls to spare. 18.5 overs they took to make it. And so just missing out net run rate. Anyway, here we go with the start of the action, and it's going to be Mishra to get us going. Yeah, so Siva Kumar Periawa, he's not someone I've seen keeping a lot, and one of the reasons is that Nat Cluj, he actually plays with Nadigotla, so it's not like he kind of keeps in club cricket either. But yeah, Nadigotla, he looks okay, but probably no better than okay. It's a really nasty one. It shook him up yesterday. throw came in from Vashisht, hit the edge of the pitch, came up and whacked him in the nose. And of course, it wasn't wearing a helmet because he was keeping back. That is Cope and Halbavi to get us going. Halbavi was important yesterday, 48. He was able to score. And Halbavi kind of is a curious case for me because he's got all these different tools he can use. He doesn't really mix up his game. Yesterday, he decided backing away and hitting it off a lot. Earlier on in the tournament, we saw him kind of getting across and trying to hit the leg a lot. Anyway, let's see which of these two teams can finish there. Valletta Cup with a win. Oh, this is in the air and gone. So Mishra slides a couple in, and then this one kind of holds its line. So Thiessen with the catch and an early wicket for Romania. And so, yeah, Ko, he's played some good innings since we've seen him in the second half of the week, but unfortunately for him, it's not even his first duck of the tournament. He's got Derek for company, I'm sure, as he just went inside out. And there he is. And yeah, disappointment for Ko as he finishes his series with a globe. We'll see him behind the stumps, though, later on. He'll have an important role to play, but right now, he's the first wicket of this fourth place playoff. And Luxembourg 1 for 1. It's not the first time we've seen an opening batter make a lonely walk back to the dugout after getting out in the first over. The longer the format, the more it hurts. When you're out, you're really setting yourself to bat. Go for an hour or more. That's not going to be the case. Having said that, pretty able replacement here in Shivkaran Gill. And he's a guy we have seen opening at times. He's batted really well on the power play. If anything, he seems to be scoring better in the power play, even with along the ground shots, than later in the innings. Oh, Mishra gets some good bend on this. Bit of a touch and go run, but they get through. Shiv's off the mark. So, Halbavi gets his first ball. Keeps his one out. Mishra is a genuine swing bowler, isn't he? He's not too quick, but he likes that new ball. Romania dream start. Won the toss, selected to field here. Another ball that doesn't really come back, but driven on the arc, Vashisht. He's going to step on it, and then step on the wall. Oh, always makes me super nervous when I see this because you can easily do yourself an injury. You can easily turn your ankle. Have a look at this. This always makes my eyes water, to be honest. Oh, almost comes in a bit as well. Now in the air, another teaser for the fielder. This time it's going to get past Kohli and get to the boundary. So Halbavi going with the movement that time. So, some uppish strokes though so far. So also that takes us to the end of the over. And yeah, some good production towards the end of it. Having a look at these two teams. Got a case of what it might have been. You see there. See Gerasim in. Capetre holds his spot. Luxembourg though, they've had a big program, haven't they? This is their 9th and final game. Whereas Romania, this is just their 5th. So Romania, you'd imagine, be a bit fresher. But yeah, forced into that change with Parioa not coming up for the game. 8 for 1 at the end of the first over. Will be Vashisht to take up the attack in over number 2. Pushes the batter back first ball. So, Albavi, what's his approach here? I suppose what he did well yesterday was he kind of just went for it. You know, it was a fearless approach from Luxembourg that saw them actually get up and get that target. Didn't care if they lost by a lot, as long as it gave them a chance. This one just sneaks in. And so yeah, Vashisht is another guy who can move the ball in most of the time to the right-hander. Already a few people surprised to see France go, but they just kind of ran out of gas, didn't they, towards the end of the week, the French. Oh, chance. And it goes down Vashisht, who's a really good fielder. Yeah, this is a miss hit from Halbavi, and to be honest, he's super lucky to get away with it. It's it back, yeah. It's kind of more of a thumb to this. Vashisht, who's a bit upset he doesn't get a second opportunity. It hangs up there, but just too far behind him to make a second effort. Decent Yorker this time. More work for the right hand of Vashisht. Welcome back to all of our viewers, though, watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, as well as all of our viewers that are watching on fan code in the Indian subcontinent. Great to have your company once again. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo for ECN. You might be double screening as well, although I think they're in a break at the moment in Hungary. Steps across and goes to the leg side. It's Luca Petre, who has gained more international experience, more valuable experience in a Romanian shirt this week. Laurentia Garasim being in the side as well. I mean, great opportunity for him. So you've got to give it to Romania. I mean, this is a game where they may have thought twice about playing some of the youngsters, but they've decided, you know, we need these guys playing to the future. Oh, I think this would have been gone, you know. Wow. This, for me, seemed very tight. Let's have a look. Throw comes in. Yeah, he would have been gone. It's just a slight miscommunication. And it takes us to the end of the second over. Luxembourg, they're 10 for 1. Laurentiu Garasim has played 5 matches. He has a wicket to his name in T20 internationals as well. So having a look at the standings, you can see these two, unfortunately, couldn't manage a run into the top 3. Romania without a win at all. Having said that, Luxembourg got pretty close to the top 3. And now it's more than close for Mishra, who bends this one into Halbavi, who gets a little edge onto his stumps. And so a play that was very destructive last night. Can't do it in the bright sunshine in the middle of the day as Mishra comes in, and now he's got 2. Wasn't in the 11 at the start of the week, Mishra, but I do think he provides some genuine swing bowling. This is more about the length than anything else. Pitches up, gives an opportunity to do something. Maybe goes in a little bit. It was more just the length that does Halbavi. As he chops onto the stumps, Luxembourg lost to second, 10 for 2. You do see in international cricket, maybe compared to club cricket, teams more comfortable chasing. And Romania win the toss, select to bowl. I suppose that way they know exactly how they can pace their chase. I think when you're bowling, you're always trying to kind of restrict as much as possible. when you're batting, you've got a bit more decision making to make about how aggressive you are or how defensive you are, depending on the situation. So obviously, team bowling first this morning. Malta did a real number on France, bowling them out for 78, and Romania will have visions of doing something similar. Mishra. Get to bowl to a left-hander now. I think normally you would like that. Tim Barker, the new batter. But having said that, Barker's a pretty stylish driver. With Mishra, when he does hoop it, normally hoops it from the hand, so you can kind of play for it a little bit. They got a deep cover and a deep forward square leg as the two outfielders. Yeah, that's exactly what Mishra's trying to do. I'll say Perry Arwo behind the stumps. He's the third wicket keeper we've seen this week from Romania, and he's keeping in the helmet even though he's back. Just if you want to know why, ask Satwick, who's out of the side. Yeah, so this is where we are on finals day. These two finishing 4th and 5th after the round robin stage. But now the final will be Switzerland versus Malta, a rematch of the 2021 final. That's coming up in around about 3.5 hours. Another one that sees Barker flirting with it outside the off stump. Mishra getting some good movement here. You'll notice Periawa is back rather than being up to Mishra, as Nadagot would be normally. And so he's not being a regular keeper. You're probably not going to go up in these speculative situations. You're probably going to take a slightly more conservative approach. You can certainly understand that. Drive and run. Friendly bounce from the fielder, but they are going to get through for a single. Mishra, 2 early wickets. Can they turn it into something a bit more forceful? Good judge of a run there, Barker. Shiv Curran Gill on strike. It's a bit of width. He plays this shot nicely. He's strong through the cover region, cover point. Yeah, but Mishra has already whistled a couple past the outside edge of Barker. Would love a little nick. Send him on his way. This one doesn't do as much. Barker turns it away. Without too much of a fuss, he'll retain the strike. Luxembourg, after 3 overs, 13 for 2. So another successful over for Gaurav. And if he's going well, they'll probably just keep going and bowl him out. He's not a guy who they're really confident, I think, bringing back with an older ball. He's just there to swing the new ball. Ball curves a bit more when it's shiny and new. And yeah, as it gets banged up. So we talked about it yesterday. It's one of the unusual things about cricket. I don't think we could think of another sport where the ball deteriorating is actually kind of part of the fabric of the game. Tell us if you can think of any. In tennis, kind of, but it doesn't make that much of a difference. In tennis, they'll have new balls every 9 games or so. But I don't think it's as dramatic in tennis. It's not as integral to the strategy compared to cricket. But if you can think of a sport where it's important that you keep the same ball as much as possible, then let us know. Most sports are the opposite. They always want consistency. Like baseball, always meant to use a new ball or a ball that is in new condition. Ashish comes on, round the wicket straight away to Barker. Other sports like football or various types of football, they'll probably use multiple balls. They're all interchangeable. Romania without a win in this Valletta Cup, the title holders. This time Barker elevates, gets one that creeps in. Don't think this is going for 4. Well, maybe I'm wrong, because it's quickening up as the sun's been out, baking this outfield. Barker does get a boundary. Quite getting. You can see the way that the face closes. I thought that Sony might just chase this down, but the ball wins the race. Luxembourg, never say die attitude. Yesterday's hero, Orsu, he's listed at 9. Actually, they've left Venkateswaran out of the lineup. Oh, almost a return catch. Doesn't quite carry to Vashisht. Yes, considering how well Orsu hit them yesterday, I think should they get to, say, the 14th, 15th over, probably send him in. Maybe a bit higher. James Barker back in the lineup for Luxembourg today. Expense of Girish Venkateswaran. Anyway, this is Tim Barker who's going up and over the top again, and this is going to be another 4. So Vashisht not really getting too much movement at the moment. Goes forward a bit too full. And Barker taking on the field. And Barker is a guy, we have seen him opening, didn't really work out for him up the top. In the middle order though, he's looked very solid. Just looks technically a very good player, doesn't he? Just needs a bit of time at the crease, and when he has had that, he's been very useful for Lux. Not a bad looking on drive, and he'll get a single 4. So I'm going to put an open question out to the chat. Of course, this is the second last match of the tournament. In the last match, we're going to see Switzerland versus Malta. Is anybody tipping Malta to do what they did back in 2021 and upset an undefeated side, undefeated Swiss side in the final? Ball that beats Shivkaran Gill outside the off stump. Slightly slower ball, I think, from Vashisht. As we get to the end of the over, 4 overs in, it's 22 for 2. Yeah, so let us know who you like in the final. Do you think Switzerland? I mean, they certainly looked the top team. They're undefeated. Had a scare against France, probably their only real blip, but even then they got the win. Abdul Rana hitting the last ball of the day for 4 to bring up the victory. Big hello to Just Mays, who was captaining the Luxembourg side until he had to go a couple of days ago. Well, this is another up-ish shot. It's hit pretty well, and it's going to be hit to the boundary. So Barker looking on so far, 15 off just 10 balls. Petret patrolling that boundary. He's not getting really pronounced movement most of the time at the moment. Oh, they go. It's a bit of a dodgy run, but they'll get there. Shivkaran Gill, it does back up and get a head start on these kind of runs. But the field, although he gets on it straight away. Look at Shivkaran Gill. He's already got a couple of steps, and there's just no hesitation. He's off. And, yeah. He's running between the wickets. It's actually pretty good. I like that they're pushing for those even early in this innings. A nice looking cover drive from Shiv. Petret, 16-year-old. It's been great to watch his development as well. I know that some people sometimes lament the lack of kind of European-born players in European cricket, but that's just kind of the reality. At the moment, a lot of the players that have immigrated to these countries, they're the pioneers. More work for Petret out there. Yeah, so where the ground is in Romania, Moravlesia, it's kind of in a village, and there's a lot of youngsters. They like to play. You know, they've got practice nets there. They're integrated into the club competition once they're old enough. Petret, he's made his international debut this week for Romania, so that must be a really proud moment for him. Only 16 years old. And certainly a player to watch. Pretty handy bowler as well. We haven't seen him bowl in the series, but he reminds me of any 16-year-old playing cricket in any country that you might see around the world. Reminds me of a typical 16-year-old you see maybe in Australia. A big, strong guy, still kind of growing. Kind of waste of Thiessen in that position where he took the catch to dismiss William Cope early on. Right now, end of the first quarter, 5 overs in. Luxembourg are 29 for 2. Tim Barker come out and reverse the momentum. Having with that order, you see what I mean about Orsu being listed 9. This is a guy that cracked 50 yesterday in the dark. So I think I'll probably see Vich next. I think from there, kind of floats a bit. Mick Coley looks like he's going to take over from Vashish. Vashish didn't really get too much going. Pretty tight first. Overs went for 2, went for 7 in the second. So not terrible. Or 9, pardon me, in the second. But not a terrible couple of overs, but with a couple of boundaries in Vashish's last over, they think it's time to make a change. And yeah, Coley, he's a genuine wicket-taking threat. Here we go with the 6th over. Last over of the power play. Barker organised in defence. Well, Liam saying that Malta have the momentum, but I think the toss will be huge. Looking at the other games, would you want to chase? That's a good question. Switzerland have chased every single time. And they've won every single time. The only time it was close was when they just got over France. This is in the air, and again, good power play batting. This is the last over before the field goes back, and Barker hits another one in that region. It's clipped away straight over the head of mid-on, and 4 runs. So if you want to go back to that final back in 2021, Malta actually won the toss, batted, made 176, and Switzerland could only manage 170. So I think, to be honest, I think Switzerland will field if they win the toss, because they've done it every time. Right? So if Switzerland win the toss, I'm pretty sure Malta are batting first. Push, but waits the call. Handled by Thiessen. So then the question is, if Malta win the toss, what do? I think they'll probably field first, and a lot of that is to do with the fact that this morning they were forced to field first. Again, not so sure they would have chosen to, but they did a real number on France and bowled them out for 78, so they'll be hoping they could do the same thing again. So what I will say is, so my instinct after that is that either team will want to bowl first, but it could be one of those good toss to lose situations. You know, if you bat first and bat well, there's always pressure. Runs on the board in a final. And Malta won batting first when they met 2 years ago. So that'll be in the back of their head again. But I think recent history kind of sticks out in your mind a bit more. So the fact that they've bowled first and routed France, they'll be hoping they can just basically do something similar. Barker goes back and punches this. See, I talk about Petre. He's just a good, solid young cricketer. Doesn't look too nervous. Playing international cricket for the first time this week. We've got Cosmin Zavoyu in the lineup as well. He's a little bit older, but still another native Romanian player. And they've got Laurentiu Gerasim, who's in as well. So yeah, Romania, very diverse makeup of their side. Last ball over here from Coley. Shiv kind of walks it in. So despite the 4-run boundary, only 5 come off the last over of the power play. 6 overs in Luxembourg, 34 for 2. And the other question, a few people have mentioned up, what about the fitness of Waka Afridi Ahmed? Bowled 2 overs, seemed to be on fire, had to go off with a knee strain. That was what it looked like. That's where the ice was going when he went back to the dugout. but came back and finished off, ended up with a 5-putt. Yeah, so here's the rankings. Now, this was before the tournament started. So you can see these two teams, Romania 50, Luxembourg 64. But, you know, it's constantly changing. So, yeah, I'll maybe try and get you an updated version of that. But, yeah, this is how the team started the week. And, yeah, Romania started 50 and Luxembourg started 64. That was before the tournament. See now Malta, they've snuck up a couple of places. They've gone past Japan and Bhutan to 59 in the most recent. Luxembourg up to 67. I'm not sure if that takes into account last night's win against France. Romania have slipped to 52, so they've slipped a couple of spots. Vasusani comes on pretty early. He's trying to break this partnership. Hasn't hurt him too much yet, but it's got potential, doesn't it? Yes, Romania. On the back of 4 losses. They've just dipped below the Czech Republic, actually. Czech Republic up to 51. Oh, no. That one, he gets horrendously wrong. No ball's called. And it's going to go to the boundary. So, Vasu, he tries the slow ball here. He looks very high to me. And, yeah, 4 runs given as well. So free hit coming up. Barker, well, this is his opportunity to put together a big score, I think. Switzerland. He started the week at 58 and notice that they've moved up to 55. A free hit being signalled. A big Merv. Moving the field a little bit, which you're not meant to, but I guess it was just a little bit. He moves Petre. And actually, it's going to go to where Petre pretty much was in the first place. Or maybe not, but it's well picked into the gap. Barker moves up into the 30s. So he just goes stock delivery. Vasusani having a bit of trouble keeping things quiet at the moment. Now just works it away, soft hands. So Thiessen loves a throw. Just a single. We'll say hello to Chris Smith. Good to see you with us. How are you, Chris? Hopefully you're well. Liam saying, yeah, also, surely he's got a bat a bit higher. Yeah, you think so? It's only the listed order. So obviously, they can send in whoever they like. Jeff Curran-Gill hasn't had to do too much so far with Barker going so well. You can see he's just happy. He's worked the odd single away, playing pretty orthodox fashion. And Barker, he's been the real difference maker so far. Came in with a score at 10 for 2. But already these two have put on 37. 33 of those runs off the bat of Tim Barker. Another one fairly straight. Just work to the leg side. So I'd be curious to see what bowling options we see from Romania here. They've bowled 4 bowlers already. Now Takura in the lineup with his left arm spin. Taranjit Singh would be an obvious one to bowl as a 5th bowler. Once again, this low ball. There's the Savoy, who muscles the ball in. Doesn't quite make it all the way, but almost. End of the 7th over. Saini goes for 15 in his first set. And the score is 49 for 2. And Chris talking about the Aussie rules. I assume you're talking about Yeah, the AFL football. I haven't been really able to keep up with that over this weekend with the kind of hours we're doing here. It's a long day. We have 13 hours at the ground in very hot conditions, but I've got to say I've really enjoyed the opportunity to see some international cricket close up and personal in the T20 international format. Yeah, Liam thinking, yeah, for sure, Malta, they win the toss, they'll put in the Swiss and give Wacker a big shoulder rub. Yeah, no doubt. Coley back for his second over. A little bit too straight this time. Long chase for Petre. Does really well. He's got good natural attributes. Excellent throw in. Great fielding. And look, when you're young, or even when you're new to the game, you don't have to be young. I know Cosman's Voy didn't play the game until he was past 30, and he's here in the national team. But often, you know, fielding is that aspect that you can kind of catch up to the field quickest, isn't it? So just, you know, basic ball skills, catching, throwing, judging the ball. You can see Petre's a really good fielder. And once again, nice pick up and throw. So, yeah, 16 years of age, it's got to be real thrilled to represent your country in any sport. Cricket still developing in continental Europe. You've got to remember, it's the second most watched sport in the world. It's also a sport with the biggest differential between countries where it's known and countries where it's not known, I think. Coley goes short, basically challenges Shiv. He's pretty good on the cut, saying, "I'll cut this then," but he couldn't quite climb the ladder and get the bat on it. Keanu's got a question as keeper. Which catches harder? Fast bowler standing back or catcher or spinner standing up? It's funny you say that. I mean, obviously some are hard, some are easy for both. I'll tell you what I think in a second. This is cut away and handled out there by Taranjeet Singh. It's a matter of time till we see him with the ball, I think. He hasn't been as effective. These short square boundaries, a bit of a thorn in his side. I will say, I mean, as a keeper, when you're feeling confident, you shouldn't feel too hard for either. But I'd say you're standing up, you don't really have time to think about it. So by the time you recognise it's a catch, you've already caught it. Or not, I guess. But there's not much you can do. You've just got some fundamental technicals you're working on. Oh, this one sneaks through under the bat of Barker, who I think Romania would really like to see the back of sooner rather than later. He's been punishing since he's been out there. Yeah, so then by default, I would say standing back when, you know, sometimes you obviously have to maybe dive for the ball. You have to make a decision sometimes, whether it's your ball or first slips ball. And really just the main thing is, you know, you have time to recognise. Your brain literally has time to recognise that it's a catch. Whereas if you're up to the stumps, there's a little nick. Before you know it, you're already appealing. The ball's already in your gloves, hopefully. Anyway, it's the end of the 8th over. And the score is 52 for 2. That's my experience anyway. I mean, that's because I was very comfortable up to the stumps. And so if I did drop a catch up to the stumps, you know, often it might be because it was a big deflection. And really, there's not much you can do except put your gloves in the right spot and hope for the best. There's also a bit of a technique, I think, of some keepers having soft enough hands, but not too soft, up to the stumps that, you know, little nicks that don't hit you in the middle of the hand, that you can still hold on to them. And then also reacting if it pops out, getting low to the ground and trying to get the ball in the second opportunity. Yeah, really good question. If you do have any questions, now's a great time to ask me. ECN European Cricket Network. And we love the fact that we do get that interactivity. One thing we haven't had too much of in this tournament, early finishes. And yeah, we had a very early finish with just the 10 overs or so required by Malta to storm into the final against the higher ranked French team. So that's the highest ranked team in this competition, and they're out. They don't even make the final. So European cricket highly entertaining, highly unpredictable as ever. Okay, here's over number 9, and Saini is going to get a second, even though his first one was a bit expensive. Shivko and Gill. Calls 2 straight away, but I don't think it's there. Vashisht comes in and makes sure it's only a single. Yeah, well, it's a little bit of Australian football chat. Chris Smith saying the Dockers Fremantle team got hammered by Collingwood. That's a tough one. They're two teams that I don't really have too much time for. So when they play each other, I don't really hope for anything. Maybe each team get a few suspensions. But anyway, Collingwood are a very polarising team in the Australian football comp. Anyway, how about that? As Barker goes big, and there's open space over here. Not that it matters, because that one has flown out of the ground. Maximo! Oh, that was power with a capital P from Timothy. Have a look at this, back deep in the crease. Oh, that was sweet. And yeah, the long on, it crept around more towards the mid-wicket. See the angle he's on. But that was a long ball from Tim Barker. What a shot. Maximo. And I'm telling you right now, well, I think they have found it. Well, I found a ball. It was the ball, I'm not sure, but yeah, got all of that. Moves to 41. A Demon, Arshan, saying, yeah, we need these teams to get more exposure. Yep, obviously, European Cricket Network. We're really excited with the prospect of covering international cricket, and not just international cricket, but also club cricket as well, men's and women's. I wonder if they're either changing the ball or they're saying this isn't the ball that we think was hit. And I wonder what Raj Kumar's saying to Saini here. I mean, Saini, okay, there's that one proper Gundy ball when the slow ball went wrong and it was like a chest high fully. They got whacked away to the boundary. That one wasn't a terrible delivery. It's just a really good shot. Also, I think Barker spots that big gap and says that's a pretty safe shot as well, because it's a fairly straight batted shot. Yeah, Keanu mentioning he's been watching some early highlights and just seeing Sangakkara take some freak catches. Yeah, so what I would say is the difficult thing with keeping up to the stumps is the difficult thing is getting your hands in the right place in the first place. So someone like a Murali or someone like a Stuart McGill or Shane Warne or anyone with a variation. Rashid Khan's a good modern example. Yeah, trying to pick what it is and getting your hands in the right spot in the first place, you know, whether the ball is nicked or not. You know, and so whether the ball's nicked or not doesn't really change what you're doing. You don't move your gloves. But when you're back, you know, you're setting up for a ball that isn't nicked, and then when it is, it does actually change your hand position. It changes, you know, if it's a significant nick, it changes where you've got to be, and sometimes how you shift your weight and things like that. So I just think you've got a little bit more to think about. Subtle things like positioning are really important. These are things, I suppose, that when you just stick gloves on fielders, they don't often necessarily make great wicket keepers straight away, because there's a bit more to it. Mike Hussey is the example. If you were listening the other day, I said, yeah, Mike Hussey, he was a dynamite fielder, and sometimes was asked to keep and was like, okay. I mean, he's obviously a guy that can catch, but things like up to the stumps and these things are a bit foreign to people that don't do it too much. But Seaver's doing a good job back there so far. But like I said, normally you'd see him that he got like keeping up quite a lot. Seaver, I think he'll just kind of stay back and be a bit more passive in that role. Nasu with the replacement ball, I think. Oh dear. Well, Seaver is wearing the helmet even when he's back, and that's probably smart, because this is how Nadigotla got knocked out of the tournament literally earlier in the week. And poor Romania, there's only been 2 of these and they've cocked both. And oh. Well, I mean, at least he's got the helmet on. You can laugh about it because it doesn't hit him in the end. Played away to the offside. Curran Gill, yeah, just playing second fiddle at the moment. He's happy to. A lot of people multi-screening, those that can. Hungary look like putting a big opening partnership on the board against Portugal. Full toss, and this is going to fly away for 4. Barker moves to 46 in quick time. Attempted Yorker, I think, from Vasu Saini, but he just gets it wrong. And knee-high full toss, really. And Tim, even though he doesn't get that quite where he wants it at all, and when it's a full toss, even if you nick it, you're not going to get caught in most circumstances. That one flies away to the third man boundary. So Vasu has gone for a similar amount this over than his first over. Wide ball down the leg side. Yeah, went for 15 in his first. This one's already 14 with the ball to go. And I think you've got to give Vasu a breather and try something else. Maybe Taranjit. Got off spin against the left-hander, perhaps. Barker is the one doing the damage. Gets a little edge, but down into the ground before it reaches Sivakumar Periawa. That'll be the end of the over. And Luxembourg, they're 66 for 2 after 9. Yeah, so I think that you've got to change the pace up. You've got to change something here. As these two came together at 10 for 2. And yeah, since then, we've seen a partnership of 56. And coming up with just 42 balls. So Luxembourg recovering after a bit of a worrying start when they did lose those 2 early wickets. We have seen, though, in the 20 overs, you've just got a bit more time to bat your way out of it. So in a 10-over game, if you lose 2, 3 early wickets, I think you still got to be more aggressive earlier. Whereas here, you can just work your way back in, maybe see the opening bowlers off, knock the ball around a bit and try and cash in down the stretch. Kohli gets driven down the ground. Curran Gill happy with 1, although they're thinking of 2. Vashish makes sure that it's only the single. Here's Barker. He's batted so well so far. He said it earlier in the week. Looks too good a player to stay out of the runs for too long. Kohli trying to see the back of him. Well, this one gets a bit big on. He hangs up in the air. Zavoyu, gets hands on it in the end. He was always struggling to reach it there, Cosman. That's a good effort in the end. Because it's so far away from him, he doesn't really have time to organise a dive on this one. So, kind of ran back, threw out the hand, more out of hope than anything else, but Barker gets a life on 46. Tough one. Curran Gill gets the strike back. He decides to elevate, might have found trouble here, not quite. Saini comes in as quick as he can, but it doesn't carry, so Curran Gill trying to change gears. Takes on one of the longer boundaries, and unfortunately for him, he doesn't get it too well. Barker had a scare earlier in the over. This time, Manmeet goes full. Manmeet's a good player. I mean, we've seen him in a Romanian shirt for a little while now. He's another guy who'll run and give you 100%. I think he's been batting pretty well in the series as well. Though he's coming in some difficult situations. Plays his cricket for Bucharest Gladiators in the Romanian competition. 26 years of age. He's a guy made his debut in the qualifiers in Finland last year. Barker takes matters into his own hands. Taranjit patrolling that short boundary, keeps it to a single. Hello to Sri, watching from Luxembourg. And, well, Sri, you might have a sore head after partying last night. How good were the guys against France? Chasing down 188. In a game where at one point they were 110 for 6. Anu Borisu came out and played the innings of a lifetime. One he'll remember for a long time. Oh, Shiv definitely kind of changed mindset, hasn't he, in that over? And for some reason, he just tries to take Kohli down a couple of times. Gets away with it. Still there, though. It's 70 for 2 after 10. So, 3. I'll tell you the story so far. Romania, they won the toss. They bowled. And Luxembourg lost William Cope's second ball. Caught a point by Ramesh Thiessen to Gaurav Mishra for a duck. And lost Halbavi. It was bowled, chopped on to Gaurav Mishra in the third over for 7. Since then, Shiv Curran Gill with 12 not out. Barker, Tim Barker that is, 48 not out. The big partnership, 60 in 8 overs. Barker in particular, he's the one that's been doing the damage, striking at 150 on his way to 48, but he did just get dropped. It was a tough one, but you've got to put it down as a drop. Savoia got hands to it, running back into the outfield from fine leg in the circle off Kohli. And now we are going to see what I thought we'd see. See some Taranjit Singh with his off spin. Going to bowl over number 11. Can Taran get the wicket? Well, look at this. Barker goes bang. And this is going to be a boundary. In fact, more than that, 6. Maximal. And Barker brings up his 5th century. And he'll be thrilled with that result. Good things come to those who wait. And yeah, he makes a definite statement to Taranjit Singh straight away. This is the ball. It's kind of flat one first up from Taran. But he's not too worried about what's being served up. He's been strong on that leg side, the mid-wicket, mid-on region during this innings. And Luxembourg recovering really well after that shaky start. And if they can't break this partnership, they turn to some different options. I mean, you turn to a Cosmin Zavoy. He's basically a wicket-taking machine in the Romanian club comp. And I know this is different, but sometimes just disrupting the rhythm, doing something different can work. Spin hasn't worked though so far. 1 ball, 6 runs against. Barker gives up his stumps and knocks it to Thiessen. Too quick. He was in anyway. Barker leaves this shape a little bit. And it's an under edge for 1. Hello to Mun. How are you, Mun? Saying g'day to me. That's very nice. Very Australian greeting. Mun watching from India. Nice to see a few new faces and a few familiar faces in the chat this week. Petro just getting moved around a little bit. So now he's pretty much sideways over there on the right. Gill goes the other way. And he'll get a single here. So Shiv Curran Gill, he's just playing the straight man here, isn't he? Saw him trying to kind of raise his strike rate with a couple of big shots last over. But to be honest, the way things are going at the moment, getting a 1, getting Barker on strike, not a bad result at all. Now he takes on Taranjit Singh, takes on the long boundary, and he's going to get it. Maximal! Oh, pretty gutsy stuff from Barker given the situation. He tries to take Taran downtown. It's not the shortest part of the ground. Mishra went back to no avail, didn't have a play on it. Barker gets 6. This is going to slide into the pads. He'll get a leg by here. Wow. Such a highly unpredictable format, isn't it? 20 over cricket and 10 over cricket for that matter. So it's the end of the 11th over in Luxembourg. They're 85 for 2. Meanwhile, in Hungary, on century watch, Ravindran's 92 not out. Sheikh Razik's 74 not out opening the batting. And Hungary 174 with that loss after 8. Wowzers. We already had the second highest chase ever on ECN this morning over there. Portugal chasing 163 in the 10 overs against Sweden. Coley, no, he's going to bowl out here, searching for this wicket. He's got 1 over to try and remove Barker. This is foolish, sliced away. Again, solid as you like from Petre. Gets a lot of encouragement from his teammates as well there. This isn't really timed. To be honest, Shiv Curran Gill hasn't hit him that well since he's been out there, but like I said, hasn't had to. It's a team game while you're out there. I mean, your team's just 2 when you're in a batting partnership, but it's still a very important team. So you got the support of your teammates, but yeah, it's certainly important that you recognise if one batter's going really well, you don't have to be too selfish and you can just kind of slip into the background. This is going to be a lucky one for Barker. It's the leading edge. It's going to run away for 4. Laurentio Gerasim can't chase it down. Coley will be tearing his beautiful head of hair out at the moment with Barker, who's played some really nice shots. This was probably more good luck than good management. And runs away. Third man's up because he's been hitting the ball really nicely straight down the ground. And yeah, this outfield had a bit of a haircut yesterday, so it's lightning fast. And the longer the day goes, the quicker it gets typically. Now, up in the air and caught. So this time, Savoy will take the catch. Had a teaser earlier. And this time, he doesn't make any mistake. Really good fielding. And Cosman Savoy, he's a great cricket story as well. Slower ball that time. Barker does adjust, but it's a top edge. Cosman goes back. Pretty good fielder, you know. And so the party's over for Barker, but he cracked 66 here in the 4th place playoff. But Coley does get his man in the end. He's got 1 for 18. But still, great knock from Tim. 4 6s, 7 4s in there as he departs. It's 91 for 3. Now, would you believe this? In Hungary, we just saw and the highest chase broken with Hungary chasing 174 in 8 overs against Portugal. That is head and shoulders above the rest. That is 10 above the record. So can you believe that? Unbelievable work by those two. The highest ever chase on ECN. And that means we've had, like out of 3,000 matches, we've had 2 of the 3 highest chases in consecutive games over there in Hungary. Well, that's absolutely crazy. Yeah, you couldn't make this stuff up, really. Vikramvich had a brilliant series. This is a bit of fortune. This could run all the way, you know. For you. Goes back, does well. Keeps it to 2. Still can't quite believe that Hungary have chased down 174. You've got to be kidding me. How? Coley. Oh, he might have got him here. He has. He's strangled him down the leg side. Oh, that's a real piece of luck. Maybe Vikram got a little bit lucky with the inside edge first ball, but he's fresh out of it here. And this is not intended at all. Coley loses it down the leg side, but just grabs a little something. I think might have been off the glove. Maybe a little tick off the bat. Yeah, you see one hand off the bat as well. It's kind of a loose stroke, but I mean, it's typical. You just throw the bat at it and hope to get something on it down there. He did, but it was only a tickle. And Sivakuma Kipariawa behind the stumps. Nice catch from him. So a bit of a bonus for Romania as they try and work their way back into this contest. Vikram goes for 2, and it's 93 for 4. Yeah, just a bit of luck, really. That's the only way you can say it. Pretty crowded in the middle of the table. Luxembourg missed out by, yeah, not a lot. About 0.17 or so on that run rate. On being in with a chance. And who's to say they couldn't have gone all the way? But right now, they could finish last if they don't win this game. So far, it's only Tim Barker that's really been able to do anything with the bat. 66 out of 93 runs. Taran will continue. Oh, he's gone. He's given him out. He's gone LBW. Now, we can't really see from behind, but what I will say is it looked like he hit him on the back leg. And when that happens, it's just less distance between the impact and the stumps. And so now Shivkaran Gill's the next man to go. 93 for 5. Let's see here. To be honest, if he doesn't hit him outside off, I think it's probably out. And yeah, when you put those two angles together, and Shiv's trying to say, look, hit me high, but look how low he is when he plays the ball. For me, I don't see that ball going over the top. In fact, I'm certain it's not going over the top. So then it just becomes about the line, and it looked like it hit him inside the line or on off stump at least, going on to hit. So yeah, it looks like a good decision to me. And so he goes for 14. Shivkaran Gill and Luxembourg in the throes of a mini collapse here. It's 93 for 5. What a crazy game that Hungarian match 7 is. So it has the highest ever bowling figures. Sucklane, 1 for 61 off 2 overs. But he ends up a winner because they win. They chase down 174. What a crazy format. So James Barker comes out. Well, hopefully he'll be feeling a bit of twinnergy after his twin brother came out and cracked 66. But he comes out in the throes of, yeah, a little mini collapse going on. So now, what do you do? I suppose you've got to consolidate a bit. And Romania, it's not exactly like they've set the world on fire with the bat either. As Orsu, I didn't really get too much of a chance to talk about Orsu yet because, yeah, he's a guy who we've seen him pull out some proper heroics in the last 24 hours, haven't we? Oh, he might be in trouble as well. Yeah, he is. He's gotten too far across. He's hit in line. And now Taranjit Singh gets his second LBW in the over. Also goes for a duck. And Luxembourg falling away. 94 for 6. So, yeah, this is just a case of also trying what was kind of working for him last night. But to be honest, you look at that. Gets a long way across. I think there's no doubt that that's going on to hit. Hits him in line. And so, well, a day can make a big difference, put it that way. And last night's hero has to go without scoring. Derek getting a bit of work. 94 for 6. Romania's decision to win the toss and bowl looking pretty good at the moment, isn't it? But, yeah, don't judge a game until both teams have batted. It's still very early in this contest, and let's be honest, Luxembourg, thanks to Barker, they're not in a bad position run rate-wise. They need to find something a little bit like last night that can take them to a defendable score. Okay. So, next batter in is Ankush Nanda at number 8. Taranjit just luring batters to play across the line a couple of times. He's keeping it straight, basically challenging them, saying, yeah, go off that short boundary if you want. If you get it, and it might go for 6, but if you don't, then it might have your wicket. He gets 2 of them there in the 13th over. 94 for 6 after 13. So Portugal, I know I'm talking about it a lot, but I think I have to. Portugal pull off the second biggest chase in ECN history in match 6 in the ECI Hungary. And then the very next game, they give up the biggest chase ever. They make 173 and lose. So, talk me through that. That's just incredible stuff over there. Liam just noting wickets being lost in clumps. And yeah, you're exactly right. They lost two pretty quickly early on. And then right now, they were 91 for 2. They fell to 94 for 6, so they've just lost 4 wickets for just 2 runs. Vashisht comes back. Got a couple of overs to spend. First one. Just knocked away for a single, so yeah. Let's see what the attitude is here. Yeah, ECN cricket, often you wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes. Nanda. He's a bowler that bats more than a genuine top 6 contender. Watches this one go past. She typically will move the ball into the right-hander a little bit. Oh, another one. And now it's Vashisht that gets one to come back. Nanda's beaten all ends up and he goes for a duck, so the collapse continues. Oh, they've lost 5 wickets for just, well, 5 wickets for 4 runs here. Oh, and this inning's falling apart. And Nanda's the next man to go. As he plays inside this, this is probably going to come into him a bit, but didn't come as much as he thought. And misses it. Next thing he hears is the death rattle behind him. No real footwork. Vashisht doing a job, Romania, defending champions. And so, yeah, unfortunately for Ankush, he'll fade into the shadows. He'll have the right to reply with the ball, though. But Luxembourg, 95 for 7. I mean, where would they be without Tim Barker's 66? In a bad place, that's where. Mate, Dixit comes out. It's the worst feeling as a lower order player, and I was one at a high level of cricket. You come out saying, well, hold on. I don't think it was my job to try and rescue the innings. But that's how it's worked out. I mean, they don't play Venkateswaran in the 11. He cracked a big 6 last night. But it will be Vashisht to continue. Dixit faces up. Ooh, pretty good ball to get first up, to be honest. Luxembourg still 6 overs to bat. Can they bat it out and even kind of the current rate, get 140, something to bowl at least? A little tidy glance. This will go for 2, I think. Mishra's after it. Wenchi Gerasim actually beats him to it and fires in a throw. Good fielding. You see the encouragement there from his more experienced teammates. Yeah, very well done. Vashisht, slightly older ball, seems to have it under control at the moment. Successful over for him as this innings has come apart at the seams at the moment. Luxembourg, 6 overs remaining, they're 97 for 7. Yeah, so this is the big story today. You just saw Luxembourg put off great chase last night. But in the T10 in the ECI, Hungary just chased out 174 without losing a wicket, and they did it in 8 overs. So that's like 20, almost 22 and over against Portugal, who the previous game, that's them. That's Portugal right there in 3rd spot now. They chased down 163 against Sweden off the very last ball. So what a crazy day for chasers in Hungary. Our first ever successful 170s chase. Anyway, back to the action here, and Taranjit Singh comes on. Gets worked away for a single first ball. And the highest score ever batting second actually was in Barcelona, where we had a team chasing 192 for victory, made 187. So that's a pretty ridiculous amount of runs to get batting second. Oh, he's lucky he gets anything on this. Well, now, a bit loose. They're going to give away an extra run here. They'll still take on that shorter boundary. Dixit swings across it. And 3, how you feeling? 3's watching from Luxembourg. Liam, I think, might be heading off. Might be getting a bit late now in New Zealand. But I want to say a big thanks to him, and I'll see you and check out as well before too long. Parker, left-hander, taking on Taranjit Singh. who's actually had a great time against the right-handers, kind of getting them hitting towards that short boundary, missing a couple. Barker looks classical, doesn't he? He'll get 2 here, I think, as if he doesn't get 4. No, he won't get 2. That's a great chase, but also maybe slightly poor running to not spot that. That was into the gap. It spooked a bit, I think. 7 wickets down. There's another one, and this time it's Dixit who swings for the fences, but Taran's been oh so on target so far. There's a 3rd for him, and Luxembourg have lost an 8th wicket. 15 overs in, it's 102 for 8. Pitched up, to be honest. Shot wasn't on really. Must be some premeditation in this, because it's pretty much pitched up. Just needs a straight bat, to be honest. Dixit, he chides himself after the fact. But he's going to go for 5. And Taran, he's been the destroyer. He's got 3 for 20. Still has an over remaining. And the score now 102 for 8. So the collapse continues to the point that they've lost 6 wickets now for just 11 runs. Yes, Reece saying he's feeling a bit dizzy. He shouldn't have partied last night. Well, that's how unpredictable this format is. Had a question from Munn. Do I think T10 or the 100 can officially be an officially recognised format, or is T20 enough? I will say the 100, I just don't think it'll ever catch on. I mean, the 100 is basically a 20-over game with 5 ball overs. It's actually not that different. And then with a couple of playing conditions, such as 2 overs in a row get bowled at the one end, and bowlers are allowed to bowl 2 overs in a row. That's really all it is. It's basically T20 cricket with 5 ball overs. And I just think cricket has been 6 ball overs for so long now. I think that's pretty enduring. For me, I think... So I don't think you'll see more 100 ball cricket. If anything, I think you'll see less as years go past. But I do, because the other, just practical things like software is set up for 6 ball overs. You know, you can modify it, but scoring packages, things like that, I just don't think you're going to see non-6 ball over cricket catching on. I think there's a certain beauty about there's enough strategy as it is without having the complication of a guy being able to bowl essentially 2 overs in a row. Ooh, maybe going down the leg side. Worth a thought though. I think one thing in his favour here, it's my love who's come out at number 10, is he actually gets down the track a little bit here, and with the swing that Vashani, look at that go. Even though it hits him on the 4, I think it's just missing by a stump or more. So yeah, that leaves T20 and T10, and I think you'll see them as distinctive formats. I don't think you'll see a blend. I just think they're good even numbers. I think that's why people like them. You see in some places they play 15 over cricket. But yeah, so for me, they will continue to grow. Well, T20 might flatten out a bit, I think, now. It's grown to a point where it's pretty ubiquitous. But I think you'll definitely see more T10 cricket. I think as 50 over cricket dies, 10 over cricket increases. I think they're inversely proportional. This one goes a long way down the leg side. I was just about to say Sivakumar Periyar has done a great job. He can't handle that one. But it doesn't cost him any extra runs. So, yeah, that's just my thoughts on it. The other thing is the T10, it's a really convenient length of time to have multiple matches. So you can have 2-hour time slots. And you can actually pack a lot in a T10, as we know. And I will say, man, if you tick over to the other channel, you'll see the ECIs going on in Hungary, and get a taste today when you get a chance. Maybe when there's a break here, because I know you're enjoying this, but you get to see the dynamics of the T10 international cricket. It's pretty exciting. And 45-minute halves, you look at the biggest sport in the world, football. How do they play that, 45-minute halves? And that's exactly what a T10 match is. Oh, this one's another edge of the pitcher. Gets away from Periyar. Running away, and they'll pull it back just inside. It'll be 3 wides. The second bounce actually hits the edge of pitch, and that's, I think, why Periala can't deal with it. Man saying T20 format's underutilised and underappreciated. Well, I think these days, you just look at the volume of it. So I don't know about if I necessarily agree it's underappreciated. I think that the quote-unquote traditionalists, or actually different people will have different opinions and different preferences, and that's fine. That's life. And I think ultimately what people watch will work. So if people aren't watching 50 over cricket like they haven't been as much, it's going by the wayside. And meanwhile, the T10, it's basically a T20 without the slower bit in the middle. Just like a T20 was actually a 50 over game without the slower middle. But yeah, for me, the fact that even T20, it's a slightly awkward length of time. That's why they developed 100 to make it a bit shorter. Trying to knock it over in 3-hour time slots. All right. Oh, it's a wise decision to turn around. This will be the end of the over. Vashisht is going to finish with pretty handy figures. 1 for 21 for him. And 16 overs through this first innings. Luxembourg, 109 for 8. Yeah, so you're going to see plenty of both formats actually over the coming weeks on ECN. Tomorrow we'll start in Czechia. Danny Hudacek will be there. Maybe a few cameos, including I think Phil G's floating around there. He's going to cover me for 3 days before I'll be there on Thursday. Just need a bit of a breather after the schedule this week here in Malta. And no lies, I will be watching a fair bit of day one from the beach if I get my way. But anyway, big series in Portugal coming up as well. That starts on Tuesday night. 5 teams at the Estadio de Miranda de Corvo. It's near Porto there. And then, yeah, Switzerland in the ACS. And then we've got Germany in the ECS, Dresden and Krefeld. But we've also got, this is the first ball we just missed on the broadcast here. Knocked away for 1 by Barker. But also some T20 International Women's Cricket there. You saw the Continental Cup. That'll be in Romania. So all of our Romanian viewers, if you're enjoying this, put those dates in the diary. 4, 5, 6 of August. Rico will be there. And yeah, watch some high quality international women's cricket. Malov gets one round the corner for a single. Yeah, so I'm liking the discussion in here. And Kroom is talking about some other short form crickets that were tried. And I actually played some of them. Like I played Supermax cricket, which was like 8-a-side. There's a few kind of gimmicky rules in there. I mean, it makes it fun, but you got to kind of find the balance between keeping it kind of with the roots rather than making it too Mickey Mouse. So I think there's some of those rules I suppose just couldn't, yeah, didn't get enough, I suppose, respect from the wider cricket community. Eventually there was kind of a search for a third format that was there because there was kind of an idea that 50 over cricket that took all day was a bit too long, and you could do something shorter. So that took a while. Oh, I reckon that goes over the stumps. Tara can't believe this hasn't hit the stumps. Let's have a look at it from behind. See if we get a look at it. Yeah. It certainly looked like it. Might have gone straight over the leg stump or maybe just missed it, but over the top. Fast ball the over. Taran's been brilliant here. That time I think it will be a wide. It's that one he pushes through a little bit. But eventually, you know, for all the kind of gimmicks and thoughts, that Super 8s was something for a while. There's a great tournament in Malaysia that had some very good players playing there. As Taran will finish his spell. Great job. Wrexham middle order. 3 for 24, his figures. And with 3 overs remaining, Luxembourg 113 for 8. Yeah, but in the end, if you're talking about formats that you can replicate, you know, everyone kind of understands the rules already. If you look at a T20 versus 50 overs, or even T10 versus 20 overs, there's not a lot to learn. You know the rules, the playing conditions, it's just shorter. So, you know, when I loved playing Supermax cricket. I think I played 2 or 3 matches of it back when I was playing club cricket in Australia. I played against Ryan Campbell, actually, in one of them. But there are all these rules, and it seemed like you had to study for it a little bit. And you know, it was a great idea, but I just think that's why we never saw it kind of catch on into the mainstream. In the end, you know, you don't change the game too much, but it's just the duration. Anyway, here's Cosmin Zavoiu getting a bowl. I'm liking this. Now, he was an absolute destroyer in the ECS Romania fairly recently. And here's a guy representing his country. Didn't play cricket till he was in his 30s. Grew up playing football, had some injury issues. I think it was on the advice of his dentist that he said, look, you gotta try some cricket, play some cricket, Cosmin. You should always follow your dentist's advice. Kids, I'm talking to you. And Cosmin, he took 18 wickets. He was the equal second highest wicket taker in the ECS recently. And he almost has a wicket here. And the thing about Cosmin, I mean, here's a guy, he took 5 wickets in an over recently. He is deadly accurate. He's not trying to bowl fast. He's got a fairly round arm action. And he'll just force the batter to make the pace. My love picks out the fielder here. And you know, went a bit viral actually for his 5-wicket over. Everyone thinking, oh yeah, that'd be easy to smash. But I mean, when it's accurate, not as easy as it looks. Oh well, Cosmin, he's hung me out to dry there. That's a rare one that's gotten away. But also, you know, a lot of talk about his action. Some people saying, oh, is that, can you bowl like that? His arm is dead straight. It's just on a slightly lower angle, but I mean, the elbow, it's straight the whole way. So there's no issues there with legality. Yeah, as long as the hand's higher than the elbow, you're bowling overarm. Certainly is true, he's overarm. He's got a similar arm slot to Malinga. Probably not the same pace. Concede that. Another one, we just lost it down the leg side. You've got to realise he hasn't bowled in a while as well. But he was regularly bowling for the Gladiators. 18 wickets in that series. He was taking a wicket every 5.6 balls, the best strike rate in that series. And now, oh, just gets back. And even here, okay, with those 2 wides, still only 3 runs off the over. You know what, there's a bat plug there, like he was just over the line. Now, cut away, and just a single, so Cosmin, nice start for him. And takes it to the 18th over, and the score 117 for 8. Would have been a good opportunity as well to maybe bowl a Luca Petre before the end of this innings, if Romania are pretty happy with how things are going. You know, they're pretty happy about those 6 wickets in quick time. Luxembourg lost 6 for 11 in the space of 20 balls. 6 for 11 in 20 balls. That's completely derailed their innings. Having said that, I mean, these are the kinds of scores that we saw holding up on day one. Keanu's got a question. What teams are in the Women's Continental Cup? Well, Romania, they'll be the hosts. Got to say, I've got a bit of FOMO. I can't be there because I only got 3 days there. I'm owed a bit of time in Romania. Had an awesome time while I was there, actually. But such as the schedule at the moment, I had to move on pretty quickly. But yeah, it'll be the hosts, Romania, Greece, Isle of Man, and where we are right now, Malta. We saw the Maltese women's team previously. They played in the ECIWs in Spain, but yeah, the other 3 teams we haven't seen on ECN before. So yeah, more teams, more players we'll see on ECN, which I think is sensational. Something like 7,000 cricketers now have played cricket on ECN. And of course, millions have watched. Hello to Daniela, who I think is watching from Romania. Get down and watch that one as Raj Kumar comes on. This will be his only over. Kroom's talking about the Hong Kong Sixers. I'm not sure if that's still going. I mean, I used to love watching the Hong Kong Sixers, which is probably the most similar cricket to ECN T10 cricket until we did ECN T10 cricket. My love, he's kind of had to take his medicine a bit here. make sure they bat out these 20 overs. Somehow ends up down with Periawa. I've got to say, it's been pretty good behind the stumps. Any other questions, let us know. Love the opportunity to go back and forth with you guys. What a historic day, though. In Hungary, in particular, with two of the 3 highest chasers ever on ECN in consecutive games. This is in the air, got Barker reaching for it. He's got a bit of power if he wants it. And we have to hustle when they get home. Good running that time. To run the first one hard, you can see wasn't hit too hard. Cole, even though he does everything right, he's not able to prevent the second. Valletta Sarabjit, nice to see you in there. I'm sure you were loving Taranjit's 3 wickets. Barker, I've seen him nail a 6 down the ground earlier in the week. That was a shot that showed he's got some power. And to be honest, his twin showed that he did as well with his 66. Lucky for that in this innings. Wow, this isn't powerful, but it's effective. I think he's going to French cut this, and I think it's going to run for 4. Yeah, it does. So, bit of luck. Luxembourg just kind of beg, borrow, or stealing as many runs as they can towards the end of this innings. Maybe they could still get to 140 here. No fine leg in place, so yeah, Cosman getting his steps in. That was always destined to run to the rope. Yeah, so if you're in Romania, I know we've got a lot of Romanian viewers, yeah, put those dates in your diary, 4, 5, 6 of August. You can even meet Rico. Rico will be there. So all right, this is another one where he wants to, I've got to say, I don't think it should have been there. But yeah, again, put pressure on the throw. A direct hit, he was probably out. But yeah, at this stage, that was a risk worth taking. They come back and they get a couple. Yeah, so the decision for the ICC to make all T20s official international matches when they're between ICC affiliated nations, I mean, that's kind of said this is the format that we think is going to be the enduring one. This is a pretty good shot straight down the ground. Oh no, some indecision here, and it's almost going to cost Barker his wicket. Mullave just kind of forgets to run here. I don't know whether he thinks it's the last ball of the over or something, and so Barker will retain the strike. But to be honest, this is definitely a 2. And Mullave, I think that's just because he thinks it's ball 6 and that Barker wants a 1. Barker's saying, hey, buddy, needed that one, because then Barker can still get a 1 and keep the strike that way. Mullave doesn't care. So maybe Mullave knew the future, which was that he was going to smash the next ball for 4. So for a guy who's 4 of 14, that's one way to double your score. Well, sometimes 2 wrongs make a right, and ultimately it's a good result for Luxembourg, and it takes him into the 130s. End of the 19th over, 132 for 8. Yeah, fighting partnership. This is worth 30 now for the 9th wicket. Looks like Cosman is going to get a second over. Cosman Savoy, the last over. This is where we are at the moment. Malta through to the final. Right now we're watching the 4th place playoff. But yeah, this is a fully fledged T20 international. And yeah, mentioning that decision 4 years ago from the ICC to say, look, we are going to treat all T20 internationals the same. Doesn't matter if it's Australia, England, or India, Pakistan, or Bangladesh, Afghanistan, or New Zealand, South Africa, or whoever it is, or Turkey, Czech Republic. We're going to treat them the same. And so I think that's just good for the world cricket. In football, for example, in FIFA, sport. You don't have classes of internationals. So yeah, I just think it makes for a flatter system, and it's encouraged these players to work on their game a lot. And I think, yeah, T10 internationals, one day will get a similar status, the way things are going. All right, Zavoyu to bowl the last over. Actually, I reckon it's a pretty good move against James Barker if he gets it right. Barker likes a bit of pace on the ball. But if he gets it wrong, could be trouble, and that could have easily been swung away for 4 or more. And I think Barker's a bit annoyed he doesn't catch up, though he will get a wide. He's got to get it a bit to the right against the lefty. Better, and Barker, though, stands up and attacks and pumps it out of the ground. Maximal! Zavoyu just a fraction short. He has more luck when he draws batters forward. You see Barker back in the crease, targets the short boundary. Yeah, nice shot by James. Here's the comeback ball. Goes again this time. Be frustrated he can't get back on strike, as that's a clear single. The throw comes in. So Mullab kind of struggled getting Cosman away earlier. Cosman will probably come back over the wicket, I imagine, to the right-hander. 140 is up for Luxembourg. Getting a little bit short, but I think he's found the fielder. So Cosman Zavoyu gets a wicket. And it's nicely taken out there. That's Gaurav Mishra out on the square leg fence. And so, yeah, lack of pace here. I love having to generate all the pace, but really it was asking for it. Probably should have gone out of the ground, but he mishit, and that'll happen when you're searching for that extra power. So Zavoyu does get banged, but he fights back, and that's the 9th wicket down, but breaks a pretty handy partnership as those two put on 38. And now with 3 balls remaining, Luxembourg 140 for 9. Hello, Ben. Nice to see you in the chat. Just quickly, because we're running out of time. Talking about the LBW rule, saying it confuses his new cricket friends, particularly the pitched outside leg. Maybe we should do away with that. We've talked about that before. I think ultimately, well, I'll give you a bit of trivia. Do you know the LBW rule has changed 12 times over its existence, starting with not being a rule at all, if you go back far enough. Dhingra comes out at 11. That's well bowled by Cosman Zavoyu. Now, if I'm Barker here, I'm not taking a 1. I'm not taking a 1 that I don't think can be a 2. So I'm taking a 2 if I think it's there. Otherwise, I want to face both of these balls. Quickly, and I know I have to be quick, we can talk about it more, Ben, if you come with more comments in the second innings, but there are some reasons it kind of discourages defensive bowling. Yeah, so he does take it on, and now he's going to get a boundary. Well, to be honest, Taranjit Singh should probably know the situation that they're probably not going to even take a 1. I don't know if they were going to run or not, and so the catch isn't as important. I suppose if you catch it, you can end the innings, so there's that. But to be honest, I could see at least that he wasn't going to get there. Maybe he didn't realise that till too late in the piece. So, bit of a bonus boundary there. Last ball coming up of the 20. Tries to time this one away. Going, and that's gone. And I wonder if that hit the rope. So, yeah, I mean, gets it away. It's going to be another boundary to finish. I think it's been given 4 runs. Let's have a look at it on the replay again. Just short enough that he can get on the back foot. I guess it's very hard to tell, but it's in front of all the scorers, so I think it's just inside. And so it will be 4 runs off the last. So a bit of a bonus there. Zavoyu goes for 17 in the last, but does take a wicket. And Luxembourg, well, to be honest, they'll probably take it, considering where they were at one point. Lost 2 early wickets, then had a partnership, had 66 from Tim Barker, then lost 6 for 11. Fighting partnership for the 9th wicket between James Barker and Pankaj Malab. Gets them up to 140, and then basically they set 150. So I think we'll have a pretty competitive second innings, that's for sure. Romania the higher ranked of the two teams, but they have been on the slide this week. Luxembourg had their measure yesterday, but a day can change a lot in how your cricket is treating you. And, well, Cope, well, he's looked good at times, but he has another globe, unfortunately, to his name. Fascist, well, thought that one might snap his ankle in two, but he did make the stop there. Halbarbi having a pretty good series without making a huge score. Living dangerously there, but then he got knocked over. Ball where he kind of goes on the walk and yorks himself. Mishra had two at that stage, and he was making waves early. Fashish didn't quite get it right, I think, in his first couple, but he wasn't too bad. Held up his end. But it was Barker that came out 2 down, and he just was off to the races, wasn't he? Hit the ball really well through mid-on and mid-wicket. Just looks really compact. He's got a good technique, seemed to find the gaps. When he hit one straight, that was an absolute monster into the jungle. And yeah, took on the fielder and won. So I mean, to be honest, he was on for a big 100, wasn't he? But then it was a slower ball that outdid him. And Cosmin Savoy took a brilliant catch. He was important in this 20 overs. And if they didn't get Tim Barker there, I mean, Luxembourg, they might have made a really big score because he was looking on. Vikram Vij ended up just sniffing one down the leg side. And that's cricket. He knew, I think, straight away that he got a little touch on it. Well done by Perry Alwat behind the stumps. And then Taran went to work, didn't he? His collapse was on like Donkey Kong. 6 for 11 they lost in 20 balls, Luxembourg. And yeah, searching for the short boundaries. Like yesterday's hero also went the same way as Shiv Curran Gill. He was LBW in the back leg. So yeah, suddenly it was a very different ball game, wasn't it? At 102 for 8. And Romania had their tails up. Dixit, went for a shot that he probably realises wasn't quite on now, that he's had plenty of time to think about it. But yeah, Barker, as in James Barker, and Pankaj Malav came out, and Malav eventually went, but not before they'd put on 38 for the 9th wicket. So 102 for 8. I mean, you're hoping as a fielding team you can knock them over around the 110 mark. Well, right now, Romania chasing 150, and they're going to have to bat well here. Cosmin Savoy had some success, but yeah, ultimately, the last over a bit expensive. 17 come off it, and Luxembourg rebound to 149. Quick hello to James Stewart. Good to see you with us. And right now, let's have a look at the scorecard. Well, clear case of the haves and have-nots. 3 players reach double figures. 2 of them are called Barker. The twins doing the job for Luxembourg. Tim Barker, 66 off 40. That was a masterclass, really. Classical batting, mixture of power and technique. James Barker, though, fighting 33 for him, including a big last over. Apart from that, it was only Shiv Curran Gill that was able to make double figures. He made 14. As far as the bowling went, well, take your pick, the best of the bowlers. Mishra 2 for 18, did a good job, just run a ball, got the early strikes. They were important. Kohli with a couple of wickets as well. Economical. Fashish ends up with good figures, 1 for 21. Taranjit Singh, 3 for 24. I think that was really important in the middle as he just put Luxembourg on the back foot. Also Savoy with a wicket towards the end. But 149 for 9 means an even 150 for Romania to go home with a win. Otherwise, it's going to be a frustrating 0-5 record for the defending champions. So plenty to play for. We'll be back in around about 15 minutes to take you into the second innings. And we'll see which team gets the points here in 4th place playoff. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Ball cricket around the corner. You're watching cricket live from Malta. This is the Valletta Cup.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to the Master International Cricket Ground on the beautiful island nation of Malta. As we're into the second half of finals day here in the Valletta Cup. This is the fourth place playoff. Luxembourg have accumulated 149 runs off their 20 overs. So Romania going out now to chase 150 to get off the bottom. It has been a pretty rough week for Romania. They were the defending champions last year. And they just have not really been able to put a match together so far. They'll feel a lot better if they can go away with a win. Ramesh Satheesan, the skipper, out there to open up with Taranjit Singh. So the regular opening combination. These two are really important to the chances of Romania in this chase. It's going to be Ankush Nanda to open the bowling. I like him. He's a guy who'll bowl his heart out for his team and he'll be searching for early wickets. Romania have struggled when they've lost these guys in the power play. They will attack nonetheless. Here we go. 150, the victory target. Oh boy, that's about as close as you can get to taking a wicket first ball without taking one. They'll come back for two, but Satheesan just gets his timing all wrong here. I think that's Malav at mid-on. Have a look, it's an awkward looking shot. You can see one hand comes off the bat. I don't think it carries, to be fair, to the fielder. But yeah, the one hand coming off the bat is a real clear indication that you haven't got it right. You haven't got the timing right. Gets a long way across. And he must have got some bat on this. I didn't see a signal. He was forward a bit as well. Let's have a look. Probably won't see much here. Back pad. Maybe just going down. Given a run anyway. So obviously a bit of bat on that. No chance for an LBW. Taranjit Singh played with the tournament last year. Hasn't quite been able to get his mojo this week though. He's made some promising starts, hasn't turned it into a big score. Taran. Mercurial play up. Chases one. He probably shouldn't have. One thing I love about the wicket-keeping of Cope, who's taken over from Just Mays, he's always trying to frame the pitch. And that's one that he can't quite manage because he's got such a tough job just even taking it so far to his right. Anyway, I love the way he plays this cricket, enjoys his cricket. I mean, all these guys do. They're so thrilled to represent their countries. This one does stay inside. Didn't have to frame that one. So Nanda leads the attack. Interesting to see who they pair him with in the second over. Oh, a slightly uncontrolled cut, but gets it over. The man in the circle. Whoever comes around does pretty well. It's James Barker. And they only get one there. What's going on there? I mean, it really should have been two. And he had to go so far, but Satheesan was walking. I think Satheesan thought it was going for four. And because of that, Taran spots his captain. At least they were looking at each other. That's the kind of situation that can easily end up in a run out, in a huge miscommunication. It's not a great look, but Satheesan just assumed it was going for four. And it is four off the first over, four without loss after one. Yeah, I've seen that go wrong before. You see Satheesan, if he then breaks eye contact and assumes, yeah, okay, sorry, here's the second run, and Taran goes back, well then you've got a run out on your hands. Anyway, one over into this response. A reminder that there's more cricket coming your way from Spain, the ECC. 71 days away. Romania will be in Group E in the same group as Malta and Switzerland that are here as part of this Valletta Cup. And Luxembourg, they might cross paths because they're playing on consecutive days. Luxembourg will actually arrive on Group E finals day. So maybe Luxembourg guys might want to come and socialise a bit with the Group E teams, including Switzerland, Romania and Malta, that they've played in some pretty firm but friendly competition this week. Ranjit Singh faces Dixit, who shares the new ball. Dixit coming from the golf course end. Meanwhile, update in Hungary, the craziness continues. Looks like Sweden for sure we're going to get their second 200 of the series, but they ended up with 2 balls, didn't score off last 2 balls, ended up 199. Oh no, this is slightly wrong. Oh, and Taran gets away with it. This is a bit fortunate really. This time's the pull, top edge, and James Barker was hunting, but he was a bit in front of the umpire. Just went behind the umpire. Couldn't get there and turn it into a catch. Good area from Dixit. Sneaks inside the line. Luxembourg will want to do something similar to what happened in the first innings. A couple of early wickets. Chipped again, and this time he's not going to get away with it. Sathieson had a close call first ball where he almost found Malav at mid-on, but at the other end, it's Barker in that position, Tim Barker. And Sathieson never really commits to the shot, never found his timing. I suppose when you're not timing it that well, if you're not confident, then going aerial gets super risky. So he just chips again. He's not trying to hit it hard. It's down towards the bottom of the bat. Going for timing over power. He got neither. And Romania lose their skipper. Score 5 for 1 after 10 balls. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't look good, but you got to realise cricket timing. You have normally around about, give or take, about half a second from the moment that the bowler bowls to the time that the ball reaches you. And so yeah, little misjudgments can have big consequences. And you can see there, down the bottom of the bat, it was hit better, I suppose, than how he hit the first ball of the innings. Better meaning it actually carried to the man rather than falling in front. So Dixit with the big wicket of Sathieson. Got a few different options. Luxembourg. Even Orsu's been delivering a bit of off spin for them. Shiv Curran Gill can bowl a bit, but hasn't so much since very early in the tournament, or very early in the week. Turned away leg side, and oh, I hope that's just a slip and nothing more for James Barker. Just a single, so that's Hussaini. Once again, seeing him in the 3 position. No Natagotla in the lineup for Romania today. We saw Perry Elwood with the gloves. Talent watchfully plays it out. Romania, they wanted to chase. That's what they're going to have to do. And the score at the end of 2 overs, 6 for 1. I suppose in a funny way, Romania can probably take heart from what they saw Luxembourg do last night. Recovered after a slightly concerning start to end up chasing down a large total of 188, the biggest chase so far this week. Yeah, so Romania without a win in 4 games. This is their 5th match. France and Malta played the qualifier this morning, and Malta were able to bowl France out for 78 and chase it down. So Switzerland, Malta playing in the final, a rematch of the 2021 decider here in the Valletta Cup. Malta won it back then, but then lost to Romania last year. So will Malta get the trophy back, or will it be heading to Switzerland for the first time? Nanda comes and gets driven to deep cover by Vasu. Just a single. Takes it on, almost picks out the man. So again, one of those ones that's lucky you haven't hit it better, because then you probably drill it straight to the fielder. And Luxembourg, they've got some very good outfielders. That's Tim Barker's already taken a catch in this innings and almost had a second there. Hello to KG in the chat. Nice to see you, as always, Ken. Picks out the cover. That's Vikram Vij. I'm sure he'll be important with the ball. He's been super effective with his mixture of slower balls and little cutters. Vasu pushes and runs, just a single. Karan drives, and once again Vich called into the action. Oh, it's a huge moment in the game. Nanda gets one and hit back, and he clips the top stump of Taranjit Singh. So both openers got in the first 3 overs, and Luxembourg fighting back. Romania 9 for 2, and Nanda, the lion-hearted Luxembourger, he does it, and he does it against one of the top players in this tournament, Taran, last year's MVP in the Valletta Cup. But that's the end of his tournament. Kind of tries to go across this, doesn't he? Trying to move it along. I think Taran, he'll look back and he won't be too happy with the shot. And credit to Nanda, who gets it spot on target. And Romania are going to have to play from behind now. 9 for 2. Vashisht gets the nod at number 4. Vashisht did bat really well yesterday. I like the fact they're using that form to push him up the order. He's one guy batting with some confidence, but well, Nanda, what a good first couple of overs from him. He's got 1 for 7 off his 2 overs. So Dixit, he's got a wicket of his own. It's a Thiessen with his mistiming. What would I do? Do you bat him not opening? We have seen him occasionally at 3, I think. Do you bat him 5, 6? Look at what Tim Barker did, for example. He was opening, wasn't happening, and then dropped down into the middle order, found some runs. But then who do you open? I suppose that's the question. You could throw a Kohli up there or something. He's been opening in ECS cricket. He put Saini up a spot. Anyway, Saini right now has got some work to do. It's a full ball from Dixit. He's not express, but likes to go around the wicket, kind of angle the ball in, roll the fingers on a few and turn them down the line. ball up in the block hole. It's good accurate bowling from Dixit. Vashish faces up. Plays a nice looking drive. Vashish plays his cricket for United in Romania. The team that won the domestic championship last year, so we saw them at the ECL earlier this year. So on the other channel right now, Hungary chasing 200, bearing in mind that they just set the record for highest chase in the last game. And so they've sent the same guys out there and they've made a pretty solid start. They're 25 off 7 balls. Ravindran and Sheikh Razik. Drilled to Shiv Karan Gill. Keeps it to 1. I mean, could we see a 200 chase? That would be unbelievable. Dixit, it's been super tight here. And Kroom, if you are back with us, I know a lot of people are kind of going back and forth at the moment. Mentioned you might have just dodged another payout. You're always buying a membership when there's a 200 score. Oh yeah, nips away, stays just inside the line though. Yeah, Kroom would have been gifting another membership, but didn't have to because the 199 with 2 balls to go, and then there's a wicket and a dot to finish. Driven, more work for Shiv Karan Gill, but he does it eventually. Does give away a 2 though, Vashish legs it back. So, yeah, this is what we saw in Hungary a little bit earlier. 14 for 2 right here after 4, but yeah, Hungary chased 174. That's our new record for highest chase. And now they're chasing 200, although I do see they lost a wicket, which is something they didn't do in that 174 chase. And that was against Portugal. By the way, about 2 hours before that, Portugal had a 163 chase, and that was at the time the second highest chase ever on ECN. Now, we have a new record holder. And Portugal becomes the 3rd highest chase. Nanda continues to Vasusani, push and run. Just keep an eye on that run rate required. And with this good start that Luxembourg have made already, they've pushed up to 8.5. So it's kind of like they're chasing 170 now. Kind of makes their score look about 20 runs bigger. In the air, but gets over point, and this is going to scream to the boundary. Vashish with his first 4. And don't count Romania out. Still a long way to go in this game. It's good timing, doesn't try and keep it down. Oh, now tries it again. He's a bit lucky actually that he doesn't pick out the man down there. Oh, now, oh, they're coming, they're going. Luckily, they're stopping. And it'll just be a long single. See here, some miscommunication. I think it was smart to bench any idea of the second run in the end. Don't need to run out at this stage. Hello to Ben again. Great to see you with us. Always love your input. And Ben, let us know once again where you're watching from. Ben2976 in the chat. Wow, this is a pretty nice shot, and there's open space out here. Only one bounce for Vasusaini. Gets something you can pick up from Nanda and gets another boundary, second one for the over. Romania desperately need a partnership. And it's just getting a little bit straight, kind of straying onto the pads really. Vasu does well, gets the hands out front. Just had to help it to that side. Because at the moment, it's a 7-2 field. So just 2 fielders on the left of the screen. There's 7 fielders on the right. So it just meant there was absolutely nobody over there that was going to be anywhere near it. Now he's on the cut, but deep backward point, cut this off. That's James Barker. Yeah, Ben describing the cricket as indefatigable. And thank you for the lovely comment. Thanks, magnificent stuff. Kroom, in case you missed what I said, because you're on the other broadcast, I said, looks like you just dodged another pay out with Sweden. Not scoring off either of the last 2 balls, and this will be scored off. In fact, it's going to be 6. Maximo! Kind of like the idea of giving a guy an opportunity who's scored some runs down the order. They did that with Kohli. It didn't really work out yesterday. Vashish, though, he looked decent. He's been put up at 4, and at the moment, he's swinging it. Again, a little bit of the helicopter flourish on the end of that shot. This time not only over the infield, but over the outfield too. End of the over, it's 31 for 2 after 5. So, if you said Sathisen and Taranjit are only going to make 5 between them, and I think most pundits would say Romania probably sunk, but still plenty of time to go. These two have made promising start. This is going to be Malav, who's going to bowl over number 6. Got to say, it's great to see ECN founder Dan Weston here in Malta today. I know he's probably in a few meetings with the big wigs, but I'm hopeful that we might be able to get him on the commentary, perhaps for the final a little bit later on. Oh, that's blasted. Now we might have had trouble. We do have trouble. We got to run out. Vashish ran on their hit, and Nanda's saying, yeah, it's me. And he points to where the name would be on his shirt. But I tell you what, he's saying Luxembourg through and through, and he does it. This was just hit too hard. Too hard, and Nanda, he was all over it like a rash. And now he's looking at his hand saying, I actually think that hurt a bit, but this was like a bullet from Saini. Have a look at this, Vashish. He kind of assumes there's going to be a run there and then realizes, well, hold on. Recognize that my partner's not going. To be honest, Vasu never runs. He never really kind of sells Shantana Vashish up the river. I think Vashish is just done by the sound, which was cracking. But Vasu never leaves his crease. It had to be a perfect piece of fielding. It was. Pick up, throw, hits. And Nanda. Oh, the big bear. Doesn't he love being in the action? Vashish run out for 14. Romania, just when they were putting together something, and Vashish was looking so good out there. He has to go, and it's 31 for 3. Let's see what it means to these guys. And I love that. A little bit of chat, trying to pin the blame on Vasu, giving other people's wickets away. To be fair, only by hitting the ball too well, because he never shapes to run. That was on Vashish, really. And Vashish does, eventually look at Vasu Saini and turn around, but this is where I say sometimes ball watching can hurt you, because if Vashish had only looked at Vasu, then he never would have really taken off, because Vasu, he just stood exactly where he played the shot. So it's just an unfortunate set of circumstances. Now we see a cracking shot from Vasu Saini. He seems unfazed by that. He wakes the officials up anyway. Some big fans around this ground of the electronic and humankind. Yeah, this furiously coming off the back of Vasu Saini. Yeah, so I don't think Saini can be blamed in all reality. And Vashish, I don't blame him that much either, because it's a natural thing when you hear a ball hit that well to think, all right, we're off for a run here. But just got the ball to Nanda so quickly, and Nanda didn't blink, did he? Now a slight fumble, but Vich gets on the rebound. They will get through for a single this time. I like a bit of animation. That's why I like Nanda. I think he's a bit of an animal when he crosses the white line. Well, I watch him creep behind the umpire and then back again. Now, I think that gets a bit of the hands of Amit Dhingra. Not an easy one. He was going up, going to his right, never really turned his hands around, fingers up. So he tries to go to the side, but then finds it getting real big on him. So just remember that. Periawa gets a bit of luck. And to be honest, Siva, who we saw keeping in this game for Romania, actually could use a bit of luck, to be honest. He hasn't had a very fun series at all. Saini this time finds the gap again and gets 4 more. So Romania trying to find some positives here. One is that Vasu seems to be timing the ball better and better. He was kind of bogged down, even though he batted a fair bit of time earlier in the week. That'll take us to the end of 6 overs, and it's 41 for 3. Now, we've had a great week of T20 international cricket here, and that includes men's and women's, by the way, on ECN. But back to some exclusive T10 stuff tomorrow. Danny Hudacek will be in Czechia to get you started in that series. Brno versus Prague CC, rematch of the recent T20 domestic final there that saw Prague CC qualify for the ECL. Also, we'll see Barbarians there. We'll see Finorati as well on day one. 7:15 a.m. GMT, 9:15 I should say. Central Europe, 12:45 p.m. in India. 12-day series followed by an ECI there in Czechia. The Finos cricket ground, that's going to be pretty as a picture this time of year. I actually played there around about, it was 3 weeks ago that I played there. I played in the tournament that's organised by Prague CC. And it's probably the only time I'll play this year. I've got to say, loved it. Really loved it. T10 format. It's so dynamic. We've got a great history with Czech cricket here at ECN. So excited to see a few familiar faces there. And, oh, well, when we get to Prague, we'll have to have some extra time for food chat, because being so central, I have spent a fair bit of time there now in between tournaments, and I've got some favourite spots that I might be able to tell you about. Great place to visit as well, actually, Prague. This time of year, it'll be up in the 30s. It's going to be pretty warm, I think. Anyway, Dhingra gets the ball, replaces Nanda. And Siva Periawa lets the first one go past. I would have been tempted to bowl Nanda out because he just seemed hot. And I suppose you keep one up your sleeve. Cope, I don't think he's coming up because he's not going for the helmet. He's just trying to get his angles right. Keeper's got an important role to play in just making sure that the fielders are spaced correctly. Siva Periawa goes after this one, but picks out the third man. That's James Barker down there. Yeah, so the keeper's kind of in the best position. He's the closest to the batter. And so one of your roles as a keeper, not necessarily to set the field, but to make sure, if you see something obvious, such as an infielder being in the same line as an outfielder, you know, just to move guys around. Because when the guys are further away from the middle of the pitch, they kind of lose their sense of perspective of where they are. It's pretty important in limited overs cricket. The keeper takes the lead on that. This is a cracking cut shot, but once again, field pretty well. Well protected over there. Still sticking with this 7-2 field. Yeah, so you have a look. You've got 7 fielders out there on the right-hand side, and then just those 2 fielders long on, and then a whole bunch of open space back there to the left. So Dingra has to be really disciplined here. Parawa swings and misses. So yeah, you see a bit more thought put into fields and bowling strategies at the international level, as you'd expect. So Dingra here, even though those 3 stumps there in the ground, if he bowls on them, he opens himself up to get hit into those open spaces. So he's going to try and bowl in that offside channel outside the off stump. Having said that, gets a bit straight. This time doesn't hurt him too much because Perel was only able to jab it for a single into the leg side. Luxembourg, they've got good energy when they're out there. They've had their ups and downs this week. Don't forget Luxembourg, this is their 9th match in 6 days. So it's a lot of cricket. Saini punches down the ground. I think a 2 here, but I think at this stage, not really risking it. This will be the end of the 7th over. Dingra, pretty tight one. Plan comes together nicely. And Romania after 7. They're 45 for 3. Nanda, 1 for 24. Would have been tempted to bowl him out, but now I suppose you've got more flexibility when you do make that change. You can bring him back if you want him a bit later. We see any Orsu. Romania typically have just struggled to keep the party rolling through the middle overs, say 6 to 14. They just seem to be okay turning the strike over, but typically you need more than that. Now here, we've got another change. Vikram Vij coming in to bowl the 8th over. And, well, if Nanda's the bear, then Vij is the fox. He's a wily fox. He's a guy, he's not trying to beat you for pace, but he'll try and beat you for change of pace. So he has a few subtle variations, and he's deadly accurate normally. Here he is bowling to Vasu Saini, over number 8. Starts with a little bit of a leg cutter. Oh, now they're going to take on the 2. Oh, and they're going to get there. And that's probably more about Periawa feeling that he's quick enough to get there. Because Shivkar and Gill, I mean, to me, he got to the ball pretty quickly. Well, the bat plugged short of the line, but luckily Periawa was quick enough, had the foot in by the time the ball arrived. Pitched up, and Saini gets 1 square of the wicket. Vikram. Yes, off spinner. It's just little changes. This is one, look, fingers come down the right-hand side of the ball. Comes back in a little bit. Slows it down a little bit. Cope up to the stumps. He's already shown he's a very good keeper, standing up. Also been particularly good down the leg side. Once again, Thinking of it, don't think so this time. Curran Gill, maybe 10% faster getting to the ball. About 8 and over required, so really we'll keep an eye on two things here. The wicket's lost at the moment, 3. That's okay. But if for Romania, the run rate required, they won't want that to really get up out of the 8s. Obviously, they'd like to bring it down. I think they'll be happy with it just staying there for a while. Well, Saini decides to go large. Going, gone. Maximo! Into the trees. Vij gets a little bit straight for the first time. And Saini steps across, takes a chance, but gets away with it. And so, yeah, decides to take a risk. See here, this one more or less in the hitting arc. And Vikram, most of the time, he's just been a little bit wider than that. And Vasu says, I don't get many of these, so I'm going to take my chance. That's probably still outside off stump, but only by maybe a stump and a half. Last ball of the over. And now he's back in his office. And okay, being asked to do plenty with that throw, but anyway, Vij goes for 10 in his first over. And Romania, after 8 overs, they're 55 for 3. I suppose the thing here is that in the 20 over format, you can get a few more ebbs and flows. And we saw that last night, didn't we, with Luxembourg chasing down 188 against France. They were then bundled out of the tournament by the hosts this morning. So Malta and France end up playing each other 4 times in the week. And basically that many series was drawn, 2-2. Periawa would love to bat for a decent length of time. He's 4 off 7 at the moment. He's facing Dhingra. He takes it on, fairly vacant leg side, and that has gone for 4. So, yeah, Siva, like I said, the longer he bats, the better he's going to get. This is more or less playing it on length. And I've also, talked about the field. 7 on the right of screen, just 2 to the left, so there's plenty of gaps over there. And Luxembourg are kind of encouraging this. They're saying, yeah, go and fetch it from outside off stump. If you get that wrong, there's quite a lot of opportunity for the ball to skew up into the offside where there's plenty of protection. They do have a third man now. Not a genuine third man, a third person across on that leg side. So 6 on the offside, 6 to the right, 3 to the left. Now they're going to take it on and they'll scramble through. I think Periawa just saying, hey, you ran him away, but I mean, I don't think he could have done anything else, because if he ran to the left, he was going to run straight into Saini. So I don't think there's anything intentional about that. I mean, it was convenient, don't get me wrong. Just had to go between the 2 big human beings coming the other way, and it happened to be to run straight over the ball. So I don't think the batter really had an alternative, if I'm honest. Saini, something foolish outside the off stump, pushes. A bit of byplay at the moment between these two teams. I think what I will say this week is we've seen some very competitive cricket, passionate international cricketers on the show, but really the spirit of cricket's been well and truly alive as well. I think players really enjoy the opportunity to go out there, play hard, but also to make friendships and to connect with others in the European cricket community. Yeah. Well, now we got big trouble. Oh, in fact, this would have been out. Well, to be honest, I think if they'd gone bowlers, then they were more chance of a run out, because at one stage, both batters were running to this keeper's end, closest to the camera. Periawa, again, it's another example of a batter going on the hits it well, but then realises he's hit it too well. And he's pretty much hit it straight at the fielder. See here, and then ball came in pretty quickly, see? But Vasu, meanwhile, he's in the middle of the pitch while this ball's come in. And if he had taken it, if the keeper had taken the ball on the way in, then I think he still would have got him out. See, if this sticks to the gloves go past the stumps before the bat's in. So, I mean, it's a tough one for Cope, who's on the move, and he gets an awkward hop. But if he had managed to glove that somehow, then that would have been the end of Sivakumar Periawa. I think just taking a moment to get some fluids in. I think the dive might have just taken the wind out of him, but Romania living dangerously. Tell me who's up in this game right now. I think it's a very interesting game. For me, it's pretty close to a 50-50. I mean, if these two stay at the crease for any length of time, if they can continue at this rate for another kind of 6 or 7 overs, then I think Romania are clear favourites. But if this partnership's broken and then maybe a 5th wicket falls, then I think Luxembourg well in charge. So, yeah, really up for grabs, I think. So, it's like everyone's okay to continue. That's good to see. Looking back to Hungary, it seems pretty unlikely now that we'll see a 200 chase, although they gave it a good shake early on. Siva thrust into the role of wicketkeeper today. The 3rd keeper we've seen from Romania this week. Shakur called into action yesterday. Be a wide. Just does a bit too much. Dingra though, you see how keen he is to stick to the offside. This one is a bit straighter, not too much in the way of fielders on the leg side, although it's a very good stop by Orsu, even though not a huge fan of the foot fielding, but he gets it right. Turns what would have been a 4 into a 2. Right in front of the officials' tent, so they got a good view of that. Yeah, pretty interesting ECI. Looks like it'll go down to effectively a final. Because it looks like Sweden are going to win this. That means that both teams that are going to play match 9, Portugal and Sweden, they'll have 6 points. So whoever wins that wins the series. So yeah, we haven't had that happen too often this year. Right here in Malta, it's the end of the 9th over, and Romania up there 64 for 3. Yeah, we saw Romania in the ECI series not too long ago. That was in Romania. They were hosts, but they also played in Milan in the ECIs against Italy and France, actually. So yeah, Luxembourg, they're a team. We haven't seen them in ECIs yet. I'm sure we will at some point, though. I'm sure the invitation's gone out there. I suppose it's just kind of managing all the schedules and internationals. It's a very busy time of year, but I mean, obviously Luxembourg, we love having them on the network, and yeah, potentially that's one way we can see a bit more of them on the European Cricket Network to get them involved in the European Cricket International. All right, Vidge is back, facing his Saini on 32. Oh! I got a feeling he's edged this onto his foot and it's gone straight up. Did it get into the ground? Oh, yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah, that for me, straight up, doesn't get the ground. So if that had been caught, well, if it had been spotted, and I don't know if they could have conclusively been sure on the field, but I mean, should have been given out if it was caught. Now, it's that little leg cutter. So we saw the one that kind of went left to right. That's the off cutter where he kind of rolls his fingers down the right-hand side of the ball. This is one that he bowls, the fingers go down the left-hand side of the ball. So it's just when it bounces, it's got a little bit of a rotation on it. and you see how that goes a little bit to the left. Because it doesn't look like a lot on TV, but when you're out there facing, it seems like it goes way more than it appears to all you guys watching out there in TV land. Now, hits this pretty well, a bit of an awkward bounce. Will allow a single. Not sure if they would have taken the single if it had been fielded cleanly, because it went pretty quickly to the fielder. Luxembourg trying really hard to keep the pressure on despite not taking a wicket for a while now. A little off cutter from Vikram. I'll be happy with one. So yeah, keep an eye on that run rate required, still in the 8s. And as long as you're not in trouble wicket-wise and you need 8s, I think you're feeling okay. You survived the new ball now. These two losing both openers cheaply though. They'll be super disappointed. Satheesan and Taranjit Singh, they weren't able to really put together a big score. Neither one of them really in this 5-match series. Oh, gets it slightly wrong, takes on the boundary and wins. Maximo! Now, Vikram doesn't make too many mistakes, so when he does make one, you want to catch in, and really he's made 2, and Vasu's been all over him twice. That was an error in length more than anything. Vasu, this is the ball, you could drive it straight, but you got to know the dimensions of the boundary, and you can get a 6 by hitting it a lot less if you go sideways, and that's what he does. Down below 8 and over required now. Now, cracking cut shot, that'll be 4 more. So Vij wasn't going to make the same mistake twice, but this time, even though he gets it more or less where he wants it, and there's a packed offside field, Saini still finds the gap, and he times the pants off it. So that's going to be the end of the over. And Romania, they're 76 for 3 after 10. So now, for the first time in a while, they're back ahead of the red line. They're back ahead of the required rate. And this partnership has grown at the right time, despite that calamitous run out that brought them together. Vashish, he hit the ball well, 14 off 6, but it was run out, backing up too far. They end up running him out. And this partnership is already worth 45. Just 29 balls. And both these teams, obviously, it's the last we'll see of them here in Malta this week. So I want to wish them all the best, of course, for the rest of the season. Look forward to seeing them both in the ECC, of course. That is if we don't see them beforehand in some more ECI 10 over action. But yeah, race to the finish now. One team will get to finish with a win. Romania, if they can do it, it'll be their only win of the week. Siva strokes Malov away. Malov back at that city end. Well, he takes him on leg side, going, and it goes to the boundary. In fact, I think it's gone all the way. Maximo! And once again, Siva takes his chances. Just 3 fielders on that leg side who feel unlucky to pick one out. He's had an unlucky kind of week, to be honest. This time was just always drawing away from the fielder who couldn't get a dive in. 6 more to Romania, who I think now have taken the box seat in this run chase. Throws it quicker and a bit wider. See if we can't catch up with a bit of extra pace there. Cope not able to handle it cleanly, but there's no edge on it. Gets a Yorker, looking for a run, but didn't go too far. At the moment, these two just batting. They've weathered the storm, haven't they? They've been in for just over 5 overs together. Oh, another ball that gets edged away. Grabs the fingertips of Nanda on the way through. Periawa comes back for a second. Well, to be honest, I don't think that he could have done a lot more here, Ankush Nanda. It was a thick outside edge, and here it is, flies away. Really, I think he did well to touch it. And technically, it'll go down as a chance. And also, that's a nasty one because it hits the end of the fingers, and that can really jar that top knuckle. And that is his bowling hand, so yeah, hopefully he's still able to come back and bowl his last over if required. Now Periawa hits it pretty nicely, and see he's gaining in confidence all the time. He'll retain the strike, moves to 21. And after 11 overs, Romania, they're 85 for 3. Remember, it looked at one stage like they wouldn't be chasing anything near 150 in the first innings. Luxembourg, they collapsed from 91 for 2. They lost 6 for 11 in 20 balls, and then suddenly they were 102 for 8. It was only a fighting partnership by James Barker along with Pankaj Malav. They put on 38 for the 9th wicket, got them to 140, then scrambled a few more towards the end to get 149. So it looked like Romania would be chasing something like 120. Instead, they're chasing 150. And yeah, if you take those 30 runs off the equation, if you said it was 35 off 54 rather than 65 off 54, then really Romania, I don't see any way they could mess that up. But anyway, we're going to have a change of pace now. And it's yesterday's hero, Anup Orasu, who's going to come on with his off spinners. I think it's the first time we've seen him bowling at the golf course end. Luxembourg striving to break the partnership. It's not the best ball. It kind of dips at the last moment into the block hole. The direction wasn't quite there from Orasu. To be honest, these two, they're looking to attack, aren't they? They're looking to attack the square boundaries if they're given any opportunity. Let's see if that's still the case against Orasu, who didn't really bowl at all until fairly recently in this series. Well, there's certainly no chance of a misunderstanding here. Siva pushing for 2 at every opportunity, but I think Vasu even had time to whisper in his ear, hey, guess what? I have 0 interest in it too. And so Siva knows. All right. Just reading his body language. I think we're just settling for 1 here. This time they do go on contact and get a single. Yeah, I think about 7 and over, you can kind of do it even without hitting a boundary in an over. Just with the field back, keep taking 1. Push for 2s when they're there. Typically, the boundary comes along one way or another. Every so often anyway. Oh, he's overcommitted big time here. I've got to tell you, this is kind of on Siva though, because Vasu was just waiting, because he could have easily fielded this ball. Look, he gets over there and actually misfields it. And if he picked that up, I think he could have walked to the stumps and had Siva Kumar Periawa run out. So it's good that Siva's keen, but he also, doesn't need to be too keen at this stage. Just turns back, not quite a wide. Solid sunglasses came from the bowler here as well. Anup Orasu, pretty bright sunny day, mind you. 3 p.m. local at the moment, 34 degrees. Nice looking shot. Shiv Karan Gill's going to have to run a long way and he can't get there. Couldn't get off his feet there, Shiv. And Periawa gets 4. Orasu, instead of just going for 5 in the over, he goes for 8. And there's that boundary coming along. Handy one for Romania. And it's also the end of the over. 12 overs in. They're 93 for 3. 57 required off the last 8 overs. Three matches to cap off the week. Just seen 19 T20 internationals, or we'll see 19 T20 internationals if we include the final, which is coming up later. Switzerland versus Malta. It's due to start in about an hour's time. Saini pushes and this time it's just a single. That's fine. Run rate required down the low 7s now. But like I said, a couple of wickets changes everything. This is about the time that Luxembourg were collapsing in the first innings. These two, fairly cool. I mean, there is a sense of urgency and sometimes misplaced urgency in the running between the wickets, but that shows you that they're not necessarily relying on big shots to knock this off. Face to the bat. This is actually how to do it, because the non-striker should be the judge. And Siva, he's not the one that hits this. Vasu hits it and then just basically looks up at his partner and says, yep, okay, if you're happy, I'm happy. That's a good ball from Malav, right up in the block hole. Good partnership, just when Romania needed it. Because there were concerns at the start of this innings, Romanian fans. We saw Sathisen go for 2, Taranjit Singh go for 3. Ashish made a bright start but was run out for 14 off 6. Nanda with a very good piece of fielding at mid-off to get him, but since then, Saini and Periawa doing a good job. Beaten outside the off stump. So take us to the end of the over. It's 96 for 3. Periawa, one is a wide call here. What's our opinion? I think that's fine, to be honest. Quick work by Cope to whip off the bails, but Siva wasn't going anywhere. And that's the end of the over. 96 for 3. Yeah, Saini closing in on a potential half century. It's funny, he was kind of bogged down earlier in the week. This time, he's just been able to tick it. He's come up with the more aggressive shot at the right time. Luxembourg, I mean, they've toiled hard, haven't they? Just 2 wides in the 13 overs so far. That 149, though, slightly below par. We tend to think of par as around about 160 here in T20 international cricket at the Master International Cricket Ground. Beautiful day, though. And I think it's a record. I think this is my 8th day I've been here and I still haven't seen a single cloud. It's just been blue skies all the way. So where are we at here? 42 balls remaining. I need 54. And everyone, I think, taking the opportunity to have a few drinks, including the umpires. You can understand that. Here's roasting 34, but it feels, I've said all week, feels 6 degrees hotter in the middle. So it's like playing in 40-degree heat, basically, effectively. Not too much of a breeze. A little breeze, which is welcome. But there's not so much of a breeze that it even kind of affects the game too much, or which ends bowlers bowl from, or it's just not something you'd be thinking about really, even as a batter. Sometimes if it's quite windy, there's certain areas that you say, okay, hitting in the air, there's a good idea, or hitting the ball high is a good idea in that area because the wind will carry it. It's really been a non-entity this week. I don't know if is there a ball check here, or they're going to the notebook. Or maybe they're swapping phone numbers. I know there's been a lot of friends made this week. But yeah, I'm not quite sure what that was about. Yeah, a little bit of a conference. Check on things like maybe how many overs each bowler's bowled. Masani, 47, looking good. And being Sunday, there's a nice little smattering of spectators in. And yeah, why not? What a beautiful way to spend your weekend. Still plenty of cricket to come. We've still got about 5 hours before we find out who wins. Anyway, this is a drive, but it's into the gap. And they should get 2 here. James Barker comes around and does the fielding, but Vasusani moves to 49. Orsuit with his offies. Trying to find the breakthrough, trying to break this partnership. It's grown now to 67. And just 48 balls. Orsu bowling to Vasusani on 49. And he's going to get a gift and he's going to cash it in and he's going to get 50. Well batted Vasu. And he gets a big cheer from his teammates as he brings up his half century of 33 balls. Get some congratulations from his Cluj teammate Perialwa as well out there. It's been a key partnership. Vasu, you can see he's played some nice shots all around the ground, particularly strong square of the wicket. He's been searching for those square boundaries in particular, but also really, this is your regulation Gundy ball, isn't it? As short as down the leg side, and there's nobody within anywhere of where that ball landed. It's probably been cut up on the concrete over there. What's more, hundreds up for Romania. Right now they're cruising. Can they sustain this partnership to the end or close to? Saini probably won't change his approach. Oh, that's the ethos. This will be a no ball. And it's going to be, well, I think 4. I'm not sure, but this is miles too high. It's gone all the way. Maximo. And 7 up. That had to be called, surely. Yeah, I think free hit is going to be signalled. Yeah, I mean, this is shoulder height, pretty much. So Vasu doesn't need the help at the moment, but he's going to get a free hit. Cuts it for 6 for good measure. Now goes to the closet, grabs the immunity cloak. And he wants to go large down the ground. Does he cover the fielder? He doesn't. And it'll just be a single. I'm pretty sure that Malov knew that was a free hit. Reminds me of one time we saw a fielder take a catch like that and throw it over the boundary accidentally in celebration. That was an awkward one. But anyway, Vasu gets robbed of a Maximo. Well done by Malov. Also comes back strongly. And now another ball. It's a little bit too short and also not quite getting it right. Well, Anoop, I'm sure he was up late watching the highlights of his half century last night. And sometimes a day's a long time on the cricket field. They call it the great evener. And right now, there's part-time off spin. Not really cutting it. This will be a wide as well. So Romania, just like that, they've got it down to below a run a ball. That's better ball. But I think probably he'll be lucky to get another over after he goes for 27 off his 2 so far. And Romania, 14 overs in, they're 115 for 3. So 35 required, 36 balls remain. Dixit, 1 for 7. Maybe it's worth bringing him back, seeing if he can break the partnership here. Got to do that. Look, Luxembourg, they lost 6 for 11 in 20 balls. If they can do something similar to Romania, this is still a winnable cricket match, but this partnership's just gotten out of hand at the moment, hasn't it? Malov. That's going to continue. He's going to bowl out actually here in over number 15. Luxembourg riding high yesterday with 2 wins, including one over Romania in match 8. Right, now these two just kind of bleeding these runs and putting the bad ball away. The good balls, you know, they're happy to just work it for one. You know, if they have to eat a dot, they have to eat a dot, that's fine. But have a look at that partnership. 85 or 55. Periawa. Important contribution from him as well. He scored 32. And he's provided some energy. And Periawa mentioned had a bit of a rough week, to be honest, with the bat. You know, some bad fortune on occasion. Saw him out of the side at one point. He's come back. He's a player too good to hold down for too long, I think, Siva. Works really hard on his game. He's really enthusiastic. He's a player that his teammates love. He's infectious positivity around the group. He stepped in well with Natagotla out with that facial injury today. Did a good job behind the stumps. And this is an example of what I'm talking about. Right. Willing to respect a good ball at this stage, just concentrating on not giving away your wicket unnecessarily. Periawa had to quickly put it in reverse. Now a little bit short, lifted away, and once again away from the fielder. So this is going to be 4 runs, and this partnership continues to grow. This isn't that short, you know. It's a kind of pull shot, you know, didn't really have time to move the feet, but just kind of swiveled on the ball. Lifted it up. Once again, those square boundaries a lot shorter, probably 15 metres shorter than the straight boundaries. 90 now for the 4th wicket between Saini and Periawa. Now goes straight and goes hard. That's a really good shot. And yeah, don't think it goes all the way, but we'll check it out in the replay. In fact, it has gone all the way. Well, Maximo, what a crack from Saini. He just spots a big gap down the ground. And yeah, that's a beautiful shot with the city in the background. And yeah, just gets over the rope. Great strike from Vasu. He's high on life at the moment. So he survives this sneaky bit of keeping from Cope. Yeah, you've got to be aware here. See, look. He's thinking. And he actually does lift his foot. But I think over had been called. And I think the Vasu waits for over. Have a look at this at the end of the over. Okay. And then, to be honest, he never lifts his foot. So that makes it real tough. Even the sneakiest of keepers are not going to be able to pull off the stumping if the foot stays down. But yeah, just don't leave your crease until you're sure you can. We're kind of at the red line, but they've pushed off again, haven't they? It's hard to see a road back for Luxembourg, but this is one guy that might be able to provide it. Vikram Vij, he's played his heart out this week for Luxembourg. Taken over the captaincy with Houston Mays, unavailable towards the end of the week. 23 off 30 now required, though, for Romania. Oh, a little edge. Gets past the man in the circle as well. Probably 2 if they want to go for it, because Dingra gives the ball an escort for a couple of metres and doesn't really pick it up. It's good running. Pretty good fortune, though, for Periawa. $21 required of 29. It's a leg cutter, to be honest. After nicking one, Periawa doesn't want a part of it. Does get that ball to break just enough, doesn't he, Vikram? But it's also about just kind of taking that extra little bit of pace off the ball. This time he gets it wrong, hangs in the air. Big filthy full toss. Pariola will get a single. Well, time's running out for him to bring it up his 50. I don't think he'll be too bothered one way or the other. Always nice. I think the main thing is he's been half of the match-defining partnership with his very good friend and club teammate, Vasusani. Cluj winning the ECS in Romania fairly recently. It's only, what's that, maybe 3 weeks ago? Maybe 2 weeks ago, actually, that we saw that final series in Bucharest. Another one he gets wrong, and this is going to be easy pickings for Saini. In fact, it's gone all the way. Maximo! He just loses the handle on this one a little bit. And it's ball probably just waste coming down because it's a slower ball, but yeah, pushing the boundaries anyway. But Vasu puts it away without a fuss. Really, well, these two batting so well, Sting going out of the game, and then Luxembourg throw away another run. So, I mean, well, whether you're young or old, I mean, the lessons here in the cricket, the great evener. Luxembourg, they're down, they're up, they're down, they're up. They'll probably finish on a bit of a down here, but I mean, they can also be very proud of their performance, particularly yesterday. They have 3 wins for the week. There's Chabakel. He's not in the side today, been kept out, but who can forget his last over against Malta, the hosts, who knows, could be the champions at the end of the week. But he took 15 off the last over on Tuesday, including last ball win. Anyway, this is lifted up and out of here. Maximo! Saini to 85. What a knock this has been. Yeah, the difference a few days makes hay. We found him struggling to find the boundary or go over, but right now, with that, he's within one swing of the bat of finishing Romania's campaign with a win, which will be their only win, but it'll mean they stay out of last place. So that just means that there'll be 1 game left after this, and that's the final, Switzerland versus Malta. That's starting in about 40 minutes time. 2 p.m. GMT, 4 p.m. in Central Europe, and 7:30 p.m. in India. So join us for that. See who wins the 4th ever Valletta Cup. And, as coincidence would have it, it's a rematch of the 2021 final. And that was the only previous appearance that Switzerland have made in this tournament. Switzerland have to go in as favourites. I think they've been undefeated. They've looked really professional. Malta, they've been up and down like a yo-yo, but really, they did a number on France earlier today. Remember, France won the Medina Cup over Malta, but then Malta, with the right of reply, knocked them out of the Valletta Cup. Yeah, Malta and France developing a bit of a rivalry, particularly with matches covered on ECN. Who can forget that France effectively knocked Malta out of the ECC last year. Anyway, 6 to win now. And Periawa just works the single away to make it 5. Dingra trying to keep the game alive, and I thought this got to Dixon on the full. He'll come back for 2. I'll get this on the replay. Yeah, I think it's pretty much straight through the hands of Dixon, to be honest. So now only 3 runs required. And that'll do it. Vasusani strokes it away to the offside boundary. That's where the ball is. That's gone. And it's Romania that do have something to shout about They do it fairly easily in the end with 21 balls to spare. And these two, they had a tussle yesterday. Luxembourg had the better of that contest, but here in the 4th place playoff, it's Romania that get their revenge, and they get their only win of the week. Last year's champions had such a disappointing week, but yeah, some hope there. And look, congratulations to both sides, really. I mean, Luxembourg, they played 9 matches in the space of 6 days. So, I mean, they have been run into the ground, really. But they have represented their nation with pride. And who can forget some of the moments that they brought to the table? That win against France last night, who were ranked some 20 places higher on the ICC rankings. But, you know, good spirits between the teams as well. And I think that Luxembourg, they tried their hardest to displace that pair, but they just weren't able to, and they're the first to be over there, and congratulate them. So that's the end of the 4th place playoff. We'll be back in around about half an hour or so to take you into the final. Toss news coming in probably just a few minutes. Stay tuned to our website, europeancricket.com, and also on our live chat feature, ECN European Cricket Network. But yeah, congratulations to Romania, as they will finish in 4th place. But yeah, plenty of action to come still today. The final is on the way. And perhaps Daniel Weston, we can wrestle him away from his meetings to get him in the box at some point. But anyway, let's go back. We said the Romanian openers, they were super important to the health of this chase, but there was trouble at the old mill. So Thiessen almost out first ball at mid-on, and then he was. And then Taranji was out. And this is all in the space of just 3 overs. And Nanda, well, you know, the big bear, he likes to have a word or two, doesn't he? Vashisht, well, he actually looked really good while he was there. Along with Vasu Saini, they hoped to pick up the pieces after Romania found themselves 9 for 2. And then Saini played some nice shots. They put together a bit of a partnership of 22. And just the steadying recovery that Romania needed. Vashisht, he set up the order because he looked in good form. But then there was trouble here because Vashisht, he hears the sound. He says, well, that was hit very well. Problem was, it was hit too well. And even though Saini didn't really do too much wrong there, Nanda, well, he was letting everyone know who he's playing for, as he was able to make something out of nothing. That made it 31 for 3. But unfortunately for Luxembourg, that's the last taste of success they'd get, as this 4th wicket partnership took the game away. Ended up being worth 120 for the 4th wicket. And just the odd bad ball was put away. Apart from that, they ran pretty intelligently. They kind of limited the dot balls. They felt pretty comfortable with the rate where it was. And yeah, the balls were going to all parts, really. Perry Alba, felt happy for him because he could really use some runs after a few low points in this series. He finished with 37 off 35 balls, 3 boundaries and a 6 for him. But yeah, Luxembourg, they looked a bit like a team, didn't they, that have played 9 games in just 6 days. And Vasu brought up his 50, and he wasn't done yet. He continued to climb and actually ends up in the 90s. Didn't have time to bring up his 100, but looked odds on to do that. They needed to chase a few more. Romania, I say the best revenge is served cold. There's nothing too cold about today in Malta, but Romania, they do have something to celebrate. Vikram Vij, he toiled so hard for his country all week with the bat and the ball. It's a real reliable weapon for Luxembourg. Took the reins as well when Joost Meijs was out of the weekend. But really, Luxembourg didn't have the answers. And in the afternoon sun, it was Romania that tastes some success. They'll finish in 4th place. Luxembourg will finish 5th in this Valletta Cup. The final score, Romania 151 off 16.3, defeating Luxembourg 149. Saini puts on a performance to remember. 91 off 45 for Vasu. 6 maximos and 7 fours in there. Certainly had no problems finding the boundary today. That was after the early loss of the openers. And Vashisht, I mean, he looks good. I mean, he's worth persisting with, I think, in a key position. He was run out, unfortunately, but Perry Alba, 37 not out. Assisted Saini in that key partnership at 120. Sees the Romanians home. Nanda 1 for 24 of his 3. Dixon 1 for 7, but we never saw him again. And they tried a few things to break the partnership, but maybe they could have gone back to the openers. They were the wicket takers. 3 wickets in total. The other one was a run out, but Yeah, to Luxembourg. Well, commiserations to them. Hope we see some more of them. We'd love to see them maybe in an ECI 10 over international at some point. Romania and Luxembourg, of course, as well as all the other teams in this series. They'll be part of the UCC, which is only 71 days away. But right now, we're only half an hour away from the final. The toss coming very shortly, and the toss news will be available on all the usual channels. I'll take a quick break. We'll be back soon. It should be a good one. Rematch of a couple of years ago, Switzerland-Malta, coming your way. Finals action right here on ECN. You're watching the Valletta Cup.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back. It's time for the decider here, and well, what a decider it will be. It's a bit of a repeat of 2 years ago when we saw Switzerland go undefeated, make the final. Malta crept in the back door and ended up stealing the trophy back then, and it's a rematch here in 2023. Switzerland versus Malta. The toss is important. The officials out in the centre. Let's see who wins the coin toss here in the Valletta Cup final.
Welcome back, guys. This is the finals, most important game. And Switzerland would be the home team for the finals, and Malta is the away team. So let's do the toss. You're going to spin the coin. This is tails, this is heads. Tails, heads, and you're going to call loud. All the best.
Thank you. Tails.
Tails is a call, and it is tails.
We're going to bat first.
Okay, Malta is going to bat first. All the best, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Play in good spirits, play hard, but in good spirits. Enjoy.
All the best.
Thank you.
All the best. These are the chocolates.
So the news from the toss, Malta have won it and they've decided to bat. So to be honest, I was curious what Malta would do. I was pretty sure that Switzerland wanted to bowl first because they've chased every game so far. So the question for Malta, if they won the toss, did they want to bat first like they did 2 years ago against Switzerland when they did win the trophy, winning that final by 9 runs? Or did they want to field first and maybe try and do a number on Switzerland like they did against France this morning when they bowled them out for 78 when they were bowling first? But Varun Prasad does elect to bat. That means we'll probably see Zishan Khan and Fanyan Magal out there in the middle. And let's see how they deal with the Swiss attack. They've got a really nicely balanced attack. I think Switzerland also, they will get to chase, so they will get to do what they want to do, even though they don't win the toss. Got to say, Fahim Nazir, he seemed to cut above this week, hasn't he? He's been incredible, the left-hander, so stylish. Expect to see Mahmood at the top of the order as well. And, we'll get to see Arjun Vinod with his off spin and also batting 3. So it's all to play for here. Rematch of the 2021 final, like we said. And the news from the toss is that Malta, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat. So Switzerland once again on the chase. The race is on for the trophy. And let's get the final started as we get ready for the first ball.
Welcome back to the central commentary position. A lot of anticipation for this one. What a great 7 days of cricket we've had here in Malta. We had the first ever Medina Cup start things off. Over the first 3 days, we saw France winning that one. A 6-match series in total over Malta and Luxembourg. And then we saw the Valletta Cup, where we saw the same 3 teams joined by Romania and Switzerland. And yes, news from the toss in this final, which is a rematch of the 2021 final between Malta and Switzerland. Switzerland on that occasion were undefeated through the group stage, and Malta got over them, but only just 9 runs was the margin back then. And yeah, quite a few of those players playing in this game as well. So it's a great opportunity for Switzerland to win their first ever Valletta Cup, but it's not going to be easy. I said it was 9 runs. It was actually 6 runs. Now I checked the score. It was Malta 176 defeating Switzerland 170 back in that match. It was the 24th of October 2021. And so the regular opening pair, well, now they're the regular opening pair. Zishan Khan's been a fixture at the top of the order. They tried a couple of different options, but they've ended up with Fanyan Magal over the last few games. And he's actually looked really comfortable up there. It's a slightly unorthodox style. Scientists will be studying his batting for years to come. Tends to go leg side 47% more often than your average player, but seems to get away with it. I mean, both these players as well, they played a lot on this pitch. It's a fairly new pitch. It's been in for about 8 months now. Fairly bouncy. And we've seen Zishan in particular playing a lot of shots, just trusting the bounce. But Switzerland, well, meanwhile, while Malta have been toiling away in the qualifier this morning, Switzerland, they probably had a nice brunch at one of the places on the water. They probably had a bit of a swim, bit of a relax. Ali Naya, the captain, Hassan Ahmed, the keeper, will bat 4. Fahim Nazir, he's been one of the players of the tournament so far. And so, yeah, it's the final that I suppose a lot of people will be excited to see. A lot of people might have predicted a a France versus Switzerland final after that thriller the other day, but who's to say we won't get another thriller, to be honest, between these two teams. Malta with momentum at Switzerland. They've been infallible so far. So, almost ready to get going. Big hello to all our viewers around the world. It's Canado to open up. First ball, whistles pass. It's a big appeal. Didn't feel like there was an edge there, just didn't feel like it. So yeah, this is a bit of a change. Yeah, just looking at the lineup. Yeah, Switzerland. They don't pick Ashwin Vinod, who has been opening the bowling. Had a little bit of an off performance, just the one over now. Just for balance, I think they've taken him out of the lineup. And yeah, there's Daniel Weston. Slowly, we might be able to get him over here in the commentary box. As Ishan goes leg side, but won't get a run here. Canado Fletcher. He can bowl at both ends of the innings. Early left arm. Also a really good striker of the ball, but he hasn't been required with the bat so far. Turned away. Zishan has been out a couple of times, clipping to the leg side. That time finds some space and gets the first run of the contest. Nagal faces the music for the first time. So a fifth Katak comes in at the expense of Ashwin Vinod. That's the Swiss team news. Oh, Nagal absolutely laces this one. Well, don't worry about the leg side when you can play shots like that. For the first ball that he faces, it's uber confident, gets down on his back knee and just caresses that one with force. And there's your first boundary of the final. What a shot. Fanyan, that's what I said. Sometimes the bowling's better, he gets better. Watch him play a lot in ECS cricket here. Good comeback though from Canado. Yeah, lot to play for here. As far as the Maltese side, just looking at it. Hafi Khan comes in at the expense of Chanjal Sudasan, and we know he's been kind of in and out with a hand and finger injury over the last couple of days. That's probably the only change that I've spotted. Miguel just negotiates this off length. End of the first over, and Malta winning the toss, electing to bat their 5 without loss after 1. So yeah, this is how these teams got here. France going down to Malta despite being higher ranked. It was only net run rate, having said that, that separated those two teams. Luxembourg actually 2-2 in the group stage as well. But yeah, you now know that Romania will finish in 4th place after beating Luxembourg in the 4th place playoff. But yeah, this is the one that matters, and for the big games, you bring in the big guns. Everyone knows that, and I'll get the pleasure, I think for the first time since Barcelona late last year, to welcome a fantastic human being, visionary and European cricket founder, and I'm not just saying that, a very nice guy, because he is my boss, It's Daniel Weston. Dan, welcome to the broadcast.
Hi, Vinny. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm sorry I've made you wait for a few hours. I wanted to be on the games earlier with you. But yeah, just been busy talking and catching up with lots of people from Maltese cricket. And yeah, it's fantastic to be here. This place is built for cricket.
We knew that you'd be kind of wined and dined while you're here. I knew I wasn't expecting you soon. But anyway, now expecting a wicket. Hassan Ahmed's called at the keeper. And this should be gone. It is. And so Zishan goes for just one in the final. Ali Naya gets a wicket with the very first ball that he delivers, and Switzerland out for revenge after dropping the final to Malta 2 years ago. They were undefeated on that occasion. Malta beat them in the final. Right now, that's a big piece of the puzzle. Zishan goes for just one. And well, action happening as soon as you come in the box, Daniel.
Yeah, thanks. Hassan Ahmed doesn't drop him. He was never going to drop that. He's a fantastic cricketer that we've seen play in lots of lifter events on the ECN in the years gone by. And yeah, he's got safe hands. Never in doubt.
Yeah, and like the way he just made everyone aware that that was his. You know, straight away it went up, everyone cleared the area. Unfortunately, Zishan has to clear the area, going for just one, and it's 5 for 1. Now, Dan, are you aware of what's been going on in Hungary while you've been in all these meetings and everything?
Not in the past 5 hours. What's happened? What's happened?
Oh, Daniel, you're so innocent. The world's
gosh.
changed a lot in the last 5 hours. I'm going to show you something in a second.
Has there been another 200 scored?
So we just had 2 of the top 3 chases ever. Portugal chased 163 against Sweden in match 6. And then match 7, Portugal, who just did that, made 173 and lost. Hungary chased it down in 8 overs.
Wow.
So Pack Riders, they lose their record, which was set in the ECS in Austria on a crazy Friday in the drizzle.
Fantastic. No, I was looking at the Hall of Fame charts yesterday. I think that the amount of cricket that we play is just unbelievable. Like these things are only just beginning. So these tie chases, there'll be a 200 chase
so
down.
Match 8, everyone was saying, you know, maybe we'll get a low-scoring thriller. Well, the 200 was on. There were 199 with 2 balls to go, but then it went wicket dot, and Sweden just missed out on the 200 and joining the 200 club. But don't worry, last night they did score 201.
Yes.
So it's been insane. And we've had some really great cricket here as well this week in Malta. Here is Ali Naya. Thakur coming out at number 3. And it's his first week in international cricket. And he's actually looked really good. Hasn't really made a big score yet. Was run out, unfortunately, earlier today. I mean,
fantastic.
Daniel,
what I thought you were going to tell me is that there was a golden ball in Hungary, but I mean,
very close.
Very close.
So you know that that chase we saw Portugal pulling off. Scores were tied with the last ball to go.
Right.
Sean Gomes hit a 4, and he dotted the ball before. So if he dotted again, it would have been a golden ball.
Incredible. No, Sean is a gun, so I expect him to knock it off when it matters.
Well, you know I like to multitask, and so keeping track.
Vinny, you don't multitask. There's got to be another word for this. Look, you multi to the cubed task.
Now, look, while we've got Dan Weston here, founder of European Cricket, why don't you throw in a few questions for Dan? If you've got any questions about what we're doing at the moment, and it's a very exciting time. The fact, I mean, you must be really proud to think about where we've come from compared to, you know, the origins of ECN. There's another swing and miss. Thakur, not able to get off the mark just yet. The fact that we've had 3 broadcasts running concurrently, and I mean, over the weekend we've had 3. Yesterday we had 3 concurrent international cricket broadcasts. That's something to be really proud of.
Yeah, it is. It is, and the whole team and the operations and everyone involved just handled it superbly. You know, I was really, really proud. But I found myself watching the women's matches probably as the preference, because the fielding there was phenomenal. The way the Thai bowlers put on a show was fantastic. And yeah, it was sort of my must-watch TV for the last few days. Has been the T20Is from Utrecht, which were fantastic as well. With
the first non-European team to be on ECN.
Yeah, superb. Hopefully it's time. More things to come. We need the Indian national team here playing some ECIs next year, I think, in Rome.
You know what? There's no reason.
There's no reason.
We can't break the borders. Anyway, This is Miguel, who just keeps on getting better with the bat, to be honest, the longer this tournament goes.
I mean, who wouldn't want to come to Europe and play cricket?
You have me. I mean, I use the example of Australia being in the Eurovision Song Contest. So, ECN, to me now, it's kind of a brand. It's a type of cricket. Obviously, you know, we're loving the shorter form of the game. We're loving, obviously, producing the game we do. And I've got to say, big shout out to Spring Productions as Naya delivers the last ball of his over, but it won't be because that's a wide. But, I mean, with the help of Spring, we've had not just 3 broadcasts, but 3 really high quality broadcast with their expertise, and that's what I'm probably the most proud of. I suppose this is kind of the area that I like to keep an eye on the most, but the fact that they've got Rico and Charlie and the team from Spring over there in Hungary doing such a great job. Corey has been first class, and Scotty Edwards helping out a little bit in the commentary in the Netherlands.
Yeah, dropping a bombshell or two, Scotty, so it was good. But no, everyone, I'm just so proud of the cricketers that have to commit their time and their effort and their energy, taking time off study or work, etc., to come and play. And they respect us and we respect them, and we just want as many bat and ball contests that are great and high quality as possible, show them to the world and grow the game as fast as we can. Yeah,
well said. As we get to the end of the second over, Naya, successful one for him. 10 for 1 after 2. And I'm really enjoying some players, especially a lot of the Swiss players. I saw them first in the T10 format in the Swiss national team in the ECC, although we did have an ECS all the way back in 2020. And seeing how they're going. Hassan Ahmed, of course, making the switch from Italy to Switzerland, so making his T20 international debut fairly recently. Canado Fletcher, a player I saw playing for St Gallen back in 2020, coming on now, and it's a little bit of a filthy inside edge, to be honest, from Funyard, who I think is only going to get one here. But I'm pretty excited to get back to Switzerland, hey, this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always a bit starstruck when I see Canado, because the first time we did the St Gallen event, the St Gallen tourist office put some cricketers together to take some videos for a tourist shoot.
I remember that,
and
actually.
Canado was in that. At the Rhine Falls, the waterfalls in Switzerland, saying when he's not playing cricket, nowhere else he'd rather be than at the Rhine Falls. And I saw this guy, I thought, I'm going to meet him. I got starstruck.
Very photogenic.
Yeah, he's a great person as well.
Yeah, so...
And Hassan Ahmed here in that ECS St Gallen took probably one of the greatest catches of all time. There was a helicopter shot. Yeah. It was raining. It was raining. Horrendous rain.
Misty or worse.
Oh, and it was horrendous rain. There was this unbelievable helicopter shot down to deep mid-on, and Hassan Ahmed diving full stretch, taking this catch in the rain, and it was a showstopper.
At a crucial part of the final as well. And Alton, they won every game back then in 2020.
And it broke their hearts. Yeah.
And Nomad's got him in the end.
Oh,
this one really takes off, and. Oh, that's a bit of a stinger for Hassan behind the stumps. I think that's going to be a bye. I don't think there was an edge on it. Yeah, but that's just the natural qualities that Fletcher has. Look at that lift. Yeah.
Just as we talk about Hassan Ahmed's great catch, he throws the symbols of that one.
Has his finger put back in his hand, and I think they're gonna just give him a little bit of attention here. Now,
this week, so it was in Prague this week.
Yeah.
We were discussing with the Federation about the preparations for what's happening starting tomorrow, which is great.
Yeah.
And then I made my way to Hungary and spent some time there as well. And beautiful field, but a searing heat. It was so hot. But it was bucketing down with the rain at about 7:30 in the morning when we got there, and by 8:30 it was roasting summertime. So amazing to sort of. You guys wouldn't have seen that at home, but to get the show on the road to start that first match on the Thursday was just phenomenal effort from all these people in Hungary that just want to see cricket happen. And it was an excellent, scintillating cricket. And now 11 teams in Hungary, they were all so closely matched up, and the entertainment was unstoppable.
It was crazy. Saw the Tigers knocked off for the first time ever in an ECS. This one's coming up. You must be pretty excited to have the ECS returning to Germany as well. Of course, you played for Germany, and so I know that we're really excited to get back there. Dresden, then Krefeld, but also more T20 international women's cricket coming up with the Continental Cup in Romania. So that's a 4-team series involving Romania as well as Greece, the Isle of Man, and Malta. So Maltese national team. Women's national team. We have seen them before, but the other 3 will be new for them. And then Netherlands taking on Ireland and Jersey through August.
And I think there's some T20Is missing between Netherlands and Jersey as well
so
in that graphic. So
little bit of an Easter egg.
Yeah.
Oh, looking forward to that. Yeah. So, well, I'm really a bit worried now about Hassan, but I think he will continue. When you've got the gloves, it gives you some protection, but as you know, and you and I are actually both wicket keepers, when you get the ball on the end of the finger, even with the gloves, the force of the ball coming down the end of your finger, it affects that top knuckle, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, but it always used to make me sort of concentrate a bit harder, and probably But anyway, with the
Nado now gets driven away and he's
Shot.
going to have his pace used against him this time. Takua. This is what I mean. This guy, it's his first international week of cricket, but he's looked very at home, hasn't looked nervous at all. This is just a push and it screams to the boundary.
He has, yeah. Well, we can back that outfield. It's just lightning fast here. So, yeah, you don't need to overhit it. Just lean on it and it's off. But I was going to say, yeah, super proud to be doing lots and lots of international women's cricket. There's no reason in my mind why we can't do as much women's cricket as we do men's cricket in the years to come. That's what we'd love to work towards. And yeah, the next month or so is huge for women's cricket, and we want to keep some
close. That's the thing. Takua wore that one, I think. Canado. I suppose one thing, he's getting on a bounce, so that's something that you're looking at with a shout like this.
pitch well outside leg.
Looking at where it pitches, yeah, exactly. But even he's on the jump there. Umpire has a bit to think about. But yeah, I think he makes the right decision in the end. I've got to say, shout out to the umpires as well. They've been out there in the heat all week.
Yeah.
You said it's been hot in Hungary, and I've been in Hungary when it's been really hot. Yep. And the long grass, you know, around around the
just
all the creepy crawlies.
Yeah, there's a high water table there as well. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, and look, Takua, he is good on the drive, isn't he? Probably gets 2 this time.
Yeah, I just tuned into the weather app about 15 minutes ago, and the real field here is 43 degrees at the moment.
Okay.
So, yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
It is.
To be honest, it's one of the cooler days as well, because it feels not quite as hot as Monday or Tuesday. They were kind of off the charts, you know.
I saw in Las Vegas yesterday was 47.2.
Yeah,
it was a record.
Heat wave.
Yeah.
Northern Hemisphere heat wave at the moment.
Yep.
Right now, 3 overs in. Malta, they've lost Ishan. They haven't really set the world on fire so far, but trying to build a partnership here. 19 for 1. So we saw some of the upcoming events. I know that there's a lot of work going on. I know you can't say anything official yet, but we've got some big ideas, don't we, towards the end of the year, particularly highlighting women's cricket and I suppose just bring even more cricket to the public.
Yeah.
Can you say anything, or your lips are sealed?
No, I can't say anything.
Well, I'll tell you
what you can guarantee from the ECN is that we want to grow the game, and we want to play more cricket, and we want to play more cricket in all different directions, and keep supporting it. So hopefully there's some big news in the weeks ahead. And
oh yeah, well,
direct.
This would have been very tight.
Yeah, I'll leave the news until it's all locked in.
I love that you.
That's for sure.
I love that you've pretty much. Oh yeah, it's close. I love that it's almost like your lawyers prepped you to come on the broadcast here and say, look, do not give away anything that we cannot 100% guarantee yet. But I'm just saying, I'm super excited with some of the ideas that I've heard about that, of course, I will not mention at all either.
It'll be worth a wait, and there's probably three big ideas on the table.
Going down this time, I think.
And three big ideas on the table from the ECN, and we want to pull them off, this calendar year.
Yeah, super excited about that prospect. So Ali Naya, he's a really talented cricketer. He's really proud to lead his nation. Very good with the bat as well. Haven't had to rely on him too much so far in the series to get their wins. Goes over the top. Good power play batting from Takua. This will hold up. It'll probably just get to the rope, and it does. So one of the longer boundaries on the ground. And Takua, like I said, looking right at home in the Maltese shirt.
Yeah, he kept his structure. Yeah, good shot. It sort of chipped into that, some of the worn area there, but yeah, had enough on it to roll for 4.
Malta trying to fight back, and average run rates here, about 8 and over seems par. I mean, if you look back to that 2021 final between these two, it was 176 to 170 on that occasion, probably similar conditions, maybe a bit hotter. This is a good shot though, and that's the short boundary, and it's going to beat the fielder. Great effort out there. That's Abdullah Rana. He was the hero the other night with the winning runs off the last ball of the day, but now he finds himself out and with not enough time to cut this one off.
Yeah, some class shots coming out now, aren't they? They're showing great poise. I know they don't need to whack it. They just need to get through this boundary, this infield, and the boundaries will take care of themselves. So, yeah,
I know that
super batting.
You've played a lot of cricket and a lot of finals cricket as well. So important, isn't it? Sometimes you just have one person that has a standout performance in the final, and that can win you premierships. And right now, Takua, who He's looked likely all week, but he hasn't gone on to a big score. Right now, this could just be his game.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, self-belief in big finals is really what's required.
A little bit short. Can't catch up with this one. So, yeah, I also mentioned with the Switzerland team out there that our headquarters have recently been moved to Switzerland as well. So
So the headquarters are in Zurich, and we're building a great dynamic hub of committed people there that are trying to make sure that while this huge organisation is growing and growing, that we just keep everything professionally and well organised there, and no, it's going really, really well.
Wow, there's another one. Put it with the rest. This is definitely going to bang into the wall. And Pakur has raced to 20 in just 13 balls. Naya gets taken down a little bit in the fourth. It's 32 for 1.
Yeah, another great shot. No, not overcomplicating it at all. Yeah, waiting for the length that he wants to hit, and off it goes. I like that change-up ball, the second last ball, the last over, that short one. I think, that needs to be incorporated in overs to come, because I think these guys enjoy it either on the pads or full. So just maybe back of a length for a few overs here, just to try and peg a little bit back. And
hoping, even though it has some risks, going short as well, but you're hoping maybe you just get a little edge on one. But right now, I mean, Pakur's looking good, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that these bats are sort of looking to get forward, so just need to be pegged back at the moment. And it's a huge moment for sport. Don't want to turn anyone off the cricket, but obviously Wimbledon finals day, yesterday and today, which is great. So sport in Europe is alive and well, and pretty amazing to be sitting in the clubhouse 10-15 minutes ago and seeing Wimbledon on one screen and Maltese cricket on the other screen. It's it's really proud for us all to be here and be able to enjoy sport on a world-class level, on a screen away from each other. It's just amazing.
It's a great facility here at Master, isn't it? We've seen a lot of pictures of it from the air, the multi-sport facility, the golf course here, the aquatic centre, the archery. A bit dangerous yesterday chasing the balls over there because the bows and arrows were out yesterday to run the gauntlet to go fetch it over there.
And a 23-degree difference between the outfield and the infield of the bar.
That's completely true.
With the air conditioning that's going on in there. So, no, fantastic facility here. Lots of sports, but I dare say cricket's the one that's growing the fastest.
Yeah, and
nothing wrong with that.
I agree with that. And look, this is Afif Khattak now. This is his first game of the series. He's come in for the final. And unfortunately, it's one of our ECN crew that drops out of the 11 to allow him to be in there. Ashwin, who, that's sport, I guess. But look at that. They've got this kind of 3-man triangle, or even 4 if you include them out at point. Searching for an edge. So Afif's been brought in, and they're going to go to him here in the 5th over.
What length did he... Yeah, I wonder what length he's going to bowl there.
Well, keeper's up.
No third man, so...
Keeper's
up. Bowling pretty tight here.
Yeah, so, obviously, not really necessarily trying to blast him away with pace. Anyway, here's Khattak. He always gets clotheslined by the umpire.
Is there a fine leg on the fence?
I think a tennis ball's come in from the cheap seats. That's the problem with it being a multi-sport activity ground as well. So Afif, not a guy we've seen before on ECN, so I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. And I think this is also his T20 international debut. And slight fumble, but they won't get a run.
Good start.
Yeah, so obviously a couple of Swiss national team players. Ashwin, who's in the squad for this tournament. Jason as well, joined the ECN crew this year as well. So I'm sure they'll be supporting the guys.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. And then Andrew Ryan, I think, will be playing for Kosanoy in the ECS in Switzerland as well.
Absolutely right.
Our commentator.
It goes up, but he skewed it. This is safe. Yeah, he ran all round it. It was just perfectly mishit, wasn't it? From Magal, who gets a bit lucky. And Khattak almost has his first wicket.
Speaking about catches running back, wasn't that an unbelievable catch yesterday?
Last night,
last night I was.
Noman Amjad.
I was at the airport. Fortunately, the plane got delayed by an hour, which was great because it meant I got to see the finalisation of the run chase by Luxembourg, which was, fantastic cricket, fantastic batting from them. But what a catch that was yesterday, running back, tough one.
Oh, now
there's another one.
Going to get super lucky, and now we can have a run out.
Bowler's end.
It's Magal. The race is on.
Here we go. Oh, he missed it. Wow.
This is an absolute shamozzle. And now there's more. Look, they're going to get 2 out of this.
Go again.
Oh, and Takua, well, understandably, he was frozen in time because he thinks he's popped this up for a catch. Meanwhile, so Magal runs, the non-striker, and Gopal is just super concerned about whether he's going to be caught or not.
Yep.
And then there was no one at the bowler's end stumps. That was the thing. This is a mess. And I think there's a moment where the keeper has the ball that actually Gopal takes a step out. Have a look at this.
Yeah.
Here. And he's saying, no, you go back.
He didn't need to throw it. There was a lot of talking with hands going on like that. Look at that.
It was literally a moment when Hassan Ahmed had the ball and Gopal Couture took 2 steps out of his crease to run, and Hassan could have just got him out.
At the keeper's end.
Well, now this one, another chance. It's Canado. He's coming across. He's a big unit.
Canado.
He's not going to miss out. And Takua almost gets lucky, but then he's fresh out of luck. Wastes a good start again. Takua goes for 22. And Malta loses second wicket. Swiss with their second breakthrough. It's 35 for 2.
Yeah, it's fantastic. There was a pretty funky field set by the Swiss there, but I think it actually did the batsman. They just tried to change his game. He didn't want to use his feet too much, wanted to play across the line. And I think that was the downfall of some of the pressure of the field tactics there, the field positioning. But good, safe hands from Canado. Good on him.
Again, Takua, his scores in this series, 17, 9, 26 and 22. And every time he's come out, he's looked likely. Yeah. A lot of batters will know what that feels like. But yeah, I mean, this is the one that just gets too high.
Similar shot, yeah.
It looks really good going over mid-off. I mean, that time I think maybe getting a bit greedy going to the leg side boundary. They packed the offside as well.
They did, yeah.
And
yeah, I think it was a good strategy. Set him up to want to play across the line. So well done.
Yeah, but that was an insane passage of play. And we're kind of used to it here with the chaos of T10 cricket that we see all the time. But yeah, they were both in their crease at one end. They had this little mini argument, but it was a quick one because essentially it's an argument Magal couldn't win because he was the last one to get there, and then he had to run back. But again, the case being that nobody actually,
this one.
No one's anywhere near the bowler's end. So look at this, and look at Takua
they're
here
both
where
out
the
of
keeper
crease.
has
They're
the
both
ball.
Keeper could have taken the bails off.
And to be honest, everyone was ball watching, including the other fielders, that no one ever came to the bowler's end stumps. Man, Canado saying, hey, have a think. But if he had realised what was going on, then he probably had time to get there. And it didn't have to be, it just needed to be a fielder near the stumps, just not even at the stumps. He literally had so long to run out Magal there. So that has to go down as a chance against his name. But I got a few people watching in the chat. I've got Wayne in the chat. Yes, it's Big Dan. Here's Dan Weston in the chat right now. We've got Dave on there as well. Dave B's been a big supporter of European cricket this year.
Yeah, I'm a little bit bigger. I enjoyed a delicious brownie with vanilla ice cream after the meeting with Indica.
I've got a question for you.
I'm glad I'm standing up and walking around in circles while talking to Vinny so I can burn it off.
Yeah, I'll get a few steps in. I've gone the Rico method, which is the kind of wander around the box method a little bit.
Yep.
At the moment. You can probably see us in the background there. I'll give everyone a bit of a wave. Give everyone a wave there. There's Dan on the comms. A few spectators hanging around the walls as well. It's great to be here.
As soon as I come into comms, the commentary cam went about 100 metres away. So
well, it gives us another view. I like this reverse view. Much as we love our camera time here on ECN, but I think everyone wants to see the players. I think that's the main thing.
It is.
So here's
I like this keeper's view of the T20 matches. You know how we're trying to optimise the cameras. For T20s, obviously, we're not changing ends in T10. But yeah, I like this perspective from
it's
behind.
It's perspective that we're used to, I suppose, as keepers, but also gives you a bit more of an idea of what the batter's dealing with. I think sometimes when you're behind the ball, it doesn't really give you a full appreciation of some of the movement that these guys get. So how about Katak comes on, his first wicket in international cricket. He does it with just his fourth ball. And it's Jaspal Singh coming off a half century yesterday. He'll be confident, but he misses out in the first one. So
I think the Swiss are on top here.
Yeah, I think they're without doubt.
Yep.
I think that 8 and over is probably par.
Yep.
I think against Switzerland, you probably want a few more than that. Mentioned the score in the final 2 years ago, 176 to 170. That was probably on a field that wasn't quite as lightning quick because that was in October back in 2021. He's cut that last ball of his first over.
Oh, good ball again.
Yeah, right on target.
Yeah, it's good length. I like it.
End of the fifth, and Malta, they're 35 for 2. So that's the end of the first quarter of the innings. Said 40's about par for a quarter. They get 35. They do lose 2 wickets in there, though, as well. So any questions you've got for Dan Weston, please put them in the chat. I'm pretty excited about some of these bombshells that we can throw.
Yeah,
I mean, already,
the ECN's been all about bombshells for
let's talk about
5 years
bombshells
now.
from 2022, late 2022. That's back when we revealed, actually maybe the last time
Well,
you were commentating
ECL
with me.
19, the bombshell was that it was T10
Yeah.
instead of T20, and the reason for that is because we had a 3-day event and 8 teams, and then we worked out last minute, let's look at the fixtures, and then we worked out we couldn't have a winner in 3 days with 8 teams unless we cut the games in half. so that's why they
some
went from
things, honestly,
T20 to T10.
Some things in the evolution of ECN are just dumb luck, and that's one example.
Yep.
And there's always, even the field dimensions there, they were
Yeah, I
forced
think-
on us.
Yeah,
back then.
most of it's been dumb luck.
Yeah, that's it. Well, at least we're honest. But I was going to say end of 2022 is when we revealed that we'd be going from 4 to 5 games a day on a regular broadcast. We also revealed that we'd be playing Sundays. So we've gone from around about 24 games a week to about 34 on average.
Yep.
Plus all the extras that we've had because of these T20 internationals that we've shown, both men's and women's, and night series coming up too. Fahim Nazir, who's a really talented player, saw him back in 2020 for the Nomads as well, teammate of Hassan Ahmed.
Okay. Yeah, so there's around 1,744 matches planned for this year.
It's a lot, and it's it's over 500 over our previous best,
And next year will be 1,800 plus.
and it's 1,727 more than 2019.
Yeah, correct.
So, Nazir.
But that's the thing, when you love cricket, why make it stop? You know, back when we were young, you'd sort of wait all year to watch cricket on the TV, and obviously when the cricket was on TV, we were glued to the TV. So we want to live in a reality where there's cricket non-stop on the TV, and
Not just
and get to enjoy
non-stop,
it.
but we've got viewers that are multi-screening.
Yeah.
And I'm actually one of them right now because I've also got an eye on Hungary. Oh, go short again.
Just for the viewers at home, Vinny's 5 screening, and yeah, pretty much every day you're 5 screening, aren't you? You've got-
Six if you include
yeah,
this one.
the main feed.
You'll
then
have to
the,
know, I'm sorry, it's a bit of a low-scoring game in Hungary. Sweden only scoring 175 in their first innings. And
Yeah.
Portugal, they're 38 in the third.
Wow. Yeah. No, the intent of cricketers in Europe to score runs fast is phenomenal.
But a bit like T20 influenced the 50-over tactics from batters, I think T10's influencing the 20-over tactics.
Yep. And I think we were talking earlier, you know, Kalawatharana and Jay Wardner, you know,
Changed cricket.
these are the guys that changed cricket back in 1996.
They had that rule, you know, their circle rule. So they had the infield, outfield rule, 2 fielders in the outfield for the first 15 overs. They had that rule for about 15 years, but no one was ever game to actually take it on.
Yeah.
They would say, no, it's just a trick. Don't fall for it. Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. It's not really timed.
Yeah, and then the Sri Lankans came to Australia. I'm sure they were planning it and doing it beforehand, but I remember watching it on TV and just seeing Kalawatharana and Jay Wardner and just coming out and saying we've got to be 100 off 10, and then it made the Australians go into shock and awe and have to change their game to be able to keep up with it.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I think the Sri Lankans have a lot to be thanked for accelerating run rates in cricket.
Yeah, definitely.
Shot.
Wow, well, he's gone. Short
got it.
boundary, long hit. So that combination is going to make a maximal for Megal.
Sorry, it was Jayasuriya. It was Kalawatharana and Jayasuriya opening the batting.
Correct.
Right? Sorry.
Yeah, Jayasuriya and Kalawatharana.
Yep.
I actually know that really well because, you know, in 99, so just a couple of years, next time they came out, I was actually a net bowler for the Sri Lankans.
Were you?
Which actually you might as well call
Bowling
that.
seam up or?
Bowling seam up.
Yep.
But you might as well call that ball finder because there were net bowlers and then there were ball finders because
Whacking
it
them into Trinity College.
wasn't your regulation net session. Because
I remember a similar net session that time where Shah Bakhtar and the Pakistanis were coming to play in Perth.
Yep.
And then I went out the back there in the nets near the Lord Taverners and saw the bowling machine off 75% of the pitch length, revved up to its full pace with the tennis balls aiming it at Matt Hayden's head.
Yeah.
Getting ready to face Shah Bakhtar on the whacker. So,
Yeah, I mean,
no, but those years, phenomenal. It made Mark Waugh and Gilchrist go up the top of the order to try to combat this acceleration of Sri Lankan one day run rates. It was phenomenal to watch. I just remember it was must watch TV. Back then, we'd we'd play our junior game in the morning and then want to get home so that we could watch the day nighter at the G in a full house with the Sri Lankans going berserk. So
and
great.
Being in Perth, because we grew up in the same town, we would often get the broadcast 2 hours behind or 3 hours behind, and it was so frustrating. Sometimes you'd have to avoid the score. But now at ECN, I mean, you can watch it live or you can watch it back. That's technology and that's progress for you.
Yeah, well, being on the west coast of Australia, and then when the test match would start, you know, it meant at 7:50 in the morning, Channel 9 would start the test.
Get up
and
early.
it meant that 20 minutes before having to run to school or ride the bike to school, we could watch the coin toss and the intro.
Yeah.
And then try to get home from school as fast as possible to watch the last bit of the Channel 9 coverage.
Yeah, it's iconic. It's all changed now in Australia. I know you haven't been back for a little while, but this era's kind of over. It's Jaspal pushes, doesn't get a run here. Katak, understandably, deserves a second over.
You know, what I would love to see, I mean, we love cricket, we love the Ashes, obviously, but what I would love to see is a 5-test series between India and Pakistan.
Oh, yeah.
This is what, I mean, if we stopped for a 5-test series for England and Australia, we have to have a world where we live in where there's a 5-test series between India and Pakistan.
Hopefully,
every 2 years, home and away. It would be so good.
Hopefully sooner rather than later. This is going to be off the pad, I think, and it's going to go into open space. Might even look at 3 here because Magal's running hard, but I don't think he's going to get there. Wait for the umpire. And he says, yep, 2 leg byes.
But this is where legends are made in the story and the tales and behind the scenes. And, you know, if we had India-Pakistan 5 tests every 2 years, it would be the best cricket going.
Yeah, well,
Test cricket is the best cricket.
Dave's got a question. Talking about cricket at the other end of the scale, the 10-over game. Maybe after this ball from Katak, who's...
Test cricket and T10, that's my favourites.
A lot of people say that, you know. Magal has to turn on his heels. He says, when was the first ever T10 played? He's wanting to know in the world. I'm not quite sure. I've heard of it being played
but
a while in England.
Probably 100 years ago, and we'd never even realised. Because the amount of different formats you can play for cricket is just... is huge. So, yeah.
Part of the question I can answer, though. And the first ever ECN T10 was played on the 29th of July, 2019. It was the first game of the ECL, which was basically what launched ECN in its current format. And it was VOC Rotterdam taking on Dreux. And Dreux, to think they played that very first game all the way back then, Nabi played. And then you look at that side then, they were torn apart, to be honest, by VOC back then.
My prediction, Dreux will win this next ECL and the next ECL. I reckon they'll go 3 from 3. Because they're young, fit, hungry, fast. They whack the ball a mile. I reckon they'll be the first team to go back to back to back.
They love their cricket. Well, we've never had even
a back to back
winners.
No. I think they've got it in to go a three-peat. Maybe this is Jordan-esque. Maybe Nabi, when he's 48, will be the next episode of The Last Dance on Netflix. If
Nabi still does as much gym time, by the time he's 48, he's going to look like Popeye.
He's a fantastic cricketer.
He's so strong. He loves the game. Last ball, the over here from Katak. Yeah, so true.
But with I don't even really like. T10 is just 10 overs and 10 overs. What I want to call is cricket.
Yeah.
You know, it's just cricket. And I want everyone in Europe to know about the word cricket and know that it's an exciting sport. So
yeah, well said.
More cricket, less T10.
Yeah, true. 47 for 2 after 7, and there's a bit of a misperception of cricket in the continent as being a little bit boring. You know, something that takes all day. And
being a little bit boring.
Yeah, being a little bit boring. People in whites. On a Saturday afternoon and you know, on a village green. Now, there's some beauty to that as well, don't get me wrong. But unless you're into that sort of thing, you're not going to say, hey, that's how I'm going to spend my weekends. But when you see this short form format, particularly the 10 over format that we see so much of on ECN, I think what I love about it is if you already like cricket, you probably like it. If you have been cricket curious, but never really watched a lot, it's a great way to get into the game. And we've got the whole sphere of viewers, the whole spectrum.
What I like about short form cricket is still being able to, on a weekend, still keep the family happy.
Yep.
Maybe have a swim, maybe go to the beach, maybe go to the garden centre, maybe do some gardening, maybe enjoy some time home and get a game of cricket in.
Smash this onto his pad. This is Anish Kumar, the left hand.
Because when cricket's too long form and you lose your weekend, then that's also unhealthy. So you want to have a good balance in life with family, friends, and your beloved sport.
I honestly wish that this was around when I was playing. As this is lifted up to the leg side, short boundary. Adios Pelota, Maximo Jaspal. He's been in good form, but 2 off 11 doesn't really scream confidence. But this one just angled into the leg stump and he sent it out of the ground.
A little bit too full, yeah, a little bit back of a length, a little bit.
It's more the line there that allowed that, kind of came into the swing zone of Jaspal. But while we're talking, so I so wish that when I was playing, instead of 6 or more hours of cricket on the weekend, there were 3 T10s.
Oh.
And then, if someone's available the whole day, they can play them.
Yep.
But if someone could just play the morning and then, has some other commitments, they could just play the first game, they could just play the last.
Yep.
It's just more flexible
as
a format. Better from Kumar. He's a clever bowler, he'll mix up his pace. He's been really effective. And the Swiss have kind of gone to spin in the middle. They've got Arjun Vinod as well that can operate in tandem with Kumar. He goes inside out here though, and this one's headed for the spectators.
Smart cricket.
A really good shot from Jaspal, who gets a 6 and a 4 and gets himself moving.
And a nice little crowd beginning to form there. Yeah, everyone can enjoy the Sunday afternoon here.
That's a really good shot. And I think he plays that with a fairly straight bat, but just kind of manoeuvres himself slightly leg side of the ball. I've got to admit, I've enjoyed, obviously, something a bit different. I haven't been able to do too much T20 cricket because of my ECS commitments, but I've done a few series. This is a cut now. He's going to find another gap, and he's going to get another boundary. So 2 off 11 can change really quickly, and now Jassie's actually going better than a run of ball.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Yeah, they keep lots of wickets in hand, and anything, and they can really explode in the back half of this inning. So. Yeah.
The other thing, if you're playing 3 T20s in a day, 3 10-over games in a day, would be that even if you miss out with the bat in one game, it doesn't completely ruin your whole weekend.
Absolutely.
So we played in a format, I know we played in the same competition in Australia, where if you get out cheaply, it might be 2 weeks or more until you get another innings.
Yeah, but you'd have 10 net sessions.
Yeah, which just reminds you of how well you're hitting them to not have any runs to your name.
Hitting them beautifully in the nets, but have to wait another 2 weeks to have a bat in the middle, and then
to come out
a welcome pile 27, and then you're out again.
Two overs on a Saturday night after you've just bowled out the other team.
We were talking about that the other day. That did you used to call it the Pepsi Challenge, where you weren't sure whether you should go out with your friends on the Saturday night because you think that you've got a match on the Sunday, but you think, oh, maybe it'll rain tomorrow, so therefore, let's go out tonight.
We called it playing the rain card.
Playing the rain card, yeah.
Playing the rain card. In fact,
but then moving to once I moved to Munich, then with the Munich Cricket Club, my beloved club there, used to play for. We used to get on the train, go somewhere in Europe, playing 6-a-side 8-over games, and used to play so many matches in a weekend that if you make runs, you get another hit soon. Yeah. If you don't, you get another hit soon.
It's not a life ruiner.
What's more fun, making 30 off 10? Or 10 off 30.
Yeah, that's actually a really good way to put it.
You want to make 30 off 10.
Before. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So 8 overs down, 62 for 2. Qatar is going to bowl a third over. Been really tight so far. Upish, but away.
Good effort. Oh, good pick up and throw there too.
What a good performance of Qatar. I mean, Switzerland, this is just their 5th game this week. Malta, they're playing their 10th game this week.
Wow.
So Qatar, only 3 came off his last over that he bowled. 2 of them were leg byes. The over before that, only 3 came off that as well. So he's going really well. I actually said this yesterday, and you might have been on, but you might not have. Just kind of comparing what these players are doing this week. Just worked away and not get a single. So can you imagine, say, Australia or England or India or Pakistan or Bangladesh or Afghanistan or New Zealand or South Africa or West Indies playing 10 T20 internationals in a 7-day period in this kind of heat where effectively the temperature's been 40 degrees all week? You wouldn't have it, and they're doing it with squads typically of about 13 players on average. It's quite a big effort.
It's a big effort. I think they would do it because there's no disparity in the love of the game in these countries. It's just that the format is just a different one that's been runs. Yeah,
runs for Jassi, who seems to have woken up. And Katak for the first time kind of strays onto leg stump a little bit. Jassi opens himself up. He is a hitter.
It's just because European cricket is sort of a blank canvas, and we've created these formats, which is just more cricket, in a shorter amount of time. So, I think cricket lovers just want to play more and watch more, and that's what we're trying to bring.
Yeah, give the people what they want. 33 this partnership already now. Jaspal dominating the later stages. It's actually a great take from Ahmed, even though, okay, they will get an extra run on the wide. But
one of the things, Vinny, I'm really super proud of is that all the parents and friends of the cricketers in Europe get to see their family and friends playing.
I mean, that's a very difficult take, isn't it, down the leg side to get anything on that. When you're up to the stumps, the medium pacer. It does really well.
Yeah, so
have time to get their feet over that.
Big hello to all the parents and friends and loved ones of the cricketers that are out there playing today in Malta. So thank you for tuning in and thank you for watching, and we're very proud to bring it to you. Good shot.
Oh yeah, little tuck away. I think this is going for 4. Rolling over the rope. 4 carreras más as Malta, after a little bit of a shaky start, just starting to make hay through these middle overs.
Yeah, but one thing I want to ask, Vinny, is why are we always using Spanish when we're going around the rest of Europe? I think we need to start incorporating, you know, a bit of Maltese or a bit of Swiss German here as well. So
we do on occasion.
I think we probably need to work on that.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, bring Spanish commentary into Spain, but bring some Maltese commentary into Malta and in Hungary as well. I mean, that's what we need to do, is sort of localise cricket for, I mean, it's great when yourself and Rico are doing multi-language commentary. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
But we can expand on that further and further. So no pressure, but probably learn Maltese before you hear next.
Got to get the pronunciation right, though. They put in their letters in unusual and dangerous combinations. But anyway, this next one is going to be a single. But yeah,
he's really targeting that leg stump at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah,
he needs to drag it across.
Yeah, I don't think it's intentional, to be honest, from Karthak. But yeah, if you do want to ask Dan Weston a question, he's here, the founder of European Cricket, and we've got the final going on here. But if you're not aware, it started quite humbly, right, in the mid-2010s with a project called German Cricket TV that's evolved into the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, the idea there was just, I was in Germany and wanted to promote the game as fast as possible, and could see there was a lot of other cricketers in.
All right, that's going over the infield. It's going over the outfield as well. That's a big bomb from Jaspal, who's having a day out here. Maximo! And the home side trying to turn the tables. They've had an up and down week. They lost to Luxembourg on the last ball on Tuesday. They've been picked apart at times, but right now Switzerland undefeated, but being challenged here in the final.
Yeah, very well deserved drinks break. Yeah, I think it's a top matchup here. But just really keeping his shape in a really good position there, and putting that into the gap exactly where he knew where he wanted to put it.
81 for 2 off 9. So tell everyone just a brief history of the ECN though, and how it came about in the first place.
Oh, yeah, it's a long. It's probably
that's why I said
probably a 3-hour story. But look, thanks to social media, we can create content and push out the story of cricket happening in Germany, and that's what we set out to do. We started German Cricket TV, and we put lots of short clips out of the German national team. Lots of people were seeing that, and then it was the end of the season, 2016, and then there was indoor cricket being played. So we were travelling around with Jonty and James, our colleagues, and we were travelling around Germany just trying to produce great cricket content from around Germany, putting it on social media, and then it was going viral. And when it goes viral, it means that there's more teams and more clubs popping up all over Germany. And that was a little bit of a precursor of what we could achieve, if we started promoting the game further and across the whole of Europe. And that's where we're in a place now where we're doing events and broadcasting and streaming and promoting these events, that all of a sudden there's a quadrupling of clubs in some of these cities we're going to, and I think we're only just beginning on this growth path.
We've seen it now that we're kind of in our 3rd full year of ECS cricket. The fact that now, somewhere like Hungary, typically that's a 5-team series. We saw 11.
But 11 really closely matched teams as well.
Portugal's another example, growing from 5 to about 18. Even here in Malta, they've doubled the amount of teams.
17 teams here now.
Yeah, roughly since we first showed cricket here in Malta.
Yep.
And look, it's not just
Still
all because of ECN, but obviously that's played a big part in kind of shining a light on European cricket and just letting people know it exists.
Yeah, no, it's all thanks to the federations and the local support staff and the local volunteers and the local clubs. Without them, it just would not be possible. So the cricket bug is there. We just need to help ignite it further.
Yeah, definitely well said.
I probably think that in every country we go to, the best cricketers in the country maybe still don't know cricket exists in that country.
Yeah,
that's the exciting thing. Maybe the next Don Bradman is outside of France. They haven't picked up a bat yet, and we need to get them to pick up a bat.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the exposure is great, and obviously the fact it's watched around the world is pretty exciting as well. Here's Rana. He was the hero the other night. Now gets a bowl, chip back past him. That's Arjun Vinod, who we haven't seen with the ball yet.
Keeper's end.
So yeah, and he talks a bit about going viral. Now for me, the ECS, with the volume of cricket, the fact that obviously it's club cricket, you know, it's not necessarily at the standard that you're watching right now, which is it's a full T20 international. It creates a few viral moments. Now for me, my personal thing, I actually don't mind things going viral. Maybe that they are a bit funny. You get some incredible cricket, you get the good, the bad, the ugly, the everything. And we put a real mixture of things out there on social media because it's really representative of what ECN is broadcasting.
Yeah.
So I mean, sometimes people...
We want to be super respectful to the athletes that are there.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're giving you a chance, and we're very mindful of that. As you see, maybe that's just a viral, funny moment just there if you saw what happened with the keeper.
Yeah, what happened to Hassan Ahmed here?
Just speaking of viral, funny moments.
Yeah.
Let's just see what happened with the keeper there.
Yeah, so was he looking or was he not watching?
So he's got it. He's going to throw it. And then it goes behind him.
You got such a great eye.
We've got to show that again.
So, yeah, Hassan,
just as we were talking about it. And we love Hassan.
If this was the Olympics and you're doing the shot put, he's actually getting a negative score for this throw. She tries to throw in front of him, it goes behind him. That's a great spot.
How's the timing?
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, obviously respect is one of our core values, but no real respect from the batter here, who gets one on the front hip, turns it away. Another 4 for Malta. Fighting back. Yes, they lost Zishan for 1. They lost Takur for 22, but this partnership is growing. And in fact, it's already now worth 50 runs. In fact, that brings up the 50 partnership in just 30 balls.
Vinny, was that a dead ball, or what happened if it went over his head, hit the helmet?
It's a dead ball because everyone's acted like it's dead.
Yeah,
it's a dead ball.
What would Bearstow say?
Well, I was going to ask you about this in a second.
But
anyway, my final point is I don't mind why people watch, because I think that sometimes people watch because the ones that get shared and really go viral, they often are the ones that are so unusual you wouldn't see them anywhere else.
Yeah,
right?
you can't plan any of this
and
stuff.
it's not just the players, it's the format which forces them. Running 5 on a last ball.
Yep.
It's because we have more last balls than anyone in world cricket.
Yep.
But
do you think I can show that again?
Yeah, no, we'll get that one again. Don't worry.
We're begging for it.
Yeah, okay. Well, while we find that ball, let's have a look.
Here it is.
So here's Hassan. And then I reckon he was worried as well. And now, look, he says, then he's going back to ringing his hand like, oh, yeah, it was definitely the finger. Doesn't even pick it up himself.
Nah. Why would
someone else to do it?
But that was hilarious. We're talking about viral.
Great eyes.
But that's why
great eyes.
You just can't plan this.
You can't make this stuff up.
Hassan's a legend.
But that
looking forward to seeing him later. But
we use the term cricketainment.
Cricketainment.
It's
that's what it
cricket,
is.
but it's entertainment.
Could you imagine if Virat Kohli did that?
Yeah.
I mean, Virat Kohli is human.
Yeah.
And he's done that before in his life. But if that's captured and goes on social media, you know, it's just to be enjoyed.
100%.
Life's about enjoying and having a smile and having a good time. And there's Hassan there. He's still ringing those fingers. Yeah.
He got a stinger, didn't he, early?
Yeah, it's one of those conditions where, you know, you hurt the finger so badly that all balls thrown go behind you.
It's
a tough one to shake.
Dr. Dan providing his diagnosis. Anyway, here's Rana with 2 to come in the 10th. Bit of respect that time.
Yeah. But no, there's the best cricket is always when there's a fair contest between bat and ball. And when we're across Europe, generally most of the time there's a really fair contest between bat and ball, which means it's going to be great entertainment. Close matches is enjoyable to watch, whether it's played at a super high level or an amateur level.
Pitched up, goes leg side. Probably gets 2 here if he hustles. Uh-oh.
Bowler's end.
They got spooked. They don't want to run out at this stage, I suppose, with these guys finding the boundary with increasing regularity. That will be the end of the over.
8 overs in hand.
No, it's a hand even. It's 88 for 2.
Sorry, 8 wickets in hand.
8 wickets in hand,
for the back half now. So.
Yeah, so Dave's even saying he is English originally, lives in France now. He said before Drew, he didn't even know that Nantes had a cricket club. And so he realises now that there's cricket in France because of ECN.
Cricket in France, yeah. Yep. And some magical places to go and watch and see and enjoy cricket. So, yeah, Dave, thanks for being involved. Yeah,
and you can get involved, you know, virtually if you're not in Europe. And Keanu's part of a France cricket Facebook group.
Yep.
And so,
good for info as well. Thanks, Keanu, for your messages this morning. that we really enjoyed early, I think before the matches started. A big shout out to the ECN and Spring Production. So thanks, Keanu. We really, really appreciate all your support.
Spring Production has been super important. I think that if it was just kind of your regulation one camera, fixed camera stream from a distance, which is, to be honest, in a way that's good because it means that more cricket's getting streamed than ever before. But it certainly makes it a bit different when you've got replays, when you've got kind of a bit more of a broadcast product in highlighting these guys.
Sorry to jump in, Vinny. It looks like we might be having a keeper change. I think Hassan possibly is struggling.
He's going to get some attention. I don't see him getting changed just yet.
I heard a terrible story this morning that there was no cold spray at the venue today.
Melted.
Mm.
Is that right?
Yeah. Apparently the first aid were here, but did not have a cold spray. And I thought,
we've had it all week, so all I can think is they've run out.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, I got to admit, I got through a whole career
it'd be
without
interesting
the
to see
cold
whether
spray.
Hassan. Oh, he's got a tape on that finger already, the backward throw finger. But it's let's hope he can grit it out and bat because he's such a key batsman for them.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is what happened earlier. Remember, he got one that took off, and well, if his hand was a telephone, it'd be ringing.
But he is a man that bats.
Hey,
he is not going to not bat.
I'm telling you right now, he's well. I was going to say you're not going to change him, but as I say that, looks like he's taking his pads off.
He's ripped the pads under the pants off.
And remember that if he goes off the field, now he could always kind of just field, right? Because he normally bats 4 for them. If he was to go off now, more or less that would mean he couldn't bat in the first half of the innings.
Yeah, which would be a risk. Yeah.
So
if I was him, I'd keep that finger warm, unless he's broken it. Try and keep the finger warm and hide in the field somewhere because he's key for them.
Yeah, we've got some.
Oh, there is the spray.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And so yeah.
Maybe it's only for it's exclusive
Fake news
Maltese.
from ECN founder Dan Weston.
Gosh.
So Magal. So the thing is, he actually copped one in the shin off his own bowling. He's a bit of a ball magnet. I think there's 3 times now on ECN that he's been drilled by a ball. That's come back to him off his own bowling. All right, so
what's happening? Hassan's walking off the field.
Yeah,
that's a huge shame. Let's hope his finger is all right
so
and he's able to bat.
After 5 wickets down, or approximately, because we're 10 overs in, he has to spend the same amount of time off the field. So it'll be approximately 10 overs. Yeah, but good to see the crowd
Hassan's the sort of guy
up.
that can come in and win the game for them.
Yeah, I'm a bit. I mean, it must be serious. It's Canado that. Yeah, it's great work by Spring Productions as well to go get that replay for us. By the way,
get it back again.
I was just in the middle of saying how important Spring Productions have been to the success of ECN as a broadcast product.
Yep.
And
highly
3
cool,
at once,
highly professional, highly cool, highly relaxed. They
working long days,
calm, long days,
little rooms. You know, we're really thankful for that partnership.
Absolutely world class. No, we love working with them, and what they bring to the whole the energy and the calmness around some really, really busy days is phenomenal. So a huge shout out and thank you.
This is the second time we've seen that this week, but it's actually a substitute fielder that's taking the gloves. So this is a recent change in the laws, and it's kind of for safety.
Right.
That it used to be that
that your
12th man or 13th man or whatever, they can field, but they're not allowed to wicket keep. But now they've changed that, and Izzah Hussain is going to come onto the field to do the wicket keeping. We saw that with Nadigotla copping a ball, unfortunately, in the face that bounced off the edge of the pitch yesterday, and then Shakur came on.
Are they chewing into their time here? It feels like it's been 7 minutes since the last ball was bowled.
Yeah.
So
that's injuries for you.
Injury time?
Yeah, injuries. And the thing is, they're not quite as strict on the time, I think, in ICC cricket as we are in ECN, where...
I've got a German wife, so time management is very, very important.
I'll take your word for that. This is the start of over number 11, and we're going to see Arjun Vinod for the first time with his off spin.
Vinny, I can't see a water bottle here for you.
I did order one. I did order one.
Yeah?
You watch.
Okay.
With a stroke of my keyboard.
Because it is warm in here, and want to make sure you're hydrated. I see a Calippo and a Red Bull. From earlier,
they're from
but I want to see you have some water, get hydrated.
That's way back from match 1. Anyway, Izzah gets a bit of practice behind the stump. I think it's a sensible change to the regulations to allow a substitute to keep. It's only in the case of a genuine injury. That's the thing. So it's not about really gaining an advantage.
Well bowled.
Got to admit, when they brought that rule
another
in,
really positive change to the regulations, I feel, is the coloured shoes. Because now I love seeing
shoes
and pants in the same colour.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
definitely. And by pants, we mean trousers for our UK
trousers.
viewers.
Yep.
Actually, that means underwear
Okay.
in the UK, but that's okay.
I'm talking trousers.
Thank you. In the
Catch,
air,
got
and
him.
gone. Yeah, nice work. And well, Jaspal maybe a little bit unsettled by the interruption. He'd raced to 29, and yeah, he was on fire because 27 runs had come off the 12 balls he faced before that. But now he just doesn't keep this one down. Hits it too well, really. Smart catch. And that will be the third wicket down, Malta, 89 for 3.
Yeah, well done. And yeah, they locked it away and good roll. Made sure he couldn't let that ball slip out of his grip. So, no, well locked away. And yeah, that's a great start to the back half of this innings for Switzerland. Hopschwitz.
Yeah, Hopschwitz. And I'm sure a lot of our ECN office crew will be watching from Zurich
I'm
as
not
well.
sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Wimbledon. Might be tuned into Wimbledon, I fear, Vinny.
You can have Wimbledon on your
Wimbledon.
phone.
Wimbledon.
Have the Valletta Cup on the big screen.
Yep. Yeah, Wimbledon should be only on smartphones these days, and get your primary monitor.
Yeah, multi-screening. Looks like they might have just finished the ECI in Hungary and actually went down to a game 9. Well, World Series goes to a game 7.
Did it really?
We go to a game 9, and
Yep.
the winner of that, Portugal-Hungary, winning the series. And it looks like, pardon me, it was Sweden versus Portugal.
Those
to win the series.
those two houses, or the three houses in the prime real estate behind GB Oval there.
The bikini
I mean,
end.
Yeah, this is the greatest real estate in European cricket. You're right there. And I have a funny feeling that the guys that live there don't like cricket.
Well,
Let's hope
partly
we need
because
to, we
of
need
the
to
amount
turn.
of balls that fly over the fence. I know there was.
Yeah, we're playing from the other end this year,
They
so
requested that.
Yeah.
Did you try and win them over? Knock on the door.
I didn't see them.
How's your
No.
Hungarian?
My Hungarians, yeah, good.
Can I tell you that Hungary has the best word for cheers of any of the languages I've encountered? Speaking of multi-languages.
Yeah.
Do you know what it
I
is?
think I know it, but you can say it better.
Nah, I want to hear you try it first.
Habashabgadas.
That's an awful attempt.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's Vinod. Prasath comes out, left-hander. At number 5, he's leading the side this week. Yeah, so normally cheers is like cheers or skål or salut or nastravi, prost. But the Hungarians, like, unlike any other I've heard, it's egeshegede.
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 Yeah.
Yeah. A
Tastes
lot of
good.
Hungarian I find difficult, but that one rolls off the tongue. Well, Miguel still there.
Good
batting the
sweeping.
second half of the innings. He's there kind of as an impact player, but he's found himself in the role of sheet anchor a little bit as well as he bats to the end of the 11th over. And Arjun Vinod goes 1 for 3 off his one over. Of course, he's the Vinod brother who's in the side this time. And it's 91 for 3 after 11. It's been a bit of a journey to this point for Malta, who had a bit of a slow start. And Jaspal really seemed like he was getting over, getting going, I should say, through the middle of that innings. But I mean, that wicket could turn things around a bit.
Yeah, I think it does. It's Switzerland will be definitely happy with that start there.
Yeah, so
I do love that new chart, the run rate.
Yeah.
The run rate chart. This was probably 12 months old now, 14 months old. Another one of your masterpieces of thought and
the
process.
red line. The red line. So you got to
Yeah.
keep above the red line.
Yep.
To know, because people always say who's winning, right? And that's kind of a very simple graph in the second half to see who's winning.
Should make a song about that sting.
I'll
Of
call
the
him
red
up.
line. Oh,
Is that Roxanne?
yeah.
Yeah, keep above the red line. I
Keep
like
above
it.
the red line.
Hey, a few viewers have jumped over from Hungary, and look, congratulations to Sweden. That's their second ECI they've won for the year.
Sweden are fantastic T10 cricketers. Brilliant stuff. And
Have a look at this.
and here comes the water. It just
See,
arrived.
I told you.
We'll get
Yeah.
Vinny hydrated. It's important. Thank you very much.
Anyway, this is up. It's in the air. Fielder comes around and takes a great catch. That's Anish Kumar. He knew exactly where he was. He was in the right place at the right time. McGall bats through 11 overs, but he's got to go now. It's Rana with the wicket. And what a brilliant outfield catch that is. Almost goalkeeper style in the outfield.
It was safe and, great hands. Locked it away. And, he was happy with that. He did a little bow and curtsy afterwards. So, no, Switzerland be super happy with this last little passage of play.
It's a brilliant catch, Switzerland. Trying to grab the ascendancy back in this contest. 91 for 4. McGall, like I said, had a bit longer than they might have expected. 29 of 23 from him. 3 fours and a Maximo. And 2 new fresh batters at the crease now in the 12th over, 91 for 4. I like this from Wayne. Now, Wayne's a very loyal viewer watching from Australia.
Yep.
He said he found it weird the amount of first aid tents and Red Cross tents there were, and then he realised it was actually just the Swiss flags around the ground. And they weren't actually all medical tents, although the medics do a great job here.
Yeah. Now the Swiss love to say neutral, but they love to paint the town red when they come. They've got some fantastic supporters. I can remember under 19s cricket from Switzerland. I was up in Berlin, one of the very first events we were covering, and yeah, the Swiss contingent were fantastic. And yeah, here they are again. They love to travel and get around, and I think that the Maltese flag as well is pretty common around the place too. It looks similar.
The colour scheme. Anyway, it's going to be the Starship tanker to come out.
But I just think in general, huge advantage for Switzerland to be able to literally be on ice this morning in this searing heat and not have to play that first match, because, geez, it was hot and humid at 8:30 this morning when Malta had play that first game. So yeah, big advantage for them to rest.
They'd have to be fresher, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
You think that Malta, they're playing their 10th game in 7 days. But I mean, time will tell. My phone's overheated, unfortunately. This is one of the hazards of the job, but that's okay. It'll come back in time. Going down leg side, I think, with the angle. Abdul Rana. Yeah, Prasath, he's a bit of an enigma with the bat. He's got a slightly unusual technique. Doesn't move his feet a lot, but he's got a really good eye and he's got good power. He's very kind of wiry and can hit the ball a long way.
Yeah, he can. Yeah.
But how good was that catch from Anish Kumar out there on the boundary?
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Also had to be pretty conscious of where he was on the field. Oh, now Prasath gets rock and rolled by Rana. His second wicket. And Switzerland fight back. Malta 92 for 5, and that's the end of the skipper.
Huge fight back, rock and roll by Rana. That is the buzzword of the over. Well done. I mean, he with mid on up, he should have been looking straight. The second last ball as well. There's lots of space straight, and he wanted to go across the line. Both times there, walked over it. But yeah, huge credit to Rana. Well
this
done.
field, you know, the square boundaries being shorter. Sometimes you take the bait. Prasath yesterday, he chided himself for kind of going across the line and I suppose getting a bit lazy in the technique. That time it cost him his wicket.
Yeah, it was unlucky, yeah. Varun's a great guy, does a lot of work for cricket in Malta. Fantastic person to have here and help him grow the game. It's, unfortunate to see him, just miss out on the runs there.
Yeah, so Switzerland.
Rock and roll Rana is a good call, though.
He is all rock and roll. Loves the big finish. Came out for the curtain call the other night with 1 run to tie, 2 runs to win off the last ball against Usman Khan from France, who's been one of the players of the week.
Yep.
He cut a ball away that apparently grabbed the fingertip of the infielder on the way through, but ended up going to the boundary, winning that game for Switzerland. And to be honest, that is the reason that they had the opportunity yesterday to qualify straight for the final.
Yeah.
And France didn't really have a chance by the time they played again last night.
Right, and and that's a huge advantage we just mentioned. Being able to conserve the energy from the morning to let it rock tonight.
Need someone to stand up here. And look, their run rate's not too bad. It's about the 8 and over. Afi Khan's coming out at number 7. He actually struck the ball pretty well. We saw him batting 3 the other day. So you've got 2 guys that have actually batted 3 in the series that come together now for Malta. And they build a partnership. Afi pushes, runs. Tag has to hustle. I think this might have been really close. And so, Afi, itchy to get off the mark. Let's have a look at it.
I thought it was a butterfly there. It's a bit
close.
of paper. Look at that butterfly. No, it's paper.
To be honest,
Jeez, you got to slide.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Sometimes the bat plugs when you try and slide on the grass, but I think you should be running on the artificial turf.
No, you got to.
You need to do that. We've seen that Carter a million times, haven't we? Tank misses out on this one, and that's one thing I got to say.
Sliding your bat on the artificial is key.
End of the over
for health and safety, and just to make sure you get home safely.
Definitely 93 for 5 after 12. Yeah, we saw one situation where the umpires were warning batters for running on the pitch. But to be honest, I think we talk about the spirit of cricket. You got to know the intention of that rule. The intention of that law is to prevent the pitch degenerating. And when you've got a pitch like this that in 100 years they'll probably play just as well, then I think you got to look after the safety of the player. And also, times when it's been a bit wet as well, the edges of the pitch, and even the pitch is slightly elevated. You could do an ankle on the edge of the pitch if you're not careful.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Looking after the players, there's a common theme in everything you're talking about, and that is, you know, players being happy, healthy, enjoying their cricket and looking after themselves.
Yep.
Afi Khan, he's a man who...
I think 189 would be a very big stretch here now, but yeah, somewhere around 170.
Yeah. 170,
that would be one full recovery, I think, even.
Super happy.
Yeah, they would be.
Right now, they're on
Well played.
150's pace, and they'll get a couple more here.
They could go 3 if they push here. No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so you
Just think so. But look at the arm coming back in. There's some lot of cricket played this week, so yeah, hard to dig in and run the threes hard in this heat as well. But yeah, huge long week of cricket. It's been wonderful here in Malta.
Yeah, it sure has. It's great to have so many people following the action. Yeah, long days though, obviously. We're making the most of the sunlight. And a lot of the games have gone the distance this week. This is swing and a miss, and you've got the sub-keeper, is a Hussain. Doesn't quite gather it cleanly. Yeah, but that's the thing. I think you've come on a day where we've actually had 2 early finishes. I don't think we've had any in the first 16 matches this week. But it means, you know, we're going all the way. Last night, 8:10 was the last ball. So
yeah, don't you
making
worry.
the most of the sunlight.
I was at the boarding gate watching the Luxembourg magical run chase, and then I was strategically the last on the plane, and then I'm standing there. I put my ticket through, and then I stood there, and then the security door locked behind me. So for about 3 minutes of time, I was actually locked in the void between the boarding gate and the plane.
Tosses up, takes it on straight. That's hit pretty well. I think it's going to win the race to the boundary. Afi Khan tries to get Malta moving again. They move to 99.
So then before they shut the door to the plane, I had to run back to the boarding gate, knock on the glass door and say, oh, excuse me, let me back in. But I was, I couldn't explain to the German air hostess that I was actually just trying to catch the 5G so I could watch the final overs of the historic Luxembourg run chase.
I had a similar situation, the Gibraltar night final earlier in the year when I was getting on a plane. Straight in this time from Vinod. And yeah, the problem I had, I went as long as I could, and the game was turning around. Actually, I was certain that the T20Is were going to win. And then, would you know it, 7 overs in, 3 overs to go, I had to turn the phone off. Very late cut from Afi. And, would you believe it, when I got up, they lost. And I found out by reading the article on Gibraltar, and I was shocked. I was shocked.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of the few times I've even watched it. Can I tell you? I've watched it on the plane when they've got Wi-Fi in very low resolution. Yeah, I've watched it live. 100's up, by the way, for Malta, and it's also at the end of the 13th over. It's 100 for 5.
Yeah, but what I know, one of the other things I know about you, Vinny, is you like to put some matches on download and offline mode so you can relive your favourite European cricket matches.
I told you that
while you're airborne. Yeah. And yeah, if they're downloaded, you can watch them again.
Got to admit, my Nabi playlist is pretty strong.
Have you got enough storage on your phone for that?
Do you know how many sixes that guy's hit? He's hit over 100 sixes at the ECL.
He's
a guy.
A hero.
He's setting bat speed records when we first saw him in 2019. Yeah, crowd really building up here. Getting behind Malta. 7 overs to go. So look, yeah, you talk about 170. That'd be 10 and over from here if they were to do that. 5 wickets down. Rana is on a heater at the moment. Oh, they go the long way. Oh, bowler cuts it off, and I don't think he should have. Yeah, so there's no doubt
let that go, would have hit middle.
Oh, maybe. I think he was worried about the overthrow, but I think the value of the 6th wicket. Let's try and triangulate this one. It had a shot at hitting.
It was going to hit for sure. I could see the ball track. Unlucky.
The fielder that threw it obviously said it was definitely hitting. That was Fahim Nazir.
It was hitting middle, halfway up.
Patanka on strike, pulls.
Shot.
Gets one.
Malta just want to keep busy at the moment. Yeah,
Patanka's had, again, a couple of starts. He's had innings where he's hit 1 or 2 boundaries and found a way to get out. He's not the only one. But these two, certainly very capable of scoring quickly.
Yeah, not easy to face rock and roll Rana at this point in time. But yeah, they'll keep pushing around the 1s and 2s. Just want to rebuild so they can set the stage for a big back half of the innings. Good shot.
Yeah,
it's gone through.
The fielder. That'll be 4. Yeah, gets plenty on it, doesn't he? Genuine leg glance from Aftab Khan, and another boundary to Malta.
Yeah, you can see that. Yeah, the confidence start to grow. Good little shot. Didn't need to overhit it again. Just get good bat on it, and yeah, this incredible outfield will do the rest.
Keanu has a question for you, Dan. What do you think of the growth of cricket in Germany from when you were playing to now? And what have they been successful in doing that some other nations should follow? I'm sure that's a question you'll enjoy answering as a player who's played a lot for the German national team. Edges it. That'll be a run. Let's not use Germany as an example. Just say in general, you know, what are some of the things that successful countries do, in your opinion, to develop cricket in this part of the world? Welcome to hard questions with
These
Mr.
hard
Maximo and
questions.
Keanu.
So many different aspects to that question.
Can I give you an example I thought of recently? As this is up and away, and it's going to beat the fielder. Patanga gets his first boundary now. So these two gaining in confidence and the score climbing. That's 1-1-1 now in the 14th.
I think, you know, you might be familiar with the SWOT analysis, Vinny.
Yep, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats.
Yeah, and there's so many strengths, but then there's so many weaknesses as well. What I find is that actually the smaller countries actually have the job a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Close proximity. In a place like Germany or France, it's so widespread that then players have to travel a lot longer. Even in Romania, a bigger country. So yeah, I think there's a big advantage for the closer knit communities or countries where the venues are closer together, where they don't have to travel as much. You know,
Belgium's a great example. You know, Belgium's a country you can get through pretty easily.
And even in Luxembourg, you see, where the guys live close together, they can get to see each other more often together.
Definitely.
So for the German national team, strength was the huge scope and size of the country, and a lot of immigrants that have come from cricket-loving countries that want to play. But then you've got a problem that they're so disparate. You know, from Hamburg to Munich is an 11-hour drive. So to get them together is really tough, whether it be for domestic leagues or etc. So yeah, the strength is the size and the huge sheer numbers of potential. The weakness is the disparity between venues and between clubs to get together. The opportunity is there. It will continue. You know, because the number of people that are coming to either study or work into Europe is actually only going to grow. I was reading the other day where Spain needs 1 million immigrants a year to continue their growth rate. Right. And there's numbers that are similar across the rest of Europe where just there's either a labour shortage or a student shortage, etc. So got to keep attracting it there. And then the threat is that we don't have enough pitches to play enough games on.
Right.
You know, so it's a bit of a SWOT analysis for you, Keanu.
Now, I think that what you're talking about there is pitches, meaning grounds, because there's actually a suggestion, Wayne saying, Dan, have you thought about getting into the artificial pitch business? Sounds weird, I know. We know you're already busy enough, but with the growth of ECN. Yeah,
when some grandmas like to knit scarves on the weekends and evenings, and I like to knit pitches on my nights off. So I'm just sort of trying to finish off my first pitch.
I like the blue pitch in Sweden. It's one of my personal favourites as we see at the start of a new over.
You know what?
They're going to come back for a second. Has to hustle, but he gets there.
You know what our CEO, Roger Finer, mentioned the other day?
What's that?
The golden pitch.
Oh, yeah. Problem is gold with the white ball, but yeah. I mean,
you play on a well-cut strip, it's gold, right?
Yeah.
Turf wicket.
Gold. Yeah, no. Brownie gold. I thought you meant like gold, like shiny.
Oh, no, 24 carat.
This literally came up yesterday.
Like a gold pitch.
Why
like
don't
an actual
we make
metal
the pitches
pitch. It's got to be turf-coloured brown gold. Why is it a green? Why is this a green bit of carpet? Where did this come from?
Literally, we had this conversation yesterday.
So we should be leaving a legacy with federations around the place and say, look, we're gonna install gold pitches.
Yeah.
I think it'll come. It was Roger's great idea.
In the air, and it's going to be into the gap, and somehow it's going to be pulled back. I'll get two. Yeah, no, it's actually something that's come up a few times before.
Yep.
The question being, why are all artificial pitches this green colour, except for the blue one, by the way.
The blue one in Sweden is fantastic. Yeah, it is beautiful.
What I like about this pitch as well here is that actually it's 50 metres long. So you've got the 20 metres of the stump to stump, but then you've got 15 metres either side. For the bowler's run up and for the keeper.
And I think I'd like to see them wider. You know, the one in Romania is really, really wide. It's great. You know, it's
so then you can run on it fairly comfortably as well.
Yeah, more of a protected field. But no, the length of this pitch is
really useful.
Really, really
and so
good.
then you know if you're more than 15 metres back past the stumps, you know the guy's got some serious wheels. I think as Hassan found out. Hopefully he's all right. He's getting some attention on that finger at the moment.
Geez, how far back were the English last week for wood bowling? Jeepers.
He was quick.
Long way back.
Goes across the line, but you got two fielders on the sweep down there.
The furthest before that was Brett Lee when he was at the Australian Cricket Academy in Adelaide.
Yeah.
And keeper was back sort of pretty much 3/4 of the way to the boundary.
Yeah.
Taking rockets on the up.
Yeah, it's true. And obviously,
Fast
growing up in
bowling,
Perth,
awesome.
we've seen cricket at the Wacker, and obviously Brett Lee bowling there. It's pretty quick stuff as well. Tanker this time turns. I've got to say, as we get to the 15th over, Malta, they're 118 for 5. I'm really, really happy to see so many spectators filling up because the Malta locals are really coming out and supporting their team. A few Swiss supporters in there as well, but it's been building up all the time. It'll be a memorable afternoon if Malta can raise the Valletta Cup for the second time.
There's Mrs. Vinod there.
Yep, the
supporting
Vinods
the boys.
they've been supporting their boys all week, but you see a lot of the Maltese players from the ECS actually that we know are coming out supporting their local
Not sure
teammates.
if any of them watching the stream, but yeah, big shout out, and yeah, really, really appreciate you coming and enjoying and watching.
It's a proper summer's
fantastic
day to watch the cricket today, isn't it? I haven't seen one cloud, and I've been here. It's my 8th day here. I have not seen a cloud.
Yep.
So it's certainly been a beautiful week to
Speaking of
to
cloud,
watch
I
cricket.
think there's a fair few clouds in the third test.
Oh, really?
I
Yeah.
think it could be a very wet third test.
Third test from the Marseille International Cricket Ground here in Malta.
I mean, the ECN, we would probably relocate it on a
they'll be
on a short notice.
they'll be-
But it's at Edgbaston, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
say so.
the weather looks wet.
They'll be impressed by the 15 metres behind the stumps as well. Anyway.
Best would be in the car park keeping the woody.
Okay. We didn't get back to this.
Oh, no, I don't want to.
Just a quick one, right? We got a second. What did you make of it? The Bairstow stumping has generated a lot of discussion at the time.
Yep.
Not leading the witness. Give us your thoughts as Canado gets ready to bowl the 16th.
It's in the laws. You want to win. You want to get a guy out. You want to take the best catch of the day. You want to take the best run out of the day. You want to bowl the best ball of the day. If you've got an opportunity to get a wicket, you got to go.
He's overcommitted here. And then double clutches and Affy drops his bat on the way back. Well, I'll cue the music. And
Johnny would have done the same thing.
Watch this though, right on cue. Bit of action here. It's hit so hard. Affy gets it. Field it goes. Should I throw this to bowler? Then tries again, and well, it doesn't throw in the towel, but throws in the bat. And this, if it hits the stumps, it's curtains for Affy Khan.
Canado's a legend. He does so much hand talking as well. It's it's wonderful. He's got a lot of passion, a lot of love for this game. It's fantastic. Let's hope he gets his first.
Got the coolest accent in the tournament as well, by the way. Anyway, turns around the corner. This is into the gap, and Patanka's starting to fire. Coming a little bit lower down the order. Ball a little bit older to deal with, and Fletcher, I mean, he's not slow, but Patanka had plenty of time to play that shot behind square.
Yeah, if it had been on the other side, if Johnny had rolled it and hit the stumps and it was out, I'd accept it. It's just in the laws. It's right. I don't know.
Actually, that's why I think a lot of professional cricketers, they've said very little about it because there's no real issue. It's probably a little bit of a beat up from the media.
Yep.
And
which is great because there's more people talking cricket.
The peanut gallery.
Yeah, but it's yeah.
Here's the next ball from Fletcher. He tries to go over mid-off.
Safe.
Goes under him almost instead. Yeah,
this is probably the toughest cricket in the world, so you've got to take every chance.
It was
to get
negligent from Bairstow, and I had no issue with it, to be honest. And it's settling down a little bit now. It made me laugh, all the side stories, like Broad coming out and saying, this is what you'll be remembered for. A guy who literally nicked a ball to slip and refused to walk.
Actually,
McCullum as well. He's had a change of heart since he's played in his old age.
Ooh, big swing.
He said, you know what, on reflection, this wasn't a reflection of my character. Or this, and then lining up all the things, running out, batters celebrating milestones. Yeah, I think it's a non-entity. It's just, and Bairstow's been conspicuously silent on it as well, because 100% he would have done the same thing. And even Stokes saying he would have appealed, we'll never know. Like, I believe that he believes it, but he was never in that situation, so we actually will never know.
I think 4 years ago to the day, England won that World Cup.
Yeah.
In some interesting circumstances as well. But one thing's for sure, and that is there's nothing better than Ashes cricket.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why I'm saying there would be nothing better than India v Pakistan Test match, five match series cricket.
Yeah.
I'm sure of it.
That'd be amazing. Yeah, so Canado doing a pretty good job, although it did go to a boundary earlier in the over. Pretty handy partnership developing here.
What do you think, Vinny, of the Indian Test strip now?
Down the leg side. Well, first, the tank. Well, he's stripping apart the Swiss bowling at the moment. Gets one that he turns on from Fletcher. Once again, similar shot. This one was more at the body. And that's the end of the over as well. 16 overs in is 129 for 5.
So India are in West Indies at the moment, playing the Test series. And have you seen their Test outfits?
I've seen them extremely briefly.
Yeah. So it's the big blue stripes down the side of the arm, side of the leg.
Pretty sleek.
Dream 11 on the front, looking great. I mean, when does Test cricket go full colours?
That's a good question. I'm going to ponder that for a second, but first I'm going to highlight everyone's attention, because it's great now. We've got everyone back, because there's been so much cricket in Hungary today, but we've got everyone back exclusively. Tomorrow we'll be in Czechia for the first time this year for ECS cricket. Now, Brno Prague CC, they played the domestic T20 final just a week ago. Prague CC qualifying for the ECL in that game. That was down in Brno. Also, we'll see the Barbarians and we'll see Vinarati on day one. Join Danny Hudacek. He's waiting.
Danny's back.
For you. 7:15 GMT, 9:15 Central Europe, 12:45. I'll be there. Just need a couple of days off.
You do.
Okay. But I promise I'll be there.
Hydrate, rest.
I'll be there.
Feet up.
I'll be there for too long. Anyway, this is up from Afikan. Yeah, go ahead.
Interesting. So on the Australian Test away shirt at the moment is the red Qantas logo. Red.
Yep.
Right. Red ball. Yep. Red logo on the chest. And now with the great Dream 11 partnership of the Indian national team, this is the logo in red as well.
All right.
With a red ball, I wonder if there's been any batsmen that have said, oh, hold on a second, we're seeing a lot of red here.
Only pink balls in Test matches.
Pink balls
How about pink balls all the time? They do a bit.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Yeah.
Croom's talking about, still going back to the spirit thing, a bit like underarm serves at Wimbledon, totally legal, but some get upset. Again, Wimbledon or tennis in general, then why don't we just disallow drop shots? Do you know what I mean? This is trouble. Well, actually, it's not. Afikan gets away with leg.
But one thing, it might be controversial what I say, but short form cricket, it's not a gentleman's sport. I would have thought it's more of an action sport.
Can I tell you something?
And action sports get more viewers.
Can I tell you? I've got two things actually. I've got something I'm going to tell you, and then I've got a question for you. And it's a question actually that we put out there yesterday. I like it when we start talking about questions I've never actually asked before.
Like red logos on test match clothing.
The first thing is, you talk about spirit of cricket in long form game. I'm reading this book that was recommended to me by Damien Fleming. It's called Never a Gentleman's Game by Malcolm Knox. It's about 10 years old, but it chronicles cricket through the period where what we now know as the first phases of Test cricket from the 1870s through to World War I. This spirit of cricket thing, it's a myth we've made up.
It's a myth. Yeah.
It's a myth we've made up to make ourselves feel good.
Yep, absolutely.
You should have seen what was going on back then. We're talking punch-ups on the field. We're talking... stuff that would... Oh, have a look at this. This is going to be into a pocket of space, and that's going to send the spectators scrambling. That's 4 to Afikan, and Malta just fighting hard, up above that 8 and over again, on track for the 160s. His partnership's been super important for the hosts.
Yeah, Vinny, action sports are the best sports. Yeah. So cricket's got to be an action sport.
So in the first game,
and that blurs the line with the whole
game that Australia
stuff.
won in England that led to the Ashes. In that game, one of the Australian batters tapped his crease. The ball had stopped. Everyone had stopped. He actually nodded towards WG Grace, who nodded back, and then went to go pat the pitch down, and he got run out. Oh, this is hit hard. We hit straight to the field. Oh, he's not going to handle it. Manasakaram down there, a deep square leg. Well, he was always going to get a slippery bounce. This one ends up in the car park.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but I like this because I want to see 176, I want to see 178, I want to see something high 170s to have a fantastic, opportunity to watch some great Swiss batting in the back half, probably when the fireworks start arriving.
Here's the question I want to put to you. What do you think cricket will look like in 50 years? There's no right or wrong, right? I'll give you an idea. 50 years ago, it was 1973. Batters didn't wear helmets. They'd only just had the first one international. They were playing 60 over games back then, and they weren't really playing them that often. White clothes. They hadn't even started playing night cricket. So that's how much the game's changed. So never mind 2020. They hadn't really conceived the pajama game, 50 overs. What do you think cricket might look like in 50 years? Take your time. I'll give you a bit of time. Okay, go.
Tape ball.
Ooh.
why do we have so much plastic stuff on our hands and on our legs and everywhere? You want to take the simplest form of the game, bowl with a softer ball, and whack the ball as hard as you can, and that's what tape ball is. And it takes away the need for drag around a kit bag to buy all your gear.
More accessible.
It's more accessible, yeah. So to play football, you've got goals and a ball. To play cricket, you should have a ball and a bat.
Right.
And then, of course, stumps there as well. So I would have thought in 50 years, as a contrarian or as a crazy thinker, I would say tape ball is probably the best version of cricket.
Wow. Okay. I mean, tape balls isn't something that I wasn't actually too familiar with it until I came here and met a lot of these guys that have that background. And yeah, it certainly is pretty exciting.
If it's bat versus ball, tape ball is actually the fairest contest, right?
Oh, well, there we go.
That's not a fair contest.
Who comes on, and he's going to get Patanka, who contributes a pretty useful 23. Nazir, it's a bit short early last time we saw him bowling. This time he gets it right up, executes the Yorker. The tank fires all around it, and Malta finally have that partnership broken, but it was a handy one. In the end, it was worth 49, but 6 wickets are down now. It's 141 for 6.
And watch this, the pat in the back there. What do you think of that? You know, the pat in the back after a bowler's just castled him.
Yeah, well, I think genuinely.
Do you think that's in the spirit, or is that in the bit of the rub it in?
No, it's situational. I think that Fahim Nazir. I mean, also you got to know the people. You know, Fahim Nazir. There's nothing narky about that. And he's actually saying genuinely well batted. I mean, they did put on 49. Tank played some nice shots there. So there are times where so you can have the same action, but actually it's the intention that matters.
But did you see on social media, see you later, smudge?
Yeah, heard that one. Well, we had an incident in Sweden actually where, you know, I don't really like to see physical contact initiated by the bowler in general, because it can be misinterpreted, right? It can be misinterpreted.
Yep.
And so yeah, it comes down to
because
whether people know each other or not, for example.
A few days ago when Smudge got out and he said, see you later, Smudge, I mean, he was just being nice. He just wanted to say goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, maybe knowing Fahim, I mean,
Fahim's a good guy.
He's a real...
Fahim would never cross the border.
No, he would never.
From spirit of cricket to just being a genuine nice guy.
He misses the first ball.
Start.
Probably ideal situation for him to come out.
But yeah, as we're getting back, I mean, if cricket is meant to be bat versus ball, then why does the batsman have pads? He's gloves. He's got a helmet. It's an unfair advantage to the batsman. So I think in 50 years' time, maybe it gets whittled down to being tape ball. And if I was an Olympic decision maker, I'd say tape ball is the Olympic sport.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I like, because it's complete. There's no right or wrong answer. I still think if you would put in the Olympics, say 2032, you'd be crazy not to have ECN style 10 over cricket with ECN size fields. As far as drawing in people that might not come from a cricket background, I think 2020 it's going to be way too slow to pick up interest for people that aren't used to cricket already. Wow, that's a great shot from Waka Afridi. Well, Waka by name, Waka by nature. This guy, it's his first week in a Maltese shirt. He's just qualified on residency, and he's been such a standout for Malta. And look how quick he gets his hands through the ball there.
Yeah, nice shot on the 1 foot. Knew his gap and wanted to play it. But
I tell you
the Olympics is the pinnacle of life, right?
Yeah.
Of skill, talent, friendship, camaraderie, spirit, all those sort of things.
127 years.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So, I mean, and it's in Europe next year.
And the thing is, rugby sevens is an example I use. Look at they use rugby sevens to kind of showcase the fastest, the quickest, the most action-packed version of the game.
And they never want to hurt each other.
Yeah. Big swing and miss this time. So, I hope in 50 years, you know how we have the magic spray? Instead of pads, you just spray it on your legs, and then they're like pads.
Yeah.
So you're not having to
the generative pads.
Yeah. Well, you spray it on your head.
Yep.
50 years before the man was on the moon, people would say that was a long way off. Just saying. All you scientists out there, quit what you're doing.
Stay at home in your Oculus.
On the super magic spray. Oh, clever little slow ball from Nazir that time. That's the end of the over. Malta, 145 for 6. And you know what, Dan? Looks like they're on track for that 160 that we think's about par. It's still pretty tight contest in this year's Valletta Cup final.
Yeah, I'd love to see 170. Would love to see it. Because we just know that these Maltese fireworks are going to come.
They literally will come.
I couldn't believe it last night, listening to it, but then arrived, and then this morning again.
Yeah, it never stops. Yeah.
Fireworks in the daylight, I mean.
loses a little bit
makes
of
sense.
effect, the fact that it is constant. And even where we're staying in Gazira, there's a strip of restaurants and bars, loud music, and people are living up there, but they're just used to it. It's just constant noise in certain parts of the island, not all parts, but especially this time, the island's a big party, really.
Yeah, it is.
All right, here we go. It all happens in the 19th in T20 cricket as Naya comes out if he can't. Working hard. They probably want 2 here, but Waka, well, he doesn't really want to risk it because he probably knows he's been sent in for a reason. That's hit some quick boundaries.
Yeah, and Naya's been a fantastic cricketer in the ECL earlier in the year with Alton as well. Yeah, love seeing him play.
Led the side in the
Very
ECC
nice
last year at Switzerland.
And there's Chris, there's Hassan, there's Ashwin. 3 gentlemen all in a row.
It's that middle finger on his right hand, heavily strapped. Wow, picked up as he got the journey.
He sure
got to
has.
get over Canado. That's not going to be easy. And he's got over the line at 6. Maximo!
Canado.
Well, you've picked up a guy that's approximately 10 feet tall if you add in the arm span. And it was actually a brilliant catch, but Canado, again, very sporting. Quick to say, look, I didn't stay in the field to play. And a bonus for Malta. What a shot though from Waka Afridi.
Good catch. Oh.
Just comes down on the rope, I think, the first foot, feels it.
Kieran Pollard looked like.
Yeah.
Oh,
What a shot.
It's that one that went. Oh.
More.
Okay.
Oh, now this is high.
That's gone
Someone's
large.
got to get this, or is he?
That's
He's going,
large.
he's going. He's going to cut off the
Oh, well
boundary.
done.
Yeah, that's Nanasekharan. He had a bit more time to think about this one than the one that whistled past him off his fingertips into the car park. About where I parked my scooter, by the way. At Malta, I don't think they're satisfied with the 160 now. I think they're looking for that 170 that you were talking about, Dan.
Yeah, I hope so. It is pretty cool when I see you rock up to Master Sports Club on your scooter.
It is.
Oh, that is cool.
I have done it a few other places. Alicante was one that I did as well. All right, full toss. Have to run hard here, but clean pickup. They shouldn't get 2. It's a fumble, but
Just as long as you're safe and indicating and wearing your helmet. And it was great this morning to see you wearing the arm guards, the elbow guards, the knee guards. It was a real sight.
The thing is, in Malta, do you know they have the highest
the mouth guard
proportion?
in as well, didn't you?
They have the highest proportion, still do, the highest proportion of car ownership in the world.
But don't they have an average of 2 cars per person or something here?
Something ridiculous.
Yeah.
They have more cars than people on the island.
Mm.
Naya, 2 to come, the 19th. Hafi is reaching, but can't reach it. So the thing that strikes me, and of course you go to some of these countries, particularly kind of in East Asia, Southeast Asia, where the 2-wheel is the mode of transport. You get way more of them than cars. And I think with the weather here, okay, yes, it does rain. We've seen that. We've seen it flood a couple of times. But you know, there's long periods where it doesn't. And especially with the little windy streets and all that. I'm surprised there's not more kind of motor scooters.
More scooters.
That are used. So it gets me to beat the traffic. Anyway, that's absolutely moose from Matthew Khan. Well, watch out, because that one almost on the roof. Maximo! That's the end of the over, and as advertised, it all happens in the 19th. And the score, 161 for 6 with an over remaining.
Yeah, we're going to see over 170 here, and I'm going to be very, very happy and excited to see this chase. Oh, look at that.
You must be really
Wonderful.
happy to see the Maltese flag flying.
Yep.
And you talk
From a
about
Vinod family.
the next generation and the youngsters, and how important is that to the growth and development of European cricket?
Yep, bat and ball, whether it's tape ball or backyard or gully or any type of cricket, it's just about getting balls and bats in hands of youngsters. That's the way to have the most fun.
Have a look at the little uptick there. And Afi Khan wasn't in the original squad on Monday, but Malta, they've had the luxury, I suppose, as it's a home series, of calling on some other players. They've used more players this week than any other team.
Yep.
So he's come in here. He's 31 off 20, 4 fours, and then that towering Maximo right there. It'll be Waka. Perfect man for the job here. Last over. And yeah, they've actually tried 7 different bowlers in this innings. And it's going to be Nazir to finish us off. He's got 1 for 13 off his 2 so far. Now Nazir, he's going to have a say with the bat. He is the real key wicket for Switzerland. He's a guy who's played Pakistan under-19s cricket before. He's stylish, but also powerful.
Do you know what he's doing in Switzerland?
He's lived there for a while now.
Okay.
Yeah, so
I'd love to hear the backstories as to what he's up to. I think that's the most exciting thing. All the backstories of the cricketers in Europe. You know,
some of the stories
that's something we're going to focus on at the ECC this year.
Yeah.
Is talking backstories.
Sounds good. Well, the backstory here is that Rocco's having a great week, so's Nazir, and now they're locking horns in the 20th.
Good start.
Proper swing. Maybe getting a bit too leg side conscious there. I mean, he's a guy who can easily go straight down the ground. There's a big gap kind of between long on and long off as well.
You got to expecting that he's going to be hitting. He's going to be trying to bowl Yorkers on that wide line, right?
Yeah.
So does the batsman want to move across and start to preempt it?
Rocco is your take ball style cricketer, likes to get across and go to mid wicket, especially from this end. Look at where he's batting. His toes are pretty much on off stump. That's what he's looking for, to drag something like that.
Yeah.
But it's clever bowling from Nazir. Change of pace there.
Yep. Yeah, it's well done. But I think he's going to try and bowl every ball out there.
Yeah.
To finish this off.
So it's whether you try and
look where his front foot's ended up.
Do what you want, regardless, or whether you kind of adapt to what you think the bowler's going to deliver. That's what Afridi's deciding. He has been one of the batters of the week, though, especially in this situation.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
He's got to hit it over our heads.
Another slow ball, I think. Very good.
Pace on,
yeah. And I think just settle for one. It's probably more about the fact that Afi Khan wants to go. He's 31 of 20 now.
Oh, that's the spirit of cricket. Do you run on that?
Yeah. We had 4 overthrows earlier.
Okay.
That's life.
You win World Cups.
Yeah, life's not always fair, you know.
It's not.
Balls in play. Sometimes we take it too far. It's part of the field. It's like saying, do you run off the stumps?
I wouldn't.
Such a liar. Got the lie detector test. I love you. Right, Afi now. Yeah, just a bit of a one-trick pony approach actually here in the last over. We'll remember this over as well.
Best one yesterday, I was watching a downloaded video on YouTube of the 2005 Ashes series.
Yeah.
And they completely glossed over the fact that Kasparov took his hand off the bat.
Wasn't out.
When he hit the glove.
Yeah, reverse that one as well.
Yeah, just avoid that from history. The winners write history anyway. So.
Yeah, that's true. Well, hey, history written by the victors. 2 to come. Another swing and a miss. Rocco's keen, but I mean, there's only been 1 ball hit in this over. I know we've got 1 ball left, so I'm going to throw a few talking points perhaps for the second innings. Because we don't have the budget for DRS, we suggested the batter taking a polygraph for caught behind, where they get asked, what's your name, where do you live?
Yep.
Did you nick it if the needle goes up? Anyway, plenty more to come here in the second innings. Right now, here's the last ball of the 20, and he does hit it. It's in the air, though, catching opportunity. And dropped. They'll get 2 runs here. So just remember that. Should have been 162. Into the sun at this time of the day.
What a fantastic over. Well bowled.
Yeah, brilliant over nonetheless.
Execution
from Nazir. And he only concedes 3 in the last. That was after a 16-run 19th over.
Legend.
And Switzerland, after they were asked to field first by Varun Prasad, they'll be chasing 165. Malta, 164 for 6 off your 20 overs. Pretty much a par score, I think, in this final.
Par? Yeah, I think a little bit below par.
Yeah, well, I mean, earlier in the week we saw 115 winning a game, 125 winning a game. If you look at just purely at the numbers, it's pretty much right on it. It's about 8 or 8.1 and over. So 160, 162 is probably your par. They get 164. Who's the happier of the 2 teams for you at the halfway?
I'd say Switzerland are, yeah. And I mean, they didn't play this morning. They had the break. I think now they'll have to run 2s and 3s hard in the back half of this game. So hopefully they've got a little bit left in the tank for them. Love to see Malta win as a home team and the great hosts. But yeah, Switzerland look like a tight unit and they want to get it done.
Well, strap yourselves in. It's time to look at the highlights package. Naya. Well, he came on and he had immediate effect in the second over. Hassan Ahmed taking the catch. That's back when he had 10 straight fingers. And Zishan, well, he was super disappointed after coming off a century and a 98 not out, not able to impact things. And that was a big moment, wasn't it? Because Fletcher just blasted one into the middle finger of Hassan Ahmed. And unfortunately, we saw him continue in the short term, but he wouldn't ride out the 20 overs. Canado came on. And he was asked to open the bowling in the absence of regular opener Ashwin Vinod. They liked Katak instead in the 11. But, I mean, Malta, they had their moments, but ultimately they do have the runs on the board. And, yeah, you've got to say both teams, they had their moments to smile about this 20 overs. But this one was a moment to scratch your head because both batters at one end, but somehow they survived.
Yeah, look, he could have taken them off at the keeper's end. Oh.
Yeah, and then, Canado ended
Pressure
up
cricket.
as an emergency kind of wicket keeper
and the
without
hand
gloves.
There we go.
Yeah.
Heaps of hand talking. I love it. I love it.
They're still running. They ended up getting 2. And the conversations were continuing.
And then we started talking about viral content and viral cricket, didn't we? And then Oh, not just yet. It's
right,
coming.
Right on cue.
It's coming. It's
but
coming.
then, well, Canado had it a bit easier this time. I want to say actually fielded pretty well in this innings. Also took a catch later on, but unfortunately stepped on the line. But Malta, they continued to attack, didn't they? I've got to say that, I mean, the top order did the job. Yes, they lost Zishan, but McGall with 29, Thakur 22, and Jaspal Singh 29. They just kind of got things moving. And the middle overs is sometimes where some teams have gone to sleep, haven't found the boundary. But Malta, for the most part, they seem to find the 4s and 6s when they needed them.
Yeah, they sure have. Yeah, there were gaps in this field, and they picked them and executed them. So I think that they be pretty pleased, because they lost a couple of... Here we go. This is my moment.
Yeah, this is
We were
one
just talking about viral content. And unplanned, unscripted, and that poor finger of Hassan's
we're not sure
has let him do the over-the-head throw. That's a shame for a great cricketer.
He continued with the finger till then, but maybe the embarrassment saw him leave the field.
I just want to see him come back in the back half of his innings and be a game changer for the team. He's a great player.
Yeah, Prasath went cheaply. That was after another wicket had fallen, but then, even though he was
rock and roll Rana.
Yeah, he was rock and rolled by Rana. Prasath again. Unfortunately, can't fire in the final. But yeah, the attack was firing though. 23 for him and Afi Khan. It's a really useful partnership. It was worth 49. They just got things back on track for Malta.
Yep.
And we saw a bit of drama towards the end, didn't we, as well? I mean, Switzerland, they were just throwing themselves around. You wouldn't expect any less. We know they're the fresher of the two teams. They've wanted to chase. They've liked to chase. They are facing their biggest chase of the week, though, in this game. And yeah, this is one that just kind of blasted through Nanasekaram. Ended up in the car park, and then Darshit was heading the same way after he was out. And Nazir, well, his death bowling was really important. We thought the 170 was on, but he was really able to keep things quiet in the last over. Afridi came out, and this was a bit of a fortunate one for him. He was caught, but Canado, unfortunately, stepping on the line. The flag was flying. Lots of players and spectators alike sticking around to enjoy this finals action. Afi scrambles his team to 164. Yeah, and Switzerland, can't wait to see how they go about this chase. I mean, early wicket's going to be the key for sure, because Switzerland have a good batting order. Let's have a look at this innings, though. And it's an interesting one, because it's a slightly above par score. If you look at the numbers, let's call it par. But no one gets more than 33. Afi Khan top scores to number 7. Yeah. 23 balls, 4 players, in fact, in the 20. So a real team effort from the Maltese. Yeah,
it is a team effort, and yeah, as we always say, runs on the board in a final. It's a good place to be as well. So as we see the Malta team starting to warm up there, they're running through their fielding drills. They're looking good as a unit, and there's lots of pressure on the Swiss bats to get in here. I think they'll back themselves in. They've got the fresher legs of the day, and I think it'll be a fantastic second half of this match. Can't wait to see it and enjoy it with you, Vinny.
Yeah, it'll be good. Well, 2 for 21. Rana takes the bigger singles for Ali Naya Katak, who makes his debut in this game. Fahim Nazir was brilliant at the death, 1 for 16 off his 3. Identical figures to the off-spinner Arjun Vinod, who will probably see in the number 3 position. Yeah, but just quickly, Switzerland, in their 4 games they've chased, they've had to chase 135, they did. They need to chase 119, they did. They need to chase 149, they did, off the last ball. And then against Malta, the last time they met, it was in match 9 yesterday, they chased 157, and they did. But a few more, it'll be their biggest test yet, and it'll be the test that determines who wins the 4th ever Valletta Cup. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Daniel Weston with me, and he'll be my special guest, hopefully, after the break, as we return for the final innings in this Valletta Cup, live from Malta on ECN.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. Great to have your company. Oh, we've had a big week of action here with T20 Internationals all the way from Monday, but it all comes down to this. It's a rematch of the 2021 final. Switzerland, like then, like now, they're undefeated going into the final, but Malta are hoping to take it away from them, just like they did back in 2021 when they won the final by 6 runs. Back then it was 176 to 170, and right now Malta not quite as many, but still a fairly defendable total, 164 for 6 off the 20 overs. Switzerland sending out their openers in search of the target of 165 and the Valletta Cup. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Joining me once again, my very special guest in the commentary box, ECN founder Daniel Weston. And Dan, well, I think what you can say at the halfway point, both teams in with a shot of raising the trophy.
Yeah, thanks, Vinny. Great to be back. And yeah, looking forward to this innings with you. Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic finish. Just going around the crowd there, there's a great crowd building up. And it was absolutely split. Absolutely split. The Maltese fans backing themselves in.
Yep.
The Swiss fans backing themselves in as well. I just ran off to the Master Sports Club up the stairs for about 10 seconds of air conditioning and saw a huge contingent of cricket fans all at the bar there watching on the big screen. So
yeah,
big shout out to them.
Yeah, hello, guys.
Congratulations on a great week. Enjoy this final innings. May the best team win and yeah, enjoy it at this wonderful complex.
They're the smart ones, really, aren't they?
They're clever. It's 20 degrees in there and it's 43 out here.
That's
so
true.
Yeah, wonderful for them. They're in the best seats of the house. I'm very grateful to be standing here with you, walking around in circles, talking great about cricket and the great game.
Oh, we love finals, we love cricket, we love pressure, we love heat.
And we love seeing the keeper up.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't think he's going to stay up, though, because this is Vanyan Magal who's going to open us.
Just directing traffic.
Yeah, he's just getting the angles right. Afi Khan in the side. Chanjal Sudasanan has been keeping most of the games except one for Malta, but he's had a few persistent problems with his hands, his fingers, so he's out. He's not the only keeper with that issue, actually, at the moment. Hassan Ahmed won't be able to bat, we don't think, for about 10 overs because he went off with that injury.
But he will bat. I've heard that he will bat.
Yeah. But, I mean, it means you have to reshuffle your deck a little bit. Anyway, 165 for their first ever Valletta Cup. Switzerland start with their chase, and it's Nazir on strike. And he steps across and he just whips it nonchalantly away for 4. I mean, a bit of a risk, but this guy, he's so good, Daniel, and he starts with 4.
What a beautiful shot. Yeah, composed. And, yeah, just did what needed to be done. It wasn't a bad ball, was it?
Not really. I mean, it's a shot you can't afford to miss, put it that way.
You can't afford to miss that one. That's a great shot. But yeah, going to take advantage of this power play here.
The old days of, you know, just play with a straight bat until you're 30 or 40.
Why would you?
But yeah, Magal's a bit of an interesting left armer because he actually moves the ball into the right-hander, or into the left-hander, I should say, like that. But I suppose it's a bit awkward when you first face him. He's got a slightly ungainly action, but I think that works in his favour.
Yeah, it does.
But I suppose once you've seen him a bit, you can play for it a little bit.
Yeah, well, that was good. Yeah, good cricket there. Put the pressure on the ball to move away from that straight line, just pushing it outside. And it looks like the keeper may be coming up here, Vinny. And we love to see keepers up, but there's just been a helmet run on. And
well, this is
keeper up. I like it.
I thought there was no chance of this, to be honest. But
he hasn't got his gloves on, and the ball is running in. That was always a scary moment for us keepers. But here he goes. It's good having pressure up, little wiggle, and stay low and get yourself a stumping, sir.
This is going to be worked away just a single. So Nazir, super important in this chase, although they do bat all the way down, Switzerland. One thing, though, the one team we haven't really ever seen them bat right down to the bottom because they haven't had to. They've had 4 successful chases so far.
Could turn into an advantage here that they need Hassan to come in later and later in the in the innings as well, because he's such a ferocious batsman, knows how to finish games, hits the ball really hard. So, yeah, let's hope his finger's all right. And if he is shuffled down the order, it might be a blessing in disguise for the Swiss.
Maybe.
Keep it back now. Okay.
Yes, obviously, I think
that's just targeting one bat.
Nazir bats out of his crease. He likes to, right?
Yep.
Anyway, this is Sama Mahmood, who's another aggressive left-hander, and he's going to get this past the fielder for 4. So 2 boundaries in the over, 1 for each of the left-handed openers, and Swiss openers off to a flying start here in the chase.
That was a brutal line drive. Look at this, he's lined it up Oh, head still,
Yeah.
great base of the feet, and whack.
Sometimes he moves around a bit too much, Osama, but I think he got it right there, didn't
Yeah,
he?
absolutely, yeah. No, he stayed nice and strong and still, and did, unconventional shot, but puts them in a really, really good position now. 156 needed.
Malta just need a steadier here. Pretty well bowled.
Oh, they're going to go one.
Yeah, they pushed the fielder
Just a
back a
little
little
bit back,
bit.
yeah.
Just because of the force that last shot. So they're trying to cover a bit more territory, but it was an easy run there.
Smart
Hey, Dave's
cricket,
got a
keep it back
question.
up again.
Dave's got a question for you. He is living in France, and he wants to know, Daniel, when are the ECN coming to France?
Next year.
That's the plan, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, no, super excited to come to France for an ECS.
After something for Nazir.
Shot.
Yeah, really good shot. I told you.
Oh, I love it.
You're a purist, you're a left-hander, you love your cricket, and you love watching stylish cricket shots, and they don't get much better than that. Another boundary in the first over. It's 14 without loss after one.
Yeah, beautiful shot. I'm lucky about that angle. Hopefully we can get another angle of that because that's class, and hopefully friends and family and parents at home are watching and probably enjoyed seeing him play a lot of come and drives in his earlier careers, and now get to see it live on a Sunday night on the TV. Could not be better than that.
I'd love to see Nazir in the ECC, and obviously
This one's
you can
beautiful.
see
Bang.
you can
Head over the
score
ball.
quickly, but still have a good technique.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep, and the best batsmen do. And we've
Yeah, so this is what I was going to
71
say.
days to go.
Love to see him. It's 10 weeks away tomorrow, okay, from the ECC, and Switzerland will see them. Now, coincidentally, Switzerland, Romania, and Malta, they're all in the same group, and they're all here this week. And Luxembourg, they'll probably cross paths with them because they're straight away in Group F, straight after Group E finals day. France, they're the outlier. They'll be there in Group A. But Spain, Isle of Man, I mean, super excited to see some new countries involved. We've grown from 21 to 31 nations in ECC 23.
Yeah, absolutely. And Turkey have played heaps of cricket on the ECN in the past few months. We love seeing their energy and having them over. Serbia first time as well. Would be super. They're great people in Serbian cricket. Congratulations to them and all they're doing there. And obviously the Netherlands 11, be fascinating to see how their squad ends up, because the boys that took them to the ECC Championship last year just took themselves to a World Cup. So
isn't that a great investment?
It's a great story. I'd love to see a lot of those boys in India, but equally would love to see them in Khartoum as well.
Agree.
Yeah.
Estonia pop out to me there as well.
Yeah,
They're
Estonia, great with Stu and Terry and all the crew up there.
Saifu Rahman, the Baltic boss.
The
He
Baltic
looks
boss.
like a Estonian version of Chris Gale.
Yep.
Anyway, Waka comes on over number 2.
Yeah, cricket's fantastic and made up of fantastic people. Dave, to answer your question, we wanted to go to France in 2020. It didn't work out, just scheduling and a bit of Corona sneaking in there as well. But yeah, that's on the cards. We will be in France for an ECS in April next year, playing some ECIs there as well. And as I say, I'm a big Drew fan, and I think they'll win plenty of cricket in the years to come.
But just speaking to some of those guys from Drew, they said, yes, obviously we're the domestic champions, have been the last couple of years, but they said they've got some stiff competition there as well. So I think we're going to discover some other sides that can really biff it.
Drew too. Well, I want to see where their second 11's at, because Drew must be strong if they've got two teams, which I know they do in the league.
Yeah.
Who else comes to the ECL from France? And I guess that will be worked out in the next 2 or 3 months.
I know that our own Shazad plays for the Paris University Club there.
That
We've
would
had
be
Emma
awesome.
in the chat
That would be
today.
awesome.
She's coached by Mukhtar Ghalami, who's been playing for France in this
Mukhtar
series.
is a superstar of cricket in Europe.
At PC.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yeah. No, French cricket's got a lot of...
Estonia may be back on the cards next year as well, possibly.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, we're telling you these are plans, they're not 100%, but there's the intention there. That's a nice shot as well. It's not the greatest effort from Prasad. Well, stop. They were a great percussion ensemble, but that's not what you should be doing at mid-off, especially in the second over when Swiss are off to a good start already. And yeah, this is a piece of fielding Bruno will want to forget.
Yeah, strictly dancing. Unlucky. Get it down. Oh gosh.
I'm actually happy he doesn't
I was
land
hoping
on
in
the
the
ball.
replay he was going to step on it and safely do it, but not do a line or a McGrath, but just safely stop it. But yeah, wow, okay.
Yeah,
146 needed. But yeah, Estonia, love to go there again.
Yeah.
Fantastic cricket ground there. France, we want to bring more cricket to France next year as well. We won't be in South Africa, Australia, or the West Indies next year. We're going to concentrate on European cricket, that is for sure.
Who knows where we'll be in 5-10 years' time, the way that we're growing at the moment. One thing for sure is we're kind of getting to the stage where in a 12-month schedule, we can't really get everywhere we want to get unless we are playing multiple matches at once. Good crowd in, by the way, or doing things like night series fairly often. So this is just one of the issues. Speaking to the guys from Luxembourg, I know they've got a great ground there in Luxembourg.
As well.
Maybe do a night series there. They could probably get up a 5 or 6 team.
I'll have a chat to them in the next few
ECSN
weeks.
up there, for example.
Unbelievably committed and great cricketers, great people up there as well. Yeah.
So it is tough juggling, but
there's only 52 weeks in the year, and the weather. So we crunch a lot of data when it comes to the best times of the year to be in certain places, but also to optimise the amount of cricket we play. So we that's listed.
Absolutely.
That is rocketed.
Smashed by Mahmood. You know what's dangerous here? Both batters kind of looking equally destructive as well. 2 left-handers. Waka, I think it's an attempted Yorker. He will often get the ball to shape into the left-hander, but this is pretty much gun barrel straight, and it bangs off that Maltese limestone wall that surrounds the Master International Cricket Ground. It's the end of the over as well, and that's going to be 24 without loss for Switzerland after 2. What a start.
But when I looked at you just then, Vinny, and I said the ECN will not be in South Africa or Australia or the West Indies, you had a bit of a heartbroken look on your face.
I didn't say that. Actually, I didn't hear you the first time.
Okay. No, because I know you'd love to continue taking it to the world. But we focus on Europe because there is so much cricket to be played in Europe and amazing times of the year that cricket can be played. So
can I just say that, well, you, and I know you're a pretty busy guy, I'm also a busy guy the more cricket we do. So I'm not suggesting we do that, but I'm just saying we are not limited. We are not limited. So Thailand's being on ECN. I mean, that's pretty exciting. Yep. Can you imagine
ECS
one day,
Bangkok.
and if you're going to go, again, try and fill in those other weeks of the year, and you look at seasons.
Maybe we just do one night in Bangkok for the ECS.
All right, let's do it. Corey, stay at home.
But cricket's just such an exciting place to be in Europe. So at the moment we've also just enjoy seeing how cricket develops in all different parts of the world as well in different ways.
Definitely.
In whatever way it comes, it's good.
We're
good
big
to see.
supporters of cricket all around the place. I mean, I saw there was cricket from Japan on this morning.
I saw that. I tuned in. Yep. Tuned in and had a look at that.
Who's your favourite Japanese player?
Sashimi.
Actually, get me on board with that. I think Nagiri. It's pretty useful early on. Anyway, here we go.
Edamame.
And Abbas is coming on. And this is punched through the offside again. And so far, Nazir's looking on. And pays to pay attention. I think it might be Kohli. He was on his phone. And Kohli, now he's one guy. He's always on the social media. I won't say he's a poser, Manmeet Kohli from Romania, but have a look at this.
The old no, thank you.
The rope not doing any favours either.
I don't know if he's a left-hander, but geez, that left hand never left the phone, so well done. Well done.
Kohli's a right-hander. We've seen him, he's a bit of a spearhead of the Romanian attack.
Yep.
Edge gone. Big moment in the game. Nazir nicks off. Abbas gets the wicket. Well, Abbas, he's been the ultimate yo-yo. He's been up, he's been down, but he's provided the big moment in the final. Nazir looking $1 million, but he's going to have to go for 18. And Switzerland lose a wicket. It's 28 for 1, and a big one.
Fantastic ball, swung in, decked out, did everything, got the edge, safe hands. And that's a bit of a game changer. No matter how many runs that the Swiss have just got on the board there, they've got on a quick start, but get 1, 2, 3 wickets here, and it's big change. Swings it. That's the perfect ball.
It nipped away. It definitely nipped away, and Nazir.
What a rock.
I mean, he does like to get forward to try and counter that movement. See where he bats.
Yeah, he's a long way out there, but that's just a seriously good ball. Yeah, and successful execution 100%. Of the bat flip as well. This is class cricket. He can't get any better.
If he can't,
just keep his dream.
Yeah, perfectly balanced to take that catch as well. And Switzerland, they're off to the races in the first couple of overs, but Wasim, they brought him on straight away for Magal.
Yep.
Magal was expensive in the first one.
I just saw hands on face from the management there as well. So there's a little bit of nerves creeping in there. There's 2 or 3 quick wickets here, and it all turns quickly.
It's anybody's game, especially now for me.
I want to see a super over.
For me now, it's a genuine coin flip.
Yep. And we've got sunlight up our sleeves,
We do have enough time for a super over tonight.
It's a super over kind of night.
The sun goes down. Yeah. So, Abbas, let me tell you about Abbas this week, right? Came out at number 11, just had to hold up an end against France in the first game. They needed about 20. He tried to hit every ball out of the ground. He left Waka high and dry at the other end. So that was not a great moment for him. Very next game, though, then France bottled a chase, and Wazim takes a hat-trick on Monday. Takes a hat-trick, T20 International hat-trick. And so, you know, he's been up, he's been down, he's had some moments in the field, he's on like a drop catch streak of 5. But you know what? He wouldn't change any of it now, because right here in the final, he's got the wicket of the guy. For me, he's been the best looking batter this whole week, bar none.
Yeah, fantastic. But just to have that ball on replay for the world to see is so, and for himself to see, and it's just mind blowing. That's gold. Congratulations to him. Just getting back to the Japanese cricket, awesome to see cricket in Japan kicking off. I was in Tokyo a few years ago, and what an unbelievable place. But just for them to find space.
Vinod comes out, laces one to Waka. Now they'll get an overthrow. So file that one under you for unnecessary, but it does get Vinod his first run in the final.
Yeah, it's such a populous place and such a busy place and such a wonderful place, and then for them to be playing cricket streamed to the world to see is so good. And yeah, I tuned in this morning as well, and then I've seen this ground in China that was unveiled about a month ago. I mean, this looks like one of the greatest cricket grounds you ever want to see.
I've heard
yeah, it's so exciting.
I read some articles about cricket in China, and the native Chinese players, they say, I really like the hard ball. As you know, it makes me feel alive.
They don't wear thigh pads because they love it that much.
They're crazy.
Yeah, no, it's so good to see. It's the world's game. Football's the world's game. Cricket's the world's game. One you play in the summer, one you play in the winter, and let's just enjoy it and grow it.
Mood faces up. Get a single here. Yeah, if they start producing the gear, the prices might come down a bit as well, so that's pretty handy.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Responsible for our robot suit as well. Still waiting on the other
robot suits, and just the sheer amount of balls we go through each year. I'd love to, love to try and get more balls out of the factory and see them hit further. So 7.78 required.
County's got a bit of a question. I think it's about ECS cricket. And I'll come back to that in a minute. Vinod in the 3 spot.
That's a nick. I heard something from here.
I got to admit, I wasn't convinced.
Oh, I felt something. You know when you feel it in your bones?
Yeah, well, Afi, to be honest, he had something similar when he was batting the other night. Now he's keeping. I didn't really see a deflection. And I got to admit, I didn't hear anything either. I'm gonna give the umpire a break there. Vinod his head never flips around, which is normally a dead giveaway as well. It's close to the edge for me.
Jeez, it felt instinctful
for me.
But we know the Vinod family, and he would have walked.
I think that there's enough doubt there to say the umpire.
Yep.
The umpire's decision's fair enough.
Absolutely.
Abbas, what an over.
Bang, that's gone. There's someone there, but no, that's gone.
Yeah, that's going to be 1 bounce 4, so Vinod gets the right of reply. And he's probably getting a few not so subtle messages from the fielding side after that as well. But Abbas gets the big wicket of Nazir. Does go to the boundary last ball. 10 come off his over. And after 3, it's 34 for 1.
Yeah, great shot. Fantastic cricket. You can feel the Maltese boys they're excited. I think they've got another wicket in them pretty soon.
Well, let's see. Build that pressure. I wonder if they go back to Afridi here. He bowled 2 this morning, then went off with an injured knee. We saw him come back towards the end. I think they will go back to him here for 1 more over. Yeah, Keanu's question is, with bigger countries like Germany or Spain, I think he's talking about ECS cricket, will we keep doing regions? For example, in Germany we'll do Dresden, then we'll do Krefeld. Yep. Or will we be able to get the best of the best from around the country to one area?
Yeah.
So,
okay. Yeah. I mean, the best of the best from one area is a bit tricky in the bigger countries because then to have 2 weeks.
It's the logistics, isn't it?
Yeah, the logistics are tricky. But what we need to do is start planning so that we can be in other regions. You know, so if there's a rotation, obviously down in Bavaria, a lot of cricket there. So we should actually go to Bavaria. We should go to Dusseldorf. We should go to Hamburg. You know, in
Kiel,
in Berlin.
We had a nice time in Kiel
Dresden,
early in the year.
Kiel,
in Hamburg,
fantastic. So yeah, we should actually start getting on a rotation so that we can plan and move the ECS around. But yeah, we do that with the federations and partner with them and plan with them.
Pushed by Mahmood, tight one. They will get a single. Yeah, I suppose, when we say logistics, what we mean, for example, we'll have an ECS where sometimes teams have to travel a long way to be there. So, for example, you might have 4 match days in the current ECS format, where on 2 match days you'll play 3 matches, on 2 you play 2, and that's how you play your 10 matches. Then you try to be available for finals day as well. So as far as the logistics and the kind of resources we have available to run an ECS, we are kind of relying on players being able to make their own way to the ground.
Yep.
I think that is probably
the idea
elements.
of the ECS is to maximise the quantity of cricket that's played, but minimise the the hotel costs and the travel costs and the fuel costs and all of these sort of logistical moments. So yeah, we try and find places where there's as many teams as possible in a close proximity.
Kroom just cracked me up with a comment. Hit covers him pretty tight here. He said that was a classic one, polygraph test for the batter on if that was a nick or not. And Kroom actually, he's a great viewer, Kevin. He when we brought up this idea of the polygraph for a DRS, kind of tongue in cheek, he said, yeah, the problem is then the batters are going to spend more time training for the polygraph than they're going to spend working on their batting. Knowing cricketers, he's exactly right. Back cut, another dot, another big throw. So yeah, just have a look at that run rate required. It started, at 8.25 and over. I think that Switzerland are pretty comfortable with it around the 8s as long as they've got wickets in hand.
Less than 100 balls to go now.
Yeah. But Waka Afridi, the way things have been going, maybe this is the last we'll see of him for now. Maybe they'll bring him back later. He hasn't really been getting that outswing either. Pretty much dead straight. Just sometimes you get balls that swing and sometimes you get some that don't. So it's just one of those things about cricket. You never know what you're going to get until you get out there.
Yep. Well, I think being out there now, this outfield is lightning.
Yeah.
So just keeping calm, working out where these gaps are.
2 nights ago,
Got to play straight, I think.
Switzerland took it to the very last ball. Abdullah Rana, rock and roll Rana, got them across the line off the very last ball of the day. And you see, because the ball's not swinging, Afridi's trying a few other tricks. That's a slower ball, it's like an off-cutting slower ball that he grunts to try and fool the batter. But you can see, just trying things. He's not getting that natural zip away.
Is grunting in the spirit of cricket?
Good question. What do you think? 2-year ban?
Why wouldn't the non-striker start grunting as well? Put the bowler off.
Very well
grunting
said.
and leaving the crease.
Always, you're so out of the box. I love having you in here. Is that in the spirit of cricket? I reckon here's a rule to speed the game up. If you go in and you don't bowl the ball, next ball's a free hit.
Well, the next ball you're not allowed to run up.
I tell you what though.
There's a limp.
To be serious though, Waka, he's been struggling. It looks like that left knee. I think he'll bowl this ball. And whether he's allowed to leave the field for the same injury though, that's going to be the debate. Because he did leave the field earlier, so he's come into the game with that injury. So the officials might say he's not allowed.
Here we go. Oh.
Yeah.
He's paused him. He's made him run again.
He's got one ball to bowl in this over. I just don't see him staying on, but whether he's allowed to go off or not, I'm not sure.
Jeez, he's getting through it. Oh, grunted. And well bowled.
I think that might have been a genuine grunt that time, to be fair. As we get to the end of the second over of Afridi. End of 4, and the score is 36 for 1.
Ouch.
And so, yeah, he's had such a big week. Afridi's pretty sure he's played every game. So Malta are playing their 10th game in the week here. So that's the equivalent of, okay, we're used to 10 over cricket.
Yep.
It's like 20 of those games in a week.
Yeah.
And that's in a 1 week period. Normally you might play 10 of the 10 over games in a 2 week period, for example. Yep. So he's going to stay out there. He's probably also been told, look, if you're going to go into the game with this injury, if you leave the field, you're not going to get a sub fielder because you've come into the game with that injury. So he's going to have to stay out there.
Yep. Oh, but he did well, and it's crept back up to 8.06. Yeah. No, it's the commitment that's shown by these European cricketers day in, day out that just,
Let me run something past you. So we're talking about out of the box things, and we've talked about pace of the game. Okay, Test cricket is probably where this is showing up the most at the moment because what's happening is little by little there's these delays. At the end of the day, you're 45 minutes behind, or you're an hour behind, right? So I've been watching baseball and how they're grappling with the same issue because they have issues with pace of the game. They're not happy the game's now going like 3.5 hours or 3 hours 40. By the way, that's what a T20 is, right? So for them, they're saying it's too long. We've got to quicken things up. And I think, Afridi is going off, by the way. He's hopping off. It's always a bit of a grey area if he's coming with that injury. But if it has got worse, have a look at him here. I'll get the ice out on it. But yeah, if he's made it worse, then I think, in a way, it's a bit like if he injured in the first place because it's degenerated. But anyway, he's going to get some attention.
It's a good teammate, though, to go and grab that sock and get the hands around the
You're
sock.
right.
I wanted to see it being taken off there by his
Abbas,
teammate. But
remember his first over. Started with a big wicket and almost gets another one as Vinod inside edges onto his body. So for me, in a way, it's a bit like, raising children. Little but consistent penalties. So the problem with Test cricket at the moment is they can't work out how to enforce it. Points in the Test Championship, the fining captains, suspending captains. These aren't things that you think about in the heat of the moment. You're like, that's a problem for after the game. Let the chips fall where they may. Right now, I'm taking my time and I'm thinking. Wow, this is up and it's in the air and it's over mid-on. Nicely struck by Arjun Vinod. He'll get a boundary. That's a confident-looking shot. Remember, still 2 overs going in this power play.
yeah, great shot. Sounded good off the bat too, as well, wasn't it? It's a good old crack.
Yeah, not a lot of footwork, but just came in and Abbas was hoping this might have gone to the mid-off, but it was well over his head.
Yeah, well executed.
Mid-on, I should say. Yeah, so for me, in baseball, there's a rule now. Basically, the pitcher has 15 seconds to throw the ball. Okay, and the batter has to be there. It actually has to lock eyes with the pitcher with at least 8 seconds to go.
Okay.
So it's a bit like a shot clock in basketball.
Okay. Shot.
This
That
time,
sounded good too.
That sounded really good. And that is some good fielding there. And the Romanians there enjoying their time. Bit of the local Chisk as well going down. I think they've earned it, to be honest. Got a win this morning to finish in 4th place. But yeah, class act. Just a little bit too short that time from Wazim. Didn't have the protection out there.
Yeah, when I go and have a look at that bat later, because the last 2 shots sounded beautiful off the middle.
Yeah, that was cracked. Vinod has had his times where he's kind of been bogged down, but I think that's why he likes about the power plays. A few more gaps, easy to get those boundaries.
Yeah, he's unleashed at the moment.
Just jumped in the air. So,
Yep.
And the thing is, in baseball, you can have little penalties that, like a wide. Like a wide's a bit annoying. If a wide call goes against you, you might be a bit annoyed, but you did it, and it's just 1 run.
Yep.
Right. So, one of the ideas I had kind of during the ECS, this discussion came up with Rhino actually. So, looking at baseball, if the pitcher isn't ready in time or doesn't throw it in time, then it goes as a ball, which goes against the pitcher, which is basically as if the pitcher threw a slightly wide pitch. Now they're going to take on 2 here. Oh, good throw, might have hurt him in trouble, but that's really good running for Vinod to get back for a couple. Yeah, so just finishing this really quickly. And if the batter's not ready, well, there's a strike on him. And again, so it's not like he's out or anything.
Good sliding in the bat there.
Yeah, good. And he's just on the artificial.
Yep, exactly. That's what I mean. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, perfectly executed.
Yep.
Well done. Good
so
cricket.
It got me thinking.
I think I know where you're going.
Little penalties and enforced. So let's say that we had a 25-second shot clock that the bowler has to run up. And you might have a different one you can nominate if it's a fast bowler or a spinner. So maybe the spinner is 15 from when the ball's dead to bowl the next ball, for example. Oh, this is a shot into the gap, and Vinod is going to get another boundary. Wazim Abbas, he started on fire, but right now just going up in a puff of smoke, and that'll take us to the end of the over as well. It'll bring up the 50 as well for Switzerland. After 5 overs, they're 50 for 1.
It was risky. It passed the 2 fielders on the full, so yeah, just well directed.
Perfectly
Here's
placed,
the
wasn't
gap.
it?
Well
so
done.
it's just a bit of a thought experiment. Whatever the clock is, I'm not sure. I haven't really thought it out. But yeah, you could have, for example, we have penalty runs. It could be 1 penalty run. And it's the same for the batter. If the batter's not ready at that time, it's 1 penalty run.
Yeah, I like it.
And rather than try and give 20 runs at the end of the day, which is another idea, okay, let's penalise them. But the only reason it gets so far out of hand is because it's not getting kept in check during the day.
Yeah.
So it was just a random idea.
I don't want to have a dig at the match referees, but in the last few years has been even overstepping missed.
Yeah.
So then if there's pressure of overstepping watching and every ball having stopwatch stuff.
That's true.
It actually, it's probably
it might save you an hour of your day, though. I mean, maybe
No,
it's probably.
I mean,
it's
even on the tennis just then, it was there's a serve shot clock,
It's probably another role. Timekeeper is probably another role that's not connected to the actual decision making.
I think it's interesting.
And Rhino had another idea. So that was my idea, and then Rhino in Sweden had a different idea as well. And he's involved. Look, if you haven't bowled the ball by the time you should have. By the way, you can get one timeout and over, just like batters in baseball can get one timeout, and so do pitchers. So you can have a timeout and over to set your field or something. 'Cause, okay, sure, there are times you're going to have to do that. Oh, it's a big hack from Mahmood, who misses out. McGall's been switched down to the golf course end. So Rhino's idea was, if the bowler doesn't bowl it in time, then it should just be a free hit. Not a no ball, but a free hit. Can't get a wicket, that ball.
More free hits in Test cricket would be pretty exciting.
But then, this is where it gets a bit interesting and a bit out of the box. It's McGall. Gets driven pretty well. It's fumbled by Elders Matthew, who started the tournament as more of a batter, but actually has become more of a bowler for Malta in the second half of the week. Yeah, so I thought, well, then there has to be an opposite, right? So if the batter's not ready, well, what's the opposite of a free hit? So then it should be kind of like a free shot where the bowler can get him out, but the batter can't score any runs. So we even thought about the signal. So if that's a free hit, then you have like, you put your finger down, like stirring the pot. So just whatever it is, just knowing like behavior management, if you like. Little bit consistent penalties will be the only way they can ever get that problem under control, if you think it's a problem. And I think it kind of is a problem, because if you're expecting 90 days Test cricket, you pay your money, you go, or even if you're watching on TV, and yes, they have the extra half hour, but they're still short by like 7 overs, which means they're short by like 14 overs from where they should be. And it's an issue that I hope they can sort out soon.
Yeah, hopefully.
And Keanu's back in the chat. Glad to have you with us. Once again, Keanu, he's been enjoying the ECI action as well as the T20 action here today. All right, goes after this and gets it pretty good. In fact,
it's hit the rope.
I think that's hit the rope. That's 6. Yeah. Did you think that hit the rope?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, well, have a look on the replay. Yeah, I kind of saw that too.
Oh.
Yeah, can we kind of see it there? It's been called 4. But yeah, I got to admit, I saw what you saw. I thought they hit the rope on the full.
It did.
But I mean, umpires.
Umpiring's been great all week.
They have been great.
Yeah,
and
in the heats, in the black.
Not using the technology either. I don't think it would have been that helpful that time. That's in a little blind spot. Of course, not an issue here in the ECS because the boundaries are in a little bit.
Yep.
So it's just one of the things we've had to live with this week. But yeah, can I say hello to Shub, who's in the chat? Hello, Shub. Navjot Anand.
Shub.
Saying last year he did the Valletta Cup final with a legendary Sandeep Harnal. Well, Sandeep actually gave me a little present for you, Shub. I'm going to give it to you in Switzerland in the ECS. So, yeah, stay tuned for that. Well, there's a slower ball from McGall.
Well
It's hit pretty well. I think
Fast
this is probably going. It's going. Zishan, the outfielder, is going to handle that one. Zishan fielding in front of the crowd. He will love that. He's one guy. He's box office. And yeah, I thought if it wasn't for Zishan, this is probably running away to the fence, you know.
Yeah, it must be wonderful out there in front of the crowd. The shades coming across, nice and cool.
So yeah, that's the end of the over. The score 59 for 1 after 6. Yeah, talking about some of this action, and you told us now. That's what I had officially, but you said that we might see some T10 internationals between the women. So which series are you talking about there?
Yeah, so Netherlands and Jersey will play in ECIs, 3 T10 matches just before that T20 IW series as well. So
excellent.
So yeah, we can add that to the very, very full calendar.
Fantastic.
Can you just explain these colours, the coloured dots in the middle there?
Yeah. So ECS, we normally use the yellow colour.
Yep.
ECI, we use a kind of deep blue. The night series, we use the red, and then kind of other events that don't fall under any other categories, typically T20 internationals or other internationals, we use the European cricket gold. But I do hear that there's whispers that we're going to try and just simplify that and make it super clear to everyone what every colour means. So stay tuned.
Yeah, we're going to simplify that, and you're going to be involved, and there's going to be new colours pretty soon, which will make it
I know more
even
than you
brighter.
think. Yeah. Stay tuned.
Good.
That's why I'm not going out drinking too many Maltese beers tonight. Putting my nose to the grindstone. Because that night series is only 2 days away.
Yeah.
Exactly. But don't worry, I won't work too hard. Also, I've got tomorrow morning.
Yeah. No, you've put in an incredible effort, like everyone else here for this week in the heat, and yeah, in the fun, and Vinny, thank you so much for all you do to grow and promote the game. You deserve much more than just a morning off, but what an amazing week that you've had here.
No, don't worry. I do it because I like it. It's something very...
You like it?
It's something that people...
That was the moment to put in the love word. But
okay. I love what I do.
Okay.
And that's why... we talked about it. Rico just went past 2,000 games as well,
Yep.
And not just
He's
in the commentary box, but all the members of the Blue Crew. The reason that we do it, it's not for a job. It's not for any financial gain or anything like that. We're happy that it provides a living for us, but it's because we're genuinely enthusiastic about the success of European cricket.
Yep. No, it doesn't feel like work, and it's when more magical things happen on and off the field.
See, Sean, I think it's a matter of time till he's signing autographs down there, by the way.
Yep. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame that I'm here on the mic with you. I've got my mini bat that I'd walk around there and get him to sign, but maybe after the game.
He's had a good week, back to full fitness. He looks like that after he's had a torrid 12 months with injury. Here's Matthew, who we mentioned. He's made a bit of a transition, finds himself in the role of bowler at this end of the week. I'll get one here. So let's keep an eye on the run rate required right now. It's in the 7s. So... really, the key is taking wickets. Taking wickets. We saw that Switzerland were actually well ahead of the rate against France 2 nights ago, but then towards the end, they really just kind of fell off the pace and lost a couple of wickets. Just had that feeling of the game changing now. They can actually bring Zishan up at square leg. So they've gone really hard protecting the offside. They've got 6 fielders on the offside, just 3 on the leg. So it's a sign that Matthew is going to keep it out there. They're going to try and protect that offside. I've got a question that you're going to enjoy answering in a second. But first, let's watch this ball. That's a good one. Vinod can't catch up with it. Dave wants to know, Daniel, do the municipalities pay ECN for the use of their grounds? So do they pay us to come here?
Wow.
Reality check?
What a parallel universe that would be.
Well, you're kind of on the right track, but you just have to think of the opposite, Dave, of what you're suggesting.
Unfortunately not. Yeah, hopefully in 50 years when...
Well, this is what I was worried about. If he gets 2 straight, they've brought up that square leg. That's where Zishan was fielding. But now, this one, it's an easy put away. Vinod got beaten, but then he gets the revenge. Next ball, Matthew pulled away to the boundary.
Vinny, I predict in 50 years, when tape ball cricket's the #1 sport in the world, municipalities will be paying cricketers to come and play on their grounds.
Okay.
but at the moment, we're forever grateful to any municipality or town hall, local government that want to help us, host cricket events
having
and
said
build
that,
cricket pitches at all. We love their support.
We do have support.
We
don't get paid to use the grounds,
nope.
and that would be great. Sometimes we get to use the grounds for free, which is great. Often there's costs involved in maintaining the ground. Well, this is going to go all the way. I thought this is just going to be tucked up and go for 2, but Vinod uses the pace of Eldos Matthew, and it's not a big amount of pace, but this is a ball. I was surprised, but then I shouldn't have been, because the longer this day goes, this outfield gets baked, and it just keeps on rolling, and another boundary to Switzerland.
Yeah, and he's a fit young man, so I'm backing him in to continue this innings, and he'll be in a great asset.
Yeah, at times we've mentioned this week, he's been bogged down, but I mean, when he's looked good, he's looked really good.
Yeah,
and
but he looks like he's fit. He's got a big engine on him.
Yeah.
So that was a good shot. Don't need to run on those.
Now leans on this one out to deep cover point. I know, for example, we have a lot of support from the council from Andalusia, the region in Spain where we hold the ECC and the ECL. I know that the Maltese Tourism Board have provided support here. Visit Malta.
Yep.
I miss those videos, the intro videos though. We've got to try and get those back for November when we come back, showcasing some of the places around Malta, because there's always a really good selection of things to do. Gave me some ideas. Oh, that's a good one. Gets past Mahmood. Into the 7th over. Matthew goes for 10 in his first offering. 69 for 1 after 7.
Yeah, good ball. So, municipalities that jump on board and can see the growth of cricket and want to support it as well, it's fantastic. They're usually under pressure because there's only a certain amount of space for sport. And obviously, your baseball or your football, other things have a big footprint in Europe. But where cricket gets on board and grows, we're really appreciative of their support.
I suppose, the thing that makes cricket different is the fact that you need the the surface to actually play on in the middle of the field. If it was just getting an area of land, that's one thing. But it's the resources to kind of get a cricket pitch put in. But normally that is an artificial pitch, obviously, in Europe.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we're going to have a change of bowling. And Prasad, who hasn't bowled too much this week, and again, he's still struggling with a few fitness issues, but he's going to come on and bowl over number 8. So he's something a bit different again. And yeah, Switzerland at the moment, they'll be pretty comfortable. They've brought that rate from 8.25 it started at, and now they've got it down in the 7s. And this partnership is growing. They might have been a little bit nervous. We saw a bit of that, the old head in the hands, you're right, when Nazir went with the score on 28, but already these two, they've put on 41, and they've done that in just 28 balls.
Yeah, doing really, really well. Mr. Vinod and Mrs. Vinod over there in the crowd watching, they'd be very proud of what they're seeing. And
can't wait to see the ECS in Switzerland again, honestly. I cannot wait to be there. You know what? We'll be there in 15 days.
15 days. Cricket never sleeps.
Prasad comes on, gets full. Well, they hit and run. Oh. I thought someone was going to get hit by that. In the end, it was Afi Khan, the keeper.
Yeah, a bit of a rocket arm there.
Yeah, this is a question we get a lot. And maybe you want to have a go at it. Keanu's saying, does Dan have any opinion on mandatory helmets? Remember that the...
I'd love to make it mandatory.
Yeah, the
I mean,
ICC.
yeah,
and protection.
Mandatory helmets is essential, but difficult to impose
we follow
because of wording and telling people what to do. But I mean, you got to wear a seatbelt, right?
Yeah.
So you should have to wear a helmet. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, typically, you'll see us kind of following the ICC's lead on these things.
Yep.
And they've made some adjustments. I think the ICC could probably go a bit further. And for me, the constant helmet on, helmet off is a time waster.
Yep.
So for example, I play baseball at a semi-professional level as well as cricket. When you bat, you wear a helmet. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And
it should just be standard. Apart from tape ball in 50 years when it's taken over the world.
Exactly. Or when the magic spray comes on, you just spray it on your head and you can't get hurt.
AI magic spray.
But yeah, it'll get there. I think it's just taking a bit of time. And there's probably all these things that people don't realise in the background of, like you say, adults having the ability to choose what they want to do and what they don't want to do.
Yep.
It's mandatory for players under 18 on ECN.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's heading in that direction.
Even when I see a keeper up behind the stumps without glasses and a helmet on, I feel as though it's risky business.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a little deflection.
A bail, and bails flying around.
Yeah.
And it's,
This is called a wide. Where's this past the crease, though? I've got to admit, I wasn't sold on first look, but Pony gets one look at it with this angle. Hard to tell what it goes past, but I think that one might have been a little bit harsh.
Come on, boys, pick it up, come on!
So next ball sneaks past as well. So Prasad getting a couple past. I think for him, it's not so much that he's not capable of bowling at this level, but we know that he is. It's just his body. He's just been trying to protect a little bit this week. Nice looking drive. Zishan gets there pretty quickly. Gonna take on the 2. Tell you what, throw that got it on the full might have been interesting, but Zishan still. He does get through for a couple.
Watch the bat slide, not on the artificial, and it got plugged again.
Yeah, well, I've seen it a million times.
You got to slide it on the artificial. Do yourself a favour. Yeah, Vinny, it's pretty.
Yeah, this is hit. Slightly mishandled, causes confusion. And he has to slide in at the end. Wow, that had the potential to cause some big discomfort to Swedish fans.
I hope he hasn't hurt himself. But yeah, again, in the dirt slide with the bat plug.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Run on the pitch.
Yeah, you got to run on the pitch. You got to slide your bat on the pitch. It's just the only way.
Yeah. So
great replay again.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's putting in his all, isn't he? Which is great.
Couldn't get it back on the full. That was the issue.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's a couple of hard runs in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a sore one. Yeah,
might have been the knee. Let's have a look from this angle.
Yeah, sort of. Yeah, on the edge of the pitch is always tricky.
I actually think there's one step here where his right leg almost goes. I don't know if we can show that whole thing again. There's one step here. Yeah, there was one step just before. It looked to me a little bit dodgy. But yeah, so I mean that's one
Hope he's
thing.
all right.
I actually think we should put in our regulations that on artificial pitches that
Because otherwise he's damaging the turf as well. You know, not only putting himself in danger, but
So-
he's damaging the field.
typically it hasn't been enforced for a while, but occasionally, you know, and umpires are right. They say, look, in the laws of cricket, this is what the law says. Again, if you know cricket, you know that that's not in the spirit of the game because the intention of that law is to protect the certain area on the
turf
pitch.
wicket,
Yeah.
or the grass wicket.
But see there, I mean, you can see how banged up that turf is from guys running on it
Yep.
all week.
Yep.
And we're into the 19th T20 International
Yeah.
here.
But superb
7
commitment
days.
to get in. But yeah, just love to see him protect himself.
Well, this is where we'll see, hopefully, pads going on. Osama Mahmood. So, all right.
Yeah, batting so well, I want to see him continue.
Dan's in here. This is Dan Weston, founder of European Cricket. We've talked a little bit about the history and the future of European cricket. You got any questions that you'd like to throw out there, Dan, as well? Have a think, if anything comes to mind. Because we don't get to talk very much, in person at least. We're in communication fairly frequently in electronic
communication
means.
a lot, but yeah, quality time's hard to come by when
'cause
so
it is-
much is going on
It is
all the
random
time.
question time.
This
That's
is
all
quality
I'm saying.
time right now. I'm loving it with
Yeah.
you, Vinny. Thank you.
Random question time as well. So any random questions, and we've got Dan here for random questions time, last innings of the day. Get some good ones. Now I've got a random question for you. I know you're in
Okay.
Prague. Did you get to the dumplings place that I recommended?
I didn't.
Next
I
time
didn't.
you're in Prague,
Yeah.
well, I'm gonna get. I know you're very busy. You're only there for a little bit.
Yep.
But
I had a fantastic time in Prague. I saw Chris Pearce.
Yes.
The Cricket Academy.
doing a lot of good work with the Cricket Academy.
His
and
his
playing
amazing,
now in the competition. We've got a
amazing
team.
Czech
Yeah.
Cricket Academy. So congratulations to Chris and his
Yeah.
wife and everything they're doing there. And then I had dinner with Prakash and Dan from the federation. They're doing incredible things.
Yep.
And yeah, so committed to growing the game. You know, while occupying their full-time job and
I saw
families
Dan
and everything
Casey
like
in the
that.
photo with you.
He is-
Dan Zilla.
He's a great man and a tall man.
He's pretty tall, isn't he?
6'8", he told me. Oh.
Yeah.
Yep. But no, wonderful. And yeah, I really appreciated that they, when we had dinner, they said no to dessert, which was good because then it meant that I didn't have dessert either. So I've been eating a lot of.
Live a little.
Yeah.
All right. We're back, and it's the end of the 8th over, 75 for 1. Eldos Matthew gets the second over.
But no,
Do
we
you
had a
know-
fantastic time. And then I saw Charles Croucher in the morning for breakfast
Yeah,
to
great.
celebrate his birthday. And
Happy
yeah,
birthday, Charles.
Yeah, good wishes there.
Recently married. I was there actually for his wedding
Yeah, heard
celebration
that.
a little while ago.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Yana.
Wonderful. Great couple.
I've got a random question for you. Do you know how tall the tallest player we've had play on ECN is?
Was it Manu
Have
Bol?
a guess. Close.
Muggsy Bogues.
No, I'm not saying who. I'm saying how tall.
Oh, how tall? 7'1".
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, so you know.
Everyone's 7'1" these
216.
days that are tall.
Taller than Muhammad Irfan. Oh, this is into the gap. This will test the outfield. Running away. It's the old bootstrapping method. They'll get just 2 though in the end. And that looks to me like that's Jasvinder Singh, who's on the field as the substitute fielder, I'm guessing, for Waka. And you got to wonder whether we'll see Waka again, because he was really hobbling when he went off. Yeah, 216 centimetres. So that's even taller than Dan
Dan
Zilla.
Yeah.
We might see Dan Zilla for Prague CC.
Yeah, is he playing?
in
Yeah.
ECS. Haven't seen the squad.
He's in the squad.
Is he? Yeah. So I mean, pretty big squads in Prague. So I know, for example, Brno, who we saw at the ECL this year.
Yep.
I know they've got some issues because Brno's about 2-hour train ride out of Prague. So with the travel, with it being a work day, so I think they'll struggle maybe during the weekdays to get their best team on the park. But you'll see big squads there, but 8 teams playing 14 matches each, plus finals day.
Yeah, great.
Remember who pushes and gets
And great
one.
opportunity for their players to get their eye in the T10 style for what's to come for the ECC.
Yeah, for sure. And the Czech team, we saw them.
The Beast is there.
Yeah, the Beast is there for Prague CC.
Mhm.
He struggled for runs in the ECIs. We last saw the Czech team in Austria in the ECIs, taking on Austria and Hungary. Austria and Hungary have been drawn in the same group in the ECC, so that's a very interesting one to have together. And that was pretty even. Teams beat each other in that.
Yep.
Paris Kari is the real player to watch. Wow, watch this. Yeah, go down to third man, just a single. Yeah, Paris Kari has qualified now. Plays his cricket for Brno. Haven't seen too much of him on ECN, though we did lead Burno in the ECL, but a really good keeper bat. He's a guy really stood up with the bat. And as you know, sometimes guys can make runs at one level. When they go up a level, they struggle, but some don't. And some kind of even relish the challenge. He looks like one of those players.
Here's something fascinating. We've had around 490,000 balls bowled on the ECN now.
Yeah.
When we were in...
This is good. First, let's watch Matthew. Last ball of the over. Hacked away. They'll probably get 2 here, and they'll get it fairly easily in the end. So Mahmood bats through 9 overs, and Switzerland 82 for 1. Okay, give me. I know you love big numbers, big data. Talk to me.
So average runs per ball was 1.51 runs per ball.
Yeah, I remember.
Before Bulgaria.
Yeah.
Now it's at 1.53.
So it's gone up,
which is a massive move, considering there's 500,000 balls of data that we've had now in the ECN, and only in that short space of time, it's gone from 5-1 to 5-3. That is a huge batting prowess. Yes, super big scores in Hungary, in Romania.
Every
as
tournament I've noticed
that number's going higher.
Hungary went from something like 8.4 and over in the first ECS to, I don't even want to calculate what it would have been today. It would have been like maybe 16 and over. I actually think today in Hungary would have been, I haven't done the numbers yet on it, but I think it'll be the fastest scoring day ever. Just looking at those numbers, you had a 200, sorry, a 199. You had the 2 highest chases ever. I think that he's struggling here. Obviously, remember that dive. Hopefully it's just cramp or something like that, and it's nothing structural for Osama Mahmood. We'll keep an eye on him. But yeah, it's a trend I've noticed, and so
it's phenomenal. Yeah.
A bit like, you know,
so what's happened here is he?
They're going back
this was a tough moment for him.
Yeah.
There's so much commitment.
I think it's that knee that digs in. See the right knee digs in, and I think that's what he's struggling with at the moment. And diving, actually, you know, playing a lot of indoor cricket, you got to dive, and something we actually had to work on a lot. So
the technique,
it is a technique, and it's something that not a lot of players probably practice it. We used to practice it with gym mats. And the idea is when you're diving, you want to land almost, we say actually on your chest and your box, and go that way. When you're landing on your knee, when you're landing on your hips, for example, it's not a great way to do it because of the impact and the toll it takes on your body.
But just and you know, as an old keeper, you know, practicing on diving and rolling so you didn't hit your elbow on the ground as well when you take catch.
The other thing is if you dive too much, like whack yourself down, so from high to low rather than kind of forwards and kind of taking off from low, then you can actually bang, and your helmet can bash into your head as well when you hit the ground, which is a bit dangerous as well.
Well, what about Mitchell Stark last week, just using the ball to put down on the ground?
Again,
I mean, was that?
We've seen that before. Louis Bruce, that was his catch in the ECL.
Okay.
And it was given out right now, but we gave it out, but to be honest, it split the opinion, and I was of the opinion it wasn't out then, and now that's kind of settled the argument.
Thank you very much. And we are a bit
Jared's been great looking after us here, by the way.
Thank you. Just delivered some water to keep the throat hydrated. Louis Bruce is a talent and a good kid, a very nice guy and a very good cricketer. So seeing him play in Gibraltar has been a real privilege in the last year or so.
And he's been in the chat as well.
Yeah, I saw him
he's
in the
been
chat.
watching this.
Yeah. I think he's off to the UK to start his university pretty soon as well. So hopefully he plays some great cricket up there and can bring his talents back to Gibraltar. But yeah, to go from 1.51 to 1.53 average runs per ball. I've got to build a chart to see that trend, see where it's gone or where it's going. It's fascinating. But it also the golden ball. Yeah. You want to field.
Yeah.
But
again,
you want to bowl.
Small sample size.
Very small,
like it's these things that with confidence you can't. And in the beginning, the first 5 golden balls are all won by the batting.
Yeah,
people said
and we thought it was clear. It was I can remember I was the fool.
Small sample size.
I was the fool that said, it should be 3 to win. And
I wasn't going to bring that up. But
I was the fool.
Hey, golden ball drought at the moment.
I think this pause in play has been a tough one for Switzerland, but it looks like Malta's just regrouped. They had some good energy in their huddle just then. Had a good chat. Yeah, and be interesting to see if this is a bit of a game breaker.
Mahmood will continue.
Yep.
So do you know that we're up to 249 matches? In fact, with the last one today, we're going to start with 250 matches without a golden ball. So it's going to happen soon. We almost had one today. Scores time with the ball to go.
Yep.
Actually, you know this? You might have.
We won an ECC final.
You might have missed this, but we actually had a tie. in ECS. Did you know this? We actually had a tie.
And?
What happened was,
Oh,
this is
was
in
there penalty
Romania.
runs or?
No, wait for it. It's our first ever tie. Went down as a tie. What happens was the game was rained off with just 3 overs to go, and on Duckworth Lewis, they were tied.
Oh, wow.
And because it was raining, they couldn't play the golden ball, so under the regulations, it went down as a tie. And almost made everything, the systems break. Because like, hold on, you can't have a tie. But, hey, this was a tie. It wasn't a no result, it was a tie.
Shot.
Yeah,
Good
bagged
feeling.
that, didn't he? Vinod created a fair bit of pace with his hands. Yeah, so that's a first. And that was actually in Romania. Banias were involved, Abdul Shakur's club.
Yeah, interesting.
Abdul's here. So, yeah, something different.
Yep.
And that's the only way
The most
we have a tie.
unpredictable sporting.
We-
Sport's
we-
unpredictable.
We
but
considered
this
making a
is
tie column in the table, but I said, let's not have an extra row of zeros for something that happens once every
blue moon.
3 years or 5 years. How many players have we seen now on ECN?
About
Isn't it something-
7,000?
Yeah, 7,000 players. And I'm excited it's going to be more, with more teams, more women's cricket being played.
Yep.
All right, this time it gets a bit too straight, Prasath, but it'll be handled down there. There's Jasvinder, who comes on as a sub-fielder.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say hi to everyone in the European cricket community that are at home watching cricket on a Sunday evening from their homes, whether it be on the big screen or the small screen, wherever they are. Thank you so much for all your support. We love watching you and helping you play the best cricket and enjoy cricket everywhere you can. So, yeah, I think it's great that you've tuned in and you're watching now and hopefully we see you play soon.
In the air, this is going to fly away, I think, over the infield and nobody back. So Vinod gets a boundary. Switzerland right now, they're right on target in this chase with plenty of batters to come. The other thing is, Dan, is that Hassan Ahmed, he went off, and I think this is about the time that even if they lost a wicket now, he'd be able to bat. So he's padded up. I think the plan would be for him to come in at number 4.
He went off after 11.
He went off after, I think it was 10
10
overs.
10 straight.
But it goes on minutes, right, as well.
Okay.
And you think of all the delays we've had.
Yeah.
I actually think balls would make more sense, to be honest. But anyway, you think about the injury delays we had just then. I think he might already be eligible, but I mean, for sure, I think after this over, he'd be okay to bat.
Yep.
Or eligible. We'll see if he's okay, obviously, with that finger.
Yeah.
As Australians, and we are pretty non-partisan the way we approach cricket, but I've got some news. This one sneaks past Vinod.
Is Nasa in the test squad?
I want to say congratulations to the Australian team have just won the Women's Ashes just minutes ago.
Yeah, wonderful.
In a real thrilling contest, beating England by 3 runs. So it means that England can't go back and win the Ashes. So congratulations, and pretty entertaining series.
Yep.
What I've seen, bits and pieces. So yeah.
I saw on social media they were calling it the washes.
Oh, the washes. Do you like
the women's ashes?
The washes.
The washes or the washes? I'm not sure.
Washes.
The women's ashes sounds powerful. You know.
Yeah. It's always one of those.
It's interesting matching a series with so much different format of cricket as well.
Yeah. That's
is
something
it good
that
or
got brought
is it
up
hard
yesterday. You know what? You know this. What will cricket look like in 50 years?
Tape ball.
We were talking about one common answer we got. Oh, that's bagged into Prasath's foot.
Yeah.
And it's actually gone to a positive space.
Great
so
running.
they'll get 2. Yeah, excellent running. They might get more here.
3.
Great running then. Maybe not spotting the opportunity to go for a 3rd. This takes us to the end of the over. I hope Prasath's all right now. And might be a case of the last team standing win it here. Because a lot of players going down at the end of this week.
Tough cricket in hot weather.
92 for 1 at the end of 10. That was actually one of the viewer themes, was that Test cricket, you look at the trend, there might be an Ashes, there might be some marquee series, or not. It may be the only Test cricket will be the Ashes every 2 years, for example.
India v Pakistan, 5 Test series every 2 years. Come on.
We can't even do it right now. I'm not saying it's not a good idea, but
I would love to see it.
One of the viewers, and I can't remember who it was, but I think it was a really astute comment that what did I think of the Women's Ashes format, and it made me think maybe that's what cricket will look like going forward. You just play the one Test, and you kind of multi-format. So a bit that when you have any 2 countries going head-to-head, then it gives people an opportunity to try out different facets of the game. Something I hadn't thought about before, but I mean, I quite like it. I mean, would you compare it to a 5 Test Women's Ashes? Yes, but no. I mean, truth is they don't play a lot of that cricket domestically. So then to have that as your pinnacle, maybe this is the fairer way to do it, and I quite like it.
But people are getting picked for Test cricket based on their short form performances anyway. I think
It's going that way.
whether they would admit it or not.
Yeah.
I think the guys that are the guys and girls that are entertainers are the ones that you want to see, and they get picked. So
Chris just saying, yeah,
That's
the
Chris saying.
Australian women have retained the Ashes. Yeah, I know they did already have them, and they won the series, I suppose is what I'm saying.
Yep.
But yeah, they've kind of had the wood on England for a bit. That's what we grew up with.
I reckon we could have them melted after this series has been so hot. Something would have melted that we could
Ashes.
carry around and play for it again next year.
Thing is, I'm not sure if it's getting cooler or whether I'm just used to it now after a few days, because Monday and Tuesday they were pretty tough. But
You know what just arrived at the ECN headquarters?
talk to me after this ball. Vinod pushes through the covers and gets 4, and they bring back McGall, and that brings up the 100. And Vinod, he's had no problems getting motoring today. He's 48 off 30 balls, looking really good. Doesn't bring up the 100 just yet, pardon me. It's 96 now after the first ball, the 11th. Okay, tell me what just arrived.
So just arriving at the ECN headquarters of very big, very thick, very warm, very winter jackets.
Oh, they've come in, have they? Yeah, required in some places, by the way. You know what I've done? This is now my 3rd year full-time on the tour. I've learned to appreciate the middle zone when it's perfect.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this year, it was probably Milan.
Yep.
Milan,
What was that, 22?
in early May, first 2 weeks of May, 24 and sunny.
Corey looked pretty comfortable this week. 22 degrees in Utrecht.
Yeah.
Wearing a blazer.
So
the blazer.
if you do get just in the Goldilocks zone, you appreciate it so much, because it'll go from freezing to boiling hot super quick.
Yep.
And this time last year, actually, we were doing our Italian adventure, and that was stinking hot.
Hot.
McGall goes round the wicket there.
Well run.
Mahmood, I like this, keeps his shape. Pushes, gets 1, so there's no real cause for
Good
concern
on
at the moment.
49.
Yeah, what an innings.
With the strike, yeah, fantastic to have mum and dad here too, watching his innings, and his great brother Ashwin as well.
I've got a great question, and I've had it a few times.
Can we Google it?
No, I know it already,
Oh, okay.
but I just want to get the pronunciation right. Is why is the abbreviation for Switzerland CHE? Do you know the answer to that question?
Yeah, it's Helvetica
Yeah.
is the official name.
Confederatio Helvetica.
Yeah.
And it's the Latin, and it's
Yeah, it's
done
Latin.
that way
Well,
officially.
I think it's Romanish.
Yeah, well, it's similar in Romansh,
Is it? Okay.
which is one of the 4 official languages.
Yeah.
As
Oh,
Vinod, he gets his 50,
Well batted.
and he does it when it counts. 50 off 32 balls, and he's batted really well here. He's got Switzerland in a great position, a team that haven't experienced defeat this week in Malta. They don't want to start now, but still some work to do.
This is awesome. How magical. Be away from home. Parents have flown across here on primetime TV on a Sunday night. 50 off 32 with a wagon wheel on display. I mean, how good is that? Strike rate
And
156.
he
He's
has
in
all
control.
the shots. He's a guy who's really impressed me with his composure.
Sensational effort. Well done.
Yeah,
No,
so the reason
it's got
that they-
nothing to do with Helvetica. It's actually short for cheese.
Yeah, so well, the reason they...
Did you know that this week was the first time that Switzerland has ever been a net importer of cheese?
Now that is the
Crazy.
kind of random fact. Can you come and do every last game?
Well, I read Bloomberg.
That is something
I spend
else.
about 6 hours a day on Bloomberg. So
Switzerland's
Switzerland
getting more
this
cheese
week
in than out.
became a net
This week.
importer of cheese this week for the first time ever.
Oh, well bowled. That one slides across.
So CHE is for cheese.
But I think the reason, and we did our research on this as well, so it's to not favour any of the 4 official languages
Okay.
of Switzerland. And I got to admit, normally, in the past we've had it, I do think even the players were saying, okay, in an Olympics or something like that, it's fine, but in an English-speaking broadcast, probably you do see things like SUI or SWI. But I mean, regardless,
In the Olympics, it's SUI, isn't it?
in English-speaking places, yeah, in the Olympics, I'm pretty sure it is SUI. But anyway,
Switzerland's awesome.
here's what it is.
Yep.
And the main thing is they're out there, and right now,
And above the red line.
yeah, they're above the red line, exactly. So Bikram Arora's going to bowl. He bowled really tidily earlier. He's actually going to bowl from the other end this time. He's got just left arm orthodox. I suppose typically think of him as a batter that bowls a bit, but I think he's turned into their go-to spin option. And he just kind of lured them into a few shots. where batters would target the small boundary. I suppose the thing here, given the run rate required is 7.33, you don't really need to be looking too hard to go to the boundaries.
Yeah, you want to slow the game down a little bit as well. Yep.
All right, so here's Bikram. It's a dot first up. Yeah, Man, he's been joining us, watching from India, saying a T10 league would be perfect to spread cricket in Europe. Well, that's,
Yeah, we should do that.
that's good idea.
Lots of it, like 1,800 matches a year of it. Man, I like it.
Careful. Oh, well,
Shot.
didn't need the boundary.
Magnificent.
He's going to find it, though.
Magnificent.
That's absolutely tattooed into the archery range. Maximal! And Switzerland, they've recovered well from that early wicket from the Nazir. Brings up the 100 as well, and they're looking right on track to take the trophy. Could be some sweet revenge for 2 years ago.
Timing, poise, bang. That's fantastic wrist. Jeez, they were quick through the hands there. He launched that in outer space. Good on him.
Santosh
Water being run out.
Yeah, well,
Well, that ball's lost.
Exactly.
Ball's coming back. Jeez, it's hot and tough on the tough on the outfielders here. Just need a little change, a little bit of turn of magic here.
messages flying in for Arjun. Santosh saying 50 for Arjun. Excellent job, brother.
CH on fire. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they are.
Yep. But it seems like Man is a new viewer, and that's
Yes.
what we love. So
Yeah.
yeah, welcome.
There's
I
been
think
a
we
few.
get 3,500 new subscribers every single week,
Wow.
and that
So 500 a day.
Yep.
Wonderful.
Yep.
Wonderful.
And that's pretty par for the course. And so,
Yeah.
I mean, we'd love to see it grow faster.
It was about this
but it's
time-
amazing that many people jump on the bandwagon, and hopefully they're entertained.
We did the ice bucket challenge in
I
July
heard
about this
that.
time last
Yeah.
year. And can you see why actually it was a
See
day
why.
like this, it was actually pretty welcome.
Yep.
I was
I
dry
remember
10
it.
minutes later.
Some fantastic photos of that. I remember some of the facial expressions, Rico's face during the moment that the ice hit the skin.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Anyway, Aurora has now got a chance to bowl to Asama Mahmood.
I think we're going to get one over our heads pretty soon.
All right. Doesn't get it in the air, but yeah, fairly aggressive stroke.
Yep.
Keanu's saying,
Perfect.
he's asking, did Dan ever play against Scott Page when playing for Germany? Well, Scott Page.
I did.
Did you play against Scott Page?
Yeah. Scott was a legend, and
Yeah.
I played against him a couple of times. We had one time that rings a bell. Like we were playing I'm pretty sure it was a 7-a-side or a 6-a-side
Yeah.
tournament in Winter Tour in Switzerland, and this guy arrived, and
Takes a Tortuga around Prasad. Scott got a single.
Scott was fantastic, larger than life.
Yeah.
Loved his cricket like nothing else, but he loved the short ball, right? So we wanted people to bowl short to him.
Yeah.
So Scott Page painted his helmet black and white zebra stripes so that people would be annoyed and try to hit it.
Trying to mess up the paint job on it.
So therefore they'd bowl short to him and he'd whack it out of the park. So,
Oh, what a great story.
But yeah, I mean, he was known as the animal. Because he was just such.
boy.
Buzzard.
Second time we've seen that.
Because he was larger than life. He loved the game, and he just approached everything in such a ferocious tone. And yeah, did so much for Czech cricket, but European cricket in general. It's Scott Page is a legend that we often talk about and we'll never forget.
110 for one. Malta just hanging on and barely at the moment. 8 overs to go. Switzerland. They're closing in on this target right now. They need 55 off the last 8 overs. So yeah, Scott Page Field, which is what they call the field that we actually play ECS on, and we'll be playing on it tomorrow. And did you get to visit the field while you were there this time, or not?
Not
quite?
while I was there.
So
No.
I've got to tell you something really special there. They have the Scott Page bench.
Yes.
So what it is? Have you seen it before?
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of the old cricket bats there. Something really unique and special. And yeah, Scott, unfortunately, he passed away a couple of years ago now, maybe 2.5 years ago, and yeah, obviously his memory lives on. I got to meet his parents actually last year at one of the trophy ceremonies there in Prague.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
I know that they're immensely proud.
Amazing moments. Yeah. Terry O'Connor doing a presentation and sort of opening the chair that was positioned, and it's
anyway.
sad and special. And for Bully as well.
Yeah.
Bully's another one that we we'll never forget, and was absolutely incredible the way he brought smiles to the faces and
he was
supporters as
great.
well.
Honestly, he was larger than life as well. You know, so we lost some good people over the last few years in European
So
cricket.
many good people involved. Yep.
But anyway, right here, right now, The shadows are getting longer, and to be honest, the odds are probably getting longer for Malta because this partnership
And here's the fireworks.
just cruising. Yeah, well, you'll hear that every
Right on
so
cue.
often.
82 or 58.
Down in the sixes now. So Afridi, he's been brought back for one last push, and I think he's down to being on 0 good knees. But let's see.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
What commitment.
Yeah, this guy's given everything for his country this week in his first week of international cricket. 55 for Switzerland to win. And first one, does get it fairly straight. There's nobody back here. This could run away. Zishan won't get there. And so a boundary. Vinod, hasn't he just bossed this chase? I mean, he's come out. He's been attacking without taking too many risks. And he's just kind of batted to what's been bowled to him. And that was a really good example. Clips it away for 4.
Absolute class. You know he's got time up his sleeve. He's in complete control of his game. Congratulations to him. Superb. He's put his team right in a fantastic position here. 86 off 59 for the partnership. It's it's a special moment to be doing this in front of a huge audience. Yeah, on a Sunday night, primetime TV. We all want to sit down and watch the cricket, and absolute pleasure to watch these guys bat together.
About this partnership at the moment just continues to climb. And they'll get nothing here, but I mean they've batted 10 overs together now, and they've scored 86. So 8.6 and over, pretty good run rate, especially kind of early in the innings. And what Switzerland have done really well in every chase, they've gotten ahead in the first half. Now, it's only towards the end against France that they almost bottled it. Even then, they got just over the line. Afridi trying his hardest for this breakthrough. Full toss, almost grasped by the man in the circle. And it's Aurora who's there, but they will come back for a couple. So these two, they're doing it easy at the moment. I think they're clapping the 50 partnership there, even though I think they might have
missed that by
Can't have
37.
been the 50 partnership. Maybe under 50 to win is what they're.
Okay. I think that's an 87
sharing.
partnership now.
Yeah, 88. Make that.
It's just dropped a few degrees now with the shade coming across. It's a beautiful night here for cricket.
You're not sure about this.
It's a direct hit. Is it gone? They'll get one anyway.
To be honest, that's a throw worth making, even if you give away a run, because I think you can't win this game unless you break this partnership. And just case of one stayed, one went. To be honest, I think there was probably a single there. It was a good old-fashioned chop in the air, and it hung up there long enough. But you see, Vinod says, look, I've hit it straight to the fielder. Let's not go. Aurora kind of shoots from the hip, but can't hit the target. End of the over as well. In fact, it's not the end of the over because they're just changing for the other batter. But, yeah, definite opportunity there.
Yeah. And
we're back here. Mun is wondering who's with me. This is Dan. You can see us on the camera in the background. And, Dan, he's a very special guest commentator because he's the founder of European cricket. And this guy is the reason that we're here right now broadcasting this on ECN.
I hope Afridi's parents or family are watching, because, I mean, this is huge commitment and passion and love for the game. Under injury, under pressure, wants the ball back in his hand. So
he won't have the energy to celebrate either, but he's desperate for this wicket.
Yep.
And gets up in the block hole.
Well,
he's definitely throwing this. Oh, close-ish. I think he's just home.
Yeah, he's home.
Yeah.
But commitment till the end.
Yeah. Let's have a look. I mean, Ahmood kind of goes walkabout, but I mean, he's pretty aware of where the ball was, and then just in.
Is he sliding his bat on the
yeah, you can tell by
on the
dust.
mud again? Oh, come on, slide on the Astro. Look after yourself. Look after your bat.
Yeah, I did say if you ever come into Malta, I'd say you've got pets that are easily bothered by noise or whatever, maybe it's a good idea to leave them at home.
Yeah, pets are always a good idea to leave at home.
Anyway.
Oh, you don't need to play that shot.
No, you don't.
Nope.
The thing about Mood is sometimes he's delightfully unpredictable.
Yeah.
He likes to throw in the odd hack in there with the actual cricket shots.
It's super. Hey, he's got the intent. He wants to score and score fast. But he's doing a super supporting role here. 22 off 24. But Mr. Vinod has been super, super impressive.
Vinod family can all enjoy this together. He's been a great...
Is that fireworks or is that a thunderstorm coming over our heads?
It might be the first thunderstorm to operate without clouds, because like I said, I'm still to see my first cloud. This has basically been what I've looked at for the last week. But it's a pretty nice vantage point here. I mean, how nice is it to have a ground? And it's the exception, let's be honest. You've got here, you've probably got Romania as well, where it's a genuine cricket ground for cricket purposes. There's resources to kind of keep it green all year round. And the surroundings are really nice as well. There's practice facilities. It's actually really nice here at Master, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah. No, it's built for cricket. The whole country.
We'll be back here. The plan is actually to have an ECS here in November as well.
Yep.
So
yeah,
looking forward to that.
and ECIs. We're going to have women's teams here for the ECIs.
Oh, great.
Mm.
Yeah, I actually saw that on the calendar.
Mhm,
So from here, the
It'll be
ECS...
Romania and Malta women's
Yeah.
team will play in the ECIs on the Saturday, and then Cyprus and Malta men's teams will play in the ECIs on Sunday. So
great.
good way to
so
split
you
it
can
up.
do both?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yep.
great. Okay.
Yep.
that's
Because
really
with
good
the
to hear.
daylight, then we can only play 4 games a day, and
Okay.
yeah, so we can.
So what, you
Oh,
go...
geez, he pinged that hard.
So what do you go? 3-team round robin and then a final?
No, it's just 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 2 teams.
Two
so yeah,
teams.
bilateral series.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep. So
great.
it's a Malta men's and Malta women's.
Yeah, okay.
And the Romanian women's and Cyprus men's.
Great.
They'll be here.
Great, great,
So
great.
yeah, I think that's a great format as well because
Yeah.
yeah,
So 4 matches a day?
Yep.
Yeah, wonderful. So we'll get 8
8 games instead of the 9 that we played in
yeah.
in
But
Hungary
again,
this
with
weekend.
daylight that time of year is
Yep.
very different. Yeah.
Don't have enough sunlight to play the 5 games.
Ah,
We'll
wonderful.
play 4, and yeah, heaps going on in women's cricket in Romania.
Yeah.
and in Malta.
Continental Cup coming on.
Yeah, sensational. Yep.
All right, so meanwhile, desperate for a wicket, it's Abbas who has the only one so far. He's been brought back to try and break this partnership. It's got a last roll of the dice time, feels like anyway. Switzerland have this down to 47 or 41. Having said that, they might be having flashbacks because they were in a very similar position the other night against France. France just found a gear. They were able to get the 2 batters at the crease. They were able to kind of get that equation in their favour and even back in their favour after it dipped below a run of ball. And I always think if there's more runs required than balls remaining, there's a chance.
Yeah.
A couple of wickets, get a new couple of batters out there. We know that some of the long boundaries here, it's not that easy, particularly straight, to clear the ropes or get the ball to the boundary.
Well, what I'd like to see is a huge Malta contingent on the fence here, but they've been quiet. I think they need to lift. They need to get their team into gear. You know,
It's tough, isn't it? They haven't had much to shout about, though. That's the thing, isn't it?
They need to find it within themselves just to start shouting.
Abbas trying to give him something to shout about. He goes straight through and the crowd goes wild. And so Mahmood, well, it looked like he was getting a bit tired out there. We know that he hurt himself on the dive, and now this will hurt even more because he gets him in a good position. And the crowd, well, trust me, they did react to that right now. They're looking a bit nervous because this game still alive. And Wasim, well, he's been great here in the final for Malta. Sends the bale flying into the sky. Mahmood plays a good knock, but he's going to go out for 32 off 30 in Switzerland now, 118 for 2.
Yeah, Mahmood played a super role. Yeah, batted the distance there with Vinod. Great partnership put on. Yeah, it's unfortunate to see him go, but yeah, maybe that's just the moment where the Maltese fan club need to get up and get their team up and about because another 2 or 3 wickets could be a bit of a changer here.
Let's see, is that just a blip on the radar or is it a trend? And now I'm pretty sure, yeah, and we do. We have Hassan Ahmed coming out in his normal number 4 spot. And thanks to the fact that they haven't lost early wickets, he's able to bat in his normal spot.
Yeah.
And so he likes coming at number 4. And look, Hassan, he's been just ice cold in this situation. He's taking his time on occasions, getting his eye in. But when this guy hits it, he can hit it such a long way.
Yeah, he's a fantastic bat, and so glad that he's out there because it looked like a pretty rough injury that he got in that while he was keeping. So
Abbas is a real gamer. You know, on day one, after they lost the first game narrowly, he was at the crease when the game finished. Then he came back. And in what looked like an impossible situation, he took a hat-trick in the 19th, and France actually lost 5 for 2 to lose the game. And in that game, I'm trying to think exactly what they needed. I think they needed 12 or 15 balls with 6 wickets in hand. They lost all 6, and they were all out.
Wow.
And so Abbas was the man that was able to do that. Probably even tougher here because you've got to go through the genuine batting order. Hassan faces up for the first time. And he gets one past him. So Abbas just feels the game changing. And this would have been incredible had he been able to nick off Hassan Ahmed first ball.
Yeah, great ball and good bit of noise elevation from the Maltese fans. They are in prime position there in the shade, sitting in the stand. It's been provided. Look at that, it's wonderful.
Certainly, you wanted some noise out of them
Cheers,
when that ball crashed into the stumps. And there were big cheers around the ground.
A few of the faces there I saw earlier in the air conditioning, and they've come out, so that's good to see they're out and about.
Now Hassan gets off the mark. Okay. Keanu keeps coming up with a hard-hitting question, so I'm going to throw another one at you.
What time? Has Keanu ever slept in the past 4 years.
That's a good random question. No, but he wants to know, he says, Dan, from when you came up with the ECN, did you ever think it would be where it is with so many federations jumping on board? And did you ever fear any pushback from countries who were maybe happy with how things were going before?
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely countries that are happy with their own progression. That's the thing, that the special thing. Every country in Europe is different for different reasons.
Here's Abbas. Gets another one past the bat. This
So
time
yeah,
it's Vinon.
so the ECN are here to help promote cricket with federations that want to work together. If there's some federations that feel as though they're on their right strategy and on their right path, then that's great. And not a problem with that. We love seeing as many teams as possible in the ECL and the ECC because we only uncover who is the best when they play against each other.
Well answered. The thing I like about it is you answer like a politician, but you're also honest, and you don't get that combination very often. I think that's what makes ECN so special as well. It's the fact that we operate, yes, we are a company, but we're not really driven just primarily by profit. We're driven by a shared love of the game.
Yeah, no, we just want to do what's best for the game, And if we do what's best for the game, then good things will happen. That's the focus and the priority right from day one.
Yeah, and we've run into so many good people around Europe, haven't we? The friendships that have been built have last a lifetime. 2 for 27. Abbas, brilliant. Gets his team back in the conversation at least. 120 for 2 after 4.
What I'll be really proud of, hopefully when I'm gone, the ECN continues. That's what I want to create.
Hopefully a long way off.
Yeah,
because when we're talking about in 50 years, the way you're living, you'll probably live to 120 with your clean eating you're doing. So
that's why I was so grateful that the Czech Federation opted for the cappuccino instead of dessert, because I've enjoyed a lot of desserts in the past few months.
What you're saying is kind of goes in with what one of my favourite things is about the whole ECN experience. It's that players are playing each other that probably never would have connected otherwise, and making friendships, building connections, and kind of there were always these kind of loose strands, if you like. And yes, there were some international tournaments now and then, but not the kind of frequency and the closeness that we've seen ECN provide. And speaking of that, here's one of our good friends, Michael Gunatelico, who's popped in. We're just talking about making friends through European cricket, and look.
Yeah, great to see you, Michael.
Gee, just pops in.
Yeah, so I mean, you never know how good you are until you play the best.
Yeah.
Or play the better, and then you get better really quick. I mean,
who will win, Mike? He said Malta. That's the most answered question. He says Malta. All right, no surprises, Mike. Actually, captains the Southern Crusaders here.
In the ECIWs, we had Italy playing Netherlands. Of course, Netherlands are a better team. Then after 4 times of them playing against each other.
Oh, wow. Look at Zishan. Goes right back to the wall and takes the brilliant
catch. Takes the catch in front of the crowd.
Oh, can you believe what you're seeing there? Zishan Khan, he put up the periscope to the Statue of Liberty play, and somehow he's pulled off the catch, and it gets the set man, because Vinod is hooked out for 67, and what a catch in the final by Zishan Khan.
Yeah, fantastic, in front of the crowd too, and that's what they've been waiting to see. And is that another game-changing moment?
Oh, I mean, it's a moment in time. I mean, all the pressure that's right in front of the grandstand down there. And he didn't want to jump because he didn't know where he'd land.
Yeah.
Right? So he just had to put the hand up. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, he's right on the line. He does fumble it a bit. I tell you what, have a look at that. Look at the crowd in the background there. I mean, it looks like JJ Nowdy down there. He was in the commentary box with me before. But yeah, he goes up. Drops it, stays just inside.
Yes.
Have a look at the reactions in the background. They all want to grab him. And a bit of Maltese pride there. What a moment in the final. And Switzerland have lost 2 fairly quick wickets. 120 for 3 now as Abdullah Rana comes to the crease. So,
as the fireworks.
Yeah, well, fittingly, the fireworks coming in.
Get louder and stronger. The Maltese fan contingent gets more and more excited.
Yeah, Zishan Khan, what a tournament he's had.
3 for 120 now. And Rock and Roll Rana's at the crease.
All right. Yeah, Rock and Roll Rana. He hit the last ball today for 4 to secure the win. He won't want to get that close tonight. What innings, though, from Vinod. Overshadowed maybe a little bit in that moment by the incredible catch and the atmosphere out there from Zishan Khan. But wasn't he great? 67 off 44, 9 fours and a 6 in his innings.
In the session.
So, all right, this is what we talked about. Can we get it back, to a reasonable rate, maybe 8 and over, get some new batters in there? Thing is, these guys have been pretty unflappable. Hassan Ahmed in particular, he's been cool on the chase.
But for Malta, it's been a tough, hard day. They got here so early this morning to earn the right to be here in the final.
10th match of the week.
Yeah, it's
10th
unbelievable.
match of the week.
So they need to get the energy from the crowd. The crowd needs to be the big driving force here. And just then, the excitement that they showed was, it was fantastic. But they need to drive their team forward here because they've got a little bit of momentum. And, with 7.7 required, it's, the story's going to unfold.
Matthew will take the wicket. This one grabs the pad. Matthew goes full ninja style to throw it back in, but he won't stop the leg by. So, could we have a finish here? The crowd, what a moment for them. That was basically, you talk about in baseball, robbing someone of a home run. That's just basically robbing him of a Maximo. And if you're not, you got most of it, if not all of it. Shortish boundary, but that changed the equation hugely because that would make it kind of, right now it'd be 37 off 33. Still just 2 wickets down, and the set guy at the crease, but his 67 has set up Switzerland in a pretty good position. Oh, Rana. A bit of a dodgy inside edge onto his body. So Matthew, what a story for him as well. He started the week batting 3 and not bowling. They kind of went to him. He took 3 for, and then he took 3 for again. They said, you know what? Maybe we should keep bowling you.
And I saw him seeking medical advice before this game as well. I think he's pretty stiff and sore, and his back's been giving him some trouble. So, he's pulling through. Everyone's digging deep here to make sure they get the best performance out of themselves. Love to, these fireworks are cracking off in the background.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to see more fireworks from the Maltese fans that are, they're the driving force that need to get behind their boys.
They're fired up now. This one's in the air, but it won't carry. But that's kind of sparked them to life. You said they've been quiet, even if they are numerous. But yeah, they have the 2 quick wickets, and now you can feel the atmosphere building every ball, kind of creating the atmosphere. There's Haroon Magal in the cap. Now, he was a bit of a field invader before when the ball screamed for 4 and he had to go get it when it bounced off the wall. But Haroon is here supporting his brother Fanyan. They both play for the Master Club here in Malta, who've won some silverware here on ECM.
Huge thanks to Master Sports Club for hosting us here this week.
Matthew, last ball of the over. Hassan, will he fire a shot yet? Oh, I see. This is the thing. Hassan, he's still ringing that injured finger, isn't he? End of the over. Matthew doing a good job. 1 for 19 off 3 for him. And the score is 123.
Hassan is such a good and tough cricketer. He's going to be doing everything in his power. Put that sore finger out of his mind.
Both flags there. See, both flags there.
Yeah.
And that's nice to see everyone supporting their side. But look, Hassan, the other night when they got within range of victory, he went for a big shot, went for the 6, got out, and that set up a really tight last over. I think it was against France. Abdul Rada actually saved his blushes by hitting the last ball to the boundary. But yeah, well, some people were saying that that wonderful catch gave them memories of your fantastic crowd catch back at the Cartamar Oval.
Yeah,
that's still going around.
That was so special for me. Yeah, it was just after my 40th birthday. My mum and dad came and flew over all the way to Spain to come and watch and celebrate the birthday. And then, I think I'd worked for about 8 hours straight on my laptop in the marquee across the other side. And I just thought, what am I doing? My parents are here, the cricket's on, the weather's amazing. I've got to put my laptop away, stop working, go and enjoy the cricket for a few minutes. So I walked over there, went and said hi to mum and dad, sat down, and I just had a funny feeling that the ball was coming my way. So I took off my wedding ring and took off my
prepared.
My other ring. I put it on the table because I just felt like something was coming. And then within 2 balls, this ball came off the bat, and I
saw it all the way.
Gone for it.
Hey, look, here's Wasim. He's been the guy that's been out front.
How was that?
That's gone, I think.
Oh, he's
surely.
him.
Yeah, hits him in front of off. And Rana, he was the hero 2 nights ago. And Malta making a late charge. It looked dead in front for me. Hit him in front of off, going on to hit middle. And Switzerland lose another wicket. Drama here on a Sunday night. And the score, 123 for 4.
Drama. Can't wait to see the replay here. Just to work out what's going on. But that was a very slow finger that started rising from the umpire. And geez, I love the support that the Maltese fans are coming up with now. You see the way the boys huddled together. Here we go.
It's looked out from the get-go to me. Just have a look. Hits him there.
Yeah.
I just don't think you can even see a bit of leg stump behind. There's no way that's missing. And
superb replay. Oh, yeah.
Barely out of the crease.
Good call.
He saw it straight away as well. So Abbas I mean, he's the money man down the business end. And Rana, I think more out of hope than anything, takes off for a leg by that he'd never be able to complete. He's dismissed. He goes for 2.
Oh, rock and roll. Rana's been rock and rolled. And look, there's hands on faces again in the Swiss dugout. That's happened on and off.
What a tournament. Very different paths to this final. And we know the Valletta Cup, it throws up surprises. Already we've seen, you could argue, 2 surprises on finals day because Malta, the lower ranked team, they beat France, who finished above them and actually had the wood on them this week. And then Romania, who hadn't won a game, they beat Luxembourg, who were 4 points ahead of them on the table, and they pinched 4th. Ali Naya, though, I'll say it again, he's the kind of guy, you'd want him coming out of this situation. But I said that the other night, and he nicked off for a golden duck. Here he is right now. Oh, and he gets what I think is going to be a no ball. Yeah, no ball called. And we see a throw. But yeah, this would have been a wide anyway. But yeah, you can see straight away, Abbas apologised.
But you talk about the Valletta Cup throwing up these incredible matchups.
Yeah.
Huge credit to Indica Pereira, the chairman of Maltese cricket, to bring up the Valletta Cup in the last few years.
Yeah.
Fantastic event.
Yeah, and they have visions of getting it even bigger. Medina Cup was held in addition this year. Oh, don't the guys look good there? I think it's the French team who have come looking really smart in their polo shirts there.
Yeah, fantastic. Well done to them. Yeah, they should be proud of
official presentations. So look, they get an extra run there, which I think is pretty handy because it means that Hassan Ahmed is going to get to face the free hit. Now, I say he's the more established batter. He's only faced 4. He only has 1 run to his name. But he is kind of the out-and-out hitter out of these 2. Naya played a really smart innings the first time we saw them earlier in the week. He got a runner ball 13 and just supported. Supported. So he's very capable of playing that role. But this is going down to the wire. And that rate's crept out to the 8s again as well. 40 off 29 required. But this free hit, this is huge in the context of this game.
It is.
And here it is. Oh, he misses so.
He's got to play straight. He's played across the line there.
Malta dodge
we
a
know
bullet.
he can hit it long.
That's true, but I suppose I can understand you going for the gambling a bit there for the short boundary and trying to get an easy 6. You can't get out.
Yep.
And I think where he goes wrong here, he could probably have got across his stumps a bit because you can't be bowled or LBW. And then maybe he's in a better position to hit in that area.
Yeah.
Want to say hello to Jason once again. Nice to see you in the chat. Hello to Santosh as well. Says he's known Arjun and Ashwin Vinod since they were toddlers. And well, meanwhile, Wazim Abbas, he's got a big heart, doesn't he? And the going gets tough. The tough gets going. But yeah, this next one, the big swing and a miss. So Hassan Ahmed's come out. We know he's a little bit bothered by that finger. Whether that's affecting him or not, I'm not sure. But
maybe he needs to play the supporting role to Naya.
Maybe 40 off 27.
Just to get off strike and get into the rhythm. Bat on ball. Oh.
Doesn't. Oh, wow. So it'll creep up to, I think, 9 and over now. Okay. How about Keanu? His best suggestion all day. He says, we need the legend Johnny Grimmer on the guitar if Malta win. I think that's a lock. Have you heard Johnny Grimmer play guitar?
I haven't. He's many times. Not live.
I've had the pleasure. It's good. All right.
Johnny is a legend.
Well, you wanted the crowd to get vocal, Dan.
Yeah,
I think your prayers have been answered.
They were flat. Yeah. And then they lifted, and then
like the fielding
game-changing.
Like the fielding team, hey?
Game-changing.
All right. Hassan could go at any run. Absolutely murdered. Well, that one's on the roof. That'll take some fetching as well. Well, way to stop the haters. Hassan comes out. And if that finger's bothering him, I think the bowler's more bothered because that one, look, they're trying to find it. That's gone on the roof. And it was still kind of screaming when it hit the roof. Maximal 6 runs.
Did it bounce off the roof or is it lodged into the roof? Oh, no, it must have bounced off it, yeah.
Yeah, eventually it's been found, but what a shot. Abbas probably just gets a little bit too short this time compared to the others. Swivels, and yeah, well, we've seen Hassan hit a lot of 6s in that area.
Oh, this would be a
Mind
great
the
shot.
Satellite dish there.
Bang.
Yeah, knew it straight away.
Straight off the bat, yeah.
Wasn't thinking of running, was he?
No
All
need.
Right. So,
great shot.
Yeah, excellent shot, but still, rates in the 8s, 34 required off 25. Last ball for Abbas in the final. He has 3 big wickets. He would love a 4th. He'll bring the house down if he can do it. But he almost does, but I got to say, Abbas, okay, you might look at that and say, yeah, he's gone for 34. But I think the 3 wickets have been invaluable. In fact, he's brought this game alive. Great work from Wazim and Switzerland after 16 overs, 131 for 4.
Yeah, absolutely. He should be proud of his efforts there. And yeah, it all kicks off tomorrow in Prague.
Yeah, looking forward to this. And it's the regular starting time. It's the same starting time we had in Hungary, actually. So 7:15 GMT. That's 9:15 in the morning, Central European time. 12:45 in India. 1:15 p.m. in Bangladesh. If you want me to go further, I'll say 3:15 p.m. in the west of Australia, 5:15 p.m. in the east of Australia. So join us wherever you're watching from around the world.
What about Sao Paulo?
Sao Paulo. I'm going to have a crack, and I'll say it's probably like midnight.
No excuses in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, let me see how close I was. But that's
Rio.
South America. Actually, it's not that bad. It's actually going to be 4:15 in the morning in Sao Paulo. All our Brazilian viewers. Anyway, right here, we've got a game on our hands, folks. 34 required off the last 4 overs, and there's so much in common with what we saw 48 hours ago here. The lights fading. Switzerland were in what looked like an impregnable position, but slowly but surely, the opposition have gained some hope. And Malta have got one thing that France didn't really have, a big parochial crowd behind them as well. Naya to face up to Matthew, who's got one over to spend here. Oh, Naya hits it pretty hard. Really hard.
Oh, foot fielding. Jeepers.
Yeah, foot fielding executed, and I think they would have got 2 anyway, but yeah, the foot of hope saves a couple of runs for Malta.
Yeah, it's a good shot. There's the Swiss contingent. The Benoit family, very proud there.
I mean, it's
Watch
been
the sensational innings from their son.
It's been a cracking tournament, to be honest.
It has, yeah. Long live the Valletta Cup. It's fantastic.
Yeah, some hope. I mean, to make it long, I mean, the tough thing is obviously you're dealing with cricket being amateur and availabilities and things like that. Afi Khan discards a glove. Seems super early to do that.
Wow.
Looking to throw. But I don't know, if he gets a spicy chance to his right. Well, this is to his right. Handled. And they'll scramble through for a single. Yeah, I've got to say, Afi is taken off the right glove so he can throw more easily.
Yeah, but
I'd say I don't understand it.
You want to
it's
take
very
catches.
early.
Yeah.
The value of wickets is how you can do this.
Yep.
And so if there's a catch to his right, you're a keeper, I'm a keeper.
A bit of a distraction, I think. You just want, just lock it away. And
you can still throw with your glove on underarm, right?
Yep.
So I just don't see them running on a miss at this stage.
Yeah.
But this being ECN, watch him take a big hanger to his right, just in his inner.
In the inner.
Yeah, in the inner. So, one glove Michael Jackson style for Afi Khan. Yeah, that's what Rika would say. You've watched too much ECN, Dad. Right, full toss hit. Should just be 1. Oh, I have a pop at him, and I reckon this might have been close, you know. Yeah, it kind of went on contacts. You do that at this stage. I mean, if there's a perfect piece of fielding that gets you out, and that's the price of doing business. But Hassan, I think he was struggling here for me.
Yeah, he is.
Yep. Would have just been gone.
Yeah, good slide. Good running.
He's got the glove back on, FYI. He's come to his senses, Afi Khan. Naya on strike, the Swiss captain. Oh, gets a big,
safe.
Filthy full toss. Got to say, this looks high to me.
I think it was dipping.
Oh, I don't think so.
Let's get that side on.
Let's have a look. Yeah, let's have a look. He's got 2. It's just the way he hits it. It's a high full toss.
Oh, it was very high.
I mean, yeah. Is it dipping slightly? Is it half a step out of his crease? That's probably the difference between ECN regulations and ICC regulations.
Yep.
We call them at the waist. For ICC, it has to be above the waist, and the umpire wasn't confident it was above the waist.
Yep.
So,
okay.
So I suppose technically it's a correct call.
Shot.
All right, launches this one leg side
short.
high. Going, gone. Maximo! Hassan Ahmed. We were swinging like a rusty gate just a few minutes ago, but then 2 big sixes changing the course of this game. Switzerland now get it back down to 7 points something. And that was a big shot on one of the bigger boundaries on the ground.
Yeah, huge boundary. We're back him any day of the week to hit the biggest boundaries of the park. Now he's got his eye in. Great shot.
Matthew.
Still head.
Yeah, going the
when
journey.
He connected with that. Yeah, fantastic shot.
And let's see who they got to bowl. They've still got Wakar Afridi to have an over if he's able.
Yep.
And yeah, after this, just 3 more overs. Wakar Afridi has 1. Magal has 1. Here's the last ball of Matthew, though. First, slower ball.
Oh,
gets it wrong. It's in no man's land. Bermuda Triangle incoming.
Oh.
And now we almost have a run out as Naya gets turned around. He'll scramble back. So a high single to finish the over. Matthew did everything he could to get there, but it fell into a pocket of space. Only the bowler, I suppose, could have reached it. Even he couldn't really, to be honest. And that's the end of 17 overs. 143 for 4. That means that Switzerland need 22 off the last 3 overs to win the Valletta Cup.
Look at that red line. They've all converged. It's going to be a fascinating finish.
Nudged ahead.
You got to remember Hassan's finger could be broken, could be fractured. Not in a good way, but yeah, he's digging deep here. He's the sort of guy that just, I think he loves batting more than life itself. So we know he's going to try very, very hard for his team to knock this off.
Just while we got a little bit of a break, while the batters get a quick drink, Keanu saying a few overs left, but just want to say thanks to Dan for answering all the questions. We can all see and hear your passion for the game. It's an amazing job what ECN has done for European cricket. So Keanu saying thanks, and I want to say thanks back to the viewers as well.
Thanks to the viewers. I mean, every day, more and more viewers that jump on board. Yeah, we love to hear from you. You guys inspire us. We're fascinated to see the way that you react and respond to something that's new in the cricket world. And huge and grateful. And without you guys, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be inspired ourselves. So, Keanu, you're a legend.
Great.
And everyone else in the chat as well. Really, really appreciate it.
100%. Okay, they've wheeled out Waka for one last push. He's got 1 over to bowl. They're bowling him here in the 18th. And then we'll see who they go to, 19th and the 20th. But, I mean, this for me, it's the most important over of the game so far. Because if it only goes for a couple, then then maybe you're looking at kind of 20 off the last 2.
Yep.
If it's a big over, then Switzerland, they can just kind of coast home.
And this is awesome to see. I mean, there's 2 rough injuries out here.
Yeah.
With Afridi and with Hassan. I mean, this is bat versus ball in its purest form.
It's attritional, isn't it?
It's attritional. We'd love to see it.
18th over starting. Waka back for his last. Oh, he gets pulled away, and that's going to be 4. Just gets a little bit too short, a little bit too straight. Hassan Ahmed, I know he wasn't connecting with too many a little while ago, but he's just picking up these boundaries now. Switzerland, for me now, back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it is, That's not the best way to start the over, but he can pick it back here. He doesn't want to drop it short again.
Big thank you to Kroom, who's donated £1.99 as well in the chat. And big thank you for your support of European cricket. Kroom's great, you know what? He's always donating memberships when there's a hat trick, a 5-wicket haul, or a century, or a 200
wow, what a legend.
Score.
Yep.
And I tell you what, he's been cost a bit in Hungary this weekend.
Yep.
If he's watching, which is quite a lot.
There's 5 hat-tricks in Hungary this week,
heaps,
right?
Yeah. And we've had some here as well.
Cricket on steroids.
Have a look at this ball. It's actually lodged under the wall. Now everyone's looking for it.
Oh, okay. It's a wall ball.
It is a wall ball. And so they've gone the stick method, and it's been effective.
Mm.
So, nicely done. Might be Jason Jerome, actually. That's D stick to the ball. And I think they're going with the same one. I think you probably would unless it's been damaged. All right, so 18 off 17, and that boundary gets it back to a runner ball. So, I mean...
Easy for the Swiss? Question mark?
I don't think anything's easy, but I think they're certainly more comfortable knowing they don't really need a boundary in an over. You can kind of preserve your wicket here. The field's well spread.
They've got a bit of ring field on the offside.
Score off every ball unless you really see one you think you can go after. Hassan plays a really nice shot. That's going to go to the boundary as well. So Hassan Ahmed on 9 fingers has brought up the 150 for Switzerland, and the finish line's in sight now.
Yeah, it is. When Hassan keeps his head still, watches it hard and late onto the bat, then he hits it so beautifully. So that was a nice shot, crashing into the Maltese fence there. And
So now they get it down
really
below
a
runner ball.
Yep.
My issue is I think the Maltese team have got concerns with who they're going to bowl as well, because they've bowled out Abbas, they've bowled out Matthew, they've bowled out Waka after this over.
And Varun?
Varun has 2 overs and up to 16. He could come back. Magal, I'm guessing, is going to get one of the overs. Can't see them bowling the left-arm spinner at this stage. So, Waka, he's going to go around the wicket now. Desperate for a wicket. Pretty good-looking shot, though. They won't take a run. But how about the atmosphere? I mean, whatever happens in this last 2 and a bit overs, and the crowd, the enthusiasm for European cricket. I want to say a big thank you to all that crew from Spring Productions, all the blue crew here, the officials, a team of 7 officials overseeing this tournament as well. Everyone that's watched as well online or here live, I want to say a big thanks. Well, he launches this. This is going places. Hassan has gone full beast mode as this one's out of the ground as well. Maximo! And Switzerland get the target down to single digits.
Wow. He timed that to perfection. Yeah, he's a confidence player, and he just knows when it's in his slot, he goes for it. Bang. But the difference is now that he's whacking him, you know, his head is stiller, and he's watching it later onto the bat, off the bat, and they travel so far.
I mean, you'd know from batting and playing cricket at a high level as well that it's a very different game once you get that first one away.
Yeah,
you know, that was all before he hit a boundary.
Yeah.
Once he hit that boundary, settled the nerves, doesn't feel it under so much pressure.
Yep.
And you're now just 8 to win. So it does look like Switzerland, I mean, barring some sort of huge turnaround here from Malta, they're going to get the revenge. Because remember, 2 years ago, 24th of October 2021, these two met in the final. Switzerland, they were undefeated then, 3-0, and then went down to Malta in the final. But this time it looks like they're going to be flawless. 8 to win now. Waka's bowled his heart out. He's got 2 balls to spend here. And this is another 4 runs.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah.
Well played, Hassan.
Outfielder back. Hassan up to 33. And he's a guy who's shown some guts and determination here as well. And now one more boundary will bring up the win for Switzerland.
Yeah, and the boys, there's no hands on faces in the Swiss dugout anymore. There's some jumping around there. Yeah, there they are. Great bunch of people. Yeah, very happy for them. Come over and almost conquered the Valletta Cup. Good on them.
Yeah, Malta, they've been brave though. I mean,
yeah.
Again, they're playing their 10th match this week.
Oh.
They came in. No, I mean, they had
a marathon.
Hope, but against France, they'd eked out a win, but they'd lost twice to France. But then they beat France this morning in the qualifier. 4 to win. Game will stay alive as it gets past Prasad, just a single. Yeah, so as you hear the fireworks going off in the background again. Fireworks out in the middle as well. Hassan providing them 18 overs down. Switzerland 162 for 4. So yeah, Malta, they've been great to watch this week as well. They've had to juggle some situations with players being in and out of the side. They've had some injury issues. Justin Sharju fracturing his thumb earlier in the week. I know Sudasan, and he's been pretty good behind the stumps, but he's been unavailable for this final, I think, with his hand. But still, I mean, when you consider these two teams starting the week pretty close on the rankings, and I think they've both done their ranking chances a bit of a favour with their good performances.
Yeah, absolutely. But it feels like a bit of a fitness test once it comes to such a heat wave and so much cricket in a week. Yeah, and that's why I liked Vinod earlier.
Yeah.
He looked like he just had the engine that would keep pushing hard
and
after
bowlers,
a hot day.
And we saw with the French side, bowlers, as this is going to be the win
That's
for
game.
Switzerland. And they're going to win their first ever Valletta Cup. And Hassan Ahmed puts the icing on the cake, blasting that one through the offside. And the final score here in the Valletta Cup final 2023, Switzerland 166 off 18.1. Malta 164. Well played to all teams, but especially Hopschwiz, because Switzerland, they get the win.
Yeah, congratulations. Fantastic scenes here. Malta have played their heart out. So much cricket this week in this intense heat, and it's, absolute credit to all the cricketers in Europe that are making this come alive. T20I cricket is fantastic, and congratulations to Switzerland. They've come here, stuck to the plan, and enjoyed every minute, so congratulations to them.
Yeah, so Hassan Ahmed, I mean, he had a bit of a suspicious start, didn't he, the way that he was swinging and missing. You can see he was itchy to get that first one away. But, you know, Malta, they'll be a bit upset, I'm sure, with the way that goes. But I think in the cold light of day, they can be really proud of their effort this week. They've had some tension. They've had some real close matches. And really, the way they fought back there looked like Switzerland were going to do it easily. There was nothing easy about that victory in the end.
Yeah, it was absolutely, and it was great momentum from the Maltese fans that have all turned up here this afternoon, sit in the shade in the beautiful evening to watch their team play. They tried to rise their team above in that passage of play. A few wickets there, but no, the Swiss just were composed and batted beautifully to get the job done. And Hassan is a fantastic cricketer who hits a very, very long ball. We were a bit concerned about his finger. We hope it's all right now. I bet he can't feel it right now because of the excitement of the win, but he's come in and finished the job off like we knew we could. And all of their bats have just come in and just done the job. So it's fantastic.
They've been systematic, I think, in their chases, and they've chased in every single one of their 5 games. Sometimes it's been their choice, sometimes it's been the opposition's choice, and we know, Malta, they won the toss in the final and they elected to bat, but Switzerland too good, and in the end, they're the champions. So the next time we'll have cricket on ECN, you won't have to wait too long. It's tomorrow morning. Now, Danny Hudacek, he's going to cover me for a couple of days there in Prague, but I'll be there before too long. So there's 5 matches there. T10 format. And if you've enjoyed the Valletta Cup, maybe you've never even seen any ECN T10, well, you need to do yourself a favour. Set an alarm, get up for that, because that'll be a really entertaining series. 8 sides there in Czechia going head-to-head. And it all starts tomorrow morning, 7:15 a.m. GMT, 9:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 p.m. But yeah, so hopefully some of the viewers that might have been tuning in just to see the T20 Internationals, they can get a taste of the fun, the chaos, the atmosphere, the excitement of ECS cricket for the first time tomorrow. Anyway, let's go back to this chase. And Nazir, he was looking like a millionaire early, wasn't he? He is a class act. He can hit both sides of the wicket, seems to have so much time the way he plays his cricket. This probably wasn't a great one to step over. Popular in rugby union, but maybe not going to catch on in fielding. And Mahmood, well, he did his bit. So both openers were looking dangerous at this stage. But with Nazir, he's a man that if you didn't get him, you kind of know you've got next to no hope. But Wasim Abbas, he came on and he was able to get that outside edge, and that changed the complexion of the power play.
Oh, that was the ball of the day. What a sensational delivery there. Pumped up, perfectly placed, got the edge, got the catch, and that's where, the Malta showed some glimmers of hope there. The fans got around them. It was wonderful to see them all out here to support. But yeah, the Swiss just keep continuing to put the bad balls away. When they kept their head still and watched the ball off the bat, they were just, destructive with the run rate. And they just always kept it above where it needed to be.
Yeah, how good was Vinod? I mean, Vinod is a guy, has been bogged down at times during the week. At certain times. There was none of that in the final. He just got better and better. When he got hot, then Switzerland got hot. And he played shots all around the wicket. Looks really composed. And Abbas, after taking that early wicket, had this little phase where he was a little bit expensive. But Prasath, he came on, hasn't bowled too much during the week. And yeah, you mentioned it was a bit of a fitness test during the week. Because even though Switzerland, they played 5 games in the series, but you can see these guys, they were living it all on the line. Mahmood had a scary moment there when he dived in to save his ground. Yeah,
hurt the knee. Yeah, so much commitment, so much diving effort to get back in there. He had a sore knee, but he kept muscling on. And that was the partnership that really broke the game wide open. So,
and you felt, it could be the partnership that takes them all the way to the target. Yep. When Zishan found himself out there in front of the crowd, there'd be some drama to come, I'll tell you that much. But yeah, this really was a Swiss chase that had all the hallmarks of what made them successful in the series. They never let the run rate get out of hand. And even though they might have had a scare or two, they had enough batting to cover it in the end. Mahmood ended up getting castled, and Abbas, once again, he was the man that got Malta out of a sticky situation.
Yep, just continually took wickets, kept the guys in the chase, but wasn't this a fantastic catch in front of the crowd? And we thought that might have been a bit of a game changer, but yeah, to set the fans alight, the Maltese fans, with that catch was, just fantastic for cricket.
Big moment of the game. And look at Malta. I mean, even though they don't win this game, they have moments that they'll remember, and that's certainly one of them, even though I know they're disappointed with the final result. Well,
the slow rising finger.
Well, mark him down, LBW, because that was certainly going to smash middle stump out of the ground. So he was the hero 48 hours ago, and they need a new hero, and his name was Hassan Ahmed. Once again, big ECN final. Hassan turned it on.
Yeah, he is a hero. He's been a hero so many times in ECN cricket. We love watching him play. We hope his finger's all right, but geez, he didn't show a lot of pain and pressure when he came in, and he just executed with all his big shots that he needed to keep putting them away.
Yeah, and look, hopefully his finger isn't so bad, because we really want to see him turning out, I'm guessing, for the Zurich Nomads in just a couple of weeks' time, because the ECS will be in Switzerland, of course. He'll be available for ECC after that, so he's such a great pickup for the Swiss. And didn't he perform under pressure? Waka, I've got to give him a shout out as well. I mean, he bowled his heart out. I mean, playing his 10th game of the week.
Unbelievable,
left it all on the table.
So much commitment, they're going to be walking around with some sore bodies tomorrow morning, but they know they've put in their absolute all here, and cricket is alive and well. And huge thanks to Indicare and the Maltese Cricket Federation for creating the Valletta Cup, promoting the Valletta Cup, and just working really, really hard to make it the best possible cricket experience for all the teams that come around Europe to be here and enjoy the heat, the perfect cricket conditions, and it's a real credit to see, and well done to them.
It's been a really special week, no doubt about that. That's the one that brought it up, and they do it in the 19th. We say it all happens in the 19th. Well, Switzerland, they win it in the 19th. And well, Hassan, hopefully he doesn't pick any injuries in the bear hug that ensued, and you can see the camaraderie, the team spirit in that Swiss team. They've been really professional since they've been here. They've been great to deal with. They're so excited to play small cricket on ECN, and I think they're so excited to take their first ever Valletta Cup. They get revenge for 2 years ago when Malta beat them in the final, this time Swiss. The Swiss side get up 166. They do it with 11 balls to spare. Vinod was brilliant, I got to say, 67 off 44, but the good support innings did it as well. Mahmood in there, Nazir early, Hassan towards the end, we talked about him. As we look at the bowling figures, Abbas, he was brilliant. He's another guy, you know, when the pressure goes up, he performs. 3 for 34 for him. Eldos Matthew with the other wicket. But Waka Afridi, obviously bothered by his injuries, goes wicketless in the final. But regardless, he had a brilliant week for Malta. As we get one last look at that Malta Sports Complex here.
Arjun Vinod,
We look
67 off 44.
Yeah.
Mate, congratulations.
And for
massive innings.
Is he your player of the match?
He is my player of the match. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think so. I think that he's the one that held it together, kept scoring, just kept that run rate under control. Had a couple of different partners he had to work with as well, but I think that he was fantastic. Also chipped in with a pretty handy 1 for 16 with his off spin in the first innings as well.
Absolutely.
Well, Daniel, we are going to get going. Of course, the next time you see us, we will be in Czechia tomorrow. Well, I won't be there just yet, but Danny Hoodencheck will take you through the first 3 days of action. I'll be there on Thursday, but I'll certainly will be watching. I'll be lurking. And Daniel, once again, big thanks to you. It's been so great to have you in the commentary box.
Yeah, Mr. Maximo, thank you so much for having me in. Sorry I didn't join you earlier, but yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure with me. You're a wonder, and the rest of the ECN crew that's here will really enjoy the trophy presentation now. And and a huge big thank you to everyone from the ECN that's here in Malta to make the magic happen, along with the Maltese Cricket Federation and Indika Pereira and all of his team have really done a superb job. So thank you, absolute pleasure for me to be on the air with you. And it's amazing what you and what everyone does here to make this happen as the sun sets in Malta.
Yeah, final big thanks on my side for all the production team here, the Blue Crew, the officials, to all the players who've really, they've gone through the ringer here, and I think I really appreciate, as a cricketer, you know, what they've put in and the skills and the determination that they've shown. I want to say big thanks to you as well, and all of the ECN back office crew for their support. I know a lot of them in Switzerland, including Jay and Roger, I'm sure, have been enjoying what they're seeing. And Judith, of course, over there. But look, on behalf of everyone here at European Cricket Network, I just want to give one final push. Tell your family, tell your friends about ECN. Go to our website, europeancricket.com. You can check out the fixtures and the squads for Czechia. That starts tomorrow. You see the fixtures up there right now. Our social media at European Cricket. We'll get ready for some clips there because there was a lot of action here, not only in Malta, but also in Hungary as well, with some records rewritten over there, particularly with high chasers. And finally, don't forget, if you don't already, please like this video if you are watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and subscribe, as we know that that's the key, getting the word out there and seeing the force, the entertainment that is European cricket. On behalf of everyone here at European Cricket, the European Cricket family, it's very goodbye to you. We'll see you for more cricket tomorrow. Until then, Mr. Maximo Sandu, along with Dan Weston. See you tomorrow for more cricket right here on the European Cricket Network. Goodbye, everybody.